Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A magical attack burst out of the dragon's mouth. The world is ruled by 3 types of people: talented, rich, and moreover, these are people blessed with luck. The player's cloak fluttered in the wind. The girl clutched the glowing staff with both hands. The sphere on top of the staff glowed brightly. A ray of energy rushed into the dragon. Forum users commented on what was happening. The guy in the excitement of the battle opened his mouth wide. Young men in armor stood in the middle of the battlefield. Users commented on what was happening. The hand of a girl with a white glove stretched out to the side. The information window said that the skill was activated. The girl put her hand to her chest. Huge wings appeared behind her. The heads of a dragon protruded from a crevice in the cave. The system scoreboard said that a random skill was being prepared. Users commented on the fight. The guy with the axe in his hand opened his mouth wide. The dragon's eyes glowed red. The statue was holding a spear in its hand, and the information window said that the skill had been activated. The statue of the goddess glowed with a blue light. Users commented on what was happening. Projectiles of different colors rushed at the dragon. The young man raised both hands above him. On the neck of the guy there was a gold necklace with red stones. A huge pentagram appeared in front of him. The young man spread his hands in different directions. Users commented on him. The red dragon was enveloped in flames. The information window announced the summoning. The player swung his weapon at him. A stream of energy burst out of the dragon's mouth. The dragon opened its mouth wide from the attack that hit it. Flames were in the air. Black smoke poured out of the dragon. Players opened their mouths wide with joy and victory. Users discussed what was happening. The defeated dragon fell in the middle of the battlefield. The information window reported that the dragon was defeated. The girl in a white dress was surrounded by the rest of the players. A forum user commented on what was happening. The young man shouldered a huge sword. The system scoreboard stated at the end of the recording, the dragon's body was lying in a cave. The guy with virtual reality glasses on his head slightly opened his mouth. He was sitting in a chair for playing. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of the main character. He asked again about the price per day. He held his smartphone close to his face and furiously exclaimed that it wasn't cheap not to return alive from the raid for a 30% risk. The man on the other end of the line noted that no one was forcing him. Besides, they did not have a shortage of young people who were eager to do everything right. The guy put his hand on his hip and replied that he actually did not refuse. He just asked to offer a higher price for his work. He replied that he was just a broker and offered only the price that the guild itself would set. A vein on the protagonist's cheek was swollen. He shouted that they should not hang up. The protagonist's comrade opened the door to the room. Heck looked out of the door and asked if he was okay, then clarified that he must have been making noise. The main character went out the door and noted that he would have to work as cannon fodder for the whole month. He noted that he would like to get to such a raid at least once. He walked ahead of Hen and told him that among the God Wars players who can make a living in raids, there are less than 15 million out of 1 and 8 billion. He turned his head on him and told him not to despair, because unlike the others, he was not without talents. The protagonist indifferently looked away from your eyes and thought that if you think about it, he is right. He has talents in this game, because unlike other games, this one does not have an auto-aim. In front of the player was a huge ogre. A fiery charge hit him in the face. He added that his past as a basketball player thus gives him a big advantage in this game. The young man in the baseball cap put his hand on his shoulder and remembered how he had to forget about his baseball career after an injury, when he had once been a fairly famous pitcher, and Heck would never know how humiliating such a compliment sounded to him. The protagonist's comrade opened his mouth wide. Hen put the card on the table and wished him good luck in leveling. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's face. He said that he would drink honey with his lips. He doubted that he would succeed, because everything was captured by his predecessors. The main character looked at him indifferently. Otherwise he remembered that he had been pumping his character Midas for 5 whole years. The protagonist's comrade closed his eyelids and said that he got it when he freaked out and put all his savings in the gacha class card. He noted that he still regrets it. He stared at one point and thought that this was his only chance, because he needed to provide for his family. The little girl happily held out her hands in front of her. The main character stood in front of his friend and asked why he was reading there so enthusiastically. He replied that it was a fantasy novel where the main character dies as a result of the betrayal of a comrade and returns to the past to take revenge. The protagonist came out of the store and said that this was a rather strange plot, and that he would go. He noticed where he was without an umbrella. Raindrops were beating on the palm of the main character. He said that nothing would happen to him. He was not sugar. Hen walked down the street in the pouring rain. He put his hands in his pockets and remembered the novel his friend had told him about. A truck was rushing along the road at high speed. He noticed that this was complete nonsense. If he went back in time, then he would better invest in the shares successfully. The protagonist looked out of the corner of his eye at the truck flying at him. The driver behind the wheel opened his mouth wide in horror. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Fragments of asphalt flew to the side. An overturned truck was lying in the middle of the roadway. The young man was lying on the tiles in the pouring rain. He opened his mouth wide from the horror he had experienced. Hen was lying in front of the truck, passers-by checking on his well-being. On his cheeks, the cycle of drops of sweat and water. He realized that he was almost sick. The guy approached passers-by and asked to call the rescue service. A wire broke off the pole's electricity. He realized that luck was definitely not about him. Although he hadn't just survived, probably, this could be considered luck. The main character peacefully closed his eyelids. An electric pole with bare wires collapsed behind him. There was a huge flash of electricity. Passers-by bent over the protagonist, who reasoned that this was a miserable existence, without money, and without talent. But he could have sworn that on that day, strange as it sounded, luck smiled on him, for the first time in his life. The guy's eye glowed blue. He was sprawled on the wet asphalt. Passers-by exclaimed that they needed to call an ambulance. A red dragon hovered in the sky above the players. In 2034, the long-awaited VR game was released. Its name translates as the War of the Gods. On the table were various papers and brochures. Just a few years after its release, this game had a huge impact on the fields of sports, entertainment, and culture, and one day, the number of users reached 1 in 8 billion. The city avenue was brightly lit by signs. The main character noted that in his time, many people exist on the income from working in this game. He unclosed his eyelids. A doctor in a white coat stood next to him and asked if he had come to his senses. He added that he had a first-degree burn, and also that he was discharging it, and he could go home when he paid the bill at the reception. The guy jumped up from his bunk abruptly at the words about the bill. The young man aimlessly kicked the stone on the way. He walked away on the road with his hands in his pockets and noticed that he was able to dodge the truck, but he was still electrocuted. As a result, he had to empty his already meager savings. He was looking up somewhere with a slightly dull look. The protagonist lifted his head up and decided that he should be grateful, because all he has in this filthy world is his body, which he would not like to lose. He walked to the door of his house and hoped that his older brother and Hiren were okay. He put his hand on the fingerprint reader, which stated that the biometric data was not registered. The young man cast a questioning glance at him. He convulsively beat his fingers on the device and exclaimed that he had just worked yesterday. It continued the mantra about unregistered biometric data. The little girl opened the door. The enraged protagonist decided that he would move out of this hole as soon as he earned at least a little extra money. A joyful Hiren peeked out from behind the door and exclaimed that he had come. The guy took her in his arms and asked if she was behaving well. He looked at his niece and asked where her father was. He noticed that his brother was at home. June was sitting in a wheelchair. The young man closed the door to the apartment. His brother said that they called him and said that he was in the hospital. He clarified what happened to him. He replied that nothing special happened, he just fell slightly. The guy looked anxiously at his brother and clarified that he was definitely fine. He explained that he would not be able to come if there was something serious. The main character pointed his finger at the fingerprint reader and suggested that it seemed to be broken. Because he said that it was not registered, June did not believe his words. He asked how it couldn't be. He just broke. The girl ran up to her father, who explained that if it broke, it wouldn't work at all. But it works, since the system gives an answer, because the system uses the same biometric algorithm as that game. The guy opened his mouth wide at the words he heard. Drops of sweat were dripping from his face. He clarified that the old and rusty ID uses the same data as this game. He was surprised that he did not know this. The protagonist was drenched in sweat. He ran abruptly to the exit and said that he needed to quickly retreat to the capsule cafe. On the wall of the building hung a sign of the establishment. Hen put the phone to his ear and told him that he had entered all the information correctly. So why was he denied access due to some kind of biometric mismatch? And exclaimed that he was not a hacker, he was Hen. On the screen there was data about the call. He wondered what lawyer he was talking about. He just demanded access, and he did not have to hire him for this. The main character put his hand to his forehead in frustration and swore hard. He explained that biometrics are unique data of human biometric signals. They cannot be faked, so in their time it became the only reliable way of identification. The main character collapsed on the sofa from fatigue and realized that it was just unbelievable, why his data was no longer recognized. He is here again, teeth from despair. He walked down the street in the pouring rain. His eyes widened with realization, and he reflected that everything had been normal until yesterday. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks. He reasoned that this simply could not be. Could it be because of an electric shock? He took his phone out of his pocket and realized that he couldn't even log in now, so he was finished. Flames hovered in the player's hand. The main character remembered how much money he poured into pumping his character, and in the end it was over, just like it happened then. Hen lay bandaged in his hospital bed. June was holding his daughter in his arms. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and realized that he should not give up now. He put his hands on his feet and added that stopping playing this game is not an option, so he needs to forget his dream and get at least some rank, be a simple miner in the mines and not get discouraged. The guy got to his feet from the sofa. He walked to the exit and realized that if he worked hard, he would at least have enough to live on, because he needed to provide for his family. There were capsules for the game in a row. The protagonists asked their comrade to set up a capsule for him. He lowered himself into it, and noticed that it was good that he had a card for creating a hero lying around. His eyes reflected the game interface. He realized that he would have to deal with this nonsense again. An image of the welcome screen in the game appeared with an offer to participate in the War of the Gods. The main character explained that it is believed that the world of this game is much better than the real one, but in his opinion, it is not very different from reality. The game character stood in front of the status window. He noticed that if there is no money, then you will not see this game as your ears. The system window offered to spend the card on creating a hero. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and noticed that the cost of one character was $880. An information window hovered in the air in front of him. He recalled that in this game, all things cost an incredibly huge amount of money, and all because there is a demand for a beautiful life, which people lack in reality. An image of the system screen appeared with an offer to choose a god. He added that he would hunt hard and level up. But wasn't it enough to just sell the items? The protagonist looked forward indifferently and noted that it seemed easy in words, and he hadn't even made enough effort. A lot of system windows flew around him. He stood desperately in front of them and noticed that this was a random selection of cards from the first task, and he had poured so much money to get one mage. The main character explained that there are only 2 ways to win at random toys. The first is to be born with a golden spoon in your mouth, and the second is to have just incredible luck and luck. A purple background appeared. Information windows were floating in the air. Hen noticed that he had already done this gacha so many times that it seemed to him that he could guess the content of any card, and in the end he would come across who knows what. He stretched out his hand and realized what difference it made which class he chose. He was just going to be a miner. He looked away. To his right was a card with an Archmage on it. An image of the Archmage's card appeared. He stretched out his hand to her and assumed that he was hallucinating. The information windows reported that the Dragon of War had accepted him into his army, and he was assigned the class of Archmage. The guy slightly opened his mouth in amazement. An image with the characteristics of the hero in this game has appeared. The man in the white suit was holding a spear in his hand. He couldn't believe that he had obtained the Archmage class, which one of the third-rank players had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on. The young man opened his eyes wide in front of the information window. 2 players stood in the country and were outraged by the classes they received. The guy put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that it was not harmful to dream, because legendary classes, such as the Archmage, go only to the majors. The main character stared down and reasoned that if this was true, then mining was going away. He enthusiastically raised his hand in front of him and decided that he would level up faster and go to the roadstead. The young man poked his finger at the system screen and noticed that he was actually almost sure that this was just a temporary system error. He pulled his hand back and added that when he came out and entered the game, he would probably have some creepy class, such as a mage or a warrior. The guy's eyes widened. He covered his eyes with his hand from the system screen that appeared in front of him and did not understand how it happened. He noticed that not only had he pulled out an incredibly expensive map, now it also seemed to him that he saw a hidden text above the description of the quest. An information window with a task was floating in the air in front of him. An image of an information board appeared. He wondered what was hidden in a training quest that many people didn't care about. He put his fingers to his chin and realized that the title could be obtained if he survived for 71 minutes. The guy poked his finger at the screen. He clutched his head with his hands and did not believe that this could be. He received as many as 10 points to all characteristics. While usually only 5 is given for raising a level higher, it turns out that it is possible to climb 2 levels if you complete this quest. People next to him discussed his behavior. He reflected that he had devoted 5 years of his life to this game, and had never heard of the title of Master of Training on any forum, which means that no one had guessed it before, and noted that this was not surprising. It was necessary to hold out for 71 minutes, no more, no less. Ken took his hand off his head and added that even a particularly curious player would not want to hang out in the tutorial for more than 70 minutes. An image of the information window appeared. He decided that if he sees the hidden text in the tasks, then this means that he also got the Archmage class for a reason. The main character pointed his finger at the information window and thought that it would be nice to have a recording. He explained that in this game you can only achieve a good class with either a ton of credits or a lot of luck. Besides, people pay generously for cheats. He hoped that all this was not a dream. The guy slightly opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist excitedly clenched his hand into a fist in front of him. The information window announced that the training task was beginning. A drop of sweat slid down the girl's cheek. Those present could not understand what this beginning was. The green ogre's eyes glowed red. They were indignant that they were immediately given such opponents. Someone remarked that they did not need to be defeated. Hen opened his mouth slightly and reasoned that it was true. After all, it was impossible for the first level. Now he saw that it was not so easy to survive 71 minutes here. A green sphere glowed above the orc's head. It abruptly turned into red. Drops of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He spread his hands in different directions and realized that he was seeing their aggression indicator. The protagonist explained that in their time, social status depends on the status in the game. Everyone starts the game with their own dream and goal. Crowds of players stood near a huge mountain. He added that soon, they all came to the same conclusion that this game was very difficult, and also a waste of money. Stone shards were flying in different directions. A blurred background of the forest appeared, and he concluded that the moments of truth, when a new player truly faces reality, are contained in the training mission. The guy fell to the ground from the unexpected attack of the orc. A green monster looms over the defeated player. The young man opened his mouth wide in incomprehension and noted that the tutorial would only end when he was beaten to death by a monster. Its main character abruptly ran to the side and exclaimed why they were all whining here. Because you just need to die to start the main quest. The main character was running from orcs with red eyes. He glanced back out of the corner of his eye and did not understand how this could be. Information windows were reflected in his eyes. The green monsters gritted their teeth in anger as he noticed that he could even see the monster stats windows. The ogres looked around for enemies. One of them gritted his teeth at the sight of one of them. Hen watched them and realized that he had figured out how the aggression indicator worked, namely that green meant calm and no intention to attack. An image of a bright green circle appeared. The main character was running through the forest. The green circle was painted red. The protagonists ran along a sandy road. He added that red meant that the monster saw him as a target for attack. A huge ogre jumped at Hen. The guy watched the movements of his hand. He abruptly dodged the monster's attack and remarked that who would have thought that many years of studying the scripts of orc behavior would be so useful to him now. He looked at the green monster triumphantly. An image with a timer appeared. He remembered the conditions for survival for a certain time. He quickly ran away from the enemies and noticed that seeing the enemy's statistics, indicators of aggression, and having more than 5 years of thorough study of enemies behind him, it should be a help for him. Besides, it didn't seem that anyone else knew what he knew. The red-haired guy opened his mouth wide at the sight of the monsters. The main character resolutely clenched his hand into a fist and said that the recording was underway, and he would cope. Besides, he had 1 more hour left, and the title of Master of Training would be his. An image of a timer appeared. An image of a blue background appeared. In an hour, the main character put his hand to his forehead in contrition. He sat in the capsule and did not understand what to do next. The guy smiled broadly in a moment, and realized that it was not a dream after all. The young man pointed his finger at the system window with a suggestion to enable the repetition of the task. The game character of the main character raised his hands above himself victoriously. A timer hovered over his head. He poked his finger at the video control icon and remembered that he had died ignominiously afterwards because he had been surrounded by orcs. But he had still earned the rank. An image of the system window appeared with the application for the title. He added that the Archmage's card was not a system error. The protagonist put his hands on his head and realized that he was almost thrown off the server due to an increased heart rate, so it is worth controlling him, and explained that the moderators in the game care about the health and safety of the players, so a system was introduced to disconnect in case of an increased heart rate. Heck approached his comrade and clarified why he was puffing up so much. Something happened in his game. The main character was holding virtual reality glasses in his hands. He closed his eyes and explained that he didn't feel very well because he had to start the game again. The young man put his hand on his belt and clarified why he started over when he had a leveled up character. After all, he was not banned. He exclaimed that he was really banned. The protagonist looked down indifferently. The guy asked for forgiveness, because he did not want to pour salt on the wound. He put his glasses to his head and decided that he would go back to the game, and let him not tell anyone about it. The protagonist realized that this is how a convenient legend will divert from suspicion, because it is impossible for anyone to know about it. Heck put his fingers together. The young man looked away. He reasoned that if the developers found out from his ability, they would not leave him alone, and everywhere he would be chased by a pack of hyenas that were hunting for cheats. The game character of the main character turned his head to the side. An image of a bright flash appeared. He realized that he had gained this ability thanks to yesterday's incident. It turned out that it was a gift from heaven, and he noticed that this was his only chance for a better life than this miserable existence, and he did not know how long he was allotted to use this ability. He would squeeze it out to the maximum for his family. The main character stared at one point in thoughts about his family. The first city. Crowds of players stood in the middle of a small town. Protagoni clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he was an Archmage of legendary rank. There were hardly 100 of them in the entire world. He held a clenched hand in front of him and noticed that he still did not believe in it, but he still had to level up and then go on a raid. He looked away and added that whether he wanted it or not, he would have to go to the guild to do so. An object was shining brightly under the tree. It could not understand where this glow came from. He approached him and noticed a question mark, and assumed that this was the beginning of some kind of quest. His eyes widened in surprise. A gray puppy slept under the tree. He could not understand why he was glowing. An image of a magic scroll has appeared, a legendary quest of the highest rank that can exist in the game. The protagonist put his hand out in front of him from the bright glow and realized that undoubtedly, this could only come from a legendary quest, which he only knew about from rumors, and something like that right in front of his eyes. He put his hand to his chest, trying to calm down. The guy excitedly clenched his hand into a fist. The silhouette of the man threw up his hand. He realized that with this single quest, he could cover all the expenses for the month ahead. The young man clutched his head with his hands and exclaimed to himself that he adored this damn game that was built on luck. The guy stretched out his hand to the puppy. He noted that first he needed to accept him. An image of the information window appeared. I remembered that he had never stumbled upon a quest that was related to the revitalizing medicine, Probably this is a hidden quest that is activated when a certain condition is met. An image of the information window appeared. The main character put his fingers to his chin in thought, and noticed that this is how it looks in the eyes of other people. He stretched out his hands to the puppy and remarked that if he didn't have the ability to see through hidden information, he would have just walked past like the others. But he managed to find him. The guy smiled broadly and exclaimed that now he would not give it to anyone. The young man rested his hands on his knees and reasoned that he needed to visit the Explorers Guild first, since they were responsible for most of the quests in the area. He's got your eyes out of the way and realized that he doesn't want anything to do with those bastards at all, but there's no other choice. An image appeared with the name of the game, although the game has a large variety of quests, but the higher the rank, the rarer they can be stumbled upon. Moreover, they can be completed a limited number of times. The characters are also limited to a certain number of quests that they cannot give in a day. A group of players stood in a circle and discussed something. Because of this, people who received quests in advance began to exchange them for in-game currency. There were even those who began to set up camps next to the characters in order to monopolize them. An image of the guild emblem appeared. The young man put out his hand in front of him, frightened, due to the lack of control over all the in-game characters, and due to the fact that the other players did not want to sit quietly. They went to the first city. The setting sun was sinking below the horizon, as the first city was a place where new players could learn the basics. Those who once left it would not be able to return, which meant that there would be no veterans to provoke conflicts. Gold coins poured into a large pile, gradually increasing their strength. Having established themselves in the first city, they began to expand their services in various fields. The guild captured the trust of newcomers, giving them free items at the very beginning. The guy swiped his finger on the screen of his phone. They improved their image, helping with hunting, resource extraction, and so on. Soon, even people began to appear who spoke flatteringly about the Guild of Explorers. This happened against the background of the fact that the developers declared their unwillingness to interfere in the in-game social processes, and thus the Guild of Travelers turned into a real business. Clouds flew over the building. The main character put his hand on his neck and remembered that these guys were the reason he didn't want to create a new account. Soaring opened his mouth wide and stated that there were 3 different courses, namely, a basic course in which he would be able to get a quest without too much waiting, an advanced course in which he would not only get a quest but also use the item loan service. The young man in the blue shirt put his hand out and added that there was also an elite course in which he would be assisted until the very end of the quest in a group formed from the guild of their members. The protagonist stood in front of him, who explained that he could pay for both real currencies and in-game gold or items. The guy broke into a smile and asked which course interested him the most. The protagonist took a look at him and noted that he would stay on the base. There were people who tried to fool the Travelers Guild, but they were all forcibly sent to collect the resources needed to create items, so the Travelers Guild began to provide services in the real world. There was only one way to escape from the oppression that spread outside of the game, to turn in your character. The dark silhouette of a man held a pickaxe in his hand. The guy with ash hair handed the papers to the main character and explained that this is a list of quests and a document. Let him take them and go to the specified place. These parasites are deeply entrenched in the game. Next to the guild building there was a tree. The red-haired man held out the paper and noticed that he had received a quest from Hayden. The main character stood in front of him and asked for a minute to confirm the task. He poked his finger at the system window. The guy opened his mouth wide in surprise. A drop of sweat dripped down his face. He noted the amount of information about Hayden's quests, and added that in any case, he had already decided which one to take, namely a hidden quest related to the legendary. An image of the information window with the task appeared. The young man happily lifted his head up and realized that he would need to cheat a little to shake out all the remaining quests from this guy. There was a building next to them. He couldn't take out why he was staring up. The system's scoreboard reported an increase in the level. The corpses of orcs lay on the ground in the middle of the forest. The main characters said that goblins can be dealt with even without magical skills, since his stats are quite high. The young man slightly opened his mouth in surprise. The information window said that the god he served had paid attention to him, and he was giving him the opportunity. A huge selection of cards appeared in front of the protagonist. He decided that it was time for the gacha for poor players, and explained that this is a free skill given out every time the character reaches a new level. But as a rule, good items are difficult to get here. The young man abruptly raised his hand with the cards and exclaimed that he was no longer under the power of chance. Cards of different colors hovered in the air. The young man squatted down and reasoned that it was difficult to get rid of innate luck. As a result, not a single unique rank. He poked his finger at one of the cards and added that fortunately, at least he was lucky that he had an attack spell that he had cast that time. An image of the acquired skill appeared. The information window announced the receipt of the skill. The main character suggested that it was time to pick up the last hidden quest. A game character was standing near the bench. The red-haired man drew attention to the main character. He stood in front of him and asked if he had already finished. He held his hands behind his back and noticed that he was quite good. He noticed that he was overestimating him. He could hardly defeat even one goblin. The man glanced at him and assumed that he was still quite a rookie, due to the fact that he had trouble killing even a single goblin. and he would wonder why he was able to do it so quickly, but it seemed that he got an extra item somewhere. The guy said with his index finger the direction to the side. He added that soon it would become another wallet for their guilds. The red-haired man put his fist to his face. His eyes widened at the words he heard. Someone exclaimed that he had managed to get all the goblin skin. He looked at the main character in amazement. The bed character added that he was even able to get the goblin's melancholy, which falls with a very small chance. The guy put his hand out and said that he had bought 30 pieces of goblin leather at once, since no one had sold 10 at once. He gritted his teeth and didn't understand, but he only needed 10 for the quest, why he had taken all 30 points from him. The main character was indignant at what kind of new quest we could talk about, because he was not satisfied with such a situation. After all, he should have warned him in advance about this, because he honestly bought this quest from him for money, and how he plans to compensate him for 20 units of goblin skin. The red-haired man stood in shock not far from the protagonist. Sweat trickled down his face. The guy looked at him out of the corner of his eye. He stood in front of him and said that they were very sorry, but they could not help him in any way. No compensation was provided for this case, because everything was described in the contract. The man put his hands behind his back and added that if the client did not read the information well enough, accordingly, the responsibility lies with him. The main character stood in front of him and exclaimed that he had to deal with this quest himself. He raised his hand above himself and added that in other words, he got stuck himself. Get out of it yourself, he confirmed his words. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and cursed hard. He walked away and celebrated his bad luck. Just lost so much goblin skin. The game character noticed that he almost got himself into trouble for one place. Hen smiled broadly and realized that now, nothing stood in his way. The main character fell to his knees. He put out his hand with the received object and noticed that he barely succeeded. An image of a bottle of liquid appeared. The young man took the long-awaited bottle with the potion in his hands. He quickly strode forward and realized that he would be able to complete the legendary quest. A gray puppy slept under a tree. The main character poured the contents into his palm and begged that the first quest would give him a worthy reward, and made a rich man out of him. The puppy drank the medicine from the palm of his hand. The guy happily watched him. An information window appeared above the dog's head, which informed that he would be faithful to him as an owner. The main character opened his mouth wide in surprise. The system window announced that he had received a new title. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. He fell to the ground crushed at the news that he could not be traded. The puppy was barking happily not far from him. He looked at him and clarified that he was a wolf cub. He took him in his arms and realized that appearance is not important. He hopes that at least everything is fine with his stats. The information window offered to choose a name for the pet. He held it in his hands and was surprised that he could even name it. He lifted it above him and named him Lucky. The puppy emitted a powerful glow. The system display stated that the nameless wolf had been given a new name. The guy narrowed his eyes at the bright light. He opened his eyes sharply in surprise. The young man was holding a puppy in front of him. The information windows notified that his heart rate had suddenly accelerated, and a forced exit was activated. The main character of the show passed his comrades, who noticed that he had not seen him for a long time. The guy in the white t-shirt looked at him and noticed that he might like to say hello. The young man was holding a can of drink in his hand and assumed that he was depressed in the process, because the account had been banned. He did not understand what he was going to do. He invested all his savings in that account. The main character put his hand back. He smiled broadly and realized that he had received Lucky. The game character was holding a puppy in his hands, who added that he was not mistaken. This dog turned out to be Lucky. The wolf's mane glowed blue. He explained that this is the strongest divine creature in the game, which has no equal in close combat. His luck does not end. Now he also has such a companion. The main character smiled broadly and noted that such a chance comes once in a lifetime, and if it goes on like this. The phone vibrated from the incoming call in his pocket. The young man put it to his ear and clarified that his uncle would bring her a chicken today. Hiren said that there was trouble with her dad. The main character opened his eyes wide from what he heard. Clouds flew high above the building. The girl leaned against a panoramic window in the hospital. Tears of grief came to her eyes. Hyun abruptly took her in his arms and asked what had happened. The nurse clarified that he was a relative of Jun's. She held a tablet with papers in her hands and explained that he had a heart attack and hypotension, but so far there was nothing to worry about. However, his relative had a pacemaker installed, which needed to be replaced periodically, and the patient needed rehabilitation. The guy was holding his niece in his arms. The girl asked that he himself had not been checked by a cardiologist. The main character stood in front of her and replied that he had not. On a multi-story building, a luminous sign hung from above. Hen sat alone in the middle of the hospital corridor. On his legs, all of Hiren was decomposed. He stared aimlessly at one point on the wall and thought that it all came down to money. He clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he couldn't hesitate. He got lucky, and it was time for him to make money like a human, so he would sell cheats to people and get artifacts to sell later, and for this he needed to level up his Archmage as quickly as possible. Hunting grounds, beginner level. In the middle of the edge of the forest stood the players. The man in armor opened his mouth wide and was touched by the little puppy. Lucky was bouncing beside his master. The main character looked at him and noticed that he did not pay attention to the fact that he really looked like a puppy, and added that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone while completing the legendary task. The player character was holding a spear in his hands. The guy explained that, firstly, he now has a creature that will distract enemies to himself, and secondly, this frees him from the need to call his partners into battle. The protagonist stepped forward and realized that a little more pumping, and he would already be able to leave the first city and move on. But of course, on the next level there will be much more difficulties, but the rewards will be many times more expensive. An image of a legendary item appeared. He noticed that a random skill card came from the Dragon of War. Hen poked his finger at the system window and decided it was time to play roulette again. He held out his hand in front of him. Cards flew to him from the sky. An image from a huge selection of cards appeared. He looked at them and noticed that he also had doubts. The guy was standing in front of a huge number of cards. An image of a skill card appeared. A potion poured out of the bottle. Then he explained that telekinesis is the movement of objects with the help of an invisible force. In battle it can be used to trip up or remotely block the movement of the enemy. Besides, this skill can only be learned by a kinetic mage, from the class of magicians, but since his class is an Archmage, he can learn any school of magic. The young man reached for one of the cards and realized that there was no need to choose. He put his hand on his belt and was glad that everything was going smoothly. The guy with his puppy ran into the forest. Goblin forest. In the middle of the tall trees stood the goblins. They clutched their weapons in their hands. One of them stuck his head aside. Lucky grabbed his throat with lightning speed. The puppy knocked the enemy to the ground with a movement of his body. The goblins opened their mouths in shock. One of them rushed at Lucky. The dog was sitting on the corpse of one of the goblins. A fire charge appeared in the hand of the main character. He threw it at the goblin's face. His cloak fluttered in the wind. He was purposefully looking ahead in front of him. The dog spread his paws to the sides. He ran around his master, who noticed that the goblins were probably too light, and once, at the beginning of the game, they turned out to be serious opponents for him. The guy looked away and noticed that the hunt was not difficult at all, so he would try to go further into the thicket. He closed his eyes with emotion and asked if he knew any commands. On one of the branches of the trees sat 2 dark silhouettes. 2 crows were located at the top of a tree. The bird stuck out its beak to the side. The young man opened his mouth wide in shock. Drops of sweat slid down his cheek. An information window with a timer appeared in front of him. He realized that a raid on the boss had begun. A group of players stood in front of a bunch of snakes. A boss raid, a treasure trove of the game in which you can get an incredible reward for defeating a powerful monster. In the middle of the battlefield lay fragments of weapons, but due to the too high difficulty of such a raid, only the strongest players can challenge it, which is often compared to the starry sky. A bloody hand clutched jewels in his hand. Not everyone can see it, but only the chosen ones can take possession of it. The guy with his index finger on the boss, from the income in the game, is truly astronomical. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and realized that if he wanted to become a ranker, he still had a lot to do. He poked his finger at the system window and decided to write to the support and buy hire-in something tasty. His finger slid over the information window. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise and thought that maybe he should try to defeat him. There was no one in sight in the area right now, and he had already killed all the monsters. High above the trees in the sky, clouds were flying. The protagonist stared at the system screen. He stood in front of him with his hands down. A dog stood next to him, wondering if he could be greedy just once. The guy lowered his head and said that even though he had tried to be law-abiding so far, there was no guarantee that his life would be better than it was now. The young man resolutely clenched his hand into a fist and said that he was tired of giving opportunities to others. Now he himself had a chance. He purposefully raised his head up and realized that he would do it. An image with information windows appeared. He remembered that he had watched videos of a raid on the champion's goblin many times, so he knew the mechanics of his attacks. Lucky looked up at his master happily. He realized that he had never participated in a solo raid before, but right now he could do it. A timer appeared above the protagonist's head. He realized that he had every chance. He clenched his hands into fists and announced that he would hunt the boss with Lucky today. The guy sat down on one knee in the middle of a dense forest. Next to him was a faithful dog. The timer hung over the head of the main character. Clouds flew high in the sky. The main character got to his feet and noted the appearance of the enemy, and asked Lucky to stand back. The boss's foot stepped on the ground. His eyes shone brightly in the darkness. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of the main character. Green markings glowed on the goblin's bicep. He abruptly rushed to attack the protagonist. He abruptly dodged his hand. The goblin kicked his foot against a pile of hay. His leg fell sharply down. The boss fell into a dug hole. The young man instantly threw a potion at him. The vials of liquid shattered the goblin mask. Drops of potion dripped from the goblin mask. Hen swung his arm with the fiery charge wide. A fiery projectile hits the boss. The main character reflected that the goblin is a champion, a boss who changes his fighting style depending on his health level. This is the first serious monster for beginners who previously fought only with ordinary mobs. The guy pointed his finger at the system window. The young man stood with a shovel in his hands in front of the dug hole. He added that even a player on the Viola with a lot of resources would not attack him alone, but if he found a way to knock down his pattern like this, then everything else would not be difficult. An explosion occurred in the middle of the battlefield. The goblin champion was enveloped in flames of explosion. He clawed at the ground. His head was peeking out of the pit. The dog grabbed the monster's hand with his fangs. The monster fell down into the pit. The protagonist praised his dog. An image of the information window with the boss's health appeared. He dug his claws into the wall of the pit. The goblin flew up sharply. He noticed that now his pattern would change so much. The main character put his hands out in front of him in anticipation of the attack. The goblin held out her hand to attack. His eyes widened in surprise. Dust rose into the air from landing in the monsters. Lucky sat on top of the monster. Flames levitated above the palm of the guy. Black smoke rushed high into the sky. The information window announced the receipt of a new title. The main character opened his mouth wide with joy. He abruptly picked up his dog and exclaimed that they had won. The guy held him in his arms and noticed that everything was easier than he thought. After all, he was just a monster from the first city. The guy closed his eyelids and remarked that it would be great if they showed him live. He would immediately have good sponsors. New system windows appeared around the main character. Hen glanced at one of them and realized that he suddenly had a lot of worries. But first he needed to show his cards. The puppy slightly opened his mouth. Not far from the main character, a red ray appeared. He opened his mouth wide in amazement. An image of a goblin mask appeared. The price of the legendary item shown on the screen of the smartphone. The guy was sitting at the table and noticed that the raid items were incredibly expensive. He put his fingers on his chin and added that it would be nice to put it on himself, but for now, he should be thinking about renting medical bills, if only he wasn't in such a situation. The guy was holding a smartphone in front of him. He put it to his ear and I will clarify that they are from an insurance company. The young man opened his eyes wide from hearing the words on the phone about compensation for an electric shock. He jumped abruptly from his chair. He held the smartphone in his ear and said that from that moment on he felt terrible, mentally confused and traumatized. So could he call back later? Because now it is very difficult for him. The guy happily clenched his hand into a fist. He put his card on the counter and asked to load him with $300 worth of gold in the game. Heck was standing behind the counter and asked if he had sold any artifacts. The guy put his hand on his neck and said that he was going crazy after that incident, lost sleep and constantly imagined poles with trucks and wires. The interlocutor on the other end of the line noticed that they would check the information about his hospitalization. If it was confirmed, he would be paid insurance. The young man happily clenched his hand into a fist. He waved goodbye to his comrade and said that he cried, pressed on pity and received a solid insurance, who noticed that it was not nice to do so. The main character was sitting in a capsule with virtual glasses on his head and realized that he shouldn't have to, but he needed money for a month to focus on pumping the hero. An image with a blue background appeared. He added that he had no time to lose. Goblin Forest. Clouds flew high above the trees. The green goblin furiously held out his blade in front of him. His friend was suddenly hit by a ligand charge. Hail of fiery projectiles hit a pack of goblins. The main character stood high on a tree branch. Below him, goblins were shielded by shields. He clutched a glowing staff in his hand for a magical attack. The light bow shot a magic arrow. It pierced through the goblin's shield. The young man triumphantly raised his staff in front of him and realized that it was more like a bullet. In fact, arrows worked best against rats that were hiding behind shields. Behind the protagonist's back, a goblin with a weapon was sneaking along the trunk of a tree. His eyes shone with a golden light. A red hood hung on the head of the main character. Lucky grabbed the goblin's wrist sharply with his mouth. The young man looked at him out of the corner of his eye and praised him, and noticed that he felt safe because he always had his back. He announced that they were going to the next level hunting grounds, clouds flying high in the sky above the trees. The system windows reported the characteristics of the goblin equipment. Green items of goblin equipment lay on the ground. The main character crouched over them and noticed that he had obtained quite a lot of ordinary loot from the goblins. He put his fingers to his chin and added that while there were no unique items like the champion mask, which gives a bonus for a full set, it turned out that unique items can only be obtained on the raid. Hen stroked his dog and realized that it would be great if a unique object fell from the sky into his hands. Someone's legs were rapidly marching forward. The guy looked back out of the corner of his eye. A novice guy ran away from his side and asked for help. Behind him, the man waved his mace. The weapon hit the newcomer on the back. He opened his mouth wide from the injury. The bald man looked back. His comrade asked if he had caught up with him. A squad of players stood with each other. One of them noticed that the mages had so little health that they clicked like seeds at once. The man was holding the guy's hair. Chin stood in front of him, who exclaimed that they thought they could get away with it, because when his guild found out about it, they would all be killed. The players laughed heartily at his words. The long-haired guy stuck his tongue out of his mouth and stated that he didn't care. He was on Viola right now. Besides, at this level, he couldn't even contact anyone. He hit the guy on the back of the head and told him to watch his words. The main character stepped on a tree branch. He put his hand on the branch from above and reasoned that these are rookie killers who don't leave the first city even when they reach the 12th level. They are amused by killing new players. They are just idiots who like to bully the weak. Hen looked at them with contempt and added that it would be unwise to interfere with his level right now. He turned his head and called his dog. He was frowning next to him on a branch. The young man stared at him out of the corner of his eye. He stood in front of him and thought that they had managed to defeat the goblin champion together, so maybe it was worth trying. The man put his hands on the back of his head. He wondered if they were stronger together than one goblin champion. Birds flew high in the sky. In the middle of the sandy path stood the players. The guy with bangs on his eye opened his mouth and noticed the amount of prey. Shen raised his right hand with a mace in it. He swung wide and said that he would start with the one that was closer. A girl in a witch's hat held a staff in her hand. The main character swung a fire charge. A fiery projectile was flying at a man with a blue tattoo on his bald head. The girl opened her mouth wide in shock. The guys opened their mouths wide from what was happening. They stood in the middle of the sandy road and exclaimed who had done it. The main character stood in front of them and remarked that he slapped a fat man in the face. He resolutely clenched his hand into a fist and stated that he, a great magician, on the air, asked to love and welcome. The topic of their today's stream will be the hunt for rookie killers. The guy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this is a streamer. You need to hide your face from them. The young man smiled slyly and noticed that he was just joking. These people are always so afraid to appear on the stream. A magic projectile hit one of them. His companion gritted his teeth in fear. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He thought that he was casting a fireball, and then another ice arrow, and the only class that can do this is an Archmage. The main character stood with a glowing staff in his hand. He added that it was the viola of some major. The long-haired guy ran away abruptly. The main character decided to teach him a lesson just in case. There was a quiver of arrows on his back. A dog grabbed the guy's neck. He fell sharply onto the sandy road. The main character approached him. He remembered that he had said that he was a great mage streamer, and his eyes widened at the words he heard. He looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that he would remember his nickname. Hen smiled broadly and invited him to sign as well. In the middle of the battlefield, a magical attack broke out. Clouds flew high in the sky. The information window reported that the level of the enemy's karma was lowered. The system board notified that the number of items he could use had increased, and there were defeated opponents in a pile. The main character opened the companies wide and noted that it is great to teach a lesson to those who make a living by killing other players. He put his hands on his belt and thought that he could have sworn that getting items was only a matter of luck, but now it was clearer to him. A red card was displayed in his eyes. He decided to see if he came across good ones. The main character pointed his finger at the card and noticed that he came across unique items that give the effect of the set, if you have a goblin mask of champions. He looked at the cards and realized that there was nothing to think about. New equipment appeared on his body. The information window reported that the effect of the goblin champion set was activated. The protagonist put his hands on his belt. The system scoreboards notified that his stats had been increased by 25 points, and the damage against goblins had been increased by 10%. A game screen appeared in front of him. He remembered that on his previous account, he managed to cross the milestone of 100 intelligence points, only at the 15th level. He looked at it happily and noticed that if someone else had seen it, you probably thought it was just a bug in the game. The dog shuddered up and barked loudly. Hen exclaimed, "Why scare so much?" He threatened his pet with his finger, and explained that he understood that he was in a good mood, but he should not raise a howl. The eyes of the main character displayed the game screen. Lucky was running on the ground. The information window announced that he had received a new skill. His eyes widened in surprise. 2 rows of skill cards for his pet appeared in front of him. He was reaching for the gold card. The system scoreboard stated that he had chosen a map. The guy opened his mouth wide in shock and wondered that it was a legendary rank. The dog moved his ear. He was standing on the grass not far from his master. The information window reported the skills he had learned. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of the main character. He knelt down and thought in front of Lucky and suggested that the treasure meant objects. The guy put his fingers to his chin and noticed that something came to his mind. Behind the guy, a red flag fluttered in the wind. A man who was nicknamed the luckiest player, the guild master, the immortals, Lapo, and his divine creature Lucky, the clever one. An image with pictures from the forum appeared. As the nickname suggests, all his content consisted of finding hidden dungeons. He was so lucky that it was even hard to believe. The young man shifted his gaze to his pet and thought that if all his luck was in the treasure hunter, he ran swiftly forward with his dog. The puppy ran briskly next to him. He offered him to try out a new skill. Lucky stretched his paws in front of him in a jump. He jumped into the distance behind the bushes. An image of rare items appeared. Information windows listed the names of the items. The main character ran rapidly forward and realized that all these items can be sold for a good price. There are even plants that he has not seen before. The gray puppy ran across the ground, his owner exclaiming that he was his most priceless treasure. Road dust escaped from under their feet. Lucky walked over to a hole in the roots of a tree. Hen and his pet stared into the pit. Under the tree there was a bottomless dark pit. Information windows notified about the secret hideout of the goblin shaman. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in surprise, unable to believe that he had found a hidden dungeon. Out of disbelief in his own luck, he grabbed his mouth with both hands and realized that it was indeed hidden. The system's scoreboard reported the characteristics of this dungeon. Trees and bushes grew behind the protagonist's back. He realized that even in the first city he had never stumbled upon a hidden dungeon. And now he had become a discoverer. Now he could live for a month if he sold this information. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He abruptly rushed to the entrance to the dungeon. The dog gave him a questioning look. The guy put his hand on his forehead and remarked that if he sold it, he would no longer be able to call himself an honest gamer, so he would clear the dungeon himself. A barely noticeable fog emanated from the pit. Vines penetrated the arch of the dungeon. In the middle of the huge hall, a monster sat on a throne. From the spear hung the skull of the Empire. A red-skinned goblin sat on a throne with a spear in his hand. The information window notified that it was a goblin shaman. In the middle of the hall, there were green goblins with red eyes. Blue eyes shone in the dark mist. Lucky jumped swiftly at the enemy. He sank his teeth into the goblin's throat. The monster's eyes burned red. The dog sat on the defeated and the monster. The flames of the fiery shell flew in different directions. Several charges hit the goblins. The goblin shaman gritted his teeth in anger. The main character stood firmly on the ground in front of the monsters. The goblin shaman gritted his teeth in anger. The main character looked at him and realized that now he needed to clear the hidden hideout of the goblin shaman. That is, the secret dungeon that appeared near the first city. The main character was holding a magic staff in his hand. The dog sank his fangs into the throat of the enemy. The guy looked around the dungeons and noticed that the goblin mage had a lot of stamina. But it was actually the boss, and his henchmen were there to distract him while he attacked. A magic sphere appeared above the red goblin's head. The young man jumped up sharply and realized that in order to win, he needed to win the moment. His knife plunged into the goblin's neck. Hen squinted his eyes smugly and noted the damage of his weapon. He had never experienced the true power of such high stats. The guy jumped back from the goblin. He waved his fiery staff. A fiery charge hit the monster. An image of the information window with the boss's health appeared. He gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist looked at him and mused that he wanted to finish him off with this attack, but now he had to dodge again. A magic sphere appeared in the goblin's hand. The dog jumped up abruptly. He bit the goblin's calf. The protagonist brandished a fiery magic staff and noted that he had only won a second, but it helped a lot in the battle. Flames flew in the air. A huge fiery projectile hit the goblin. The boss fell to his throne. The defeated body of the monster was lying on a chair. The system window notified of the victory over the boss. The guy happily spread his hands in different directions. He turned his head at the shout, and a red haze came out to save the goblin. He asked why he came back to life. The goblin opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he had come for him. His eyes burned red. The young man opened his mouth slightly in surprise and did not understand what kind of war of the gods he was talking about. Ash particles flew up. The main character held his pet in his arms and assumed that it was some kind of bug. He slyly narrowed his eyes and decided that it would be better to look at their loot. The protagonist poked his finger at the inventory screen. The system window notified that he had received a goblin shaman's staff. The guy clutched the weapon he received in his hand and noted its uniqueness, and that it could be sold. A system screen appeared in front of the young man's face. He decided to sell the items he had received. An image of the information window appeared, which notified that the received item could not be sold. The guy desperately lowered his head down. He fiercely grabbed the spear with both hands and did not understand why he needed this stick at all then. An image of the system's scoreboard has appeared with a notification about the creation of the main quest. The guy opened his eyes wide at the news. He's looking to your eyes aside. The scientist who developed this VR game, the creator of the most immersive world of virtual reality, Kim Min-so, was asked in an interview why he uses new technologies to create games. The man sat at his desk and explained that he just wanted to write a story. It all ended up as a hobby, and he never expected to make money from it. An image of a background with stars appeared. Shortly after, Kim Min-so died suddenly, and users explored the world of the game in search of the story he wrote. However, for the past 5 years, no one has found it, a story called The Main Quest. The main character opened his mouth wide and thought that this could be him. He happily spread his hands in different directions and exclaimed that he had found him. An image of the city appeared with a view from above, which explained that players were looking for this main quest everywhere, in all corners of this world, and it ended up in a place where no one expects to find something important. The young man put his fingers to his chin in thought, and reflected that complaints to the developers had come again and again that the game did not have a main quest, although it seemed that some people were looking for it in the first city, thanks to the Travelers Guild. The protagonist was standing in front of a group of players. He remarked that if they hadn't turned this place into a booth, someone would have already found the main quest, but he found it. He narrowed his eyes resolutely. The dog lifted his head up. He added that he was not going to tell anyone about it. He would pass it himself. The young man patted his pet on the head and noticed that thanks to him, he had found a treasure that others could only dream of. A system screen appeared in front of his face with a suggestion to open the card. Noticed that he had received a new level, but did not get new skills. He closed his eyelids and wished to deal with it as soon as possible, because he wanted to start the main quest. He opened one eye and did not understand that it was so bright. An image of a golden card appeared. On the card there was a phrase with a name, the first city. People were walking along the street of the city. The protagonist tapped his finger on the system screen and remembered that this is the same NPC you meet when you are about to leave the city, Yun's house. This is a secret entrance to the dungeon, which is created by the system specifically for the player. Hen stood in front of the small house and remarked that here he had no need to fear meeting these idiots from the Travelers Guild. The information window notified about the entry into Yun's house. The guy went inside the building. The dog opened his mouth warily. The owner of the house went to the guest and said that he had entered stealthily, and rattled like a china cabinet. The man crossed his arms over his chest and declared that he had come to leave this city and go to a large unknown world. The young man stared at him silently. He stood before him and replied that he had a question for him, namely, if he knew anything about the nameless god. The old man opened his mouth slightly in surprise. An exclamation mark appeared above his head. It was reflected in the eye of the main character. Yun stood in front of the protagonist and explained that the nameless god is the name of those who lost the war of the gods and left the throne. They ceased to be gods, and their names are consigned to oblivion. It is said that before their defeat, they left their legacy somewhere in this world, for future generations. An image of a destroyed ball appeared. Yun glanced at the young man and clarified that he wanted to find these treasures. He happily bared his teeth and noted that he could already smell the legendary treasure. He stretched out his hand in front of him and replied that yes, he wanted to find them. The old man took the ring from his finger and told him that once upon a time he had also tried to follow in their footsteps, but could not reach the end. Perhaps he would succeed in something. He handed the main character his ring. The old man explained that he should find Sakhaline in the city of Vega, and showed her this ring, and she would tell her what to do next. The guy stretched out his hand. He smiled broadly and noted that he had finally started the main quest. Yun stood in front of the guy and noticed that this was all he could say to him. He threw off his hand and asked if he was ready to leave this city and step into the vast world. The guy opened his mouth wide and realized that he would finally be able to leave him, and affirmatively replied to his offer. A pentagram appeared under the feet of the main character. Could the old man put his hands on his belt and say that good luck favored him? A blue beam rushed into the sky. From the house in the city there was a beam. There is one statement that absolutely all players agree with. The real game begins after leaving the first city. Players were standing in a huge square. A rope with flags hung from the house. The players opened their mouths in surprise and exclaimed that they were finally able to get out of the first city. The merchant stood behind his shop and invited customers. A white cat passed by passers-by. The man opened his mouth wide in surprise. In the middle of the mountain plain stood a city. Its main character declared that it was the city of Vega. The guy stood in the middle of passers-by and asked for forgiveness. The main character went about his business. Passers-by discussed him, that he, apparently, is some kind of pro on a new account. The protagonist stepped onto a sandy road. As he walked through the dark alleys, he noticed that the ring Yun had given him had additional effects that were on par with the legendary one, and that it had a set effect with the Sakhaline ring. The guy pursed his lips and thought that he would continue to receive similar rewards if he progressed through the main quest. He put his hand to his mouth and added that it was too good to be true. The dog peeked out from behind the clothes of the main character. He asked him not to stick his head out. Ropes with clothes hung between the houses. Vines hung from the brick arch. Hen went to the door. A system screen loomed over him. He realized that she lived here. The young man entered the building. A voice asked who he was. The guy turned his eyes to the side. The mirrored tip of the knife gleamed in the light. The girl spread her hands in different directions and wondered how he could get into her house, which was hidden by magic. The guy standing in front of her clarified that she was Sakhaline. He handed her the ring and added that Yun had given it to him and told him to find her. The guy smiled and realized that now he could move on to the next quest. The girl stood in front of him and noted that she could not believe that he had sent such a snot. It seemed that senility was taking its toll. She added that she doesn't waste her time on a baby who is only good for catching goblins, so if she wants to talk to her, then let him prove that he is worthy. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth in surprise. She raised her hand in front of her and exclaimed that he should go and kill 10,000 orcs. The information window notified of a new quest. The stunned young man stood silently in front of her. His eyes widened in surprise. He put his hands out in front of him and noted that this was all nonsense. She quipped that his intestine was thin. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. He flew out of Sakhaline's house. Sweat flowed down his face. He reasoned that it was nonsense. How many weeks or months it took him to do this. A system screen appeared in front of him. He added that he did not have that much time. The information window notified about the main quest. He clarified that the quest was designed not only to kill 10,000 orcs. In the middle of the forest there was a sandy edge. The goblin's weapon slid across the shield. The monster swung 2 axes. A girl stood in the distance and exclaimed that while the tank was holding him back, they needed to inflict as much damage as possible. Above them stood the main character. He sat down on one knee and realized what the essence of this quest was. The young man explained that he didn't want the mobs themselves, but the items that could drop from them, since she said to kill so many orcs, then if you catch them randomly, the chance of getting the item is 1/100%. An image of orcs appeared. He added that since he sees all the hidden information, he just needs to find the one who has the right item in him. The information window reported on the drop items. The protagonist was watching the battle and realized that the same orc had already been targeted by a group that had arrived a little earlier. The dog was sitting next to his owner, who realized that it would be damn cool to just come up and take the mob from them by force, because they were the first to target him. His eyes widened in surprise. The man with the shield froze abruptly in the middle of the battlefield. The guy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that the system had forced him out of the game. The green goblin swung his axe. The main character was standing at the edge of the cliff. He smiled and realized that with luck, his problem would resolve itself. The girl raised her hand above her. A huge goblin rushed at the players. He jumped at them. The guy widely revealed the kind of horror. A fiery charge hit the monster. The guy was standing at the cliff and addressed his audience. He imagined an open palm to his forehead and noticed that he had stumbled upon a group that had been in trouble. The guy opened his mouth wide in surprise. He stretched out his hand and asked for help. He smiled broadly and hoped that they had all heard the call for help. The young man abruptly fell off the edge of the cliff. His pet jumped after him. The guy opened his palm wide. He rushed down at the enemy with a bow in his hand. The green goblin tensed the muscles of his face. Laika was rapidly pushing off the cliff. He sank his fangs into the monster's neck. Drops of blood were flying in the air. Blood gushed at the sight of the impact. The monster swung his axe at the dog. A fiery charge hit his chest. The main character with a bow in his hands was standing not far from him. A status window with the amount of health appeared above the monster's head. The protagonist watched the goblin and noticed that he was not very surprised at how much damage he inflicted on orcs. Probably people are so fond of games and are ready to spend a lot of money precisely because of this pleasant feeling of triumph of victory. The guy stood firmly on the ground. A goblin swooped down on him with a huge swing. The young man stood unshakably in his place. He jumped abruptly away from the swing of the goblin's axe. The smallest shards of ice flew to the sides. He pulled back the string of his bow. 2 magic arrows were in the block of the bow. He noted that for 5 whole years he managed to survive in this game without a drop of luck. The shells rushed at the enemy. They hit his body. The monster's eyes narrowed slightly. A fiery charge levitated above the guy's palm. A huge explosion occurred in the middle of the battlefield, and he realized that the orcs did not bother him. The goblin's village was slowly smoldering from the explosion. The system window announced the victory over the monster. The rest of the players stood in front of the main character. A man with a shield appeared behind him. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. The guy was standing away from all the players. The sun was shining high in the sky. The squad got together and thanked the main character. He closed his eyelids and realized that now it was time to merge these noobs. The red flag fluttered in the wind. He explained that the game is designed so that the one who attacked the monster first receives most of the loot, and therefore he will not get anything now. He stuck out the index finger of his right hand and asked him to wait, because he was streaming. He turned back and thanked subscribers for their attention. The squad of players stared at him silently. The young man turned away and said that according to the rules, you can't watch loot from orcs. He intervened in this fight that these players started, and most of the loot is due to them. The main character slightly opened his mouth in surprise. He was allowed to take loot from the monster. They stood in front of him, and noted that if it wasn't for him, he would have simply crumbled them. The protagonist smiled slyly. He stretched out his hand with a gesture and remarked that it would be impolite to refuse. He turned away and asked the audience if they could see what kind players they were, who didn't even mind loot for him. There was a pile of ashes from the orc on the ground, who said that if he found something higher than rare, he would arrange a prank. He stretched out his hand in front of him. The information window notified that the items had been added to his inventory. A screen appeared in front of the main character on the inventory. He's in front of your eye, and he's noticed that it's pretty good. He walked a little forward and was disappointed that he had received some junk, so he would have to arrange a prank another time, and he realized to himself that it would be bad luck if they did not agree. The guy in the red shirt stretched out his hand in front of him and specified the nickname of the main character. Clouds flew high in the sky. He asked him again. The young man smiled and said that he believes that their meeting was fateful, so he wants to advertise it to his friends. The main character turned his head back and noted to himself that he certainly did not stream today, but someday he will definitely start. The vines were copied from the brick arch, and Sakhaline exclaimed that he had already obtained a fragment. The protagonist handed her the shard he had received. She looked at him and noticed that he was lucky, even too lucky. She closed her eyelids and said that luck was also a skill. The guy smiled broadly. The system window reported the completion of the task. The main character looked around at the new system windows that appeared. A huge selection of cards appeared in front of him. He opened his mouth slightly at the sight of the red card. An image of a skill card appeared. I took it in my hands and noticed that it was an ideal skill for fighting large monsters. The girl cast a questioning glance at the shard. She held him in her hands, and he asked what he was really for. Sakhaline asked why it was difficult to find the nameless god. The young man slightly opened his mouth from what he heard. She looked away and replied that there were magical restrictions so that only former adepts of the god could follow his trail, and clarified, in his opinion, what needed to be done to circumvent these restrictions. The guy's eyes widened. He stood in front of her, suggesting that he had to pretend to be a former adept. She handed him the ring and noticed that he was right. The system window told him the name of the ring. The information window notified about its characteristics. The protagonist examined the ring in his hands and wondered what place the altar of the nameless god was. The girl stood in front of him and asked what he would do next, because it was a dangerous path. He looked at her with resolute eyes and declared that no danger would stop him. She looked at him with a little admiration in her eyes. She was standing in the middle of her house. The information windows notified about the new chapter in the main quest and its characteristics. The system scoreboard announced the reward for the quest. The guy opened his mouth wide from what he saw. A huge status window appeared in front of him. He poked his finger at it and noticed that the quest was insanely difficult. For the first time he saw a legendary as a reward for quests. He reasoned that it was only a matter of time before he found an area with lucky, even killing orcs, where there was only a unique card, would take others forever, and there was a lucky next to him. The dog closed his eyelids. He threw his paws up. Lucky sat down solemnly in front of his master. The latter looked at him happily. The setting sun was setting below the horizon. He noted that he would find the secret altar for it in the blink of an eye. Fish forest. Glowing mushrooms grew on the roots of the tree. The dog and the protagonist looked down and wondered if it was the entrance to the altar. There was a small hole in the ground. The system window notified that it was a secret altar. The guy sat down next to him and stated that, as expected from a game of luck, the entrance was super inconspicuous, so that he would only do without Lucky and his ability. He glanced at the system screen and thought, why not look at the information about it? The information window reported the characteristics of the dungeon. The guy put his fingers to his chin and thought that the rotting orc was most likely a boss, and he was much stronger than an ordinary orc. Besides, those who had not reached the 20th level could enter. The main character was looking somewhere in the distance. The dog stood behind him and barked. Hen looked at him and exclaimed that they would go somewhere else. The dog cast an uncomprehending glance at his master. He put his hands on the back of his head and said that they would just leave him for later, because killing the boss alone with his level was not an easy thing. He averted his eyes to the sides and added that since the quest was for the 20th level and below, they would just come when he was at the right level. There was no need to complicate things. The pet looked at his master. With a staff in his hand, he looked at his dog enthusiastically and noted that he would show him what a boost was. Stars shone high in the sky. The orc waved his powerful arm. The blond youth gritted his teeth in exertion. The guy was passing by a squad of players. They were shouting claims to each other. A player sat on the neck of the orc. The main character put his hand to his head, recalled that when he first started playing in the band 5 years ago, he had a very difficult time trying to keep up with his comrades. The dark silhouette threw up his hand, adding that after that, the rich bastards began to buy all the skills and items, and the gap between the players began to grow more and more. The guy was holding a spear in his hands and noticed that then he hated those crazy donators. He averted his eyes to the side and noticed that perhaps others now considered him the same. A green circle hung over the orc's head. A magic sphere flashed in the guy's hand. He drew the arrow on the string of his bow. His mouth opened wide with determination in his eyes. A magic arrow flew at the enemy. It hit him in the shoulder. The protagonist held a fire charge in his hands. He threw it at the orc. A fiery projectile hit the monster. The guy looked at his opponent with enthusiasm in his eyes. The information window notified him of an increase in the level. Two guys stood next to each other and discussed that someone could single-handedly committed genocide of orcs in the fishing forest. A young man in a red shirt walked next to his comrade in armor and clarified about the unacombo. Who asked what it was, he explained that he was called that because he killed monsters in one combo. A guy in armor sat down at the bar and asked that his class was an Archmage. A girl joined their conversation and exclaimed that she answered, this bastard was just parents with grandmothers. Another guy noticed that he had heard that he was even streaming. The young man narrowed his eyes and wondered what could be knocked out if a rich Archmage was killed. The main character stuck out the index finger of his right hand and did not understand why his ears had been itching so much lately. The monster opened its mouth wide. The guy decided that he needed to concentrate. The monster was running towards him. A fiery projectile appeared in his hand. He tossed it lightly in front of him. The fiery charge flew into the orc with all its strength. The guy raised his hand in front of him victoriously. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He opened his eyes wide and noticed that he finally had the 20th level. The young man took the dog in his arms and exclaimed that they had done it. To think that he had actually been able to reach the 20th level in just 4 days. He rolled his eyes and noted that if only 5 years ago the game had been so easy, then all the 10 great guilds would have already been under him. The young man was standing in front of the system screen and decided to see which card would fall out for the level. He poked his finger at the system screen and asked what Lucky thought there would finally be a legendary. The guy closed his eyelids and noted that it would be nice. He looked around and added that there was nothing serious from the 11th level. The dog and the main character opened their mouths wide. The capsule stood in rows, and the warrior shouted that it was something unique. The character, turning his head, asked what was what. The young man, pointing at himself, shouted that he had received a unique ring, and called the interlocutors idiots, and also promised that the boys could count on him, since he had lunch, and offered to go. The man scratched his head and said that no one had received anything unique in a long time. The character looked down, and the warrior asked if it was Hyun and asked if he wanted to order something. The protagonist lowered his eyes and replied in a sad voice that he did not need anything. The man looked ahead puzzled. The hero, sitting in the capsule, asked if he could start it again. The young man pressed his hands to his chest and thought that it was strange when Hen refused free food, and decided that something must have died in the forest. The sky lit up the green crowns of trees. A skill card appeared on the screen, and the soldier thought that he had an incredible skill, and the system explained that the skill rank is legendary, and explained that the skill effect is that all targets in the specified proximity affected by the dragon's dignity receive increased damage from all resources by 10%. The warrior looked up and noticed how difficult it was to keep a poker face in such a situation. The human pieces fought, and the system explained that a long throw increases the magic damage it causes, but the dragon's dignity increases all the damage of the enemies it hits. A drawn character attacked a goblin, and the system said that, in other words, every player who fights alongside him gets a buff. The huge dragon opened its mouth, and the warrior thought that the buff was plus 10% to his attack power. The warrior, looking down, thought that it was worth appearing in the raid, and remarked that he would be more useful than an ordinary player. Then, turning his head, he thought that if that was enough for him, he would just join a large guild. The young man was sitting in his car and said that after that they would earn a lot of money and send Helene to art school, and said that he would drive her in a sedan. The large skyscraper rested its roof on the sky, and the warrior added that they would move into a huge house where everyone could choose their own room. The dog looked ahead, and the warrior thought that he did not understand what he was talking about, noticed, but answered so well. The character, standing in front of the sign, said that they had found the entrance. The player was looking at the screen of his inventory. He stretched out his hand and dressed himself up. The warrior bent over the ground and asked if he should use it to enter the hidden dungeon. The hero, putting his hand into the passage, thought that it was quite deep. His hand crawled under the water. Laser beams shackled the character's hand. The guy's eyes widened, and the narrator reported that they had stumbled upon the border of the dungeon, and in addition to everything, explained that the ring of the fragment of the nameless god had deceived the border, and said that entry was allowed. The passage opened under the feet of the warrior, and he exclaimed. Rascalina in the ground was moving apart. The warrior stood in front of the tablet and asked if it was a secret altar, and asked what was hidden there, and the inscription said if they wanted to enter the dungeon. The guy smiled at the inscription and agreed to enter. Stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave. A huge monster attacked a dog. The guy jumped away from the creature. There was an explosion, and the soldier shouted that he was attacking the enemy with a fireball. The hero, looking at the lying orc, thought that it was the 22nd, and thought that on the stream he would definitely receive donations for this, and turning his head, noted that he could not show himself to the world yet. He turned his head sharply. The young man, looking at the door, asked if it was the boss's room. The door swung open in front of the protagonist. He covered his mouth, and the narrator reported that they were feeling weak from the stench, and added that all the stats had dropped by 10%. A pile of vile substance lay in the middle of the hall. The boss opened his mouth at the warrior, and he thought that the monster was half dead and lived up to its name, and the narrator reported that the rotting monster had awakened, and the guy said that the only thing separating him from the legendary card was this stinking creature. The guy smiled slightly at the enemy. From above, the indicators of the antagonist's lives appeared. The creature began to attack the warrior. The narrator gave information about a rotting orc. The hero, looking at the screen, shouted what was this, and exclaimed what the hell with his HP. The enemy was attacked, and the character shouted that his HP was 30 times more than that of an ordinary orc. The young man was running away from the enemy. He turned his head back. He turned to the boss and thought he was huge, but noticed that he was slow. The guy jumped away from the enemy's blow. The soldier, while running away, asked why he was so slow, and as he dodged, he noticed that his speed was inversely proportional to his HP. The protagonist, having landed, noticed that he was only frightened in vain. The warrior, lighting the fire in his hand, thought that at this speed, he had about 2 seconds of time even after a long-range attack. The guy fired at the enemy. The explosion attacked the monster. The hit values dropped slightly on the sign, and the protagonist thought in frustration that this was all the damage from a direct hit. The creature opened its mouth, and the soldier thought it would take time, and turning his head, he noticed that the boss was the boss. The hero, looking at the boss, thought that killing him would not be a problem. The huge hall of the dungeon stood in the dark. The dog fell at the owner's feet, and the narrator revealed that they had received the title of one who does not retreat, and added that they had also received the rank of nerves of steel and sniper, and as a reward they had received a rune, and mentioned that they had destroyed a rotting orc. The warrior magician, approaching the body of the creature, asked if it was time to go for their reward. The light shone through the window, and the character said that it was incredible. Who would have thought that a soldier would actually be able to find a trace of a nameless god? The hero lowered his head and explained to Miss Sakhaline what was going on, and the character noticed that he somehow quickly coped. He threw the book away and went on to say that it was important. The girl turned her head and thought that for someone like him, this might be too much. The guy took the book in his hands and objected that this was not the issue, and then asked to listen to him, because he likes rapid progress. When opened his mouth, and the heroine asked if these were the last words of the rotting orc that he was interested in, and added that he was a simpleton, and the narrator began to explain what had happened. The protagonist walked away from the corpse and thought that due to the fact that it was a title from the boss, the effects were simply cosmic. The monster stood up and shouted that it was a parasite, and the protagonist cursed. The narrator continued without words. The creature stood up and realized what it wanted. The character turned his head and thought that first the shaman, and now the orc, both muttering something before dying, and noted that he could have warned first, since he decided to start the event, and the monster asked if the hero really craves a weapon that can even end his myth. The warrior's eyes widened. The heroine turned and told the soldier to relax. He cautiously looked ahead, and the woman asked if the hero was so interested in this weapon. She sat down in a chair and added that if so, she promised to tell everything she knew if the soldier would do her one favor, and the narrator gave information about the quest, specifying that a new quest for the main scenario had been created. An information board appeared in front of the hero, and the narrator said that the quest had been accepted. The tablet glowed brightly, and the narrator added that the cursed forest could progress after completing the quest, and clarified that the reward was the title of the omnipotent class, to which the protagonist exclaimed that the almighty class and thought that the mythical item really existed. The developers sat in front of the journalists, and the protagonist asked if it was true that there was an item higher than the legendary one, and if they, as developers, could make an official statement. The man widened his glowing eyes and said that it was really interesting. The journalists' faces were distorted, and the soldier said that such an object could well exist. The newspaper appeared in the frame, and the warrior thought that this was not the answer that would instill confidence. A man was standing in a suit, and the hero noticed that this was Kim's statement about an item higher than legendary, and thought that after the interview, no one had been able to find the mythical item. Vaughn stepped forward and concluded that it had become nothing more than a popular rumor. The brick building stood in the dark. The soldier looked ahead and thought that this was definitely the case, and remarked that it would be bad if the public accidentally found out about it, and thought that if he was careless, then not only he but his family would be in danger, and concluded that the consequences of disclosing this information were not something he could handle. The character thought that this would even affect the real world. The dog reared up on its hind legs to the protagonist, and the protagonist said that if he shared it properly, after all the necessary preparations, everything would be different. The hero got to his feet and said that everything was fine, and asked Lucky to be patient for a while, even if it was stuffy, because before doing anything, you need to complete the quest. The refrigerator was in the room. The character was holding a phone in his hands. The man was lying on the table and asked if everything would be all right. The hero was holding the phone in his hands, and the man wrote that today he would tell how to defeat the orc killer in the Wars of the Gods, and warned that it was not as easy as it seemed, and clarified that there were no supports, except for what could aggro, and added that as long as they adhere to these rules, they will be able to complete the quest, to which the warrior thought that the victory conditions are quite ambiguous, and the reward is not so good. The blue sign was burning brightly, and the man noticed that the reason many are trying to defeat him is because throughout the game, the orc killer is considered a trophy that confirms that you are a rising star. The orc stood above the enemies. The hero frowned and thought that it was akin to a prerequisite, as if winning a baseball tournament in elementary school, and added that they said that your resume should have as much as possible. The guy scratched his chin and thought that this was a monster with an unreasonably high raid difficulty, and concluded that in any case, summarizing all the information, it was impossible to kill him alone at the moment. The man in the wheelchair sat across from him, and the warrior replied that he was just working. The guy turned around. He was sitting at the table and thought that maybe this time he would have to find a band, and the character in the wheelchair asked what he was looking at so intently. The soldier smiled and said that he had been in a great mood lately, because everything was going well at work, and added that there was no need to be so serious. The guy in gray was sitting at the table and advised me to be happy for him, and not to sigh. The warrior's face was distorted, and his comrade asked when he would find a bride. The character got up from the table and noticed that he was too worried and advised him to focus on Helene, and he replied that he was fine. The hero lowered his head and thought that things were really going very well lately, and remarked that by selling only hidden information and a few items, he would not be able to worry about money for a few months. He turned around and thought that no matter how much the rope twisted, there would still be an end, and concluded that since he had decided to play alone, he had to see it through. The guy walked down the street and thought that there was no reason to waste his time on spoiled children. The store sign hung in the shadows, and the guy thought that he was sure he could handle Lucky too. The dog's paw lifted off the ground. The hero opened his arms and asked Lucky if she was waiting for him, and said that he had to go hunting. He hugged the animal and thought that maybe Midas was a common name, and remarked that there was no way he could avoid the fact that it would become known that he would start looking for the group. Vaughn stroked the dog and thought that he did not want to reveal his identity to the community yet. He stood with the dog in his arms and decided that it was all he had. The soldier held the dog in his hands and asked what the question mark was. A sign appeared near the dog. The narrator continued without words. The table glowed brightly, and the warrior read that it would evolve after finishing off 444 monsters, and added that after evolution, new skills would appear and stats would increase. The hero looked down and thought that it was high time for Lucky to evolve like other divine beasts, and shouted that evolution, and wondered if the condition wasn't the amount of experience. He looked up and noticed that everyone who had said that the main requirement for the evolution of a divine beast was to kill 5,000 monsters was wrong. The narrator rolled his eyes and said that he thought it was a random number between 5,000 and 8,000 monsters, and added that he had evolved after about 5,000, and thought that the pet was finishing off somewhere between 400 and 5,000 of his kills. The dog looked at the owner, and the warrior concluded that this was also exclusive information that he would sell to the community later. He hugged the dog and told Lucky that she was his good luck charm. The guy smiled and shouted that she had to evolve right now, and thought that she was already tearing the orcs apart, and when she did, maybe defeating the orc killer alone would no longer be a pipe dream. His eyes lit up with the potential for capital acquisition, and the warrior thought that it would be just great if it was a skill card, and added that it would do it. The warrior rushed through the forest. The hero leaned against the bushes and thought that 400 monsters would not be finished off in 1 hour. He pulled the bushes away and concluded that they still had to try. The monster turned its head, and the warrior declared that he would start with this guy. He got to his feet and thought that he could just test the skill that Miss Sakhaline had given him. The soldier lit the fire with his hand and thought that this was the third legendary skill he had received after the polymorph and the pride of the dragon, and noted that there was no opportunity to use the polymorph yet. The guy looked at the fire and thought that he had only mindlessly thrown it up to this point, but concluded that maybe today he would do it in earnest. An information plate appeared in the frame and clarified that the skill rank is legendary, and explained that the effect of the skill is that the soldier sees the weak points of the target, and when it hits them with a magic attack, it deals critical damage, adding that the skill is available to all mages. The hero turned his head on the enemy and shouted that he was about to see how good the dragon's eye was. Sodat, standing in a baseball cap, thought that there was no automatic sight system in the Wars of the Gods, and thought that accuracy was certainly important, although in reality only the necessary minimum was required. The orc bared his teeth, and the warrior remarked that it didn't matter where he went, the main thing was to get there, but it didn't matter to him anymore. The hero shifted his gaze and activated the dragon's eyes, and the narrator reported that the long throw effect was activated. The green creature looked ahead. The antagonist's head was at gunpoint. The protagonist, directing his attack at the orc, thought that the distance was 40 meters, and also concluded that if he hit the weak spot from the closest distance, he would be able to maximize damage by multiplying all his passive skills. An explosion occurred, and the narrator reported that he had hit the target from the farthest distance, and added that the damage was amplified and the magic power was aimed at the weak point, and reported a devastating blow. The guy waved his hand, and the narrator announced that the orc had been destroyed with one blow, and said that the young character had received a new title, and added that the soldier had received a rune as a reward. The hero, looking ahead, exclaimed that he had defeated the antagonist with just one blow, and thought that the damage was so great that he also received the title. He looked kindly at the dog. Hen turned his head to Lucky and asked what she thought. The dog contemplated the owner with trusting eyes, and he added that he had forgotten, and promised that next time he would let her strike the last blow. The man was holding a stick in his hands. The character was crouched on the couch, and the comrade concluded that he must be having a rough day. Approaching the hero, the warrior asked how he was feeling and told him to cheer up, and the warrior thanked Hugh. The sim lifted a finger and asked if the young sim had recently gone to the fish forest. The man looked up languidly at his comrade, and he said that there were rumors that it didn't stink so much anymore. The hero looked up and asked if it was the weather, and added that the smell was gone. The guy looked in front of him and thought that it was because he had killed the boss of the hidden dungeon. Chains broke in the frame, and the soldier concluded that the main scenario could affect the world in this way. Looking at his hand, the man thought that in this case, other users might notice that someone was completing the quests of the main scenario, and also thought that he needed to destroy the killer orc as soon as possible. The character cheerfully threw away his hand and asked if anyone else was playing without turning off the smells. Then his comrade closed his eyes and said that no one turned off the smells in the fishing forest, and the warrior noticed that there were indeed eccentrics in the world. The dog ran forward. Blood spurted from the orc's body. The hero, looking at the orc, exclaimed that he had finally finished off the 444th orc. The fire blazed around the dog, and the narrator reported that Lucky's body was being ignited by divine power. The dog's tail turned white, and a voice announced that Lucky was evolving. The dog's paw began to increase in size. The protagonist opened his mouth wide with joy. The dog raised his muzzle, and the narrator said that God had given Lucky a new power, and offered to choose a new power for Lucky. The hero spread his arms and shouted Lucky's name. The guy began to smile and exclaimed that she was the happiest dog in the game. Maps appeared in front of the warrior. The hero, looking up, thought that he seemed to have given her the wrong name, and remarked that she should have been called Cheat, not Lucky. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he couldn't believe that this skill had appeared, and concluded that with it, he could destroy the orc killer on his own. The fire burned brightly, and the warrior said that it was the Haynes group. The characters chatted on the sidelines, and the warrior asked if it was a contract with the Hot Rising Stars, and added that it seemed that only the three of them were going to destroy the orc killer. A huge red notification appeared on the screen, and the narrator reported that an orc killer had appeared. The character grabbed his sword and asked what kind of queue they were, and asked how many more groups were waiting, then shouted that he was there. The comrade in yellow ran out to his friends and shouted that someone was trying to hack him into a solo, and the heroes asked who this incredible daredevil. Thick smoke covered the mountains. The enemy raised his axe, and the narrator said that there were a few rules that everyone should follow during group play, and said that the DPS should not attack until the tank agraded the mob. The protagonist lurks with fire in his hand. Hen, looking at the orc, shouted at Lucky to act now. The dog opened his mouth, and the narrator thought that if there was a skill that even in the middle of the battle was able to grab an agra. The orc enemy raised the axe above his head, and the system notification announced that Lucky intended to engage in a deadly fight with the orc killer. The protagonist looked ahead with a confident gaze, and the system reported that the skill rank was legendary, and explained that the skill effect was that the divine beast expressed the intention to engage in a mortal battle and challenge the enemy, and also, the enemy could not attack anyone except the divine beast. The narrator gave information about the advertisement. The narrator confirmed that it was exact. The orc swung his axe. He opened his mouth angrily. Smoke hung over the mountains. The enemy's head was illuminated as a target. There was an explosion, and the guy shouted that he was throwing a fireball. The creature's head caught fire, and the narrator reported that it had hit the target from the farthest distance, and added that the damage had been amplified, and then said that it had aimed magic at a weak point and announced a devastating blow. Hen, looking at the antagonist, said that Phase 3 would come very soon. A stalactite hung from the ceiling, and the warrior suggested that they go see someone who was trying to solo finish off an orc killer. The knight stood in front of his comrades and asked if he could not succeed. Vaughn opened his mouth and remarked in a loud voice that maybe he thought he had a chance, but added that he doubted it, and said that it was impossible to deal with the third phase, the slaughter mode, on his own. The fireball was blazing. The monster's head was warming with flames. The enemy fell to his knees. The hero, turning his head on his opponent, shouted that Phase 3 had begun, and exclaimed to Lucky to run. Lucky rushed forward, and the young character thought that the higher the level of the player, the more important it was to have a tank. The orc raised the axe above his head, and the guy concluded that it was incredibly difficult for long-range DPS to resist strong monsters. The antagonist threw his weapon forward. The dog jumped away, and the warrior thought that if they had a mechanic that could distract the enemy while they were dealing damage, then no matter what level they had, they didn't need a tank. The antagonist fell to his knee. His head was at gunpoint, and Hen thought he had been pitching balls all his life. He looked confidently ahead. As he moved his leg to the side, he noticed that he had done it so desperately, with every cell of his body, for this moment. The warrior attacked his opponent. The protagonist's blow flew forward. The orc opened his mouth, and the narrator announced that the young character had defeated the orc killer, and announced that the hero was receiving the title of Orc Killer Hunter. The orc then began to close his eyes, and the guy said that the young character had fulfilled the conditions of the quest, and added that the hero received the title of the one who single-handedly defeated the orc killer, and reported that the young character had leveled up. The young man, smiling, exclaimed that he could, and shouted that he had to run. The city stood under the sky. The girl, looking at the hero, asked why he had already returned, and said that she thought he would tinker with it longer. The protagonist was standing in the doorway, and the warrior noticed that he did not seem to be injured. After petting Lucky, the guy complimented her, saying that she did a great job, and added that it was a good job. The character turned away and said that if this is already a challenge for the hero, then he does not deserve to know about the Almighty. She began to conjure with her hand and added that since he had completed his mission, she should reward him. Magic levitated nearby. The protagonist caught the magic in his hand. Hen, looking at the ring, said that it was the Sakhaline ring. The young man, looking at the ring, exclaimed that it was amazing. Leaning over to Lucky, he told her to look. Sakhaline waved her hand and remarked that it was enough to make such a stupid face, and said that she would move on to the main question. The guy turned his gaze to his girlfriend. The character raised her hand and said that the creatures were meant to wage war. Ghosts fought in battle, and she added that countless followers rushed to the battlefield in the name of the gods they worshipped, and some of them even achieved legendary results. The silhouette of a warrior appeared in the heroine's hand, and she explained that there was one who was able to do what no one could even come close to. The figure of the knight glowed in his hand, and the woman said that he was the one who created the myth, was invincible, and added that he became an object of terror for his enemies and reverence for his comrades in arms. The character lowered her eyebrows and said that in every battle, he was of incredible benefit to the god he served, but noted that despite his best efforts, the war did not end. She clenched her fist and said that it was then that he realized that it didn't matter how many battles you won. The girl stood in front of the protagonist, and said that it was impossible to end the war of the gods. The hero looked ahead and thought that she was saying that it was impossible even with a legendary item. Looking down, the woman thought that it was then that he began to look for something that could surpass the legends. She stared into nowhere and thought that this would be something that could end this war forever. The heroine turned to Hyun and said that he was omnipotent. The narrator continued without words. The character lowered his eyes and realized that this is an all-powerful weapon that can kill even a god. The girl turned her gaze to the warrior and asked if he wanted to hear more about this story. The young man, clenching his hand into a fist, exclaimed that of course he wanted to, and thought that it would be great if she told me more details. The character turned around and said that she would give him the same task, and the guy thought he knew it was going to happen. She smiled and said that you need to kill 1,000 zombies in the cursed forest, and the narrator said that a new quest for the main scenario has been created. The hero closed his eyes and thought that, most likely, he just needed to find the monster with the quest item again, and the narrator gave information about the quest. Hen looked away. The task plate has enlarged in the frame. The young man waved his hand and asked if he really needed to kill 1,000 monsters. The character looked at her friend and asked if he didn't want it. The young guy, leaning over with a smile on his face, replied that no, he was glad. The stall was standing under the night sky, and the protagonist thought that this game was just flawed. The hero, sitting down, thought that it would take forever to kill 1,000 zombies. The character, waving his phone to the hero, said that Hyun had received a call. The guy looked at the screen and added that it was Hyun. He put the phone to his ear and thought he had one missed call and remarked that he hoped nothing bad had happened. The character, looking ahead, said that it was his uncle and asked if it was Helen. The girl put up a certificate and said that she had received an award. Lowering his gaze, his comrade added that the hero was busy and said that Ling had been awarded for one of her drawings, explained that she had said that she wanted to tell her uncle first, so she called. The protagonist smiled broadly and exclaimed that as expected of his Ling, and asked if she had won the first place in the kindergarten. The friend hugged the girl and replied that no, she had won a prize in the city, and the girl asked when her uncle would return. The character looked at his phone and thought that she would even be judged at regional competitions. The man opened his mouth wide and thought that then they should celebrate it. The girl was looking into the frame, and the hero told Hing to tell Ling that there would be fried chicken for dinner tonight. The character closed his eyes and said that she was now confused. The young man smiled calmly, and the comrade explained that she did not know what sauce she could take, plain or spicy sweet. Hen scratched his nose and thought that it was true that they didn't have enough money so that he could buy her everything she wanted for dinner. The girl reached for the phone, and the warrior exclaimed that there was nothing to think about, and let them just take everything. The hero, clutching the phone in his hands, thought that there were 1,000 monsters, he would kill them all, and the girl on the phone said that she would go home. The guy closed his eyes and thought that Hen was just an angel, and concluded that he was sure it was not easy for him because his account was blocked, but he still tried his best. He had his back in the frame and thought that a new video had been uploaded to Vors TV. The narrator said that the action takes place the next day. The capsule cafe stood in the sun. The guy left the room. The young man, sitting at the table, greeted him, saying good morning. Heck scratched his head and greeted him back. The character, looking at his friend, asked what this young character was staring at so persistently early in the morning, to which he replied that the other day a video appeared on Vors TV, and now it is at the top. The protagonist, turning to his friend, asked what it was. The hero held his phone and explained that there was a video of some rich guy soloing to kill the boss because he was too pumped. Hyun threw up his hands and angrily said that these rich bastards were ruining the whole atmosphere in the game, and added that there was no point in running anywhere if you were going to be overtaken in a sports car anyway, and then asked who he was killing there. The guy was stunned on the spot, and his comrade replied that he had killed an orc killer. The video began to play, and the girl greeted everyone and introduced herself. Her hair was shiny, and she said that she wanted to discuss a new video today, and noted that the solo raid on the killer orc showed how monetized this game is. The monster was under fire. The second host came and added that from what he saw, his divine beast seemed to be playing the role of a tank. User comments flashed on the screen, and the guy said that people argue whether such an event can be considered solo or not. The number of views was shown on the smartphone, and the protagonist mentally exclaimed where so many views came from. A drop of sweat fell, and Hen thought that he was trying to avoid getting caught as best he could. He brought the phone closer and muttered that if he had known this would happen, he would have posted the video himself. The site page loaded on the screen. The guy sat down on the sofa and said that it might be worth trying to upload videos under the guise of information leakage. Heck entered the room and was indignant, saying that those donated sharks completely spoiled the game, and the interlocutor objected that the player did not kill a person, and asked not to get angry. Hen broke a sweat and suggested that the user might be a good guy. The young man raised his eyebrows and remembered if he hadn't said that all the rich bastards had been run over by a truck. A shadow fell on the neck of the main character, and he wished that they would be electrocuted. He stood up and quoted that one should do unto others as he would like to be treated, and then added that Heck should not be aware of it, and informed him that he was returning to the game. Clouds shrouded the sky, and the player reported that the forest was so dark that one wrong move and the characters would be surrounded by monsters. The guy pulled the bowstring. He takes aim, and says that these hunting grounds can be ignored by the player. The arrow pierces the zombie, and the system notifies that he has been defeated. The wind lifted the cloak, and Hen thought that for a player with the dragon's eye it was just a matter of spitting, and the interface informed that the skill rank was increased. The dog turned around, and the main character noted that they now have 74 out of 1,000 points. Lucky looked down, and the protagonist informed him that the ice bolt should have already yielded more than 100, but the pet's scent distracted him, and the system notified him that he had smelled a scent. Hen fell to the ground, and the cable barked. He licked his lips. Tears came out of the guy's eyes, and he said with displeasure that it was not serious, and shouted the name of the assistant. The plant had taken on a purple outline, and Hen noted that it was a black herb worth $20. The loading window materialized, and he decided to collect it, and shouted that such a thing should not be missed, and at this rate, Lucky would become his master, and not the other way around. The dog bared his fangs, and the interface reported that he had noticed something. Hen looked away and wondered what it was, and clarified that it didn't look like an object. The tree blocked the moonlight. The man is lying on the ground. The guy looked at him and asked if everything was okay and thought that he had never seen this NPC before. Yoshi stood up and asked who he was. The protagonist opened his mouth. He sat down and introduced himself as a researcher from the city of Vega named Midas. The glasses cracked, and the main character offered to help if the companions were looking for a lost or stolen item, and added that he could become a bodyguard on the way to the next city. Lucky walked around, and the man promised to help in any way he could. His eyes lit up, and Hen stressed that he wouldn't ask for anything in return. Sweat runs down Yoshi's face. A shadow fell on the man's head, and he thanked for the offer and introduced himself. He apologized that he did not want to seem rude, but admitted that there was no one else to ask. The exclamation mark icon lit up above the top of his head. An interface window appeared, and the victim explained that he needed to kill 100 zombies in the cursed forest, and the system reported that Yoshi's request had a unique rank. Hen bent down to pick up the herb and confirmed that they could help. The player put a brush to his chin and said that the answer to the question about the fastest way to level up is the same: collect unique and legendary items, use legendary skills, and find monsters 10 to 20 levels higher and knock the spirit out of them alone. The weapon rose into the air. The zombie falls, and the system reports that it has been killed, and adds that a new level has been obtained. Hen smiled smugly and mentally stated that this was exactly what he was doing now. Lucky jumped, and the protagonist said that there were now 200 of them, and was surprised that leveling up was so easy. The guy stroked the pet. The dog crouched, and the protagonist said that he was going to take a break. Cable stuck out his tongue. He jumped up from his seat, and the interface informed that he had smelled a new smell, and Hen ironically said that he had almost disobeyed his true master, and asked him to look for him later in Vig. Jack walked over and introduced himself. The notification window materialized, and reported that Jackie's request had a rare rank and reward. The guy put his hand to his chin and thought, the cursed forest is not popular. The target icons lit up, and he continued to think that he hadn't stumbled upon any players while completing 2 quests. Hen turned his head and said in his mind that the Explorers Guild was quite influential here. Sweat appeared on his cheek, and the protagonist admitted that he had not seen any of the travelers since he had been here. Lucky licked his lips, and the young man asked what was the matter. The mountain was covered with shadow, and the main character suggested that it was a leveling festival. The sun shines on Vega. The girl folded her arms over her chest and said that the hero was stronger than he looked, and presented the promised reward. Hen smiled smugly. The bridge blocked the sun's rays. The main character sat down next to the dog and offered to take all the awards and leave. The ability card appeared in front of the user, and the guy noticed that the card was quite useful. The young man turned around and asked if he should use Yoshi's reward. The map book materialized in front of the player. Steam came out of the crack. The pod opened, and Heck explained that Hyun had been playing non-stop again today. His friend looked away and was surprised that 4 hours and 44 minutes had passed. The player covered his face with his palm, and the friend asked if everything was all right. The man sat down and said that he was dizzy, and then asked the hero to leave behind. The young man jumped up and shouted that he was going crazy with happiness. The app launched on his phone, and Hen mentally said that who would have thought, but out of all the possible options, he got Ballista. The mage took the staff in his hands. As the name of the skill suggests, the Ballista increases the damage of the magic attack if the player does not move. The skill also reduces the cooldown and time of the magic cast. You can significantly strengthen just by standing behind and not moving. Hen leaned his head on his hand and thought that he didn't even want to sell this skill, and explained that Ballista went well with Dragon's Eye and Long Throw. The message icon lit up, and the protagonist mentally noted that he had received several messages, most likely due to the video of the orc killer he had posted. The user sat down on the couch, and the message said that the author was appealing on behalf of the channel, and offered to buy the rights to the video with the orc killer and conclude an exclusive contract. And the young man said that the video with a solo walkthrough is rare, and many want to buy it. The text of the notification appeared in front of the player's eyes. Hen showed his teeth and muttered that he was joking, offering only $100. The main character took a closer look at the screen and realized that it was not $100, but $10,000. He threw up his hand and thought it was definitely a prank, and grinned at who they were trying to deceive. The protagonist grabbed the phone and noticed that it was a verified channel account. The microphone was illuminated by a flash, and the guy mentally said that the channel believes in quality over quantity. They have cool videos and ads, so subscribers are gained quickly. A preview of the videos was highlighted in the feed. The man showed 2 fingers, and the protagonist added that the main content of the channel is promising newcomers. Hen bent his neck and thought that with this contract, he wouldn't have to worry about selling the ballista. He put his finger to the button. A sign hung above the entrance, and the main character noted that it wouldn't be cool if he contacted them about selling his video. As cars drive down the avenue, an employee asked the president if offering $10,000 seems like too much. The boss asked where he came from, and the secretary said he was from the Wharton Business School, and remembered that the president said it every time. The guy smiled and said that he knew that the streamer's abilities were exaggerated. Park sat down and said that Hyun was able to do it thanks to a divine beast and a bunch of cheating skills, and then he added that he was sure that the hero had spent a whole lot of money to become like that. The sun shone, and the boss continued that it begs the question, why did this guy spend so much money? Kim opened his mouth questioningly. The owner of the channel took the sheet and clarified that if the hero bought a level-up service from the Explorers Guild, they would level him up easily, and then asked why the hero would try so hard and put his life in danger to kill the orc alone. The guy turned his gaze to the officer and asked for his opinion. The secretary lowered his gaze. Park stretched his lips in a smile and replied that the streamer craves attention. The boss's legs were dangling from the table, and he said that whoever so desperately needed him would want an exclusive offer from a well-known channel. The president looked at the secretary and asked how he thought his opponent would react, and Kim nodded and replied that he would agree. The employee bent down, and Park asked what would happen next. He curled his fingers and explained that they would have lunch together, and if they had a drink, it would be even better, and as soon as they got closer, he would make Hen a business proposal. The owner raised his brush and said that the hero should be at least a multimillionaire. He smiled and noted that $10,000 was nothing compared to the chance of getting close to such a person. Kim pressed a button and said that a message had come from the streamer. Puck pointed upstairs and said that the boy would invent what the representative wrote for him to give himself importance. The secretary glanced at the answer and confirmed the words of the chief. He sat down and asked what exactly was written in the answer. Kim looked at the screen and stated that they had written that they would consider the offer. The president turned around and said that then it was time to get down to business. He looked away and added that he needed to properly promote himself on the young man. The trees stand under the clouds, and the protagonist exclaims that the monsters should come towards him. The crosshair indicator hit the zombie's forehead. Dust flew away, and the interface reported that the effect of ballista was activated, and the damage of magic skills was increased while the hero was not moving. An explosion occurred, and the system reported that the target was hit from a maximum distance. Hen smiled and exclaimed happily, and the interface informed that the magic had hit a weak point, dealt critical damage, and the player had defeated the orc zombies. Lucky ran to the owner, and the system notified that the hero had completed the quest of the main scenario. The street is illuminated by the moonlight. The girl tilted her head and asked what the main character was thinking while killing 1,000 monsters. Mutants appeared behind him, and the protagonist replied that the cause of the horrible smell in the suspicious forest was a rotting orc at the altar of the nameless god, and what made him think what if the cursed forest was also under the influence of the nameless god. The girl lowered her gaze. Sakhaline nodded and praised the boy. He grinned smugly and thought that surely the next task would be to kill the boss in the forest. The woman turned away and said that his next task would be to find out why the forest was cursed, and the protagonist thought that was the case, and after that, she would give a bounty for all those monsters he killed, and the system informed that a new quest for the main scenario had been created. The recruiter walked away and told the hero to go. Hen tried to catch up with her, and she repeated her order. The soldier broke a sweat and retorted that he had done a great job, killing 1,000 enemies. The girl looked at him indifferently. The main character clutched his head and clarified what kind of mistake it was. He grabbed the door handle and said he had to get out and come back. The book is wrapped in green cloth, and Sakhaline said that the player will only be loitering around, so she will help a little. The user turned around. He took the book and thanked him. Hen bent down to the dog and asked him to howl. The young man put his palms to his forehead and prayed for something good, and the interface announced the discovery of a unique skill map. The reflection appeared in the eye. The ability card fell into the hand, and the player thought it was a cheat for luck. The capsule smoked. The friend runs to Hen. Heck walked over and exclaimed that the users of the site were going crazy. The protagonist stood up and asked if he was working at all. The friend stretched out his finger and gave information about the duel cast. The main character leaned against the wall, and the young man asked if the main character knew why the double cast card had not been on sale for months, and added that it had appeared unexpectedly. Hen leaned over and thought that someone else had received the same card to sell. The guy looked at the interlocutor and asked how much it cost. The character replied that it was $60,000. The sword covered the shield, and Heck explained that after the launch of the game, the prices of the items were not determined immediately, because there are many types of items in the game, and it was especially difficult to evaluate skill cards. A skill card hangs in the air. The preview flashed. The exchange appeared on the screen, and the guy said that there were exceptions, including skills, which turned out to be too good. Hen took the smartphone, and thought that if he could sell his dual cast, this decision would not be easy for him. The message icon lights up. Buildings cast a shadow on the street, and Kim asked the president if it was really possible to send the document. The secretary stood up, and the chief clarified what it was, and the employee replied that it was a new contract on the video with the Archmage. A drop of sweat ran down the man's cheek, and he reread the text, and then asked if the president was sure he wanted to send it. The president nodded and told the secretary to send, and then asked what he thought the streamer had of success. Kim brought the brush to his mouth and declared that this boss was different from an orc killer, and decided that the chances must be 0. Puck looked at the interlocutor, and asked what the hero would do if his character matched their analysis. Kim smiled and said that Hyun would definitely agree, and the president asked what would happen next. The president glanced at the aide and said that he estimated that the hero had spent at least $50,000 on items and skills. Park bent down and asserted that they were interested in spending money on each other. The secretary looked at the monitor and asked why the amount was $12,950 and suggested whether $15,000 wasn't better. The owner of the channel held up 2 fingers and explained that if you pay $15,000 to someone who is worth $10,000, the guy will think he's being overvalued, and he'll think they're trying so hard to pay him as much as they can because they really want him. Puck spread his arms to his sides. He winked and reminded him that he had graduated from Wharton. His legs lit up. The protagonist twisted his neck, and the system reported that he had equipped an orc killer set, and added that the effects of the set had been activated. Lucky wagged his tail, and the guy thought that he had always wanted this set, and added that it was expensive. Hen opened his mouth and mentally stated that he could sell it at least later, so it was better than buying skill cards. He put his palm on his forehead and noted that he had also bought skill cards. They appeared in the air, and the main character mentally exclaimed that who would have thought that the day would come when he would start spending money on skills. The guy hugged the dog. Tears poured from Hen's eye and he said that no matter what, this time they had to do it solo. The protagonist took the pet by the head and said that he had drained all the money that he had managed to accumulate, and recalled that he even had to sell all the old skills. The text of the letter appeared on the screen, and the streamer thought that it meant that he was being checked. The mage raised his staff, and the protagonist thought that this was a test of whether the Archmage was worth the investment. The staff shone, and the young man concluded that this was his chance to become a star. Hen looked sideways and said that he had to do it alone at all costs. Trees spread their branches above the ground. The knights appeared. The guy noticed them and asked if they were from the Explorers Guild. Lucky stuck out his tongue, and the man realized that this was the same streamer. A drop of sweat ran down his face. The soldier folded his arms over his chest and asked if everything was all right. The protagonist bowed his head and informed that he was alive thanks to the hard work of their guild. The companions frowned and thought that the interlocutor was making fun of them, and then noted that the guild had told them not to get mixed up with him, as he could become a special user. Hen reached under his bosom and said that he had nothing to thank them with. He took out a potion and offered to take it. The guys took the gift, and the main character announced that it was a potion for stress. A cup of coffee popped into the boy's mind, and he added that he was sure the wanderer would prefer coffee, but it wasn't here, so he brought something that resembled its taste. The knights looked at each other, and Hen asked them not to refuse. He raised his hand and shouted that he was just very grateful that they provided order and security. The interlocutors stood under a tree, and the user noticed if it was the same boy with the divine beast near the people from the Explorers Guild. He noted that the streamer whispers very friendly with these scoundrels. The man looked into the distance, and said that it was true that the Archmage was using the special position of the Explorers Guild, and added that it was not surprising, since he was leveling up too easily. The guy ran his palm near his neck and warned me not to mess with him. The protagonist stretched his lips in a smile, and the player explained that if someone crossed his path, the Travelers Guild would skin him alive. The main character closed his eyes and mentally stated that he was counting on it, because he gave them free potions in front of everyone. Hen waved his hand and thought that it would seem like the Explorers Guild was protecting him, and decided that he had done it to minimize potential threats in a solo battle. The main character lowered his gaze and realized that in the best case, the effect would last a week. By that time he should have completed the mission. The branches shook. The knights ran away, and the player thought that he did not expect the tank to die so quickly, and then called out to the interlocutors. Zombies are coming. His hand was on his staff. The explosion lifted the stones into the air. The monster opened its mouth. The bolt of lightning hit a group of monsters. In Hen's hands was a fiery spear. He pierced the monster's eye with his spear, after which a notification popped up that he had defeated the orc zombie. Smiling, he thought that it was worth the investment. Zombies are killed in one hit. His gaze fell on the message that his mana level was below 10%. Drinking the potion, the protagonist asked how many more potions he had to drink. Flipping the vial, he noted that using a dual cast drained his mana at once. The dog attacked the zombies, after which the guy said that Lucky is great, he is glad that at least he has him. MC was taken aback by the news that he had reached level 30. His health and mana had been fully restored. Stunned, Hen glanced at the bottle and asked why he had drunk it. A lot of cards appeared in front of him, and the system said that the Dragon of War was sending him gifts, after which he noted that he would open a random skill card to cheer him up. Looking at the cards, he noted that the card had a unique rank. One of the maps was glowing red. Spreading his hands, the protagonist said that he didn't think he needed anything else for the sorcerer, but it would be great to get another attack spell, although not that he directly needed it. Lucky ran up to him. When he opened the card, he read that her ability was the power whose effect it was, that she increased physical strength and increased the range of all skills related to strength. The puzzled guy asked again. Holding his chin, he said that the skill simultaneously enhances magic and physical skills. It is a must-have thing for all magicians. It would be wonderful to use it on Lucky. The protagonist with a thoughtful look asked if he needed it. His eyes fell on the description of the skill. Taken aback, Hen wondered if it raised the range. The attack hit the monster. The zombie was furious. Looking at his friend, the stranger asked if this was the only zombie that remained, to which he received the answer that it was. There were no more zombies left in the area. Turning around, he asked if his comrade was sure, because last time they died because the monsters overwhelmed them. Pulling the arrow on the bowstring, the archer said that he had only checked the area with the help of an eagle's eye. Only this zombie remained within a radius of 50 meters, after which he asked to relax and just killed this creature. The wounded monster was coming at them. An explosion rang out behind him. Taken aback, the guy shouted that it was a fireball. He thought that there was no one in the area. A comrade approached him and said that there was no one within a radius of 50 meters. Looking at him, the stranger clarified where it came from then, because no one uses fire magic in their party. Looking at the corpse, the archer noticed that this cast had come from a distance of more than 50 meters. Holding his hand in front of his face, Hen reported that it was 80 meters away. He thought that this skill would be useless. Putting his hands on his hips, he noted that he couldn't believe that the effect of force affected the range of the magic cast, which meant that it was compatible with the skill of the distant cast, the dragon's eye, and the ballista. Lucky stood over the corpse of the zombie, after which the guy reported that this skill increases the combat power of the attack. Standing in front of the dog, MC emphasized the fact that this skill really changes the entire alignment of his powers. He said with a puzzled look that his range was now 100 meters, and considering Lucky's increased abilities, his gaze fell on the pet. Holding his chin, Hen asked if at his current level it would be so easy to defeat a sorcerer-wanderer. A scream was heard in the forest. The guy was frightened when he was grabbed by the throat. The guy stood in front of him and said that he was the one who killed the monster they were hunting. Raising his hands, the sorcerer replied that he did not understand what they were talking about, because he had only hunted within his zone. The guys from their team were puzzled. The archer watched his friend and said that Owl was wasting his time, because there was no one in the area strong enough to bring down an orc with one blow. They noticed the people in the darkness discussing that the streamer Archmage was going to try to kill the sorcerer-wanderer alone. They ran through the forest, shouting that this was the same one who had brought down the orc killer alone. The guys looked at each other. The protagonist touched the screen. He was holding his face. Smiling, the guy greeted the audience. His sight was aimed at the monster. The monster's eyes began to burn. Standing in front of him, Hen said that he had come there today to defeat the sorcerer-wanderer alone. Smiling, he added that it wouldn't be as much fun if he just killed him. He surrounded himself with energy and asked why not try to bring him down without taking damage. A fiery spear appeared in his hands. The attack hit the monster's head. The monster began to scream in pain. Smiling, MC noted that the fight was beginning. His opponent took the staff in 2 hands. He began to summon minions. A purple aura hovered around him. The skulls on his staff caught fire. Furious, Lucky rushed into battle. He began to attack the boss. The dog jumped to the side. He was preparing to make another breakthrough. He clung to his opponent's hand, and the guy thought that this was great. Lucky was helping a lot, not letting him cast. Observing this, the system said that he had activated the double cast effect, after which he thought that he should use this chance to corner him. An icy and electric shot hit the monsters. Frowning, Hen thought that this would help with small things, and as for the distance between him and the sorcerer vagabond, he aimed at the enemy and thought that there were about 60 meters between them. Waving his hand, the guy shouted that now he would be a stationary tool. As he prepared to throw, he noted that he would show him incandescent, scorching damage, something beyond that level. A powerful volley hit the sorcerer. A scream was heard in the forest. MC turned. The dumbfounded guy fell to the ground. The guys hid behind the trees and asked if he wanted to be caught. Returning to his comrades, the stranger asked for forgiveness. Watching Hen, they said that he didn't notice them. They think the streamer is just looking for fame. Owl smiled and pointed out that the sorcerer's vagabond items were expensive. They couldn't easily miss them, and then asked if the archer was sure he would strike the final blow. Watching him, the guy replied that he was sure, because the monster was already in the second phase, and he had a good idea of this guy's sorcerers. A powerful aura surrounded the monster. Smiling, Owl asked to be prepared, because when the sorcerer enters the third phase and uses summon zombies, this is their only chance. He imagined how the streamer was surrounded by zombies and thought that summoning zombies is the ultimate of the sorcerer hog, the essence of which is that he summons all the zombies in the area. The collected zombies will only attack those players who damage the sorcerer. All they have to do is steal the final blow when the zombies distract this guy, the streamer. Gusts of wind were in the vicinity. Frowning, Hen thought that all the zombies that were nearby were on the way. Smiling, he announced that they were now in the third phase. Standing in front of the sorcerer, he noted that he was able to deal more damage than expected, so he got to the third phase faster, so he could stretch his legs slightly. He began to do exercises, saying that everyone who was watching should warm up a little, after which he thought that he was ready to bet that the guys hiding behind wanted to steal from him. He had nothing to offer thieves who only thought about easy money. A smirk appeared on the monster's face. Smiling, MC stated that it was time to show the ultimate he was hiding, his fifth spell. Smiling, the archer noted that the streamer had no idea that they were hiding there, watching him fight. Owl was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist rushed into battle. He jumped on the boss, after which Owl clarified why this fool was running at the monster. Lucky stood behind his opponent. Hen struck the sorcerer between the sorcerer's heads with his axe. The dumbfounded guy shouted that the streamer was just beating him with an axe. They would not be able to slip through. Watching the fight, he wondered how the protagonist did so much axe damage while being a mage. Wiping the sweat from his face, MC read that he had killed a sorcerer rogue and had been given the title of Sorcerer Rogue Hunter. With a satisfied look, he asked what the audience thought of his ultimate. It was Frenzy with an axe under the power buff, which was why he was able to defeat the monster alone. He noticed the guys in the fog and stated that he also wanted to thank the members of the Explorers Guild who were witnesses. He hoped they didn't get bored. Owl thought with a dumbfounded look that if they were caught, they would be kicked out of God Wars. Hiding behind the trees, they said that they thought that Hen would be alone, because he was going to kill the sorcerer himself, but they were wrong. Then it was clear why he went so calmly to attack. Running away from there, the guys came to the conclusion that it was all about money. Smiling, MC stressed that everything went well. Placing his hands on his hips, he noted that his scarecrow trick had worked. He returned to the city. Sakhaline said calmly that he had finally returned. The guy was standing in front of her. Bending over, he reported that he had almost wet himself. He was glad that his trick at the end worked. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that he was able to win alone. A joyful Hen said that he had coped. The puzzled girl asked if he had done what she asked. After opening the inventory, the streamer gave a positive answer. Holding the stone in his hands, he stated that he thought that the reason why the forest was cursed was because of this stone. Sakhaline took the stone. Green energy emanated from her hand. The veins on her arm had become dark in color. The guy was surprised. Clutching the stone in her hand, she said that it meant that he had discovered the truth. Energy swirled around her. The stick was surrounded by energy. The protagonist caught her. A notification popped up that it was the staff of Sakhaline. The protagonist was surprised. Examining the artifact, the girl said that this shard was rejecting her mana, and then asked if the guy understood what it meant. An enthusiastic Hen asked if he had an owner. Looking at him, she replied that it was true. It meant that he was still connected to the real owner. Looking away, she said that she needed to make a compass. Standing in front of him, she asked him to go to the Dorito mines and find the blacksmith Zugu, and the system said that a new main quest had appeared. Sunlight enveloped the city. In the attached file in the message, there was a recording of the murder of a sorcerer vagrant alone. Puzzled, Kim asked what the streamer was talking about. Good results. Park said with a calm look that this was a test of them. Sitting at the table, he clarified what has changed in today's recording compared to the video about the orc killer. Looking at the recording, the guy said that first of all, the characteristics of his things have changed and new skills have been added. Smiling, he noted that the duel cast stood out in particular. Placing his hand on the table, he asked if it was true that the last price at the auction was hundreds of thousands of dollars until the seller suddenly removed the item from the list, to which he was told that it was, and the reasons were unknown. He noted with a satisfied look that the answer was simple. Someone offered a higher price in a private message. Stunned, Kim clarified whether it could be an Archmage. Puck applauded and remarked that it was the right thing to do, and now the Archmage did not hesitate after their request and boldly invested $100,000. Folding his hands, the guy said that after Hyun leveled up, he sent a video of the murder alone. He pointed his finger at the tablet and asked if what the Archmage had written in the last part of the letter would be empty words. Kim said with a serious look that this is a kind of warning. If the quality of the video is not high enough, then there will be no deals in the future. Smiling, the guy asked to change again the video with the orc killer that they bought first. Taken aback, Kim asked again, after which he listened that he had to improve the quality of the video many times over and use the money for promotion. Examining the streamer's face, Park said that if their guest is some kind of savage, then they should treat him wildly. We were transported to the Dorito mines and told that this is a hunting field designed for average level 40 players. The guy pointed his finger at the entrance to the cave, and the plot said that since the field monster did not appear there, the only way to level up was to enter a random dungeon that appeared periodically. In other words, it was a system where unskilled players were not allowed to form a party. The guys were looking at the entrance to the dungeon. They made their way through the dark cavern until we were told that time after time they would have no choice but to stay behind. It would not end even if the eliminated players were able to gather in squads. After which we were asked what would happen if a squad of 6 found a dungeon that only 5 could enter. A person was cut off from the drawing, and we were given the answer that the player with the lowest level or contribution would be eliminated. We were shown the warriors and told that this is really sad. But on the other hand, the Dorito mines are a place to search for true nuggets among many different God Wars players. Looking around, Hen said that up to this point, he had been someone who would have been expelled from the squad without hesitation. He noticed a flash and noted that the situation had changed slightly. Someone was hitting a stone with a pickaxe, after which the system said that in the main quest, he had to use the cursed stone as material to instruct Zuga to create a compass. Puzzled, the dwarf blacksmith turned his attention to the guy and said that if you thought about it, sooner or later someone would definitely visit this place, and then asked what he had to do with him. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist stated that he was an adventurer who had come on behalf of Lady Sakhalin. As he stood before him, he remarked that he needed to make a compass out of the cursed stone. He had heard that Sir Zugat could do it. Closing his eyes, the man assumed that the guy was in great trouble if he worked with Sakhalin, this mage with a bad temper, to which he received the answer that this was not so. Pointing his finger at him, the dwarf stated that he did not understand what MC was talking about. He knew her character very well. It was obvious that she would ask for something ridiculous at any opportunity. Sighing, the Archmage said that although it was a problem for him, Lady Sakhalin had her own reasons. After showing the pendant, the man assumed that he was an adventurer with an excellent character, since he said such things, after which he asked to take a look at this amulet. Holding the amulet in his hand, he revealed that it was made of soul metal, which can only be obtained in these places. The item reacts to the special magic of the owner, which was tied to the medallion in advance. Watching him, the guy asked if he should just find this material. Closing his eyes, the dwarf replied that there was no need for it. If it could be obtained, then he would do it himself. A joyful Hen thought that he really liked Zuga. Smiling, the man said that if the Archmage could clear the dungeon so that he could safely mine the deposits, then it would be great. There are not so many of them. Only 111 dungeons. The guy with a dumbfounded look thought that he was mistaken, that they would work well together. Night fell. Kicking the rock, MC stated that he didn't like the dwarf from the moment he heard his name, because he didn't understand what Zuga meant at all. Holding his head, he clarified why not clear 100 dungeons, why 111. Closing his eyes, he said that it didn't matter, he needed to film some content. He was surprised when an exclamation point appeared over Lucky. The guy stared at him. Smiling, the protagonist clarified what it was. He picked up the dog with the words that he would cover him, and he would just shut up and accept help. They came to the cave. After imbuing his comrade with magic, MC said that he needed a buff first, after which notifications popped up that he used a power-up on Lucky. He was absorbing a multicolored mushroom potion. The maximum health points increased by 15. Lucky licked the liquid from the protagonist's hand, and the system reported that he was absorbing the black grass potion. The strength temporarily increased by 20, and he also absorbed the wind fruit. The speed temporarily increased by 10. The puzzled guy stated that he wasn't sure if that was enough. He didn't need to deal the final blow to evolve. A notification popped up that he needed to evolve by killing 90 monsters above his level, for which he would receive additional stats and new skills for development. Lucky stuck out his tongue. Creating a cloud of fire in his hand, MC suggested that Mora would use his skills, because if Lucky couldn't participate, he wouldn't let anyone hurt him. The monsters were taken aback. The dog began to growl. He grabbed the creature's arm, and the system said he had defeated the miner. The surprised guy wondered if he could. Lucky's eyes began to glow. The monster was frightened. He killed another miner. Closing his eyes, the Archmage thought that he was too worried. A scream was heard in the cave. Smiling, MC thought that the 99th murder had finally arrived. The dog was enveloped in bright energy. The aura began to spread, and the system said that his body was changing. He had gained new abilities. The cards surrounded the guy, after which he thought that the evolution was complete. He was delighted. His gaze fell on the incredible speed ability, which causes his body to become a hologram and increase attack power and speed for 5 minutes, after which he thought that the legendary skill was between two unique ones. The night sky shrouded the mines. The guys followed the protagonist and discussed that he hugged this divine being. As soon as he appeared from the dungeon, they do not understand what is happening. Following them, they asked if Hen was crying. The joyful MC thought that it was only 9 seconds. Recalling how the dog fought, he added that he defeated the miner in 9 seconds. The Archmage saluted him and declared that he swore allegiance to his dog from the bottom of his heart. Lucky shifted his gaze. He noticed a hidden dungeon. Smiling, the guy thought that he could not miss such a chance, after which the system said that the rank of the dungeon is unique. The limit for entry is 10 people. The dungeon is filled with mysterious energy. Strong monsters are hiding in it. A possible reward will be a unique skill card. The guy began to drag the dog with the words that he would help Lucky in the dungeon. The stranger said with a displeased look that he knew it was a game of luck, because even that eccentric had a divine being. MC entered the hidden dungeon. Kim approached the president saying that an hour had passed since the updated video was uploaded. Picking up the tablet, Puck said that the protagonist had a terrible nickname. It was true that Archmages were a rare class, but not so much that there were only a couple of them, if I went into detail. Looking at the man, he asked what the answer was. Studying the statistics, Kim said that the speed of gaining views is not bad, since the Warsf channel is involved. Stretching out his finger, the guy assumed that MC uploaded the video of the killer orc to Worst first. The puzzled secretary asked if Park believed that the Archmage had spent his own money and time to spread the rumor. Opening the door, the president asked if he had ever seen his face on the cover of a well-known magazine at the beginning of his career. The puzzled man shook his head. Smiling, the guy added that, however, Hyun could appear in the gossip newspaper at any time, and his reputation would only increase from this. Turning away, he added that if that was the case, then such an action could soon be expected. The dumbfounded stranger ran into the room and called the president. Turning around, the guy paid attention to him. Considering the comments, he asked if Park had given the order to do so. We were shown the prince and told that Asmo is the prince of Saudi Arabia, one of the richest people with a fortune of more than 1 trillion won. As a man who is the owner of the club and a professional gamer, he is the one who spent $1 million to get the Archmage class. Imagining the planet, the president thought that in this way, Asmo became known as the person who spent the most money in God Wars, which also means that he collects absolutely everything in God Wars. He also tested various items and skills. On streams, Asmo has moments when he uses new items for fun. Pointing his finger at the staff, the guy said that he had heard that this weapon was popular, and was going to use it. Kim glanced at the screen and asked if this was the object that Asmo was seeing for the first time in the game. Slamming his hand on the table, Puck ordered to say that they would change the distribution of profits to 60 to 40. Smiling, he added that 40% would be their share. Stretching out his hand, the man wondered if this meant that they would have nothing left. The president lowered his gaze. Glancing at his comrade, he promised that when they offered these terms, the Archmage would bring them something interesting, a new item to recoup it all. The protagonist got out of the capsule and said that with such a rating, he would clear the dungeon in a second. Hex said with a dumbfounded look that his friend was just in time. Standing in front of him, MC clarified why the worker comes to the rescue so late. Holding the phone in front of him, the guy said that a new trend had emerged. There was a smile on Hen's face when he heard that the new trend was the death of an orc killer on the Rising Star channel. Looking at the screen, he asked if the views had soared, to which he received the answer that they easily exceeded 1 million. Taken aback, the protagonist asked. He was shocked to hear that Asmo had left a comment where he wrote that he had never seen such an item. MC was completely amazed at these words. He imagined the weapon and thought that the sorcerer's staff was a reward that could be obtained in a hidden dungeon. In God Wars, he was the only one trying to pass it. Holding his face, the guy emphasized that this is the reward of the main quest. He slammed his fist against the wall and thought he had screwed up. Upset, Hen noticed that he had left clues for the main quest, but even so, drops of sweat dripped down his face, after which he wondered why Asmo. Imagining the prince's face, he concluded that someone had definitely asked him to inquire about this item. Sitting on the toilet, he noted that there is a group that is going through the main quest. He was suddenly taken aback. Putting his hand in his pocket, the guy noted that he was 100% sure that the Rising Stars channel would want to make a deal with him. He saw an article that changed the distribution of profits. He got 60%. His face was calm. Raising his head, the protagonist emphasized the fact that it's okay as long as no one knows about the main quest. Even if someone guesses, they won't get caught that fast. When he opened his eyes, he came to the conclusion that he would do it. Coming out of the toilet, Hyun said that they had revealed their talents. It was time for him to show them mine. The boss of the hidden dungeon began to roar loudly. Pulling the bowstring, the protagonist thought that if he were an ordinary player, then it would be really difficult to defeat this boss. While observing the enemy, MC noted that the monster was constantly moving through these burrows, as its name suggested, so the attack pattern was impossible to predict. The mole began to bury himself in the burrow. There was a smile on the guy's face. He saw the monster move through the burrows and thought that for him, being able to see where the boss would attack from, it was no different from the game of catch-a-mole. His face was calm. From the darkness of the hole came the light of his eyes. Ice arrow hit the hole, after which a notification popped up that he had defeated the molehound and received the title of Molehound Killer. Standing next to Lucky, he stated that it was time to pick up the hidden dungeon card. A list of cards appeared in front of him. Shifting his gaze, he said that one of the cards was a light shield, after which the system said that the ability created a barrier with lightning passing through it, everyone who touched it. Looking at his comrade, Hen noted that since he had already learned the attack magic of each element, he didn't think he would need more. A light shield for Lucky was not a bad choice. The dog stuck his tongue out, and the guy said that it would go well with other buffs. Holding his chin, the protagonist asked if he should look for more buff skills. With a surprised look, he wondered what skills there were for animals. Lucky kept an eye on his master. Crossing his arms, the guy thought that with the help of acceleration, he could try a marathon. He introduced a running man and added that acceleration is a skill that summons a wind fairy that increases the speed of movements. Since the speed buff helps in both attack and defense, it is very useful and very expensive. A blue aura surrounded the protagonist. He is back in the game. Closing his eyes, MC announced that he needed 6 million won. Lucky stood in front of him, holding the acceleration card in front of him. He thought that this would be enough for almost a month of life. He would think of it as a future investment. The guy stroked the dog and said that it was great. Standing next to the dog, he emphasized the fact that this was the end of the training for the marathon. Standing in front of the entrance to the dungeon, he read that it had been taken over by kobold miners, and the miners' screams could be heard in it. Standing in front of the entrance, Hen thought that such dungeons could be found everywhere in the mines of Dorito. He introduced the athlete and added that if you compare them with athletics, then it's like running a short distance, which is why many players use them as a location for a marathon. Looking at the article about the marathon, the protagonist thought that the fastest solo result was 4 minutes and 11 seconds. A warrior appeared in his imagination, after which he added that the record was set by Sasaki, who was the Sword Emperor, which, like the Archmage, was a legendary rank and was in the top 10 players of God Wars. Taking the potion out of his inventory, the guy stressed that Sasaki set this record a long time ago, but no one has beaten it yet. Looking at Lucky, MC noted that even for him it is almost impossible to break the record. It will be nice if he manages to get close to it. Holding his staff in his hands, he began to talk about strength. A green aura surrounded the dog. Gusts of wind hovered around him. The protagonist began recording. Smiling, he said that it was an Archmage. Looking around the area, he added that today he will try a marathon in the Dorito mines. He emphasized with satisfaction the fact that Lucky would do it alone. His eyes fell on the dog. Waving his hand, Hen shouted that it was time to start. This was his dog's debut. The dog, enveloped in energy, began to run. He raced through the dungeon and killed miners. He stopped suddenly. Observing this, Hen noted that he has good speed and excellent pace. A monster pounced on him. The guy dodged the attack. Waving his hand, he noted that, as he said, he would not attack there and would even miss loot, since it was an ordinary dungeon. Watching the fight, he added that as expected, Lucky would easily clear the dungeon alone. The dog began to bite into the kobold's neck. His face was furious. Smiling, MC reported that it was faster than he expected. He shifted his gaze and wondered if he would set a time record. A projection appeared in front of him. His eyes fell on the notification that he had cleared the dungeon. Lucky began to howl. The dumbfounded guy asked if the marathon timer had stopped yet. Next to the dog, a message appeared about the ability to quickly attack. When using the skill, the body acquires a golden hue, and the speed of attacks and movements is significantly increased for 5 minutes. The guys were sitting in the office. Heck glanced at his comrade and asked if anything had happened. He approached the protagonist with the words that he smelled of medicine, to which he received the answer that he had taken a pill. Recently he had something with his heart. Smiling, the guy asked him to take care of himself, because he didn't know who would watch over Hiron if Hen got sick. Drops of sweat dripped down MC's face. He remembered how Lucky had fought and noted that he had really set a time record, and he still had the record. Sighing, he noticed that he was terribly lucky. There were fewer monsters than usual. Smiling, he wondered how the rising star would react when he saw this. Looking around the city, Park listened to what else he was worried about, because the statistics of search queries and donations of subscribers are good. Closing his eyes, the guy noted that he had cast a fishing rod. Surprised, Kim wondered if they needed to give another share of the proceeds and whether they would not incur losses, while the other party would benefit from it. Stretching out his hand, the president repeated that he had cast a fishing rod. He imagined the fish taking the bait and pointed out that the Archmage might mistakenly think that he was being treated like a fish. Park was taken aback by the question of whether they had received an answer from him. Getting up from the table, he asked if MC had taken a bite. Looking at the president, Kim spoke about 2 videos, one on order, and the other a provocation. They began to look at the screen. The virtual reality capsule began to open. Immediately afterward, Hen would get out of it. Looking around, the guy asked why there was no one. Slowly walking forward, the protagonist assumed that everyone was probably in the break room. Going to the rest of the guys, Hen asked why they were all buried in their phones. At that moment, he saw on the screen of his smartphone how the Archmage was killing the mage in solo, and realized that this was his stream. Smiling broadly, the guy reflected on what seemed to have been uploaded to the Rising Star channel after editing. Suddenly, a man ran up to him, saying that this was a new video of the Archmage, which was just in, and he noticed that he was just going crazy. Looking in surprise in front of him, the protagonist asked what it was in the sense of tin, and if Asmo had commented again. As if sparkling with joy, Heck gave a positive answer. Suddenly laughing, Hen said that this could not be. A moment later, he saw a comment from Asmo, who asked where it came from, since he himself did not know about this new ring. Dumbfounded, looking in front of him, the guy thought about the Sakhaline ring. Then the protagonist squatted down and wondered what was going on and why it was happening. With a visibly frightened look on his face, Hen thought that Asmo was definitely targeting him. At this time, Heck looked at him puzzled, while the guy reasoned that his items were suspicious of Asmo and not only him, but literally all players. Continuing to tremble with fear, the protagonist thought that if Asmo continued to watch and comment on his videos, a bunch of people would pay attention to him. Imagining people standing on a rock in his head, Hen was aware that disaster could happen. Looking ahead with his dumbfounded gaze, the guy thought that it was not safe to stay in one place, so he had to leave the Dorito mine urgently. Jumping up abruptly next to his friend, the protagonist asked to fix him, and he asked if he was sure he was not sick and if he ate at all. With his finger up, he stated that everything was fine and he just needed to recharge, asking if there were sweets. Hearing this, Heck walked over to the cash register and said that this was all he had left. Holding out a few candies in front of him, the club employee explained that they had a great taste. Shuddering with displeasure at his words, Hen asked if he hadn't thrown this thing away yet. Looking at him puzzled, Heck said that the main character of the novel he was reading ate them and even added them to his coffee. Immediately afterward, the guy would return to the virtual reality capsule, asking to be given them. A moment later, the narratives of the story are transported to a huge quarry, and the system will notify that he has entered the game. Zuga held the cup in his hands, noticing that he had finally arrived. Smiling broadly, the man with the mohawk remarked that it was a good job. At this moment, Hen nodded his head, and Zuga said that thanks to the fact that the mines were cleared, he was able to collect enough soul metal, and he wondered how he could not clear at all if he was forced. Holding out the amulet in front of him, the man with the mohawk declared that he had made a pendant and now he only had to activate it. Raising his hand up, the guy noticed that he would activate it as soon as possible. Turning sharply to the side, the protagonist was about to go to Sakhalin. Suddenly, a girl shrouded in green energy appeared in front of him. Looking in surprise, Hen asked if it was Sakhalin. A girl with gray hair, looking seriously in front of her, asked Zuga why he had called her there. Putting his hand out in front of him, the man with the mohawk explained that the pendant was ready and it was time to insert the key, so he called her, and the guy reflected that he did not think that she would come in person, and it turns out that they get along well. Hearing this, Sakhalin shoved her hand into the dimensional hole. Immediately afterward, she would pull out a jewel from it. Throwing the crystal forward, the girl with gray hair asked him not to do anything stupid. Catching the jewel with his hand, Zuga remarked that he could not do anything, because they had made a soul contract for this. Looking menacingly in front of her, the sorceress asked to stop talking. At this time, the protagonist standing next to him was a little puzzled, realizing that, apparently, they did not get along after all. With his arms folded to his chest, Hen mused that there were circumstances when neutral characters had to cooperate with each other. Watching Zuga insert a magic crystal into the pendant, the guy reasoned that the main quest of God Wars is to get the rank of Almighty, and it is a powerful item that can destroy even a god. Having finished all the preparations, the man with the mohawk closed the pendant. Immediately afterward, he held out a magic amulet in front of him, and the protagonist thought that so, if we talk about the main purpose of neutral characters, it is something like that they need to find a weapon against the god and kill him. Suddenly, Zuga abruptly grabbed the amulet by the rope. Watching the pendant rush towards him, Hen was very surprised. Looking at the magic amulet, the rest of the guys unanimously said that it was the north. Immediately after that, the man with the mohawk gave the clone to the guy. A moment later, several system notification windows would appear, notifying him that he had completed the quest Cursed Pendant and had leveled up, as well as received the title of Key Seeker along with a rune as a reward. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Hen couldn't believe that he had been promoted to 2 levels. A moment later, another alert from the system appeared that the Dragon of War was giving him a chance. Seeing this, the guy was extremely amazed. At the same time, he would click on the Get Reward Later button and think that his heart almost stopped, and he needed to finish the quest first. Holding a pendant in his hands, the protagonist asked if they were giving him this thing. Looking at the amulet in his hands, Hen received a notification from the system that it was a cursed pendant of a unique rank, which indicated the way to the owner, and also saw the characteristics. Stunned looking at his new artifact, the guy couldn't believe how a level 40 unique item could be better than a legendary one. Sighing heavily as she watched him, Sakhalin explained to him that he needed to go where the clone was pointing and check what was there. With a serious expression on her face, the sorceress explained that he could not refuse, and the system notified that new side quests in the main quest had been updated. Looking away, Hen received several notifications from the system about a quest in the swamp, where he had to go north, where the cursed pendant was pointing, and check what was there. As a reward, he received a legendary book of skill cards. After a moment, the guy was very dumbfounded, wondering if he would really receive a legendary book as a reward. Suddenly, he clutched his chest and pounded his heartbeat, saying that he would do whatever it took to complete the mission, and mused that he had to be calm or else he would be out of the game. He hugged his pet. The protagonist reasoned that the best way to calm his heart was lucky. Hen looks in front of him, puzzled, and says that he wants to get a skill card as a reward. A moment later, several notification windows of the system appeared in front of him, notifying him that the Dragon of War was giving him a chance and whether he would accept the skill card as a reward. The guy immediately agreed. Then, several cards of different colors appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the protagonist smiled broadly. Among the other skill cards, he noticed the Guardian ability. Looking at the huge number of skill cards, Hen said that this is what you need. The narrative of the story is transferred to the Night City. A tired man opened the front door, telling the boss that he had finished editing the video. Smiling broadly, Puck noticed that he was completely tired. Then the president of the channel pointed his finger at the file called New Record. After that, a video opened, where Hen, pointing his hand to the side, said that today he would try a marathon. At this time, the wolf was looking seriously in front of him, while his master told him that, however, today it would be carried out alone by Lucky. The guy in glasses looked at the leader of the company, says that the fencer, probably, could not even imagine that his record, which no one could beat for a long time, would be surpassed by a dog. Happily looking in front of him, the blonde guy asked how many views there were on this video. With a joyful expression on his face, the studio employee replied that it was about 2 million. Imagining a knight in armor in his head, the man stated that this divine being had broken the record of the same swordsman alone, and there was no better topic for discussion. Looking at the video length line, the channel employee noticed that it was very well done, given the rush. Delighted by what he heard, the editor told the director that it was a real miracle to do such a thing in just a day. At this time, I saw and continued to walk. At the same time, the protagonist, thinking about it, said that many people were curious about what kind of objects he had used before. Suddenly, Park smiled broadly as he talked about 10 million. Moments later, all of his employees were stunned when he stated that the video would definitely get 10 million views. The plot shows us a yellow card, explaining that it is a guardian's skill. Visualizing a knight in golden armor, the plot told that it was a skill that makes defeated monsters follow him. Showing a wizard pointing his hand forward, the plot added that this is a special skill that can only be learned by an archmage, for example, with the help of the technique of the inevitable killing of Asmo. Looking at the description of the keeper's skill, Hen reasoned that, to be honest, the skill itself was not so convenient to use. With a snide grin, the protagonist noted that it was because it was very difficult to meet the conditions for its use. Imagining in his head how he fights a strong monster, Hen said that monsters with a level significantly higher than the players cannot be appointed guardians. Visualizing himself standing on a mountain of monster corpses, the guy added that it was also necessary to catch more than 100 monsters of the chosen type in a limited period of time. Imagining a huge dragon releasing poison from its mouth, the protagonist pondered that, in other words, it is almost impossible to make a strong monster or boss who rarely appears as his guardian. Visualizing a man connected by magic to a monster, Hen reasoned that the reason Keeper Asmo was able to become so famous was his ability to use player items, even legendary ones. Imagining the image of a man who controls the monster of an Egyptian deity, the guy thought that the Keeper of Asmo has a bunch of legendary items, none of which ordinary users can afford. Standing next to his familiar, the protagonist mused that he could choose a guardian and use him as a tank, so that Lucky would be able to better focus the cost of the attack. Looking in front of him, Hen reasoned that he had previously thought of buying the golem's summoning skill and using it as a tank, but he noticed that the golem's summoning skill was terribly expensive. Slowly moving forward, the guy declared that it was time for them to go. Immediately afterward, the protagonist cast speed and strength magic on himself, and told Lucky to go forward at full speed. The system would then transport him to the outside of the quarry and notify him that he had come out of the dungeon, which was protected. At the same time, Hen and his pet found themselves in the middle of the mountain, while someone said that the target was moving. A person watching the guy from the outside asked who this person was, on whom so much money was being spent. The assassin stood behind his leader, asking if 3 people were too much to catch 1 mage. Glancing sharply in the direction of the mercenary, he asked how they knew what the customer was thinking, and explained that if they gave money, they just had to thank him and do his job. His ally came closer, saying that it was true, and the easier it was, the better for them. Looking at Hen walking through his career, the killer asked if he had run. Looking forward, the mercenary asked what he had suddenly smelled and if he had smelled something. At this moment, the assassins flinched in surprise, and one of them asked what could make a player of the Archmage class run around like that. Pointing his finger forward, the black-haired guy asked if they should follow him right away or if it was better to follow him unnoticed. When his ally was very puzzled, they said that he had to wait. Looking in front of him, the killer said that everything was very bad. At the same time, he noticed how Hen turned sharply back. Immediately afterward, the assassins rushed to attack, saying that they had screwed up. They were chasing a guy running away from them. Glancing sharply to the side, the protagonist told his pet to stop. Hearing this, the wolf turned back and began to bark. Standing in the middle of the quarry, Hen noticed that they would not catch up with him. Holding the amulet in his hands, the guy thought that they would definitely not catch up. Things just needed to look at the effects of this artifact. Immediately after, a system notification window would appear out of nowhere, showing the characteristics of the cursed pendant. Looking away, the protagonist reasoned that he did not need to worry about agony with this, and he would easily cope with the pursuers. After stroking his pet, the guy told him that his first video had just been posted online. Looking happily at the wolf, the protagonist asked if he would change his subject after 10 million views. Looking at his pet, Hen noticed that he was the best. Looking at the swamp in front, the guy said that he needed to go to the next destination. In this place, the roots of the trees were flooded with green water. The commentator asked that the video of the Archmage had already been uploaded. While on the Rising Star channel, commentators asked about the Archmage and explained that there was no video with this name, and they needed to look for a lucky BJ. Then we were shown an icon of a video with a new record, where a wolf was depicted. On the screen of the smartphone, several comments were visible, where the guys said that the video was popular only because of the name of the Archmage, and it was necessary not to write anything, because he was paid money for this. In the middle of the video, an image of Lucky appeared, shrouded in yellow energy. A moment later, the audience saw how the wolf received notifications from the system that he had cleared the dungeon. Looking at the video time of 4 minutes, commentators noticed that they broke the record of a swordsman in the Dorito mine, and only a dog did it. The guy happily stared at the screen of his smartphone, asking if this was serious. One of the commentators suddenly wrote that the fencer lost to the dog. The guys read the comments on their gadget. They say that all the work was done by the creature, and the Archmage just folded his hands and stood aside, so you can see how someone lost. Suddenly, he pointed his finger at the time of the video, which was not over yet, and asked why it was only 5 minutes long, and if it was some kind of glitch, and the commentators noticed that the Archmage showed up, and there would be something else there. At the same moment, Hen thoughtfully looked away and said that he knew that many people were curious about what kind of objects he had used before. Grinning mischievously, the guy explained that that's why he had prepared something for them. Holding a white stick in his hand, the protagonist stated that if one of them knew what it was, he would tell him about all the objects he used. At the same time, Asmo wrote a comment under the video, who said that he also knew nothing about this subject, and asked not to mock them, but just to tell them. A moment later, there was a notification that he had donated $10,000. The narrative of the story is transferred to the World Club. People who are there were dumbfounded looking at the screens of their gadgets, saying that this new video is also cool. Looking at Hen on the screen, the man said that he did not think that he would respond to the comment left by Asmo under the last video. Looking at Asmo's comment that he knows nothing about this subject, and his donation of $10,000, someone said that in addition, an object that Asmo does not know about has reappeared there, and the views are simply unreal. In the room, a huge number of people were talking to each other, stating that these two seemed to have conspired on purpose to gain views, and it seemed that it was too faked. At the same moment, the black-haired guy was trembling with displeasure. Looking seriously in front of him, the man asked if he really thought they were hellish. The guys approached the guy with black hair and asked why he was trembling all over. Lowering his head down, he replied that he just had a stomachache. Looking in front of him puzzled after what he heard, the guy in the purple sweater reflected that it seemed that he was very jealous of the Archmage, which had already twisted him all over, and said that he knew that he was very busy now, but there was no need to overexert himself. While the rest of the people around were saying with dissatisfaction that he just had to keep playing, and it was a shame, his friend noticed that he would not earn much as a miner anyway. At the same time, Hen, hiding his smile, wondered if the truth would not work, and realized that he was already earning too much. Sitting on the toilet, the guy thought that now he would spend some money. Opening the app on his smartphone, the protagonist reflected that it was time to lay down in promoting his video. With a smile on his face, Hen reasoned that if everything had gone according to the original plan, he would have bought the golem summoning. Imagining the icon of the guardian's skill in his head, the guy thought that the tank was not so important to him. With a joyful expression on his face, the protagonist wondered which skill to buy, because all the buffs and new spells are so good that his eyes run wild. Then, he decided to check the price of the golem summoning skill, which was $11,000. Looking in surprise in front of him, the protagonist wondered why it was so cheap. Immediately afterward, Hen would click on the buy button, thinking that it didn't matter that he already had a keeper. Suddenly, there was an alert that the product was sold out. Very upset by what he saw, the guy said that he was deceived, and he did not need to think so long, but now it is still not necessary. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the office, where there were plants near the window. Kim held the documents in his hands, saying that everything was going exactly as he expected, but did not look pleased. At the same moment, Park, taking the papers from him, explained that it was all because it only caused unnecessary problems. Looking at him puzzled after what he had heard, the secretary asked if he was worried about something again. Looking sadly straight ahead, the channel director asked what they were doing for the Archmage. Showing 2 of his fingers, Kim explained that they edit videos, upload them to the channel, and also promote them. Leafing through the documents in his hands, the blonde guy asked that only they could do this. Moments later, the secretary was puzzled when his boss explained that the Archmage is a media giant who writes scripts with Asmo. They are only temporary content providers who can be replaced at any time. Sighing heavily, Puck stated that in order for the Archmage to want to renew this contract, he could show him their good faith. With a snide grin, the director of the channel explained that it was time to use the secret of the Wharton Business School. Taking the document from him, Kim asked what the secret was. Looking at him, the blonde guy was talking about a bribe. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story shifts to a swampy area, where the plot revealed that this is a hunting ground for players above level 50, located north of the Dorito mines, and a place where many players struggle due to the swamp that stretches across the map and the shadows of the trees. A person stepped into the water. They say that he got everything. We made our way through the swamp. The knight said that it was just a vapor, and the plot explained that the water usually reaches the ankle, but in some places the depth can reach the level of the knees, which greatly delays the players. At this time, a monster was hiding in the water, and the player noticed that even the cursed forest is better than this. The crocodile slowly swam forward as the story said that. However, the slowdown also applies to mobs. At the same moment, a splash of water was created in front of Hen. A huge monster emerged from the swamp. The guy understood that this only played into his hands. At the same time, the protagonist created several fire spells around himself. A moment later, Hen released fireballs forward. Then they hit the monster that burst out of the water. After the damage received, the monster began to fall unconscious, and the system promised that he eliminated the lizard and the rank of the fireball skill was increased. Looking happily in front of him, the guy thought that when the mobs were so slow, it was easy to finish them off, and the system notified that the rank of the ballista skill had been increased and the title of first killed lizard had been obtained. A moment later, the protagonist was very frightened when the corpse of the monster fell in front of him. Looking in displeasure in front of him, Hen would say that his new skin was getting dirty and ask if he knew how much it cost, and the system would notify him that it was wearing the rags of a sorcerer, a blonde sorcerer tramp, and it was a full set of 5-piece equipment that gave plus 10% to damage. At this time, the wolf raised his paw from the water. He stood in the middle of the swamp with a sad expression on his face. After petting his pet, Hen asked if he was tired and offered to rest for a while, because they had to complete the quest and leave immediately. Noticing that the amulet was stretching to the side, the guy thought that even if he had to kill 1,000 mobs, he would gladly do it. Then the protagonist, together with his pet, approached a cluster of branches. Looking at the cave made of trees, Hen asked if they could go there. Immediately after that, the guy touched the branches. Holding on to the arch, the protagonist received notifications from the system that it was a hidden lizard nest, and also saw the characteristics. Looking puzzled in front of him, Hen asked if it was really necessary to kill all these monsters. Noticing that the number of lizards inside was 1998, and the guy asked if it was serious. Raising his hands up, the protagonist declared that he could not kill so much in his entire life. Clutching his head, Hen thought that this dungeon was definitely for a team run, and noted that this would not work, because first you need to increase your strength. Sighing heavily, the guy said that he needed to run the keeper. The narrative of the story is transferred some time later, when the monster's hand was lying in the water. The corpse of the monster was in the swamp, and the system notified that 100 lizard warriors had been defeated, and he could summon the lizard warrior as his guardian. Raising a white stick, the guardian's call. A moment later, the monster's body was shrouded in yellow light. Immediately after that, the lizard warrior rose from the dead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Hen stood in front of the lizard who was bowing before him. Suddenly, the guy saw something amazing. Noticing a question mark above his head, the protagonist asked why he had it there, because he was not a neutral character. Looking in surprise in front of him, the protagonist noticed that this could not be. As he continued to watch the question mark above the lizard's head, Hen wondered if the guardians also had hidden quests. Hen stared at the question mark above his guardian's head. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of the guy, notifying him about the manifestation of loyalty, namely, that if the guardian protects the owner from ordinary monsters without running away, then the loyalty increases to level 8, and then the stats increase. Looking puzzled in front of him, the protagonist wondered if the keeper really had a system of loyalty. After receiving the information, Hen thought for a moment. Then he looked at the swamp in front of him. A huge lizard warrior swung his blade. He fought against his kinsmen with swords. Suddenly, the guardian swung his hand to strike again. A moment later, the lizard warrior attacked his opponent, and the system promised that he had eliminated the lizard. Creating a fireball in his hand, the guy reflected that it takes an average of 3 minutes and 33 seconds to catch a lizard with all the buffs. With his serious gaze forward, the protagonist wondered how much stronger he would become if his loyalty was increased. Approaching his companion, Hen said that this time there was no need to attack, and asked to be on the defensive. Hearing this, the lizard warrior held out his blade in front of him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a system notification window appeared, notifying them that if the guardian protects the master from normal monsters without escaping for 33 minutes, loyalty increases to level 8. As he hugged his wolf, Hen pondered the hidden condition that he had to defend himself for more than 33 minutes without killing monsters. Watching the battle of the lizard warrior, the guy said that if you play like this normally, it is definitely impossible to understand it. Imagining the image of a great sorcerer in his head, the protagonist thought that, of course, for Asmo, an archmage who boasts that he can learn all kinds of skills, a keeper is an absolutely useless skill. Getting up from the ground, Hen thought that he would be the first archmage to understand the system of loyalty. At this moment, the lizard warrior crossed blades with his opponent, and the system notified that the guardian was protecting him for 33 minutes, and the guardian's loyalty system reached level 8, so a new attack skill was added. Looking joyfully in front of him, the guy noticed that he did a great job. At the same moment, the warrior lizard looked menacingly in front of him. Holding the blade in front of him, the keeper shouted that he was fighting in the name of the Lord. A moment later, the lizard warrior made several attacks on his opponent. Then he swung his leg. Immediately after that, the guardian struck his kin. Puzzled, watching what was happening, Hen thought that he had spoken, and even used a new ability, and his loyalty had only increased by 1 level, and such changes. A moment later, the blade plunged into the swamp. The guardian bowed to his master as he pondered that it had taken him 2 minutes and 57 seconds to eliminate the lizard, and the system announced victory. Closing his eyes, the lizard warrior asked for a name, and in the future he was going to prove to him that he was worthy of it. With a surprised expression on his face, the protagonist thought that he could even be given a name. Looking away, Hen said that his name would be Gold. Looking at the keeper bowing before him, the guy said that it meant a solid bar of gold, matching the keeper, and gold for short, and in English gold. Bowing my head, the lizard warrior declared that he was deeply moved by his choice, noting that it was a worthy name. Standing opposite his master, the keeper asked for a new order. He pointed his finger at the wolf standing next to him. Gold said that you would prove to him that he was better than this stupid animal. Smiling broadly after what he had heard, Hen thought that they had developed a truly friendly dialogue. Watching Lucky spill, the guy thought that if you increase the level of loyalty, it will be possible to give different orders, and this skill definitely exceeds all expectations. At this time, Gold looked at the wolf with displeasure, calling him a stupid beast, and the wolf barked in response. At the same time, the protagonist pondered, reasoning that, of course, this is how it should be, because after all, this is a legendary skill. Suddenly, Hen remembered something. Watching the companions standing in front of him who were waiting for orders, the guy wondered if he really needed to use an attacking character with excellent melee skills as a tank. Imagining himself fighting alongside his subordinates, the protagonist thought that a squad of 3 attacking heroes also sounded good. Visualizing the golem summoning card, Hen mused that if he had the golem skill, he wasn't sure he would be able to catch 2,000 monsters in 5 hours. Then the voice of a guy reverberated through the swamp, remarking that it was necessary to buy a protector after all. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to an apartment building. Suddenly, Hiren came into the room and told her uncle to wake up. Then Hen stroked the girl while she suggested that he go to breakfast. Lying in his bed, the guy said that his uncle went to bed late and was very tired, and Hiren noticed that if he did not get up, then her father would be angry. Suddenly, the phone on the chest of drawers rang, and the protagonist replied that she would get up now. Glancing abruptly to the side, Hen asked what had been there since the morning. After a moment, the guy was very dumbfounded. At this moment, he saw the enrichment on the smartphone that the Rising Star user had gifted the Summon Golem skill card. The girl, noticing how the protagonist leaves the house, asked where he was and how breakfast was, and he apologized, explaining that he was in a hurry, and today they would eat chicken for dinner. A huge monitor showed a video of Hen. The girl in the red suit looked seriously in front of her, giving a positive answer to the question that she was really saying to send a mercenary after the BJ Archmage. Looking away, the girl in the red suit noticed that, judging by the latest video, the probability was higher than expected, and he definitely had the key. Looking puzzled in front of him, her subordinate asked if it was because of an item that even Asmo didn't know about, that he wasn't sure he could access the item remotely, even if killing the player succeeded. Moving her hand to the side, the girl in the red suit explained that there was no need to remove the item, and it was enough just to check if the Archmage BJ had the key to the main quest. Folding her arms to her chest, she declared that if he really had it, then, she was afraid, she would have to tie this puppy hand and foot. At this time, her subordinate stared in front of him, puzzled, as she added that even if the plan failed, they would lose nothing, and he said that it was, and asked if there was a player who would take on the murder of the BJ Archmage. Looking in front of him, the guy concluded that all players knew that he was donating to the game, and besides, there were rumors about his collusion with Esmo, so no one would want to take such a risk. A moment later, he was stunned when a girl in a red suit said that the deposit would be $10,000 and the reward would be $100,000. With a snide grin on her face, the girl in the red suit added that she knew which player would take the risk for such a reward. Imagining a marksman and an archer in her head, she was talking about the sniper LOL from the 7 Stars League. Approaching her subordinate, the girl in the red suit asked if he would agree, but if there were other players with a suitable level. Looking at the monitor of his laptop, the guy replied that he would contact them and let her know as soon as he received answers. With a serious expression on her face, the girl in the red suit noticed that she had to write something. Then, Abyssal Guild manager Emma concluded that this was her personal request. Hen looked happily in front of him. In front of him was a golem summoning card and a system notification window with its description, while the guy himself wondered if the day when he would finally receive such a unique skill had finally come. Happily raising his hands up, the protagonist thought that this was a gift from the Rising Star channel. After a moment, he began to lean to the floor, telling the director that he was grateful and would bow daily in the direction of the company building from that day on. Suddenly raising his head, Hen thought that if he wanted Rising Star to continue sponsoring him, he needed to show something special, something they didn't expect. Looking menacingly in front of him, the guy realized that he needed to record a single murder of the boss of the swamp, a diamond alligator. Imagining the image of a ferocious crocodile in his head, the protagonist reflected that a single murder is not enough, and you need to at least break the time record, because it is not enough just to do better than others. Immediately after that, I came to a hidden nest of lizardmen, while the system was notifying me what the place was and that there were 1,998 monsters there. Someone slammed his fist on the ground while the system announced that he had eliminated the lizard. The huge golem, along with the rest of Hen's allies, destroyed opponents while the system notified that the number of lizardmen was 3. The lizard warrior fought with a blade and shield, and the system notified that he had eliminated the lizard and the number of opponents was 1. At this time, The guy was creating a fireball in his hand and was thinking that thanks to the secret quest, his stats were increasing incredibly quickly, and the strength stats were surprisingly high for a magus. The protagonist looked happily in front of him, thinking that moreover, the monster's attacks were not aimed at him, but at the summoned golem, and the system notified that he was using the dragon's eye. At the same moment, a sight appeared in front of him, which was aimed at the lizard men of war, and Hen thought that he could concentrate on attacking. He then swung his fireball, reasoning that he would be able to attack enemies even 100 meters away from him. A moment later, the attack from the fire fell directly on the enemy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the system's notification windows appeared, notifying him that he had eliminated the lizard and received the title of Lizard Nightmare. Clenching his hand into a fist, Hen thought that he would have no problem killing the diamond alligator alone, when suddenly the system announced that the rank of the fireball skill had been increased and he had eliminated all the enemies in the lizard nest. After receiving the information, the guy began to rejoice, saying that he cleared it in just 8 hours, and all thanks to the golem. Suddenly, a lizard warrior approached him, telling his master that this stupid dog continued to steal their prey. As the amulet headed aside, the protagonist noticed that they were arguing again. Glancing at the pendant that stretched forward, Hen saw an alert from the system that a cursed artifact was leading him somewhere. At the same moment, the guy looked away in surprise. Then he came to an incomprehensible altar. Standing near the stairs, the protagonist wondered what it was. As Hen walked up the aisle, he received a notification from the system that it was an unknown egg that belonged to a dragon, and the power of a nameless god was needed to hatch. Dumbfounded, looking in front of him, the guy couldn't believe that it was a dragon egg. Imagining images of various dragons in his head, the protagonist realized that it could be a new divine beast. Taking this very egg in his hands, Hen thought that first he needed to finish the quests. Turning back sharply, he said that now they would go to the city of Vega, reasoning that especially since the reward was a book of skill cards. After a while, together with his companions, he approached the wooden bridge, until someone thought that he had finally come. The man drew the string of his bow, thinking that he had been hiding in the hunting grounds for a long time. With a snide grin, the archer reasoned that he would eventually return to the city anyway. Watching the protagonist walk across the wooden bridge, the unknown person thought that he needed to return to the first city. Hiding behind a tree, the killer thought that they should definitely go this way. Looking out from behind the tree, he thought that the beast and guardian were with him. About to shoot from his weapon, the guy reasoned what was expected from the one for whose head they were ready to give $100,000. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared, notifying you of the characteristics of Vig's bow. At the same moment, the killer exhaled air. After a moment, he let go of the string of his bow. Immediately after that, the arrow rushed forward with great speed. At the same time, Lucky heard an unknown sound. Then, suddenly, he rushed forward. Using his shield, the guardian deflected the arrow. Looking seriously in front of him, Hen realized that they were shooting from there. At this time, the lizard warrior stared menacingly in front of him, and the guy thought that if he were an ordinary player, he would be very confused after an unexpected attack, and it is never possible to guess when and from where to wait for the next arrow. Standing behind Gold, the protagonist reasoned that, however, he was prepared in advance for the assassin's arrival. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, Hen thought that he had deliberately provoked his attack, and ordered his companion to go forward. Standing behind the keeper, the guy wondered if he really thought that he would become an easy prey in the swamp. Creating a ball of flames in his hand, the protagonist reasoned that they would prove that relying on the terrain was useless. At this time, the archer gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that he had stopped the sudden attack, as if he had predicted it. Peeking out from behind cover, the assassin used a tracking reset. Immediately after that, the guy pulled the string of his bow, thinking that this was a swamp, and it would take 30 seconds to get to where he was now. Looking smugly in front of him, the archer reasoned that he was 120 meters away from him, and even with magic it would be problematic to overcome this distance. Suddenly, he saw a ball of fire in front of him. A moment later, a fiery attack hit him. Looking blurry in front of him, the assassin received notifications from the system that he had received critical damage. Holding his face, the archer thought that he had hit him directly in the head. Then the killer looked away with displeasure. At the same time, he noticed that his opponent had disappeared from the bridge, and wondered if he had disappeared somewhere. Looking around in fright, the assassin pondered that he had to leave before it was too late. At the same moment, the archer saw something in front of him. Among the swampy grass, he saw eyes glowing brightly blue. As the enemy attack approached him from behind, the archer wondered when he had managed to get close. An ice spike then pierced his body, and the system alerted him that he had taken critical damage and his health had dropped below 20%. At the same moment, Hen looked happily in front of him. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the archer wondered who he was, because his level could not be done so much damage. Then the wolf rushed forward at great speed. In a moment, he plunged his mouth into the neck of his opponent. Smiling broadly, the guy reflected that he had succeeded, and now he was going to check his ID. Watching Lucky restrain his opponent, the protagonist thought that he would personally make sure that he did not do such shit in the future. After a moment, Hen was very surprised by what he saw. Above the archer's head, he saw system alerts that it was Rail with the number quad A13. Looking in front of him in puzzlement, the guy could not believe that it was Rail. Imagining the image of a shooter with a rifle in his head, the protagonist wondered if this was not the sniper Lola from the 7 Stars League. Watching the archer's disgruntled expression, Hen thought that if he went too far, an entire guild would go against him. Looking at the archer's clenched teeth in displeasure, Hen wondered if this was Rail. Imagining in his head the killer pulling the string of his bow, the protagonist mused that it was definitely the sniper Lola from the 7 Stars League. Remembering the snide grin on his face, the protagonist realized that they used to hunt together when he played on the old account. Looking in front of him, Hen wondered what everyone had learned about him from a popular guild and wondered why he would even use a second account to find him. After a moment, the guy was dumbfounded. Watching how Lucky restrains his opponent, the protagonist realized that he could not take responsibility for the murder of his hero, because in the worst case, he would make a whole guild of enemies. The wolf then looked in surprise in front of him as the master told him to stop. At the same moment, the lizard warrior, putting the movie in front of him, noticed that this was what he expected from his master, and since he, a worthless fool, dared to put him, the master, in danger, he would punish him with his sword, when suddenly the protagonist noticed that this also concerned him. Looking in front of him, Hen thought that he couldn't just let him go without any plan, and turned to his opponent. Suddenly, Rail was dumbfounded when the guy asked that he was Lola from the 7 Stars League. Stretching out his hand in the direction of the arrow lying on the ground, the murderer asked where he got it. A moment later, the archer was very frightened when the protagonist stated that there was no need to pretend, and he knew that this was his second account, and he was sure the name of this character was different. Folding his arms to his chest, Hen said that his name was Rail, because he wanted to see what he would do now. Immediately after that, the voice of a guy came from the swamp, who noticed that this was a complete annoyance. Clutching his head, the protagonist stated that he did not think that there would be so much trouble if he did not inform this drunkard that he was hiding his identity. At the same moment, the assassin stared in surprise in front of him, wondering if he knew the guild master. Imagining Dione, the guild master of the 7 Stars League, smiling mischievously in his mind, Hen mused that he was so dangerous that most players didn't dare to even approach him. Remembering how a man with a beer in his hand said that he should continue drinking, the guy reasoned that, however, his friends call him a drunkard. Looking in displeasure in front of him, the protagonist remarked that it didn't matter, and certainly didn't tell him, but trying to grab him from a spare account was too much. Looking at his opponent, Hen asked if his senior had ordered him to catch him so that he would be free from work for 80 hours. Looking away in fright after what he had heard, the archer knew that he seemed to be in trouble and they had a fairly close relationship, and the guy said that if that wasn't the case, then there was something else here. Suddenly, Rail was dumbfounded when the protagonist wondered if he was secretly taking orders to kill players in order to earn extra money, reflecting that according to the rules of the guild, taking orders for this is strictly prohibited. Looking menacingly in front of him, Hen asked if he would answer the questions. Resting his hand on the ground, the archer knew that if he reported this to the guild, he was finished. Bowing down to his opponent, the murderer asked him for forgiveness. Looking at his opponent, the guy asked what he wanted to achieve from him by this. As he lowered his head, Rail mused that if it turned out that he had been caught killing players, he would be declared to have broken guild rules and buried alive. Standing in front of his opponent, Hen asked if he really wanted him to just finish him off, because if he didn't kill him now, then there would be even more problems. With a serious expression on his face, the guy noticed that he was going to cover him. Hearing this, the archer looked ahead in surprise. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that, to be honest, he also did not want the 7 Stars League to know what he was doing. Moving his hand aside, Hen asked why he thought he was hiding his main account, using a spare one, and even with the stupid nickname BJ Archmage. At this moment, the killer stared in front of him, dumbfounded, while the guy added that it was because he had a big plan, and clarified that he really thought that he didn't come up with anything better than to work there for the sake of leveling up. Then the voice of the protagonist resounded through the forest and the swamp, stating that they would agree that he failed the mission, and he was able to escape, and would not tell anyone that he met him today. With a sigh of relief, Rail realized that he would live, and Hen asked what he would do in return. Folding his hands to his chest, the guy clarified what he would be offered, all gray, his skin. Looking in front of him, the protagonist was about to make it clear that if he contacted him, he would destroy him. At the same moment, the archer flinched when Hen asked what he would offer if he kept his secret. Pointing to the keeper standing next to him, the guy remarked that if he did not like this deal, he could simply kill him and get the items at the same time, and Gold asked him to order something. Lowering his head down after what he had heard, Rail clarified that he would not tell anyone if it was true. Putting his hand in front of him, Hyun declared that of course he would not tell, because he was a man of his word. At the same time, the archer looked down in puzzlement. Immediately after that, the killer took out his weapon from the inventory. Holding it out in front of him, Rail asked to take his bow. Then, through the forest and the swamp, the voice of the archer resounded, apologizing. The narrative of the story is transferred after some time to the same forest in the swamp. The lizard knight held his hand near his chest, saying that the nobility of his master had taught him a great deal. At the same moment, Hen's knees began to shake. A moment later, the guy fell to the ground. Trembling with fright, the protagonist reflected that he had bought into his bluff after all. At the same time, the protagonist's companions began to look around, not understanding who would be able to attack the owner, and he thought that it was very good that it was the Seven Stars League. Imagining the image of Dione in his mind, Hen reasoned that what he had heard about their master had played into his hands, otherwise he would not have been able to convince him that he knew the head of the guild. Holding the bow in his hands, the guy noticed that in any case, he now had one of the items of Vig's set. Imagining Rael's weapons in his head, the protagonist reflected that these are one of the items of the set of Vig's weapons that can be found in the city of Viga, and among all the items, the bow has the best performance, and the minimum cost is from $40,000. Suddenly he was surprised, realizing that he did not need money now and therefore needed to use this bow, because he still had funds left to buy a golem. Immediately after that, Hen brought the arrow to the weapon. Then the guy drew the bowstring and thought that if the mage walked around with the bow, he would quickly take his own life. But this weapon is another story. A moment later, the protagonist lit the arrowhead with the fireball skill. Imagining in his head how he destroyed a monster with a bow, Hen thought that thanks to his ability, after each successful hit, the next arrow would chase the target. Plunging into his mind, the guy realized that this bow had a very cool skill. Looking puzzled at his new weapon, the protagonist mused that he could not use both a staff and a bow at the same time, so it would be problematic to switch from weapon to weapon, and then use telekinesis on his new weapon. A moment later, the guy opened the inventory, pointing at the icon of a white stick. Suddenly, the staff of Sakhaline appeared in his hand. Using telekinesis magic on two of his weapons, the protagonist said that this is it, so it is. Then, Hen's voice came from the swamp, who was about to try using telekinesis to make it easier to change weapons. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story shifts to a huge city with a castle, where someone asked what it was, if not lucky, the same divine wolf who single-handedly broke the swordsman's record. At the same moment, the wolf looked smugly in front of him as the people noticed that it was the same Fenrir, and that there was someone else behind him. When Hen looked down in puzzlement, while the players said that it was the BJ Archmage, the guys looked in front of them with admiration. They said that they saw this man live for the first time. Noticing the knights who lined up next to him, the players asked who the warriors around him were. Watching the knights lead Hen, the players asked if they were members of his team. Seeing the menacing look of the soldier, when he noticed that it was a neutral character guard. Looking after the departing protagonist along with the knights, the players asked if the guards were accompanying the player. At the same moment, Hen was very frightened and did not understand what was happening at all. Then, flashbacks arose in his mind of knights approaching him, saying that the Lord was looking for him, and he mused that to think that Viga, the viceroy of the city, was looking for him, assuming that it was also related to the main quest. Looking back, the guy reasoned that he should try to turn the situation in his favor, because he is the first player who is accompanied by neutral characters of the city of Viga. Happily raising his head up, the protagonist wondered what rumors would spread about it. Standing near the huge stone castle, Hen was about to come in and find out about it, while the system announced that he had entered Vijay's estate. A moment later, the guy and his companions found themselves inside the building. The man with the ring on his finger leaned on the handrail, saying that here he was. Hearing this, the protagonist looked in front of him in surprise. The man would go down the stairs with Sakhaline and say that he was Viga, the viceroy of this city, while the system promised that he had received the title of he whom Viga had invited and would be rewarded with a rune. Then the governor of the city shook hands with his guest, remarking that he had heard a lot about him, and the latter reflected that he would never have thought that he would meet him in person. Looking away with displeasure, the girl with gray hair asked if he had found that thing. Upon hearing this, the protagonist opened his inventory, answering that of course he did. A moment later, a dragon egg appeared in his hand. At the same time, the sorceress looked at him emotionlessly. As she took the book out of her subspace, Sakhaline couldn't believe that he had seriously brought it. Then the girl with gray hair gave him the grimoire, and the system notified him that he had received the legendary book of skill cards. Immediately afterward, Hen was about to give her the dragon egg. Suddenly, Viga, smiling broadly, asked them to wait. Stretching out her hand, the sorceress asked if he had any problems. Lowering his head down, the governor of the city explained that he had no problems. A moment later, the protagonist watched in amazement as Sakhaline asked why he was intervening then, and Viga explained that it was precisely because there was no problem. With a smile on his face, the governor of the city clarified that a guy named Midas had easily found what they could not find. With a serious expression on her face, the girl with gray hair gave a positive answer. Pulling his hand aside, Viga stated that there was no need to involve someone else when they already had a responsible person. He then looked towards Hen standing next to him and noticed that he was very glad that they had found the right person. Coming closer to him, the governor of the city said that he highly appreciated his skills, and the guy thanked him. With a grin on his face, Viga added that that was why he would prefer him to continue to explore the egg. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised, thought that he seemed to understand everything. Looking at the green energy of Sakhaline, Hen mused that she wanted to leave the egg behind and examine it herself. Looking at Viga, who was shrouded in red energy, the guy reasoned that he wanted the egg to stay with him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist understood that this meant that neutral characters had their own quests, and said that he would not let them down. Looking away from what he had heard, the governor of the city remarked that this was very good, and he thought that Lady Sakhaline did not trust him very much. At the same moment, the girl with gray hair was looking away with displeasure. Pointing his hand at Hen standing next to him, Viga said that so they should check if he was able to protect the egg, clarifying that he had said that he had come from the swamps. With a benevolent expression on his face, the viceroy of the city added that then he had to return and defeat the owner of these places, while the system notified that a new quest had been added to the main quest category. Then several system notification windows appeared, notifying about a quest to hunt for a diamond alligator, where it was necessary to kill the master of the swamps. Thinking after what he saw, the guy wondered what it meant that he needed to kill a diamond alligator. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought that the raid plan had already been drawn up and did not see any problems, as long as the system promised that the quest reward was Viga's staff. But to get it, you need to kill the diamond alligator alone. After a moment, Hen was very surprised, asking questions about whether this was a secret condition for killing alone. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the guy wondered if he would get not just a Viga staff, but a white Viga staff. Smiling broadly, the governor of the city asked if he would take on this task. With a joyful expression on his face, the protagonist stated that they could rely on him. Then, a voice reverberated through the hall of the castle, saying that there was something else to do before he left, and the system announced that he had opened the legendary skill card book. At the same moment, the tome opened in Hen's hands. Then golden cards appeared in front of him, and the guy asked to get the mana restoration. He raised his head up. The protagonist asked to give him mana restoration. A moment later, his eyes were drawn to the dragon mana skill card, which stimulated the dragon's power and nourished mana from the surrounding nature. Seeing this, Hen was very happy. Standing next to his master, Gold noticed that this was a great decision, and he said that it was a great game, and he got a cool skill so quickly. At this moment, Lucky shook his head from side to side in denial. Noticing this, the guy asked why he was doing this. A moment later, the wolf walked over to another card and barked at it. At the same time, the protagonist's view rushed to the Dragon Fever skill card, which allowed you to increase the speed of spells for a certain time. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Hen asked if it was really worth $1 million. Looking at the Dragon Fever skill card, the guy thought that it was a power-up skill, also known as Dragon Fever, but another name came into use. Imagining the Dragon Fever sale page in his head, the protagonist realized that this skill had never been officially sold on eBay. Visualizing a snide grin on the Archmage's face, Hen mused that the reason why the skill was called $1 million was because he had once said that he would give that amount to anyone who could get him this skill. Remembering the title of the video, that he announced a $1 million bounty, the guy reasoned that even though he said so, no one knows if they ended up buying this skill or got it in another way. Imagining in his head how the great wizard uses this ability, the protagonist realized that later Dragon Fever came to be considered one of the best skills associated with Asmo. Visualizing a huge fire-breathing dragon, Hen reflected that a short-lived but powerful skill was simply made for boss raids, but it needed a large amount of mana. Looking admiringly in front of him, the guy reasoned that he could not afford it even if he sold the house, and this was just luck. Taking this very golden card in his hands, the protagonist received a notification from the system that he had studied Dragon Rush. Then the narratives of the story are transferred to the Capsule Cafe. Dumbfounded, looking in front of him, Heck asked if he knew what quest BJ Archmage was going through. Standing in front of his old friend, the Capsule Cafe worker remarked that he should not be too surprised. Puzzled but looking in front of him, Hyun listened as Hyun stated that it was said that this time he was going to take over the city of Vijay and become the viceroy. Being behind the registration desk, a guy in a tracksuit said that this information is from a reliable source, and you can't tell anyone about it, and the protagonist thought that it was better for people like him to spread false rumors. Putting his hand in his pocket, Hen remarked that, of course, he would not tell anyone, and asked if he could immerse him in the game, to which he received a positive answer. Then the guy was about to eat the pill, and his friend asked if he was taking the medicine again, while he mused that the problem was those who acted rather than talked. Imagining the image of Rael in his head, the protagonist reasoned that strange people began to haunt him, ready to hire even Lola for this. Visualizing a huge monster in the middle of a swamp, Hen thought that killing a diamond alligator alone would definitely not be easy. Immediately after that, the guy got into a virtual reality capsule. The narrative of the story takes place in a huge Korean city when someone said that he sent him 2 magic skills again. The secretary walked beside his director, asking that, apart from the golem sent last time, he didn't think it was just sucking up. Turning back sharply, Puck asked who else was sucking up. Puzzled, but looking at him after what he heard, Kim explained that it was he who was doing it, because it was all somehow too much. Looking at his subordinate, the blonde guy asked if he was talking about the BJ Archmage, to which he received a positive answer. Looking in surprise, the secretary asked if he did not deny it. Smiling broadly, Park stated that there was nothing to deny, because the difference between investment and sucking up was in one piece of paper. When Kim came to pick up the headmaster, he remarked that the BJ Archmage was indeed an important figure, and that was a fact, but he didn't think that such a person would care about a small bribe. Turning abruptly to the side, the blonde guy was about to enlighten him on the details of his script. Recalling the video with Hyun, Park noted that now the BJ Archmage is preparing something grandiose. Looking in surprise in front of him, the secretary declared that the last place where he was seen was a swamp, and therefore he was going to defeat the owner of the swamps, to which the director of the channel asked how he was going to do it. Putting his hand out in front of him, the blonde guy explained that he would most likely not send them the video as usual. With a smug grin on his face, Park concluded that it was going to be a stream 100%, because he had done everything in his power to make it so. At the same time, an employee of the company was leaving the office, telling the director that the BJ Archmage had written an email and asked if it was possible to stream from their channel. Hearing this, Kim looked in his direction in surprise. Smiling happily, the blonde boy asked what he had just said, and the secretary noticed that it was all the Wharton school. A moment later, Park walked into the office, saying that everyone needed to get ready for the extreme. Looking at the fire arrow and air arrow skill cards, Hen thought that they couldn't send him such expensive skills just like that. With a serious expression on his face, the guy understood that there was no doubt that the Rising Star channel supported him as a headliner, and maybe it was time to prepare for the stream. Imagining in his head how people in the middle of the city stand and watch live broadcasts on large screens, the protagonist reflected that from the first release of God Wars to this day, this is the most popular content in the game. Suddenly thinking, Hen reasoned that a lot had happened to live streams since the beginning. Visualizing videos with the theft of the boss and the hidden quest, the guy thought that as soon as the stream began, the players ran to the scene like a pack of wild dogs and tried to interfere with the stream in every possible way, so the bosses, as a rule, went to the live broadcast. Imagining a strange sign in his head, the protagonist realized that this applies to all but 10 guilds. Visualizing the footage of a dead man lying on the ground, Hen wondered what they were doing for the stupid Brazens who killed players while they were streaming. Remembering how a huge number of players were standing near the corpse, the guy reasoned that the public executions in front of thousands of spectators were exciting. Suddenly, the protagonist glanced menacingly to the side. At the same time, he noticed several people in the middle of the swamp, and thought that these two had been following him since he had come to this area. Looking the other way, Hen mused that there were also 3 other people. Sighing heavily, the guy thought that many players, including these, wanted him dead. With a snide grin, the protagonist knew that he had to do it. Rushing his formidable forward, Hen realized that they were waiting for him very clumsily. Looking at the warning systems that there were 22 minutes and 13 seconds before the appearance of the diamond alligator, the guy thought that now he would explain to them what it meant to want the best. But it turned out as always. Imagining huge antennas in his head, the protagonist reflected that all God Wars video content can only be uploaded through WarsTube. He then visualized WarsTube spreading around the world. Imagining how a person is on the WarsTube page, Hen reasoned that most players are not bothered by this in any way, but not because they love the game. Once again, visualizing how WarsTube is distributed throughout the earth, the guy thought that the main reason is that broadcasting on this platform is simple and convenient. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of him, notifying him that he needed to enter the channel code to start a live broadcast. After finishing clicking on the keyboard, Hen received notifications from the system that he had entered the code, and mused that God Wars and WarsTube were working closely together. With a smile on his face, the guy thought that this is why you can start streaming the game in a couple of clicks. A moment later, a system notification window would appear out of nowhere, notifying him that he had gained access to the Rising Star channel. Suddenly, Hen saw a chat window appear next to him, and he was glad that it had loaded. Looking at the chat window, the guy thought that there were 3 viewers: him, the chat manager, and someone else. After seeing a message from Wharton that he would take care of everything and that he needed to concentrate on the game, the protagonist wondered who he was. A moment later, Hen was surprised when Wharton wrote that this was their first conversation. Then, a message from the director of the Rising Star channel appeared in the chat window, where he named his position. After reading this, the guy was very surprised, and Wharton wrote that he should start broadcasting as soon as he was ready. Scratching his head in puzzlement, the protagonist expressed his gratitude. Immediately after that, he clicked on the consent to start broadcasting. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of him, notifying him that he had started broadcasting on the Rising Star channel. Then the countdown began in the system notification window. Standing in front of his companions, Hen was going to see how many people would come to him. Looking at the number 3 on the countdown dial, the guy reflected that he already had a video with 1 million views. Looking at the number 2 on the countdown dial, the protagonist realized that he also had a slight popularity. When the countdown reached the number 1, Hyun thought that it would probably be at least 1,000 viewers. A moment later, he was greatly stunned to see a huge number of comments from the audience. Then a system notification window appeared, congratulating that the number of viewers exceeded 1,000 people. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Hen reflected that he had gained more than 1,000 so quickly, and he needed to calm down, because you can't get conceited after the first stream. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy greeted everyone, saying that BJ was an Archmage with them. At this time, Lucky stuck his tongue out of his mouth, and the commentators noticed that he was very cute and asked to show him, and the protagonist noted that he was happy to broadcast on the Rising Star channel. Then Hen's words reverberated through the swamp, saying that he was going to fight a diamond alligator today. With a snide grin on his face, the guy noticed that this battle would not be so fun. Putting his hand out in front of him, the protagonist stated that the last record of a team of 4 was 10 minutes and 32 seconds, and he was going to try to break this record. Then he looked with joy on his face at the commentators, who asked if it was too presumptuous to think that breaking the record was so easy, and were going to visit him. While several people were hiding behind trees in the middle of the swamp, people in the comments said that it would be difficult for him, because many snipers would interfere with breaking the record, and the rest were going to attack him. Looking smugly to the side, Hen read the comment that someone would prove to him that this game was complete shit. Immediately after that, a lizard warrior stepped forward in front of the guy. At the same moment, a monster appeared in the middle of the swamp, and the system notified that it was a level 58 diamond alligator, the master of the swamp. Watching the crocodile floating on the water, the protagonist reflected that it was a boss with a body length of more than 10 meters, and according to the name, there were gems on its back, and they were also called traffic lights, and also the gems were named so because the boss's movement pattern changes according to their color. As Hen stared at the diamonds on the alligator's back, commentators wondered how he was going to beat him and noted that this color was the safest. The guy imagined the image of a crocodile monster in his head, and the commentators said that if you remove 30% of his health, he would go into phase 2, after which the color of the stones would change every minute. The protagonist then visualized the alligator jumping into the water, and the commentators went on to say that when the rocks turned black, the nastiest phase with the swamp dive skill would be activated. Looking at the bubbles in the murky water of the swamp, commentators said that if he dived, he would not be able to deal damage, and he would also restore health. Holding the Sakhaline magic staff in his hands, Hen mused that when the color of the stones changed, it would deal massive damage to him, and his main strategy was to skip the dive phase. A moment later, the crystals on the alligator's back turned red, and commentators asked what that meant. Suddenly, the crocodile took its huge paw out of the water. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth wide and the commentators said to attack. With a smirk on his face, the protagonist said that he would start the game now. At the same time, he unenveloped himself in golden-colored energy using the Dragon Fever skill. The narrative of the story shifts to a coastal town, where someone said that Lola had failed. Emma, straightening her hair, asked if it was true, and remarked that she was only going to test the waters anyway. Standing in front of her, the subordinate asked what this meant. The manager of the Abyss Guild said that they had come to suspect that he was supported by Asmo, which meant that if the Archmage was in serious danger, he would intervene. Drinking her cold drink, the girl noticed that of course, she did not expect that they would lose the Lola card from the deck so easily. Looking puzzled in front of him, the guy explained that it took him a lot of effort to carry out her errand for the pike, and asked what she was going to do next. Looking down, Emma declared that she would have to attract all sorts of rabble. Imagining the swampy terrain of the game in her head, the manager of the Abyss Guild said that she had put a small bounty on the head of the BJ Archmage, and whoever caught him would receive $10,000. Rejoicing after what he heard, her subordinate clarified that she was going to continue the game regardless of whether he was caught or not, and in the end this could limit her actions. Continuing to drink cold cola, the girl gave a positive answer. Suddenly, she looked at her smartwatch in surprise, and the guy asked if there was really important news there. Abruptly standing up from her seat, Emma stated that the BJ Archmage had started the stream. The story then shifts to a swampy area, where commentators ask about the Dragon Fever skill that Asmo uses, much to their surprise. At the same time, Hen used a bow shrouded in golden magic, and commentators asked what kind of weapon it was and whether the mage's wig bow was in possession. Immediately afterward, the guy used a fire arrow skill, and the system would announce that the dragon's eye had been launched, while the commentators wondered how much money he had spent on it. Suddenly, his attacks were directed towards the diamond alligator's back. The fiery arrows were approaching the red crystal. A moment later, there was an explosion on the back of the crocodile. Noticing this, the protagonist activated the frostbolt skill, and the system notified that the ballista was launched. At the same time, Hen let go of the string of his bow. The guy was enveloped in a huge blast of air, activating the air arrow and light shot skill. The protagonist then fired various arrows of fire, and other types from his bow, directing them at his opponent. The alligator stared in front of him in displeasure, as the commentators asked if he had done such huge damage to the diamond alligator at once. Then, the crocodile abruptly moved forward, and the commentators said that after Dragon Rush, mana would quickly run out, and it was unwise. At the same moment, the stone golem also stepped forward. He instantly grabbed his opponent, stopping him. Looking smugly in front of him, Hen mused that this was an unusual way. Watching people hiding behind trees in the middle of the swamp, the guy reasoned that it would be better to save mana and spend it only when the phase changes. Glancing menacingly to the side, the protagonist thought that his enemy was now not only a diamond alligator. At this moment, the man in ambush was very frightened. People were dumbfounded by everything that was happening, wondering if it was even possible and how it was possible to inflict such damage alone. The man with the beard was a little scared, wondering why the hell he was doing so much damage in the first place, and explained that they didn't have time to kill. Another guy, looking in surprise in front of him, asks what it is and maybe go after dragon fever. At the same time, the archer turned back, telling everyone to stop. Watching the protagonist shoot a huge number of fire arrows, the girl noticed that he was somehow too carelessly wasting his energy. Imagining other people hiding behind trees in the middle of the swamp in her head, she stated that he had probably already planted his bodyguards on them, and this asshole with a lot of money had enough opportunities. At the same moment, the alligator began to overwhelm the stone golem, when suddenly someone noticed that its color had changed. When the gemstone took on a purple-black color, the system notified that the diamond alligator stones had been colored. Dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening, the man asked if they really had only a minute left to fight, and the sorcerer noticed that this was already the second phase, and clarified what their strategy was. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the man declared that they were waiting until the second half of the phase. The assassins were behind trees in the middle of the swamp, and their leader said that if they hurried too much, they would run into a bodyguard. At the same time, the lizard warrior swung his blade, and the commentators asked if this was the power of the guardian. With a deft swing of his sword, he managed to strike at the enemy. Suddenly, a wolf appeared out of nowhere, which also attacked the alligator, and commentators cheered for him and asked if it would even count as a solitary killing. A moment later, the wolf struck the crocodile with its teeth. At this moment, the alligator continued its pressure on the golem, and the commentator noticed that the tank was not the most reliable, but the attacking hero was just something, so he did not play a role at all. Then Hen drew the string of his bow, the fire arrow, while the system announced that the dragon's eye had been launched, and the commentators said that at this rate he would easily break the record, although he would soon run out of mana. Immediately after that, the guy would shoot his arrow forward. Looking puzzled in front of him, the protagonist mused that he had 23% health left, and if he removed another 3%, then he would move on to phase 3. Looking at the people hiding behind the trees in the middle of the swamp, Hen reasoned that, as he thought, these jackals were frightened and just watching, and the commentators wondered where all the killers had gone, since it had been a long time without them. Smiling suddenly, the guy thought that they were just waiting for the right moment. Visualizing the shadows of the opponents that were visible in the water, the protagonist mused that they would attack when his skills went on cooldown. Looking confidently in front of him, Hen thought that soon his mana would be used up to its maximum. Throwing his hands to the side, the guy said that his health was already almost 20%. Looking in front of him, the protagonist stated that he could manage in 7 minutes. The commentator noted that with such money anyone could do the same. Watching his subordinates fight against the diamond alligator, Hen remarked that if he finished the battle in 7 minutes, he would seem too heartless, and the commentators did not understand what he was talking about and asked him to finish quickly. Immediately after that, the guy pulled ice arrows on the string of his bow, saying to slow down a little, and the system notified that a long-range throw had been launched. After a moment, the protagonist released the string of his bow. At the same time, ice arrows hit the alligator's back. At that moment, the huge golem was punching the monster's head, and Hen was saying that he would spend 10 minutes on all this. The guy smiled broadly while the commentators called him a deceiver, and said that because of his act they began to cry. Then the protagonist let his bow down, and the commentators asked where the killers were hiding. At this moment the girl, peeking out from behind a tree, asked if he was intentionally going to stretch the battle for 10 minutes. Looking in front of her, dumbfounded, she asked what he planned to do if he had already used up all his mana. With a smug expression on his face, Hen thought what they would think if he set such an unattainable record. Raising his bow up, the guy noticed that they would all simply not be interested in playing. Looking in front of him, the protagonist believed that there is only one person in this game who spends even more money than him. Immediately afterward, Hen drew the string of his bow with electric arrows. At the same time, a notification appeared on the chat screen that Asmo had donated $1,000. Notification that he had donated a sum of money. The guy shot a magic arrow. The thunderbolt rushed forward as the protagonist spoke of Asmo. A moment later, his attack caught up with the diamond alligator. Suddenly, there was a notification that Asmo had donated $1,000, and commentators wrote that this bourgeois reacted quickly and they knew each other, because it was suspiciously fast. At the same moment, Hen was a little puzzled, thinking that he had already arrived. Then the guy looked menacingly to the side. Immediately afterward, the protagonist smiled broadly, saying that a new viewer had joined them, and suggested slightly changing the angle of view. Watching the stone golem attacking the diamond alligator, Hen suggested approaching. Then the guy came closer to the monster, and the commentators asked if he got too close, and noted that if he did so, then the long-range throw would not work. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a system notification window would appear, notifying that the diamond alligator stones were changing their color faster, and commenters would notice that Phase 3 had begun. At the same moment, the stone golem began to tremble as the commentators said that it was dying. After that, the diamond alligator opened its mouth wide. Then the monster put its huge paw on the opponent's shoulder, and the commentator noticed that it was quite large. A moment later, a huge crocodile slammed its opponent into the ground. Immediately afterward, he swung his huge tail. Suddenly, the diamond alligator struck the stone golem, and the commentators said that the tank was dead, and if the Archmage was right, then it could be finished off with just one blow. A moment later, the golem began to crumble, and the system announced that it had turned into clay. Hen looked at the diamond alligator in front of him and believed that the golem was out and had a low rank, so there was nothing he could do about it. Looking ahead, puzzled, the guy reflected that he had done everything in his power, but he was still close to failure, and the system was notifying him that his mana was below 20%. With a snide grin, the protagonist thought that, however, everything was going according to plan. Watching the huge number of assassins who were hiding behind trees in the middle of the swamp, Hen mused that from the very beginning, he was going to keep his opponents in line, and he just needed to maintain a situation in which they could not attack. Looking at everything that was happening from behind the tree, the girl said that the tank was dead, and now we could go. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the sorcerer noticed that the alligator was too close now, and asked if she couldn't see him attacking, because he would just kill them all. At the same moment, the crocodile monster stared menacingly in front of him. Then he opened his mouth wide, and the commentators said that the game was over and should be celebrated. Suddenly, the diamond alligator turned back when he heard the barking. The assassins in ambush watched in amazement as commentators wondered where Lucky had been all along. At the same time, the wolf found himself away from the huge crocodile. Lucky stared menacingly in front of him as the system promised that he wanted to risk his life in a battle with a diamond alligator, with commentators supporting him, saying that it was a divine beast skill. The crocodile monster's gaze was fixed on the wolf as the commentator thanked for the explanation. Immediately afterward, the diamond alligator turned to the side, and the commentator said that his attention had been diverted. A moment later, a huge monster rushed towards Lucky, while commentators wrote that their pet was in danger. At the same moment, Hen smirked mischievously, using dragon fever. Dumbfounded, watching what was happening from the sidelines, the girl noticed that this could not be, and the commentator asked if he was deliberately pretending to lose. Suddenly, the protagonist was enveloped in bright golden energy, and the system announced that he had activated dragon fever, so the speed of casting spells increased significantly. Immediately afterward, Hen fired fire arrows forward, and the system announced that the ballista had been activated. Then there was an explosion of blue energy, and the guy continued to use the fire arrow and air arrow while the commentator wrote that the dragon fever had recovered. The protagonist used his spear and lightning fire attacks on the enemy, and the commentator said that the firepower was crazy. A huge number of attacks fell on the diamond alligator, while commentators asked that it hadn't just been nailed, and it was just a walking sandbag. At the same moment, the crocodile monster opened its mouth wide. Noticing this, Hen was about to shoot a fire arrow. At the same time, the guy was smiling broadly. A moment later, the protagonist was directing his fiery arrows towards the opponent. After taking damage, the crystal on the diamond alligator's back cracked. Suddenly, the crocodile began to tremble in immense pain, and commentators asked if he was dead, while others said he was definitely alive. Then the diamond alligator would fall to the ground, and the commentators would say that it was defeated, and that was a speedy kill, and the system would announce that the enemy had been defeated, and it would be awarded the title of Diamond Alligator Hunter. Hyun stared in front of him dumbfounded as the system's notification windows appeared, announcing that he had won the title of killing a diamond alligator alone and had completed the quest. The guy looked away, wondering how the audience would react as the system kept alerting that he had completed the conditions of the hidden quest, so the level was raised. Looking at the chat window, the protagonist saw that the commenters wrote that he was not joking, and the abilities were awesome, so it was interesting to watch. With a puzzled expression on his face, Hen could not believe that he had more than 30,000 viewers, and the commentator noted that he thought this major did not even know how to act, but he was really cool. Then there were several alerts from the streamer platform that several guys had donated money to him. Standing still, the guy said that he would finish in 10 minutes. With a smug smirk on his face, the protagonist remarked that, however, since everything went according to plan, he finished in 7 minutes, and it was not easy to stick to the timing while the commentators admired that he did not have an ounce of regret on his face. Then, Hen continued to smile broadly, saying that he was apologizing. After a moment, the guy was very dumbfounded. At the same time, a notification appeared in front of him that Asmo had donated $10,000. Seeing this, the protagonist staggered in surprise, while the commentators were very surprised, saying that they were really on the same page. Watching with displeasure everything that was happening from the ambush, the guy noticed that this could not be, and he and Asmo definitely planned it all from the beginning. The sorcerer held his staff in his hands, saying that he was coming out, and not just dancing to the tune of the Archmage, and his ally declared that this brat, in any way, was close to Asmo. Watching Hen talking to the lizard warrior, someone noticed that the two must have devised a plan to keep an eye on them and the other assassins. Gritting her teeth with displeasure, the girl said that she thought he only knew how to waste money, and he, apparently, had brains. Immediately after, the killers hiding behind the trees began to leave, having been ordered to retreat until they were caught and humiliated there. At the same moment, Hen was standing next to his companions, They say that today they will end here, and people continue to write comments. Sighing with relief, the guy thought that he had almost forgotten to suck up to the president, and he needed to make a good impression. With a big smile on his face, the protagonist stated that he would continue to stream on the Rising Star channel, so they should subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Then Hen stroked his pet, telling him to say goodbye to everyone. Immediately after that, everyone began to say goodbye to the audience. In the chat window, it was written that the number of viewers was 45,323 users, and someone shouted that they were finally done. The channel's employees rejoiced, saying that they had a huge number of viewers. The guys came up to the director, they said that it was amazing, and the number of donations was huge, and everyone liked the stream, as they thought. At this moment, Park was looking at the screen of his tablet. On the stream, he saw Hen with a smile on his face stating that he would continue streaming on the Rising Star channel. Immediately after that, the blonde guy began to clap his hands. With a calm expression on his face, Park praised all of his employees. Looking at him puzzled, the guy asked if his words were not just a formality, and the director of the channel explained that this was not a formality, but a message. With a sudden grin, the blonde guy explained that this meant that the next streams would be exclusively on the Rising Star channel. Throwing up his hands to the sides, Puck declared that this was why those who did not drive wedges to him would no longer bother, and would simply disappear over the horizon, and the employee remarked that the Wharton School was simply magnificent. Immediately after that, the channel director would get up from his seat, offering to move on to the next phase. Pulling his hand aside, the blonde guy said that they had established a symbiotic relationship with the BJ Archmage, and it was a mutually beneficial deal. Glancing sharply to the side, Puck asked that in such a situation, if they only thought of their own benefit, would the BJ Archmage maintain this relationship in the long term? Hearing this, all the employees of the channel were extremely amazed. With a sudden grin, the channel director stated that he needed something that BJ Archmage would like. The narrative of the story shifts to the city of Vega. Somewhere a man asked if he had seen the BJ Archmage's live broadcast of the killing of a diamond alligator alone. Looking admiringly in front of him, the player replied that of course he saw, and even Asmo came and made a huge donation, and this is not a joke for them, and he also set a new record for time, 7 minutes and 1 second. Looking away with displeasure, the warrior noticed that he would not have coped successfully if it were not for his money. Holding out his hand in front of him, the man said that even with money, the record was really cool, and his friend said that BJ was really not like everyone else. Closing his eyes, the guy stated that everyone who had the means for donations could do it, but the BJ Archmage showed them what a showman means. A moment later, everyone looked away dumbfounded when someone said that it was BJ Archmage. The narrative of the story then shifts to a white castle made of stone, and people continued to say that the BJ Archmage appeared in the city of Vega. At the same moment, Hen approached the local lord's manor, while the other players both admiringly said that they saw him in reality for the first time, and wondered what brought him to Vijay's manor. Looking at his back, someone said they wanted to pet Lucky just once. At the same time, the guy, folding his arms at his chest, reflected that he was very nervous, as if he was walking on thin ice. Suddenly, memories of a ferocious diamond alligator popped up in his mind, and he reasoned that it was wonderful that everything was going according to his plan. But if he made a mistake, everything would be bad. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that not only the live broadcast, but everything else would also be destroyed. Suddenly turning back, Hen thought that it was a very huge crowd and didn't know whether to greet them. Then the guy, along with his companions, bowed to all the players present, saying that he would like to express his gratitude to everyone who watched today's broadcast. Looking in front of him, the protagonist added that he had received many invitations from various channels, but he needed to clarify something. Presenting the main page of the Rising Star channel in his head, Hyun stated that at this stage, he is going to live stream and upload videos only through his sponsors. Watching him puzzled, the guy asked who cares, and the other person asked if he was aware that they were not interested in it. With a big smile on his face, the protagonist thought that they clearly hadn't come there to hear this. Visualizing shaking hands with an unknown person, Hen mused that this was a greeting to his company. Imagining a firm handshake in his head, the guy reasoned that he was sure that the president of the Rising Star channel would like it, even if it wasn't something special, and there was nothing wrong with showing your respect for the company. Standing near the entrance gate to Vijay's estate, the protagonist was about to tell them something interesting. Closing his eyes, Hen explained that this was about the reward that he would receive very soon. With a satisfied expression on his face, the boy concluded that it would be Viga's white staff. The player who heard this was very puzzled and asked what kind of staff it was, while his ally asked if he couldn't even name Viga's staff correctly. Imagining a magical artifact in his head, Hen thought that Viga's staff was part of Viga's weapon set, an expensive item worth about $30,000, and this staff was legendary, so there were not many of them on sale, and mid-level magicians could only dream of it. It's Viga's white staff, and has stated that none of the War's God players have seen it yet, so this will be a debut. Hearing this, all the people in the square were extremely dumbfounded. The protagonist waved to them, saying that he would demonstrate the characteristics of the weapon through the Rising Star channel. Immediately afterward, the story lag shifts to a coastal town, where someone asks Jackie if he is from Wharton School. It was Emma, who, with a thoughtful expression on her face, asked that he had met Park Young-joon from Rising Star before. Looking at her puzzled, her subordinate replied that of course, because they were classmates at Wharton. Standing on the terrace, the girl remarked that in any case, if they wanted to dig under the Archmage's BJ, they needed to get as close to the Rising Star as possible. Suddenly thinking after what he heard, the guy said that he did not want to say it, but did not think it was a good idea. Turning back in surprise, Emma wondered what he meant. Imagining the sign of a university in Pennsylvania in his head, Jackie said that Park was a very different person when he was at Wharton, and his boss asked if he meant that he was quite capable. Visualizing the image of the director of the Rising Star channel, Emma's subordinate said that he was good at identifying people's strengths, and even before he started sponsoring the Archmage, he had already helped him from the outside. Standing in front of his boss, Jackie added that that's why he didn't tell her anything, no matter what she did. With a visibly displeased expression on her face, the Abyss Guild manager mused that it was obvious that the Archmage had some kind of clue to the game's scenario. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the girl reasoned that the only problem was to get this information, and she would not allow him to get into trouble all the time. Imagining in her head how Hen used the skill of Dragon Fever, Emma knew that she couldn't allow a boy who didn't understand the value of the script to go beyond the limits. Immediately afterward, she called Merlin through her phone. Then Emma brought the phone to her ear and started the call. Being on the highest floor of the tower, the manager of the Abyss Guild explained that they were discussing this right now, and offered to meet the other day and talk face to face. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transported to Vig's estate, where someone said that he had already heard about his successes. As Viga walked down the stairs, he noticed that he had done a good job. Bowing to him, Hen explained that this was not the case at all, and the local ruler stated that killing the swamp monster was a great feat. With a big smile on his face, the man noticed that he had done it alone. A moment later, the guy was very happy when the system announced that he had successfully fulfilled the secret conditions. The protagonist then looked sharply to the side, asking where Lady Sakhaline was. Smiling broadly, Viga explained that she had entrusted everything to him, and went home. Looking in surprise at the lord of the local land standing in front, Hen asked what he should do, and he replied that he was full of enthusiasm, but there was something to do first. Spreading his hands to the sides, Viga said that he wanted to give him a gift. With a smile on his face, the man explained that after all, he was the master of this city, and it was his duty to reward the one who had worked hard for his well-being. Hearing this, the guy was very moved, saying that it had finally happened. Immediately afterward, the local lord reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. From there he took out a staff, saying that on behalf of all the citizens of the city of Viga, he expressed their gratitude to him. Looking at Viga's staff, the protagonist received alerts from the system that he had a legendary rank and that it was an artifact created by Viga with all his heart in his own workshop, so it contained great power. Looking happily in front of him, Hen thought that of course he knew that the characteristics of the staff would be good, but he wanted the white staff to be brought to him as soon as possible. A moment later, the local lord held out a magical artifact in front of him and asked to accept it. Hearing this, the guy was extremely dumbfounded. The protagonist froze in place in surprise and asked if it was just a staff. Wiggy held out a magic staff in front of him, saying that he must accept it. Looking dumbfounded, Hen wondered if it wasn't a white staff. A moment later, the guy froze in place in surprise and thought that he was mistaken, because he had already boasted about it in front of everyone. Standing opposite him, Wiggy asked if he was so pleased with his reward. Trying to hide his anger, the protagonist said that he liked it very much. Holding the magic staff in his hands, the man noticed that, to be honest, he had prepared something more special. Suddenly, the artifact in his hands began to crack. Seeing the bright light in front of him, Hen was greatly delighted. A moment later, Viga's white staff appeared in front of him. Then, out of nowhere, system notification windows appeared, which contained information about the characteristics of this artifact. The guy admiringly stretched out his hands in the direction of the white staff, while the system notified that after equipping, the number of simultaneously used spells would be increased by 1. Looking in surprise in front of him, the protagonist could not believe that he would have the opportunity to cast more spells. Holding his new artifact in his hands, Hen thought that it sounded like a prank, because among all the items he found with his level, this was the first option that added a spell to him. At the same moment, Viga pointed his finger at himself, explaining that he had used it when he was a child. With a big smile on his face, the man added that from now on, the staff was of course his. Looking at Hen holding a magical artifact in his hands, the local lord said that with this gesture he would like to show how highly his merits were appreciated, and the system announced that he had received the title of the one who attracted the attention of Viga. Looking joyfully before him, Viga asked that in that case he could not listen to his request. With a happy expression, Hen stated that he would do whatever it took for the town as long as the system announced that a new quest had been added to the main quest category. Looking at the magic staff in his hands, the guy said that a little later he would look at the details of the quest, and in the meantime check this option again with the addition of a spell, and the system notified that after equipping, 1 spell would be added to the number of spells used at the same time. Raising his hands in the air in glee, the protagonist mused that this was not a clouding of his mind. Releasing energy from his staff, Hen reasoned that the essence of the option was that it intersected with skills, and in other words, he could combine the staff and a skill worthy of use. With a smug expression on his face, the guy knew that he would have a triple cast of spells. At the same time, the protagonist imagined a page with the sail of a coral staff in his head and thought that the first God Wars player to receive an addition to spells was Asmo, and in his case, this is a high-level option that can only be obtained at level 150. Putting his hand on his chest, he stated that he had already received it, not even reaching level 50, and his next live broadcast simply had to gain at least 1 million viewers. Looking sharply to the side, the guy asked Lucky what was cool. At the same moment, an exclamation mark appeared above the wolf's head. Looking at his subordinates, the protagonist noticed that they had both received quests. Immediately after this, the stories are transported to the Forest of Giants, in the middle of which there was a huge tree, and Hen thought that this was a place overgrown with dense giant trees. Walking through a dense forest, the guy reasoned that this is the most difficult location for hunting near the city of Vijay, and if you successfully complete the quest, they will get to the next location, so this place is called the Graduation Forest. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that as soon as they were over there, they would be able to say goodbye to the city of Vijay. Imagining the image of a gloomy human settlement in his mind, Hen thought that the next stop would be the Kingdom of Tongue, and everyone knew that once you got to this place with the help of distortion magic, it was difficult to go back. Remembering the assassins who followed him during the battle with the Diamond Alligator, the guy reasoned that there is a balanced system in place that allows high-level players to make mistakes in low-level locations, so you should be fully armed when leaving Vijay town. Suddenly, the protagonist's companions looked at their master in surprise as he reasoned that they could be visited by high-level players since they were using distortion magic to get to the Tunga Kingdom. Sighing heavily, Hen said that it was very good that their quests appeared before they used distortion. Then, out of nowhere, several system notification windows appeared with information about Lucky and Gold's quests. Standing in the middle of the forest, in what sense do you need 5,000? Imagining a living monster tree in his head, the protagonist reflected that Tgar was the boss of the Forest of Giants, a medium-sized monster, about 3 to 4 meters tall. Visualizing a huge number of such monsters throughout the forest, Hen reasoned that he was usually in a state where he was indistinguishable from an ordinary tree, in a state of camouflage. Looking away, the guy thought that there were not many medium-sized monsters. He would then take out his new white staff from his inventory, and wonder how long it would take him to kill 5,000 of these monsters. Suddenly, the lizard warrior saw something in front, telling his master that there were a lot of trees there, and he was thinking that the white staff live broadcast was coming soon, so they had a lot of work to do. At this time, the sun was rising over the forest. Looking at him, Hen smiled broadly. Looking at the notifications from the system with information about the Forest of Giants, the guy said that first you need to start with the main quest. The narrative of the story continued to take place in the middle of a forest with a huge number of trees. Acorns hung on one of the trees. The knight looked in front of him, asking that this was not the subject of the quest, and the girl noticed that it would not be easy to climb the tree. At the same time, the archer drew an arrow on the string of his bow, asked what it was for then, and asked to look and learn. A moment later, his arrow headed forward with great speed. Then she plunged into the tree, dropping an acorn down. Suddenly, the tree began to move. A moment later, it turned into an ant, who began to chase the guys. Edgar stared menacingly in front of him as the energy noticed that this tree was alive. Then the treant swung his huge branch to strike. Immediately after, he attacked the opponents who attacked him. At the same moment, the knight covered himself with his blade, asking why he had to endure all this just because he was a tank. Looking frightened in front of him, the guy said that he would buy a new character card and be an attacking hero. Hen and his companions were walking through the forest when he suddenly heard people shouting when someone said that he should stop complaining and do his job or fail, to which he received an answer, which is why he hates this forest. Grinning smugly, the guy thought that no matter how you look at it, he is a cheater if he can give out classified information, and unlike this company, he immediately understands where Tgar is under camouflage. Looking at his master, Gold said that there were no monsters in the vicinity today, and they must be terrified of its greatness. Smiling broadly, the protagonist mused that he was just avoiding monsters. Noticing the archer who was on the tree, Hen thought that he was well hidden and saw the location of the main quest. Suddenly, someone unknown peeked out from behind the shelter, telling him to stop in place. Looking in front of him, Hen gave a positive answer to the question that he was Midas. Immediately after that, an elf came out to him, who said that his name was Tomorrow. A moment later, he jumped down from the tree. Looking forward seriously, the elf noticed that he had heard of him, for Mr. Vega had said that he was talented. Putting his hand on his chest, Hen explained that he was not that good. Tamaru remarked that he was capable enough to find him. A moment later, the guy looked away when the elf said that as soon as he entered this wilderness, he was attacked by many disguised Gars, but he was safe and sound. Taking out an unknown book, Tamara stated that it was a gift from Mr. Vega. Then the protagonist caught this very tome, and the system notified that he had received a rare book of skill cards. Happily opening this very book, Hen thought that he would choose a card with a good attack, and he certainly needed it, and if there was fire magic, he would immediately take such a card. Turning sharply back, he told him to follow him. Hearing this, the young man looked at him in surprise. Following the elf leading him, the protagonist received notifications from the system that he was heading along the path of the elves and isolated from the surrounding area. The system announced that he received the title of one who stepped on the path of the elves. The main character looked around, reasoning that even here he could get this title, although initially it could be obtained much earlier in high-level locations. A message came out with a description of the title. Hen smiled as he thought that collecting titles for the sake of awards was also a good thing. When he was asked if he knew about Tgars, the young man was surprised. Asking the elf what these are monsters that disguise themselves as trees, he replied that this is what people know about them, but Tgars are not monsters that disguise themselves as trees. The tree was shrouded in pink energy. He added that due to a strange unknown power, trees were turning into monsters. Tamara looked away, saying that recently variants began to appear among the Tgars. Hen looked at him questioningly, asking for options. The monsters' tree glowed in the night. The elf explained that they appeared in the form of shattered monsters. The Tgars walked one after another. He added that he had never seen anything like it. Tamara looked around, saying that fortunately, this phenomenon was only found in a few zones. The guy stared at the object to the side, pondering what the quest Wild Forest is about. A strange unknown power must be related to the power of the nameless god, as part of the main quest. Hen's eyes opened wide, beginning to understand. He raised his hand, calling out to the elf, and asked how many of them were split if the mutated Tgar was divided. Tamara looked at the main character, answering that there was a case when the Tgar was divided into more than 10 parts, and the more it divides, the smaller its parts become. The guy lowered his head, hearing that it was so problematic. The elf looked ahead, asking to deal with this before the number of mutated Tgars increased. The forest was shown. He went on to say that they had isolated some parts of the forest where mutants began to appear. There are more than 500 of them. We need to get rid of each one. The system has notified that a new quest, the Wild Forest, has been added to the main quest category. The main character got acquainted with the details of the quest, putting his hand to his face, said that it was really problematic. Hen wondered about 500 mutants, each of which was divided into 10. No one said that there would be 5,000 in the end. The guy put his hands on his belt, asking to be given to him. The skyscraper stood in sunny weather. The secretary informed President Park that he had acquired the 3 skills he mentioned earlier. Kim held out the phone, adding that rumors had been spreading in the Association of Secretaries lately. Puck looked away, asking about the rumors. The secretary looked down, replying that the Abyss Guild was digging up information on the Archmage's BJ. The man stared at the device, saying that in any case, it seemed that the BJ Archmage was a bird of even higher flight than he expected. Kim opened his mouth wide in surprise. The president's phone rang suddenly. Puck put it to his ear, saying that Jackie hadn't appeared in a long time. The secretary bowed, apologizing. The man looked to the side, asking about what the BJ Archmage was doing. The president put down the phone, whispering to Kim not to run away. Puck smiled, wondering if Jackie had joined the Abyss Guild, which was probably why such a huge guild had its eye on the BJ Archmage. The young man was smiling as he looked at the dog. The man was thinking that compared to the rest of the players, he was on a completely different level. The badge gleamed in the light. The president reflected on the fact that he was not even a member of one of the top guilds, but was already carrying the burden of a city celebrity, answering on the phone that he could not tell anything because it was confidential information. The man stared at the phone screen, pondering that for a guild as large as this, not to contact the BJ Archmage in person, but to try to reach him in this way. Puck smiled, realizing that they must be the only way to communicate with him. The main character, shrouded in flames, stood in front of the warriors. It was said that BJ Archmage absolutely did not plan to cooperate with guilds from the top 10. The president continued to smile, reasoning that this is why he could not sit quietly, allowing such a large fish to slip off the hook. The secretary was preoccupied, asking the head what he planned to do, reading his sinister smile. Puck raised his head, answering him to send a letter to BJ to the Archmagus. He got up from the table, saying that since he had signed a 1-year contract with them for videos and streams. The man looked at the table, suggesting that the profit distribution would be 9-1. Capsule Cafe Hunter. The guy stared at the monitor with his mouth open. The main character pointed at himself, asking his friend if he wanted to eat, buy him something. Heck was surprised, agreed, and asked if he could choose something more expensive. The guy held out the phone, saying that he should choose. The young man grimaced, wondering if it was too expensive to order food in a Chinese restaurant. The main character looked at his phone in surprise. Heck's eyes widened, asking Hen what had happened. The young man forced a smile as he revealed that he had received a call from his employer and had to log in right away, asking if he could connect the capsule. The friend looked away, upset, wondered why he had such a disgusting employer. Behind the forest we could see the mountains. Hen closed his eyes, exhaling. He looked at the system cards, driving away in his head that the same skills were again. The guy put his hand on his belt, realizing that it doesn't matter the skills, but the letter. The hero smiled, thinking that he must have been sent to push him to demonstrate the white staff of the wig in public. He pressed the screen, reasoning that if that was the case, then he had no other choice. A cannon was shown, and the young man chased away thoughts that this item had never appeared in God Wars. Nearby, a tree was illuminated with a red outline. The guy thought that now he was using it to hunt monsters, which also never appeared. The countdown is over. The hero reasoned that all this was on the air. A system notification popped up that the live broadcast on the Rising Star channel has begun. Comments poured in that people were watching a live stream for the first time, that they did not need BJ Archmage, but lucky. The guy put his hand on his chest, greeting everyone on the air. He picked up the object, saying that he had come to keep his promise. People recognized the white staff of the wig, actively commenting on the broadcast. A tree branch stirred as the hero talked about showing them all the abilities of the weapon he was attacking a special monster. Lucky went on the attack on an angry tree. Commentators noted that it was Scar. The young man grinned. The user wrote that Rapone was still smarter. Lilac energy flashed on the tree. The viewer clarified that he started the stream to show an ordinary Scar. The tree began to share magically. The audience did not understand what was happening, wondering how a new monster appeared in a low-level location. The main character smiled, saying that for a while he would stop responding to messages in the chat, as he would be busy with the battle. A fireball appeared in his hand. In his other hand, the guy conjured an ice ball. He looked to the side, causing a ball of lightning. The viewer wrote a question about the fact that there are 3 skills at the same time. The young man prepared to attack, spreading his arms to the sides. A user in the chat was interested in how there could be a triple cast with his level. Hen was smiling, saying that the attribute check was complete, something else needed to be explained. The guy closed his eyes, explaining, since he had already revealed all the cards of the new weapon, he thought it was time to finish. The hero clicked on the window, choosing to end the broadcast, asking anyway, because they are not interested in anything but weapons, right? The young man looked away, saying that it was excellent. He rushed to attack the tree, wondering if he should fight the new monster. It was said that the user had donated $10. The wood was blazing with flames. A notification appeared that he had destroyed the divided Scar. The young man ran to the fallen tree. He was looking away, shouting to the people about what was behind. The trunk was illuminated with a red light. The audience wondered how he knew if it was a tree or a Scar, advising him to use a bomb better. There were so many Scars that wherever he poked, every tree would be there. Gold and Lucky prepared for the duel. The monster tree was illuminated with violet energy. The dog barked as the tree began to split. The main character swung his weapon, activating a wind arrow, an ice spear. Hen struck a devastating blow to the tree. A notification popped up that he had destroyed the split Scar. There were reports that users were making donations. The young man was smiling as he thought of a 9-to-1 income. A message was shown that if he signed a 1-year contract with them for all videos and broadcasts, the income distribution would be 9-to-1 in his favor. The hero thought that all the income from streams is his, so give it your all. The tree was being damaged by fire, and the boy thought that this time he should thank the president properly. The system announced that he had destroyed the divided Scar. The young man stepped on the trunk of a fallen tree. Hen smiled as he said that was all for today. The audience did not want to part with the viewing. There was a dead monster lying on the ground. The hero understood that obviously killing a large number of mobs would quickly get boring. He raised his fist, deciding to curl up. The hero put his hand on his chest, saying that he would shoot more content with the hunt for the Rising Star channel, thinking that he almost forgot to thank the president. A message appeared that the broadcast was over. The president held a tablet in his hands. He was delighted, asking him to write to the hero that he did a great job today. The secretary smiled, remembering both the new weapon and the new monster. The question arose if Park had predicted that he would shoot something like this today. The man put his hands behind his head, saying that of course, that's why he offered the guy 9-to-1 terms. A skyscraper was shown, the president banishing thoughts in his head that from the moment they found out that the Abyss Guild was interested in him, he had a premonition of something like this. Happy Puck looked away. It was said that they had true talent coupled with the potential to become a first-class star. Kim was surprised, asking why he ended the stream so early. The man smiled as he answered, because Asmo hadn't come. The president put his hand on the table, explaining that it was not difficult to guess that there was no point in continuing since Asmo was not looking, so to speak, there was no one to add fuel to the fire. Park pointed his finger to the side, adding that now they need to pull themselves together and edit the video. The guys stood back to back as the president reasoned that from now on, he and the BJ Archmage would share joys and sorrows for a year. The forest spread out in front of the mountains. A big explosion rang out in the thicket of the forest. The tree monster was furious, with people commenting about the fact that there are more than 40k viewers on the stream today, so many people despite the fact that he finished the stream in less than 10 minutes. The lizard raised his weapon, exclaiming what kind of master. Commentators assumed that if he had held out for at least half an hour, there would have been much more spectators. Gold swung his sword as he struck. Lucky pushed off the shoulder of the lizard. The audience discussed that the number of views is, of course, something with something, but the content in general is shocking. Gold looked away. The lizard looked up, looking at the flying dog. Lucky bit into the trunk of a tree. The main character put his hand out to the side, using an ice spear. The commentator wrote that the BJ Archmage is going through a quest that no one has gone through before him. The young man sat down on one knee, summoning a fiery spear, a fireball. He swung his weapon, wondering about what was interesting. It had already caused a reaction, appeared out of nowhere, and immediately became the main topic of discussion. Even the top 10 guilds had to tense up, even there were more pike orders than usual. Hen successfully attacked the enemy. There was a message that he had destroyed the divided Tgar. The guy was looking away aspiringly, realizing that he did not regret that he deliberately became the object of other people's conversations. Initially he did not plan to just enjoy the game. The young man opened his eyes wide when a message appeared that the keeper had destroyed enough enemies along with his master. Gold burst into a bright flame. He opened his mouth. The system said that loyalty had been increased to rank 7, offering to collect a new guardian ability. Tgar attacked at the wrong moment. The main character clenched his fist, surprised. The monsters were advancing on the guy. He smiled, asking the lizard to concentrate on the battle. The keeper looked ahead, accepting his master's order. Lucky ran to attack. Hen smiled as he exclaimed to the dog. After being summoned by a lightning strike, the tree was enveloped in energy. The dog attacked the enemy. The system notified that he had destroyed the divided Tgar. Flames broke out over the dog. The message said that a mythical power was boiling inside Lucky. His body was changing. The dog howled, looking up. The guy was focused, receiving messages that he had leveled up. Hen smiled as he read about receiving the title. The young man raised his head up at the dragon, the message saying that the dragon of war would grant him a new opportunity. The dragon spread his arms to the sides. It was said that happiness had come. The guy smiled, looking at what was happening. The hero turned to the lizard, saying that he was opening 3 cards for the first time. He could start with gold, who replied that as befits a master. The young man laughed when he heard that he should be put first, and not this filthy dog. The system offered to select new custodian features. The children looked at a lot of cards. The guy was inspired, thinking that just look. There were multicolored windows in front of them. The hero noticed that he had good luck, didn't he? Hen opened his eyes wide, surprised. One of the cards glowed brightly gold. The window opened. When he realized that it was a legendary, it was said about gigantization. The system notified that the keeper had received the skill gigantization. The young man held the card in his hands, saying that this skill is used only by top tanks. Perhaps he is the only keeper with such a skill. The lizard replied to the owner that this is a great choice. Hen smiled, realizing that they had received more than just gigantization. The guy clenched his hands into a fist, reasoning that loyalty is also a skill. The young man paid attention to what was written in the system message, thinking that the keepers have a certain loyalty system and skill system. Only he knows about this in God Wars. A preview of a video with a lizard was shown on the streaming platform. The hero thought that the number of views would jump if he shared such information on the stream. Right. Lucky barked, looking at his master. Hen closed his eyes, confirming that it was his turn. The system window told him to select the dog's new features. There were many multicolored windows in front of the guys. The young man was dumbfounded when he saw the belligerent howl. The card contained the characteristics of the battle shout. The attack on the fortress was shown, and it was explained that the skill, also known as Warlike Howl, first appeared in God Wars during a brutal guild battle, and demonstrated itself as a buff that boosts the stats of all allies in the team. The character was shown riding an animal. It was said that Rappo, the master of the legendary Smarty Beast, a member of the Immortal Guild, was the first to show the skill of Warlike Howl. The dog pointed his muzzle upwards. It was said that he did it in the middle of a large-scale battle with another guild. The character rode a dog, explaining that at the moment of using the skill, the Immortal Guild ended the battle with an absolute victory. Lucky howled, the system saying that he had acquired the skill of shout battle. The hero was focused on the future, thinking that everything was going smoothly, and he was already anticipating another legendary for himself, summoning 3 legendary cards. A book opened in front of the monster. The system notified that the Dragon of War would grant them a new opportunity, and whether they would take advantage of it. Hen smirked as he looked at this. There were many windows in front of him to choose from. He said that, of course, he was the only loser here. The guy glanced at the red card, saying that there were not even unique cards. A window with a description of the fire step skill has appeared. The young man looked thoughtfully at the window, thinking that a fiery step was not bad. He opened his eyes wider, realizing that although this was a very good skill, after all, everything he stepped on would catch fire, wouldn't it? It was shown how the main character runs away from monsters in flames. He reasoned what it means that if he is ambushed by a monster or a pshnik, then the attacker will suffer, and not him. The skill effect itself is good. The hero ran away, spreading his arms to the sides, realizing that there was a drawback. He spent too much mana. It turned out that the skill burned mana rather than earth. The guy looked around at the potions around him, thinking that in his current position, he couldn't use it. Since he was still restoring his mana with potions, he needed to get the skill of restoring mana at any cost. Hen looked away, thinking that even if he had to spend a lot of money at the auction, there was an elf behind the tree. The hero thought that he was probably here because the quest was completed. The guy closed his eyes, chasing away thoughts in his head that it was amazing. Who would have thought that he would be able to cope with all the mutants? He would definitely say something like that. Tamara smiled as he asked about what was amazing. Who would have thought that he would be able to handle all the mutants? The young man put his hands on his belt, answering that there was nothing special. The elf noticed that Viga was right. He combined first-class skill and modesty. Tamara headed to the side. He held out a book, saying that it was a reward for his hard work. The system said that he had received a unique book of skill cards. Hen looked happily at the book, thinking that he wondered what would fall from it. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that he would not be happy in advance. He remembered the many cards in front of him, realizing that he was choosing a card consciously, and not at random, like the others, since he could see their contents. The magic book was open in his hand. The hero reasoned that even in his case, the card that fell out of the book is random. There are so many skills in God Wars. A notification has appeared that a unique book of skill cards opens. The pages began to turn over by themselves. A number of cards appeared in front of the guy. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. The young man saw the mana recovery card, banishing the thought in his head that it works the same way as the ballista skill. When it is not moving, this is the most useful skill. Hen covered his mouth with his hands, thinking that he didn't have to worry about mana anymore. He could attack just by standing still. A system message popped up that he had received the mana recovery field skill. The hero clicked on the screen. The young man put his hands on his belt, asking what they would do now, thinking that he would simply destroy everything here completely. Tamara looked at him, saying that while the guy was fighting monsters, he had the opportunity to take a closer look at this place. Hen smiled, realizing that the elf wanted him to defeat a boss or some monster. The young man touched his chin when he heard that Wiltgar was a bit strange, saying that Wiltgar wanted him to fight Wiltgar. Tamara looked away, explaining that it seemed that Wiltgar had also changed under the influence of an unknown force. More of a tree was shown in the forest. It was said that Wiltgar was a staggeringly huge tree even by the standards of the Forest of Giants, a symbolic tree towering over the forest in the very center. The young man put his hand on his chest in fear, hoping that he wouldn't ask to be nailed after all. He was only at level 50. He had no chance against him at all. The elf stared in front of him, saying that he would have to ask the hero to take care of the mutated Wiltgar. Hen was dumbfounded when he heard the request. The system has notified that a new chapter of the main quest has been added. Birds flew over the forest. A message popped up with a description of the quest. Hen looked away, receiving information that he needed to destroy the mutated tree in the cruel forest. In front of the guys there was a monster tree. The system said about the reward of the quest, and that the egg could be changed after the completion of the quest. A drop of sweat was running down the cheek of the protagonist, who thought about how it was not easy because he was constantly facing it. He would never have been able to handle it alone without his cheating abilities. The guy sat down, realizing that no matter how hard it was, the question arose how it was possible to give level 50 to such a huge monster. Magicians conjured by taking objects in their hands. The plot was about defeating a monster the size of Wiltgar. A whole team of at least 10 people was needed. The girl spread her arms to the sides. It was said that not just 10 people, but 10 professional players. The guy clenched his fist, contemplating that this battle would be on a completely different level compared to everyone he had had up to this point, because he would have to use skills with a strength comparable to 10 players. Hen leaned over to Lucky, saying that perhaps he wouldn't have to worry so much about mana thanks to his new skill. The protagonist looked away, adding that after all, he still needed potions to restore mana and the money for them. The lantern illuminated the dark street. As he walked down the alley, Hen thought that he had been spending too much money lately. Sighing, he noted that he did not know what to do, because the budget was not enough to prepare. He imagined a tree and wondered if it was strange to take out a loan to buy an item in the game, noting that even so, he wouldn't be able to stream every day. He received a notification on his phone. His eyes fell on the message that he had received a receipt for a money transfer. The dumbfounded protagonist said that today is payday. His eyes fell on the amount credited. The surprised guy asked if he had earned almost $26,000. With a puzzled look, he asked if it turned out that the situation was changing a little. After adjusting his cap, he said that he would first send a thank you letter to Rising Star. He began to write a letter. Looking at the screen, the protagonist wondered if he had written too simply. He continued to type. The girl crashed into him. She fell to the ground. Their phones fell. Surprised, MC apologized to her, noting that he had not looked at the road. The girl clutched her head, watching her, and asked if she had hurt herself. The embarrassed stranger looked away. Their gaze fell on the things that had fallen from their hands. The guys were scared. They reached for the phone and cap. Their hands touched. The girl was shocked by this. She suddenly ran away from there. Looking at the phone, Hyun said that she was strange. Upon entering the apartment, the stranger said that her name was Lee. She didn't even remember the last time she met someone's eyes in real life. She was constantly at home because of social phobia, and all she did was play computer games. She introduced her character and emphasized that things are different in God Wars. She stood with her back to her avatar and said that in virtual life, they are known and revered as the Muse of the Abyss Guild. But this game is like a second reality for her. Lee entered the game. She paid attention to the notification and asked Merlin what had happened, if the schedule for the next operation had already appeared. Looking at the guy, she listened that this was not the case. A message came from Emma. She wanted him to pass on the information to the guild members. She was surprised at the words that she could not take her eyes off the Archmage. Merlin introduced the protagonist and emphasized the fact that if Emma is to be believed, he is dangerous because he threatens the existence of the guild. Standing in front of the screen, Lee replied that she had watched several videos and would take note of it. The conversation with Merlin ended. Puzzled, Lee thought that even if Emma was talking about him, it meant that he was really dangerous. Opening the doors, she added that it had nothing to do with her. The guys were sitting in the office. Kim said with a smile on his face that he is the first of all the players they have signed a contract that brings them such a large profit even after deductions. Closing his eyes, Park replied that there was a good restaurant with Korean chicken nearby. They could go there and celebrate. The enthusiastic guys asked if the boss knew such words. Taken aback, the man glanced at the tablet and reported that the Archmage had responded. After handing over the tablet, he said that there was nothing special there, he just thanked for the money. The president clarified with a satisfied look that it means that there is nothing special about it. Looking at the message that said that the Archmage would soon repay them with special content that would surprise everyone, he asked if these words were special. Stretching out his hand, Puck stated that he had an item that even Asmo didn't have, fighting monsters that none of the top 10 guilds had ever seen. Looking at the workers, he asked if they thought it would be something insignificant. Crossing his arms, he asked for a video processing team. The puzzled guys clarified what about their small corporate party, to which they received the answer that they would go later, because today they work overtime. The night sky enveloped the building. Morning came and people began to correspond that the Archmage had uploaded a new video, filming right in front of the Wig estate. There would be new monsters and new weapons. Heated discussions continued on the internet. They opened a new video. The guys looked at the phone and said that the quality was excellent, as if they were watching some kind of movie. The puzzled stranger stated that the white staff of the Wig is not just a staff, with a bonus +1 to the cast. They wonder how much it will cost if it is put up for sale. The protagonist was sitting at a table. With a puzzled look, he wondered if this was strange, because he had definitely heard that the videos would be uploaded next week and did not understand why they were working too much and escalating the atmosphere. With a dumbfounded look, he wondered if they were calling on him to show what he had prepared right now. Holding his head, he thought that if he went to the raid like this, he would have to spend 20 million won on potions alone. The guy opened one eye. His eyes fell on Asmo's comment. He started reading the message. The prince was busy that day, so he couldn't watch the stream. So while they're both there, the protagonist needs to hurry up and start the broadcast, and he'll make sure it's worth his time. MC got up from the table. Drops of sweat dripped down his face. A cry was heard in the room for Heck to launch the capsule. Hen found himself in a wild forest. He read with a serious look that he felt an unknown force. Looking at the tree, the guy received messages that Wilkar was reacting to his presence. He could not leave the wild forest. Looking around the area, the protagonist wondered what it was about 500 meters away. A purple aura enveloped the tree. Looking at the living tree, Hen thought that the feature of the RPG is huge monsters. Remembering his past character, MC noted that it took him to reach about 180th level to destroy the first large mob. His look at the monster's health bar. Smiling, the guy noticed that in any case, such a large monster had a slow speed. The tree was moving in his direction. Paying attention to the notification that said that ranged attacks are prioritized, the natural regeneration skill is activated after the health drops below 70%, the pruning skill is activated after the health drops below 40%, and the self-destruct skill is activated after the health drops below 10%, after which he noted that since it is a boss, it will have 3 phases. Smiling, Hen thought about self-destruction after dropping below 10% health. He started the broadcast and came to the conclusion that the preparation for the game was over. The guy sighed. Putting his hand on his chest, he greeted the audience. Looking away, he announced that he was going to destroy the new boss, Wilkar. Holding out his hand, he asked if it would be faster if they saw for themselves. The guy showed them the monster. The guys looked at the creature and said that it was not just big, but huge. The boss was moving through the forest. Holding the vials in his hands, the protagonist stated that they were starting. He began to drink potions. Imbuing himself with a blue aura, MC used a healing field. He swung his hand to throw a fireball. A cloud of flame flew into the tree. Magic blows hit the boss, after which the viewer wondered how he hits the monster from such a distance. A fiery spear appeared in his hands. The protagonist continued to throw magic non-stop. His face was serious. Electricity enveloped the monster. The guy made another throw. An explosion rang out in front of the boss. Puzzled, Hen noticed that he didn't have enough mana. He took the potion in his hand. After drinking it, he said that no matter what the game was, mages were always short of mana. The monster began to approach. The guy threw away the empty bottle. The boss was getting closer to them. Dog barking was heard in the forest. Standing on the hill, Lucky began to howl, and the system reported that he was expressing his willingness to fight to the death with Wilkar. Smiling, Hen said that he was not particularly worried about his agra, after which he received notifications about donations. The monster shifted his gaze. The monster raised his arms above his head. He made a powerful attack. Its branches began to divide into scars. Smiling, MC emphasized that this is great, they are in the second phase. The dog watched the enemy with an angry look. Gold stepped forward, shouting that he must stop anyone who dared to try to touch his master. Smiling, Hen said that Gold had been holding back for a long time, and now he could fight to his heart's content. A bright aura enveloped the lizard. He rushed into battle. Swinging his blade, the monster struck down his opponents. Gusts of wind were hovering around the MC. An ice spear appeared in his hands. He continued to attack the boss. Various types of magic struck Wulfgar again. Looking at the health bar, the guy thought that this was great. Everything was going according to plan. Smiling, he announced that the atmosphere was heated, which meant that it was time to have fun. A notification popped up that Asmo had donated $10,000. There was a smile on the guy's face. Lucky heard his master's voice in the woods. The protagonist with a satisfied look asked the dog to come to him. Lucky began to run towards him. He jumped off the cliff. The monster was watching him. Turning around, the boss followed him. Gold closed the owner with the words that he would protect him. The guy was taken aback by the prince's message that his guardian was talking a lot. Smiling, he replied that it was. The monster came to them. The boss was approaching them. With an outstretched hand, MC opened the inventory. He took out an axe and declared that he would finish it off with this weapon. A pink aura stretched towards the monster. Cracks appeared on his body. The guy was surprised when he noticed a bright light. There was a powerful explosion. A cloud of smoke rose into the sky. The trees shook in the wind. The lizard held out his shield in front of him. The protagonist was standing behind him. He noted with a dumbfounded look that it was terrible. Looking away, he said that he wanted to end everything with amazing physical magic, but the phase of self-destruction. He glanced at the axe with a smile on his face. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that he had planned everything this way. With a satisfied look, he emphasized the fact that no one would understand for sure that he knew about the phase of self-destruction. Standing in front of the lizard, MC saw messages that new items had been added to his inventory. He had fulfilled the conditions of the quest. Looking at the broadcast chat, he came to the conclusion that it was time to end the stream. The dumbfounded protagonist noticed that 120,000 people were watching him. Holding his chin, he addressed the audience. He bowed and thanked them for watching. The night sky was shrouded in the forest, and Asmo wrote that he did not regret watching, after which he donated another $20,000. A blue sky surrounded the building. Merlin sat on the table and asked if things were going badly. Looking at the documents, the girl replied that everything was the opposite. Everything turned out in their favor. There was a smile on the guy's face. Looking at his interlocutor, he listened to the fact that there was no need to invest and put a bounty on his head. Looking at the screen, the girl emphasized that the Archmage had made a trophy of himself, which undoubtedly guaranteed glory to anyone who could even track him down. She took off her glasses. Stretching out her hand, she added that in addition, on this stream, he exposed many of his weaknesses. Smiling, the girl said that the power of the fire attacks was incredible, but there was not enough mana. While watching the tape of the stream, she stated that the regeneration field skill he uses to replenish mana is unsuitable for battles between players due to the fact that it makes the user an immovable target. Smiling, Merlin listened to what else had been confirmed, that the Archmage was not under the exclusive protection of any guild. The girl noted with a serious look that if his identity became known, then even just playing the game would not be easy for him. Closing her eyes, she said that therefore, all they could do was try to get a script from him. Bowing his head, the guy offered to prepare guild members. It seems that he trusts the restriction system in God Wars and runs freely in low-level locations, but they can start over with new characters and get him from the first level. He looked with satisfaction at his companion, who said that she was sure that he would prepare a class commensurate with the Archmage. With the authority and money of the guild, there was nothing difficult in this. Birds flew over the forest. Gold said with an enthusiastic look that his owner was amazing. Smiling, the protagonist replied that they were great, after which he thought that he would never have coped without the two of them. Stretching out his hand, he offered to look at their titles and awards. Notifications popped up that a Hunter of Wulfgar gives 20 points to all stats, and an Eyewitness to the Death of Wulfgar gives 29 health points. Looking at the screen, MC asked if he had received 20 points to all stats. Closing his eyes, he emphasized that the rewards of the main quest were wonderful. For sure, he had received a bunch of items, because the boss was big. His eyes fell on a new item in the inventory. Stunned, Hen wondered if he had only received 2 treasures. As he scanned the ground beneath his feet, he assumed that he had forgotten to pick up something else. Paying attention to the treasure, he clarified whether he always received 2 items for a monster the size of a high-rise building. Falling to the floor, the protagonist stated that this game was stupid. Enraged, Gold cried out that he would rain down on those who dared to anger his master. Looking at him, the exhausted guy thought that there would be nothing left of him either if the game broke. Touching the screen, he noted that he needed to open the treasure. A staff made from the root of Viltigar appeared in front of him, after which the system said that it was a staff made from the remaining root of the monster after its self-destruction, with an odd powerful mana inside it. Considering the characteristics, he came to the conclusion that he does not need it. The exchange is important. He hopes that it can be exchanged for money to eat chicken. His eyes fell on the line that the staff was to be sold. An enthusiastic MC noted that he would sell it and sell the chickens right away. Taken aback, he wondered what these stats were. He dropped the staff from his hands when he heard that it was just a real treasure. The elf stood in front of him with a smile on his face. Hen paid attention to him. Turning around, the stranger said that he would never have thought that he could handle this ridiculous mutant. After putting the staff in the inventory, the protagonist thought that he needed to calm down and finish the main quest. Closing his eyes, he noted that more importantly, it was the reward of the main quest with a legendary rank. He said with a satisfied look that it was not easy, he just did what he had to do. With a smile on his face, he thought that he had naturally managed to do it, considering how much money he had poured into it, so the elf should hurry up and give him his reward. He was suddenly taken aback. A red aura swirled around him, after which the system said that he had been attacked by the power of the nameless god. The frightened guy clarified what it was. Lucky looked up and began to growl. Stunned, Hyun thought that this was a lot of pressure for this game. It was strange that the ending screen had not yet appeared. Looking at his body, he read that all kinds of defenses were greatly reduced. He could no longer use his skills, and his health began to drop. Drops of sweat dripped down his face, after which the guy clarified whether he would really die like this. He noticed a bright light. A bright flash came from his body. The elf covered his face with his hand. Gusts of wind swirled around the area. The guy had an egg in his hands. Dark energy was drawn to him. An exhausted MC read that the egg absorbs the power of the nameless god. Holding the egg in front of him, he read that it was impossible to identify. It needed the power of a nameless god to hatch. Looking at the egg, he saw a message that the hatching progress was 3%. Gold stood in front of his master. The elf approached him and assumed that the guy was in possession of something unknown to him. Smiling, he asked to speak about it with Lord Vega, who was waiting outside. The guy was taken aback by these words. MC came out of the wild forest. People were standing in front of the entrance. The man with a satisfied look said that the guy had finally returned. Judging by the expression on his face, something serious had happened. Stretching out his hand, he clarified what was going on. Spreading his hands, the protagonist revealed that the moment he defeated Wiltgar, the power of the nameless god attacked him and tried to kill him. Remembering how he held the egg, he noted that if it were not for it, he would have died without the opportunity to do anything. He stressed with a tense look that this is done to annoy players who are trying to level up without completing the main quests. Holding his chin, the man said that he had received a letter from the Tunga Kingdom. Similar things were happening there. Standing in front of him, he reported that mutant monsters had appeared that had never been seen before, as well as the power of the nameless god, said to be attacking humans. He imagined how the energy surrounded the guys. Closing his eyes, the old man noted that everyone who had met the force in the Tunga Kingdom had died, but he was standing in front of them, still alive. Hen was taken aback by these words. Closing his eyes, he concluded that the man wanted him to investigate. On his face, the old man replied that it was. Taking the book out of his bosom, he pointed out that as soon as the boy arrived in the Tunga Kingdom, someone would meet him there. Stretching out his hands, MC saw messages that he had received a book of skill cards, he had received a certificate from the city of Vijay, he could head to the kingdom of Tunga at any time with the help of warp magic. Putting his hands on his hips, the man said that they would inform him about the matter. Holding the book in front of him, the guy read that a new quest has appeared in the main scenario branch. Changing the egg, he needs to meet the one who sent the letter from the Tunga Kingdom. Progress in the Forbidden Zone is available after completing the quest. Raising an eyebrow, Hen thought that he needed to go to the Tung Kingdom to find out more. He needed to postpone this quest for now. An inventory appeared in front of him. His gaze fell on many red projections. Smiling, he thought that he had already received the items from the first treasure. Holding the staff in his hands, he read that with its help, mana regeneration increases by 20%. The rate of mana regeneration increases by 100%. A blue aura enveloped him, after which he thought that there was nothing special about permanent stats. But mana regeneration was too good. If he used this staff with a healing field, then perhaps his lack of mana problem would be solved. Looking at the new staff, he noted that thanks to telekinesis, the switch was not difficult. The enthusiastic guy stated that even with a unique rank, items like this could be sold at exorbitant prices, as if it were legendary. Holding the staff in his hand, he noted that he had chosen it as his first treasure since he needed to use one, after which he wondered what type of weapon to choose this time. He imagined a hostile creature and emphasized that the monsters he would have to face in the Tunga Kingdom were centaurs. Looking at the lizard, he emphasized that if he changed the appearance and skills of its guardian, with such a centaur. A spear appeared in his hands. The young man read with a smile that he had received a spear from Wulgar's root. Holding his chin, he noted in his thoughts that he would stream about new, nowhere to be seen, after he advertised them, put them up for auction when the situation was favorable. He glanced at the book and wondered if it was worth opening. Falling to his knees, Hen began to pray for the dragon mana to fall to him once more. Holding out the book, he asked Lucky to howl for him. Raising his head, the dog began to howl. Touching the screen, MC noted that he would open the book. Maps appeared in front of him. His face was surprised. The exasperated lizard said that the support of this vile dog did not help. The joyful protagonist shouted that she had really appeared. He stared at the dragon mana card. Raising his hands, he began to shout enthusiastically. He noted with a satisfied look that he would demolish everything in his path. Gold began to clap and said that it was magnificent, as expected of his master. Putting his fist on his chest, he asked where the owner would go next, noting that he would gladly follow him. Smiling, MC replied that they weren't going hunting. He imagined the warriors and told him that the maximum level in Tung's palace was the 100th, and when he moved from Vijay City to Tung's palace, he would jump to 100th level players. With a satisfied look, he asked if it was not stupid to go there with his low 50th level. Looking at the trees, MC said that he needed to get as much out of this location as possible. The guy opened a can of soda. Closing his eyes, he thought that he had really raised his level in the past few days. Energy surrounded him. A ball of fiery energy appeared in Hen's hands, after which he noted that the mana regeneration was so fast that he didn't even have time to use it all. While drinking soda, the protagonist shifted his gaze to the man who said that he had received information about a very special Ruth. The joyful stranger announced that the top 10 guilds had united and announced a reward for the Archmage's head. MC pushed the chair behind him. The guy with an enthusiastic look added that he was telling the truth. If you recorded the murder of the Archmage, you could get a reward of $100,000. The protagonist choked on soda. He was horrified by the words that the guilds had done this because the Archmage had provoked them. Evening came. Hen walked out of the store. With a puzzled look, he asked who had just started the rumors that he was provoking the top 10 guilds. He asked furiously what if it was Heck. A notification came to his phone. Putting his hand in his pocket, the guy wondered who was calling him at such an hour. He saw that it was a call from his brother. Putting the phone to his ear, he said that he was eating well. Smiling, he asked not to worry about him, he should worry about his own health. After which he thought that if you think about it, he was too focused on streaming and quests, he did not visit relatives for a long time. Standing in front of the store, the protagonist said that he had been paid his salary. June could buy higher in anything she asked. He added with a satisfied look that he would return early this afternoon. He held the phone in front of him. The guy with a satisfied look noted that this is great, false rumors will be forgotten if he ignores them. He ran into the girl again. Frowning, MC wondered what kind of loser he was. His phone fell out of his hands. He fell to the floor. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if the phone had broken. The girl was standing behind him. Examining the screen, he said that this time it really crashed. The girl ran up to him saying that she was apologizing, she was in a hurry, and they were surprised when they saw each other. The evening sky enveloped the city. Closing his eyes, Hen asked his friend not to mock, because they had agreed on compensation. She said that this time the blame was entirely on her. Smiling, Heck emphasized the fact that crashing into the same girl twice is fate. The upset protagonist noted that he was just a loser, to which he received the answer that he did not understand anything about romance. They even exchanged numbers. Putting his hands on the table, the guy said that he had new information about the Archmage and the top 10, they would fight soon. The dumbfounded MC thought that this would not happen. Closing his eyes, Heck added what they were saying, that the Archmage farms in the Forest of Giants to prepare for battle. Standing in front of him, he asked where his friend got this nonsense from. Closing his eyes, he added that he was not interested, so he needed to prepare a capsule for him. Heck's face was distressed. The sun's rays fell on the cafe building. Morning came when the building was discussing that the Archmage and the top 10 guilds would soon face off in battle. There was a smile on the president's face. Kim looked at him and wondered if it was just a rumor. Crossing his arms, Puck stated that they would become true. The Archmage had no intention of remaining on friendly terms with the guilds. He introduced the warrior and emphasized the fact that he rather wanted the top 10 guilds to be hostile to him. The puzzled man asked if he wanted it. Holding the tablet in front of him, the guy asked how much the protagonist would earn from the video, which is called the Abyss Guild vs. the Archmage. Kim was surprised. Sitting at the table, Park said that the Archmage was obsessed with becoming a star. He had never thought of gaining views in small steps like other streamers. He imagined the city and said that therefore, in the next location, the Kingdom of Tung, there would be a great conflict between the Archmage and the guilds. Closing his eyes, Park said that they jumped into the last car of the departing train, which is pulled by an incredible man. With a satisfied look, he asked if they should pay for the fare. Standing in front of him, Kim clarified if he was going to bribe the Archmage again, noting that he didn't think he would use the vast amount of skills they were giving him. The president handed him a tablet. Looking at the screen, Kim was taken aback. Putting his hands on the table, Park asked what the reckless driver needed, to which he replied that he needed an additional airbag. Sunlight filtered into their office through the windows. A stream of flames flew at the monster. There was an explosion. Watching the creatures, the protagonist shouted that Lucky should come from the right flank. The dog rushed into battle. Gold was moving down the left flank. Electricity hovered around the magician. He threw a powerful attack. Magic hit a distant monster. His face was dumbfounded. Gar fell to the ground, after which the system said that his level was raised. He had reached the 60th level. Smiling, he read that the Dragon of War was granting him the opportunity. An inventory appeared in front of him. The guy put on a new set of clothes. Inspecting the clothes, he read, 2 items of the set give 25 points to all stats. For 3 items, he will receive 14 attack points, 10% to armor and resistance with 4 items, and 10% to all types of damage when equipping 5 items of the set. Smiling, MC noted that he still needed to dress gold. The black car set appeared on the lizard. An enthusiastic gold shouted that, as you might expect, the master knew who the truly loyal subject was. Lucky began to howl. Looking at it, he said that it was impossible to equip items on it. Besides, if he dressed it up, he himself would be left without pants at all in real life. The distressed dog lowered his head. The guy saw the dragon's imagination and read that it gives him an opportunity. Cards appeared in front of the dragon. MC took notice of the legendary card. As he looked at it, he read that it was a recycling that allowed him to restore health when he consumed mana and restore mana when his health stats dropped. He imagined himself in a game. Hitting himself on the head, he said that it was obviously necessary to prolong life in dangerous situations, but in that case, it was understandable that a healing spell would be cast. He thought that archmages could learn all possible spells. Closing his eyes, he added that he should buy a new defensive skill. His thunder shield is good, but his defensive abilities are a bit weak. He has an excess of mana, so he can use his mana shield. Taken aback, MC asked in his mind about the mana shield. He imagined a person being surrounded by a barrier and thought that the mana shield was a skill that created a shield of mana, reducing its stats every time the shield absorbed damage. Looking at the health bar, Hen emphasized that if you add recirculation to it, the mana shield will take damage, and when you sharpen your mana, its health will regenerate slightly. Holding his neck, MC noted that the cost of the mana shield card was over $15,000. He is out of the game. He's back in the system. Drops of sweat dripped down his face. A legendary card appeared in front of him. A joyful Hyun shouted that the boss of the Rising Star channel cheers 3 times. We were shown the settlement and told that the kingdom of Tunga. You can get there only after passing through the Forest of Giants, passing through the curvature in space and the city of Vijay, so this is the main arena for mid-level players. Streamer imagined several fortresses and thought that the kingdom was surrounded by 4 palaces to the north, east, south, and west, with the central palace as the starting point. The first thing players see when they go through the curvature in space is the western palace. Blue mana stretched out into the square. Residents paid attention to this. An aura emanated from Lucky. People paid attention to the reptiloid. The townspeople glanced at MC and shouted that the Archmage had arrived in the Tunga kingdom. They discussed with a dumbfounded look that they did not know what he would do now, because he could show from the very beginning who was in charge there. Because they were talking. That he was in the process of preparing for a war with the 10 guilds, so his first step might be to declare war. There was a smile on the guy's face. He waved his hand. The dumbfounded guy wondered if he touched a nerve with one look. Looking at the warrior, the guy said that the rumors were probably true, judging by what he thought of the PC. When there were NPC guards around, Hen was crazy. There was nothing more to say about a man who had all 10 guilds as enemies. The frightened stranger said that he just looked at him because it was interesting. Smiling, MC asked him to come over. He happily noted that he would take as many selfies with them as the guys wanted. We were shown a video and told that, as in all games, newcomers can do nothing to resist veterans. They are helped in every possible way by guilds that have already gained authority and fame. Looking at various video previews, MC said that naturally, it is much easier for them to learn and develop. He imagined the company's logo and added that this is why the magician who started streaming became incredibly popular and began to be discussed everywhere. The audience looked at various people and wrote that they didn't care about his personality. Because the Archmage showed them a path that no one had gone through before, they wanted to see the faces of these casuals who rely on popular guilds for everything. A guy with a calm look appeared in the city. He waved his hand. The guys began to take selfies with him. The joyful stranger asked to take a photo with Gold. He approached the monster with the words that he would never have thought that he would take a selfie with the warrior lizard, to which he was told that he was actually a guardian. Pointing to his armor, the lizard noted that it was a symbol of loyalty that the master had given him. All the people went to the protagonist's companion. With a dumbfounded look, he thought that this game was stupid. Looking away, MC noted in his mind that things were going as planned. He hoped that the top 10 guilds would ease the pressure of false rumors. Looking at the building, he thought that after all, the quests of the main story were the most important thing for him, because false rumors could not slow him down. People looked out of the windows of the houses. The warriors followed the protagonist, and said that no one would have thought that immediately after appearing he would start taking selfies with everyone. Smiling, the knight asked what they would do to him. Glancing at his comrades, he emphasized the fact that they, the guild of Snicko, needed to deal with him before the others. The joyful guy was holding on to the back of his head. Evening came. Hyun was moving along the field and heard the voices of the fans. The warriors watched him from behind the trees. The stranger smiled suddenly. Raising her hand, she clarified whether it was an Archmage. Folding her hands, she asked for a photo, because she is a huge fan of his. MC calmly wondered if they were from the Snicko guild. He saw the buffs on the girl and thought that it was obvious to him what they were up to. Smiling, the Archmage replied that he did not mind the photo. The stranger drew attention to the staff with the words that the guy had changed his equipment. It was no longer white. Standing in front of them, Hen replied that it was for sure. With this equipment it was much better to beat up people like them. They were taken aback by what they heard. The knight grabbed his blade and thought that the protagonist knew everything from the beginning. He lunged. The girl with a calm look began to reason that they were already too close to him. He could not do anything. She cut the grass and stressed that he didn't care what kind of clothes he had. He was still a mage. He would not survive in close combat. The protagonist covered himself with his hands. A katana appeared in the girl's hands. MC was standing in front of them. The guys were surprised. As they attacked, they asked why the Archmage had done nothing and whether they would take him down so easily. They heard a scream behind them. Their comrades fought with a lizard and a dog. Turning around, they asked how their opponent knew about the ambush. They were taken aback by the words that they were surprised. The barrier surrounded the protagonist, and the system said that the mana shield absorbed all the damage. Smiling, he greeted the viewers and suggested that they were surprised by this sudden stream, adding that he was sure that many were expecting the first broadcast from the Tunga Kingdom, but unfortunately, he came across some nerds. The guys were horrified by this. Closing his eyes, MC stated that many had tried to ambush him like this, so he changed his strategy. Smiling, he added that he had become a tank, after which notifications popped up that part of the mana spent would go to health. He had a quick mana regeneration. The warriors were frightened. Hyun said with a satisfied look that if they managed to kill him, he would invest $100,000 in the Snicko Guild. The young man rapidly swings his weapon and pronounces that it is a sword of rage, and the girl, holding the blade firmly in her hands, shouts that it is a dancing sword. The protagonist watches the battle and thinks that, of course, this game is no exception, so he already knew that they would try to get closer. Hen stands with his arms crossed in front of his attacking players and continues to muse that if he tried to defend himself with lucky and gold, the fight would turn into a mess. The beast flies back from the blow, and the guy is still thinking that even in the worst-case scenario, they could have died. The players resolutely step on the protagonist, and he adds that in this case, it is better to become their target and turn into a tank. He shifts his gaze to the attackers and asks if Snicko's guild pays people like them. A drop of sweat runs down the girl's hot face, and clenching her teeth furiously, she wonders how this young man knew from which guild they came from. The blonde man looks away and hears the beast growl. He raises his sword, looking at the approaching warrior with the wolf. The animal quickly pounces on the girl. The main character brings his hand to his face. The destroyed bodies of the players lie in the middle of the field, and Hen says that their rating is 37 points. The protagonist looks ahead with interest. He comes closer to the enemy, and says that he will loot them more, since he has time. The guy carefully looks at the scoreboard and decides that he will be suspected if he takes only the best things, so he needs to take the worst ones. He clicks his finger on the weapon and thinks that the tongue sword is worth taking. The young man shifts his wary gaze to the side. There are players on the field, and the young man sees that other PCs have frozen, because he knocked down a well-known guild. The main character watches what is happening and continues to think that this is great, and that then it is worth continuing to go according to the plan. The players come closer, and the young man decides that it is not worth ending the broadcast there, and asks what he can arrange a show. Hen, looking resolutely ahead, forms magical energy in the palm of his hand and asks that the players have come to see the magician, then they need to show the magic. Centaurs with spears in their hands look forward. Their leader furiously throws his hands to the sides and lets out a battle cry. The protagonist turns his gaze to the enemy, and decides that he will show such a thing that they will be afraid to show their faces in front of him. A powerful monster decisively attacks the main character. A young man raises his hand with ball lightning, aiming at the enemy, and shouts that it is ball lightning. A flash of fire crashes into the monster. Fire arrows quickly fly at the enemy. The fireball crashes into the centaur's body, bursting into flames. The defeated monster lies on the ground. The centaurs look at the defeated leader in bewilderment. The main character holds an ice ball in his hand. He turns his head to the side and summons an ice spear. The magic weapon slams swiftly into the centaurs, enveloping them in an ice cloud. Shocked players look at the battle performance, and the guy asks that maybe someone saw Hen drinking something, and the girl is puzzled that she knew he was powerful. But was his stamina always so good? The protagonist approaches the bodies of the centaurs. He moves his neck to the side, controlling his hand with a lightning bolt, and says that this is the last skill. Lightning arrows crash into the enemy's chest, and the young man says that he is finally there. The young man looks forward. He bows his head down, and thanks the audience for watching, and adds that the stream is over for today. A young man clicks on the end of the broadcast button and decides that showing his strength is boring. The green lizard stares intently at the master, and he calls him by name. Hen raises his hand with a magical weapon that emits light, and answers in the affirmative when asked if he wants to make the centaur his guardian. A dinosaur with an open mouth is engulfed in fiery flames, and a young man summons a guardian. A centaur appears from the fire. A spear made of Trentwood materializes. The powerful guardian appears before his master with weapons in his hand and exclaims that he welcomes him in his new guise, and adds that he will repay him with his loyalty. Lucky bared her mouth. The main character turns his amazed look at Gold and asks that he has become much more reliable. The guardian, standing in front of the master, put his hand to his chest and declared that he would eliminate any enemy, let him only order, and the guy decided that it would be necessary to test his abilities. The protagonist raises a finger and declares that now they need to go to the western fortress. A majestic fortress rises in the steppe, and Hyun orders the barking dog to be patient, because he must continue the quest while the pursuers have calmed down. In the observation tower of the western fortress, a pentagram appears on the floor, radiating energy. A young man in a robe looks at the guests affably and says that those who were able to get there are good fellows, and it seems that he is Zagara, and adds that he may not look like him, but he is the lord of the western fortress, and he is also the prince of the Tonga kingdom. The protagonist stands in front of the young monarch and thinks that he has met the lord from the very beginning, and says that it is an honor for him to meet the ruler. Zagara rises in the middle of the hall and reveals that the guy may have already heard about the situation from Vega, that his soldiers are dying due to an unknown force. The protagonist attacks the opponent, and the prince continues to say that he heard that Hen was able to survive this, and asks him to help find out what this power is. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face, and he thinks that he would like to find out himself, and that he is almost dead. The young man puts his hand to his chest and excitedly says that if he helps, he swears by his name, that he will reward him fittingly, and the information says that a new quest has been added, and that it is necessary to go to the Forbidden Zone on the Golden Plains and study the situation, that the reward will be a grimoire of skills, and an additional reward a grimoire of the master. The young man looks ahead in amazement. The master's grimoire materializes, emitting red energy streams. It allows you to raise the rank of one skill to master, and it takes a lot of time and effort to raise a skill to master. The book opens up and says that it allows you to do it in an instant, and that it is incredibly valuable. The protagonist looks intently at the prince and thinks that the condition is not to die even once, and replies to the prince that he should leave everything to him. The plane is flying in the sky, and the flight attendant reports that the liner will land at Miami International Airport on schedule, and asks to fasten seatbelts. The girl admires the view from the window and thinks that she asked to be invited to direct meetings, and asks herself in her mind what is so important that they are going to tell her, and for this everyone is gathered. She looks up and continues to speculate that this could be a new raid strategy, or a guild reorganization. Lee picks up her phone and reads a message from Hyun that he's contacting her about screen compensation. She drops the gadget in surprise and realizes that this is the guy. She looks at the screen and reads the next message that he is almost done with the screen repair due to urgency, and so that she doesn't have to worry about compensation. The lady stares at the screen intently and thinks that she is embarrassed to hush up such a thing, although it happened because of her, and remembers that he lives in the same area, and that he can just send him money without knowing the cost of repairs. A drop of sweat runs down her tense face, and she continues to castigate herself that she can't continue to avoid people like this. The girl writes a message that she is embarrassed about this, and that she will repay the guy later. The tall headquarters building of the Abyss Guild rises in the city. Members of the guild sit at the round table. Lee, with his hands on his knees, looks around uncertainly, thinking that the heads and even the high ranks, that the entire base of the guild has gathered. A young man slightly opens his mouth and greets the audience. He moves his neck to the side and says that he is Merlin, the guild master of the Abyss Guild. The blonde woman standing behind him lowers her head, and the man says thank you to the audience, and thanks you for taking your precious time to come, and adds that everyone was gathered here because there was a problem that worries the guild and the Geo Wars ecosystem. A projection appeared from the center of the table, showing the battle of the players. The man shifts his gaze to the man sitting next to him and asks if this is about the BJ Archmage. Don't they already know about him? The blonde comes forward and says that she will now explain, and it is introduced that her name is Emma, that she is the manager of the Abyss Guild, and continues that BJ the Archmage is already known to everyone. The protagonist stands in a fighting stance, and Emma continues to broadcast that this guy is destroying the Geo Wars ecosystem that the top 10 guilds have been building for so long, and that he has shown hundreds of items and bosses that they have never seen, and goes on to say that he escaped all the ambushes of high-ranking players as if he knew about them, and asks what members can now ask, how is this possible? She looked angrily forward and ended by saying that it was all because BJ the Archmage was invading the game system. The agitated participants of the meeting opened their mouths in indignation. The girl put her hand down on the table and said emphatically that Alpha had almost completely stopped simulating the game, and that it was time to bring justice. She leaned forward and stated that the name of the Abyss Guild would be a bounty on the head of the Archmage's BJ from now on. Lee looked at the talking lady and mentally asked that this was serious, and that this was possible in Geo Wars, and the manager continued to say that PC, theft, whatever, methods did not matter. It was necessary to stop the gameplay of the BJ Archmage, and that if someone could prove that they had disturbed him, then the reward would not be long in coming. The man raised his hand and asked that, however, they could not go to the same place as the protagonist due to their high levels. Emma looked at the guy and said that it was a good point, and that was why the Abyss Guild would help everyone level up their twinks. The young man turned to his neighbor and asked if it wasn't profitable for them to upgrade the twinks for free, and added that whether they would defeat the Archmage or not, there were only advantages. A girl with blonde hair looks forward. Lee lowered her head and thought that if Emma wasn't lying, she should try, and asked herself what was the unpleasant feeling that was taking possession of her. The main character raised his finger up, looking to the side. The fortress stands in a field under the hot sun. The protagonist with the keeper and the lucky are standing in front of a barrier rift. The centaur tilts his head towards Hen and says that he is uncomfortable with this place, and Hen replies that he is sure that this is the entrance to the forbidden area that Sagara was talking about, and continues, since they said that they sealed the areas where the incident took place. The young man looked at the companions and thought that, in other words, this is a great place to farm, where no one will disturb him. The rift threatens the travelers to enter, and the young man calls on his friends to go forward, and the information informs that the guy has received the title of visitor to the Forbidden Zone and the first to enter the Forbidden Zone. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's tense face, and he thinks that the angle of view is limited by the black wind, and that the sound is muffled. An ominous darkness stretches over the field, and the young man muses that they want him to fight monsters in such a place, and on the condition that he not die. The main character shifts his gaze to the side and realizes that the complexity of the main plot is really high. Centaur zombies are standing in a field under the dark sky, and Hen thinks it's almost impossible to clear such a place alone if it weren't for his abilities. Gold opens his mouth and says that the enemy is coming. The mighty centaur looks at the enemy, and the young man thinks that why not take a look at the capabilities of the renewed Gold, and he says that the master should allow him to attack. Fiery streams crash into the ground with a powerful explosion. The zombie centaur flies back in horror. It is destroyed. The protagonist turns his head and yells at Lucky that another one is coming. The dog raised its muzzle and growled in front of the enemy, and the screen says that it expresses its desire to fight to the death. Hen leans forward and summons the fire arrow and ice ball skill, and yells at Gold to step on the enemy. A powerful guardian is rapidly approaching. He furiously throws a spear at his opponent with a cry for his master. The zombie flies to the side. A spear made of Trent wood has pierced the enemy, and the information says that it absorbs the target's health. The overtaken enemy throws his head back in pain. The dragon's eye overtakes him. The guy turns back. In front of it, a fiery explosion destroys the enemy. His level is increased. Hen leans forward and thinks that there is much more experience here, although this is ordinary territory. A glowing zombie stands in front of him, and he continues to think that PCs won't get here yet, which means hunting here. The monster looks at the protagonist angrily. Gold shifts his bewildered gaze to his opponent, and his master orders that he is not to be killed yet, and thinks that he cannot just miss such a tasty place just yet. The sun illuminates the skyscraper. Merlin, crossing his arms, reveals that Emma did something bolder than he thought, and adds that while God Wars was a perfect game without a single bug, how could the protagonist manipulate the system? A girl with white hair, lowering her head, reports that the possibility of this is small, and asks if her interlocutor has seen the broadcast from a PC. Now he cannot be attacked with poor skills. A broadcast is running on an open laptop. There was a comment from Cat Ghoulman with a message that in order to attack the main character, you have to be very decisive. The girl with white hair, grinning, informs them that they need to support the members of their guild and convey that the abyss will never abandon its own. Merlin, turning his head, says that it is necessary to awaken their sense of victimhood. They should not just stand by and watch the cheating of the main character, and continues that she has prepared something to fight him. Merlin, sitting in an armchair, asks what she has prepared. The white-haired woman turns her head and says that she has prepared the small pack rating. The man with red hair made a questioning expression on his face. The robot with the triangle on his face, turning his head, reports that this is a rating invented by Small Pack and Wars Tube, and continues that this channel is engaged in visualizing various statistics in the game, for example, the time of passing others. Even if the criteria in calculating statistics are objective, their ratings still remain unofficial and subjective content of the author of the channel. But there are more than 51 million subscribers on the channel. Papers are lying on the floor. The hand is holding a stack of sheets. A man in a green suit throws a stack of papers. A girl with white hair says that he uses those who like to compete with each other. His channel has been reborn as an absolute indicator for all God Wars players. Rings glitter on her hands. The girl informs that everyone below the 200 level should line up to see who is the strongest. A man in a green suit, raising his hands in different directions, loudly asks who is the strongest this week. The girl says that if the name of the main character appears in the rating, he will definitely attract the attention of strong players. Merlin, making a questioning expression on his face, asks if he wants him to be the first in the rankings, and adds that he hasn't even reached the 70th level. The woman closed her eyes and said that she had paid him. The girl says that the Small Pack channel will soon post something. The bright sun illuminates the skyscraper. The man with the exclamation point on his helmet declares that this week's winner is below the 200th level, and adds that this is the long-awaited 999th edition. The flyers have appeared. A man in a green suit, holding a microphone, asks if everyone knows about the main character. He has become discussed lately. A boy with a joyful face, holding a phone, is glad that the main character is first, and adds that he has killed everyone. The man reports that the boy is with a golden spoon, but at the same time the showman plays quite well, and asks Hyun if this is true. The man with the dark hair, holding his head, look down. Sweat drips from the boy's face. He thinks what is happening. The man, sitting on the couch, reports that the player is below the 200th level. Usually players with about 150th levels win in this section, and Hen is only 70. To which the guy with dark hair exclaims that he has not even reached the 100th level. The man in the tail shouts that this is incredible. The character, holding his head, thinks about how it happened. The hero, looking at his hands, thinks that even guilds that didn't care about him or famous players can now target him. A person with a triangle on his face scatters papers. There are inscriptions that getting into his rating means that there is potential for development in what he gets. A bright star shines in the sky. There are inscriptions that this way you can fly up and become a star. This is a short way to universal fame. The dark-haired hero looks ahead and thinks that how did he get here? Did the director of Rising Star really try? The man, shifting his gaze to the tablet screen, mentally says that no one else went to such lengths to prevent him. Even if it was for the sake of advertising, the director is very brave. A dark sky appeared. The boy thinks that he can no longer chill and needs to focus on completing the quest. The hand holds the tablet. The employee says whether the director has seen the rating. The man, sitting in an armchair, asks if he is involved in this. The head says that no, the owner of the channel does not listen to him, to which his interlocutor asks in surprise that they know each other. The guy with the blonde hair, looking ahead, replies that they know each other. He was the senior in the school, this daredevil. He was terribly greedy. He wouldn't move a foot unless there was a guild master of the top 10 in front of him. His hand is holding a tablet. The man says that he knows something. The hero, raising his index finger, says that the main hen has done something and attracted the attention of the strongest guilds. A man with glasses, looking ahead, asks if he has anything to do with it. The girl clenched her teeth. The boss replies that the main protagonist crushed the group from the Snicko guild, so the mediocre guilds now do not think of attacking, and says questioningly whether the main character likes this situation. The guy, making a smirk, says that of course not, because he is crazy about attention. The worker, making a surprising expression on his face, asked if the protagonist had intentionally made himself a target. Hyun, putting his hand on the table, agrees and says that if he is mentioned in the small pack rating, then the players who thought he was just looking for attention will turn their eyes and run after him. A man in a red cloak is standing on the field. The boy reports that even without standing still, he did everything so that the victims would elevate him. They themselves would come for him. The hero with blonde hair, looking at the employee, says that it is necessary to act. The employee is interested in a bribe. The guy, making a smile, agrees and adds that this time they will attach a letter. The man, throwing his hands behind his head, says that it's time to ask for a favor from the main character. The sun illuminates the castle. The guy shouts about the sword claw. The monster with horns gets hit. Gray enemies lie on the field. The man in armor, folding his hands, says that they are above the 90 level, for which they came to the territory of high-ranking players, to which the girl replies that in order to find the main character. The man, raising his hand, explains that despite the price for his head, is it fair that the group from the 90s came for the 70s? The guy, looking at the man in armor, reports that they will catch him even at the cost of their honor. The man, holding up his index finger, says that their names can get into the small POC rating if they catch him. The man in armor, lowering his head, says that there are still players sponsored by top guilds. The sun shines on the players on the field. The hero takes off the blindfold and asks to pay attention to the players from the Scaff Guild. The character, keeping his hand on the bandage, asks not to pay attention to others, because they need the main character at any cost. Players are reviewed among themselves. A man, receiving a blow from a golem, thinks that he should rehabilitate himself in the next few days for this defeat. The long-haired guy raised his hand and introduced himself as Avid, a member of the Red Snake group. The young man, making a satisfied face, asks the interlocutor that he ran here, having heard the news, without waiting for an answer, continues whether he has come here for the first time. The sun shines on the castle. The man says that he was reborn in the western castle after his death, and asks if it is difficult to get here. The hero, angry, asks if he wants a fight. The young man, smiling, denies. The sun illuminates the field. The character asks that Hyun has really become popular lately, and adds that high-ranking players from the Stone Forest are flocking here. A man, looking away, thinks that if something goes wrong, he will have to put them down first. There is nothing wrong with eliminating competitors. The young man, looking away, shouts that this is the main character. The guy, looking ahead, thinks he's here. A guy in a raincoat is standing on the field. The players stood in the middle of the field and shouted that they had seen the streamer. The guy pushed his torso forward and ordered the archers to check if it was really him. The girl made her eyes glow and shouted a spell. The user took the staff and claimed to see Lucky in gold, and the character added that the protagonist was definitely nearby. The sun lit up the savannah. A drop of sweat ran down the young man's face, and he realized that they were mistaken, but they saw centaurs. The creatures turned. The archer bent down and asked who was standing there. His partner said that they had spawned. The man looked into the distance and assumed that it was really them. The boy came up and said that it was all strange, because he definitely saw the main character and his pet in their place. The centaur straightened his shoulders. Hen's silhouette appeared behind the monster, and the players were outraged that he was probably playing a prank on them, and the system notified that the polymorph was activated. The notification window flashed, and the viewer said that the hero had incredible acting skills, and added that from the very beginning he thought that they were centaurs. The screen displayed the number of viewers. The protagonist smiled and thought that everything was going according to plan. The light came through the crack, and Hen said that he was really going crazy. He tilted his head and thought that they had landed on the golden fields like a pack of rabid dogs, just to catch him. And the hero thought that the Scarf Guild and the Red Snake Group were with them, and the hero remembered that they were the top guilds. The feed of videos appeared in front of the eyes of the main character, and he mentally said that this was all due to the fact that the number of subscribers on their channels exceeded 50 million. The guy clutched his head and exclaimed that they had left their conscience behind the capsules, and the hero noted that there were 90 levels here. The swordsman raised his weapon, and the main character reported that high-ranking players hunt in the rookie zones, and it looks like bullying, so everyone is pointing fingers at them. The player looked at his partner. Hyun scratched his head and thought that everything was even worse, because they were here for PC, not for hunting, and they would not only point a finger at them, but also start criticizing, and the hero added that even so they came. Sweat appeared on the young man's cheek, and he mentally declared that this meant that they had finally abandoned their pride and conscience in order to catch him. The protagonist touched his chin and said that if so, then he would not succeed alone in this game. The skill card appeared, and Hen thought that he was lucky to have received a chain lightning from the level 70 reward skill book. The kids lit up, and the guy said that there was simply no better skill for fighting groups. The centaur stood behind the main character, and he thought that there would be problems, regardless of the outcome, and the hero thought that if he won, an entire guild would turn on him, and their containment would affect the completion of the main quest. The player lowered his gaze. The wind stirred the fur, and the young man said that it was great, and he would meet them like a streamer. The mutants looked around, and Hen noted that he was glad that there were more players here than he thought. The silhouette appeared, and the boy said that it was not only pleasing, and the hero thought that these freaks did not even think that so many people would gather here. Users stopped in the field. The man squeezed his eyes shut and said why not at least catch them, and the protagonist thought that they wouldn't even team up to catch him, and stressed that this was a great opportunity for them. A strand of hair hangs over her forehead. The leader made a displeased grimace, and Hen stated that as long as they were busy fighting with each other, they would not notice him, because the lower class would not keep up with his speed, and the hero concluded that he would have enough time to increase the distance. The guy was sweating, and mentally said that they were running away, so the form was a bit off, and the interface said that there was currently a private stream going on, and suggested changing it to a public one, and the streamer wondered if it was worth stopping. The protagonist showed his teeth in a smile and said that everything was quite calm, and it seemed that they had guessed nothing, and then added that he was grateful to the audience for keeping everything secret, and the viewers responded in messages. The man stretched out his hand and exclaimed that he had heard that it was the same streamer. The centaurs began to run away, and the players shouted that they were running away, and the characters asked if they were just centaurs. The watchers had fun with it. The leader grinned. The guy opened his mouth and asked what kind of nonsense it was, and his partner replied that he did not know, but the surveillance agent told him about it. The centaur stared at the group of people, and the player exclaimed that he had told him so. Hen's silhouette turned around and announced that they had been caught. He looked away and said that if so, then the private broadcast should end and shouted to cancel the polymorph. The protagonist unmasked, and the system notified that the broadcast had been changed to public and named the current number of viewers. Teammates looked furiously at the streamer, and one of the commentators explained what was happening now. Hen smiled smugly and named the ability, after which he announced that the show had begun, and the interface notified that the acceleration had been activated. The guy ran away and wished them good luck. The partners rushed in pursuit. The man sped up and exclaimed that the opponent was too fast. The archer was sweating and said that they could not catch up with him, and the guy was indignant that they were not athletes to run so fast. The cloak was scattered in the wind, and the players shouted to each other that they needed to pick it up. The leader showed his teeth, and the audience rejoiced that there was a broadcast of what was happening. The sky lit up with the sunset, and the guy thought that the streamer wanted to make them look like fools. Hen turned. The young man bit his lip and realized that if he lost, he would look like a simpleton, and he had to catch the fleeing man at all costs. The protagonist teased the catching up with a whistle. The boy bent his elbow and realized that he was being bullied. Dawn filled the heavens with glow. Teammates crumpled the grass. The leader stopped. Lucky went out onto the rock, and he thought that the dog might take them all by surprise. The leader turned his head, and mentally declared that the dog under the buffs could destroy him. The silhouettes of people appeared in the middle of the savannah, and the man thought that this game would end for him there. He gave up the chase. Hen ran away. The young man lowered his head. He looked at the clouds and shouted in annoyance. The wind drove the clouds. The protagonist finished and noted that they had given up. The ferry took off. The streamer looked at the chat and asked if they had ever seen Tom and Jerry catching up outside of the cartoon, and the viewers said they were touched by the attention. Lucky approached the owner, and the viewers in the chat discussed the losing team. The dog licked the guy, and he thought that now, if everything doesn't go according to plan, the only choice is to run away, and this also makes good content. The centaur stood behind, and the main character said that in addition, the number of pursuers had decreased. A drop of sweat drained from the streamer's face, and the audience demanded to destroy the catching up, because how dare these level 90 freaks play gangsters. The protagonist raised his palm and stated that he would not go after them, and added that they would not even be able to compensate for the time, and the character noted that, as fans said, if you attack weaklings, then nothing good will come of it. Hen pointed his finger up and explained that they would not be able to compensate even for polymorphs, and the overseers had sent donations. The inventory appeared, and the fans demanded a spectacle. The icons of the items were highlighted, and the system reported information about them. Hen raised his brush and thought, what if he showed the new monsters and dungeons right away, and the hero thought that he hadn't even started the quest, and then noticed that he had already obtained those items. The guy opened his mouth and announced that the broadcast was ending, but the user sent a large amount and demanded to continue. The streamer lowered his gaze. The fan increased the fee and wrote for the host to show all the supplies, and Hyun said that he should refuse him. Lucky looked around, and the audience supported the rich man. The young man looked into the distance, and replied that instead of a small part of the quest, you need to show everything, and the donator continued to send money. The streamer checked the chat, and thought they wanted to see the whole quest. The dog opened its mouth, and the protagonist mentally reported that he had received a lot of information about this quest, so you need to play carefully, but most importantly, find out if they can see the hidden information. Sweat appeared on his face. The dawn became brighter, and the man realized that the rich man had set the atmosphere, and now it was difficult to refuse, and wondered if he had any excuses. A flash lit up the field. The knight stood behind the boy. Hen stared at him and remembered his name. Jonas opened his mouth and stated that he was there to see him off, as he had received word that he had left the restricted area, and added that Zagara was waiting for him. The young man clenched his fist and thought that the officer had arrived at the right time. The streamer breathed a sigh of relief and said that he should finish the broadcast now, since the quest he chose was over, but the viewer began to object. Hen raised his brush and reminded him that there is a rule from the developers that prohibits showing the quest process, and the hero asked if it was not necessary to follow the rules, and then thought that if you put the question like this, they would not ask for what they wanted. The beam rushed into the sky, and the system informed that the live broadcast was over. The city is lit up by the sun, and the interface has notified you of your arrival at the watchtower. Zagara looked at Hen and said that he had done a good job. The guy took out the finds and reported that he had found some clues in the forbidden area, and the system notified that the user had completed the quest and the level was raised twice. The lord took the papers and said that to think he had come with it. The knight entered, and the prince said that he had heard about his skills, but did not think they were like that. The employee brought in the books, and the interface informed that the title, recognized by Tan, had been earned. A blush covered the young man's cheeks, and he reported that he had just done what was required, and the system notified that he had obtained a unique master grimoire and a legendary skill grimoire. Hen picked up the book and exclaimed that he would never have thought that he would be able to obtain a grimoire of a master. His hands held the tray, and the guy mentally explained that a grimoire of skills can be obtained for money, that a grimoire of a master cannot be bought for money. The light illuminated the book. Flames appeared in the palm of the fighter's palm, and he said that it was only possible to reach the rank of master in the skill if you reached at least level 150. The figures of the players flashed up, and the boy continued to think that even after learning the skill at the 10th level and with constant use, it was level 150 that was needed to reach the rank of master. Hen held up the book and thought that gaining the rank of master in an instant was priceless, and they couldn't be sold at all. A drop of glass on the cheek, and the main character mentally concluded, "Will save and use the reward when necessary." The knight offered a tray, and the young man thought that he would postpone the opening of the grimoire of skills for later, and now he would quickly take the next quest and move on. The protagonist took a fighting position and said that after seeing that show, the pursuers would definitely not give up, and the game would crash in an hour, and the notification reminded that the player would be forcibly disconnected from the game after 57 minutes due to the conditions and server policy. Hyun lowered his eyes despondently. Chains hung from the wall, and the user remembered that in 9 hours, after the reload, more than 100 players would gather in the western castle, as before in the Golden Fields. The main character bent his chin and asked the lord what he should do next. Zagara picked up the finds and said that according to the clues that the interlocutor had given, his men had been attacked by an unknown person. The main character clenched his fist and clarified that he could be trusted with this task. The prince straightened up and stated that he was entrusting this task to the player, and the interface informed that a new quest had been added to the main story branch. Hen scratched his chin, and the system showed information about the task and reward. The user looked at the reward. The man tilted his head and explained that this was a hidden reward. A drawing appeared on the floor, and Zager said that they would use teleportation magic, and offered to stand in a magic circle. The protagonist turned around and demanded to name the characteristics of the ring. He entered the portal, and the interface informed him about his arrival at the Golden Fields. The main character hit himself on the forehead. He raised his fist and said that in any case, since it was given for the main plot, it must definitely be good, and the hero thought that maybe even better than the Sakhaline ring. The centaur approached, and Hen mentally said that this time it was moved quite conveniently, and the entrance to the dungeon must be somewhere here. Lucky opened his mouth. People appeared on the horizon and called out the names of the main character's team members. The team was standing in front of a group of people. An unknown person turned to Hen, saying that it was not in vain that he had waited for the hero, and the other added that he had warned that the hero would appear here. Opening his mouth, the hero told the guys to swoop. Raising his head, the centaur said that it was necessary to obey the owner, and the notification that appeared said that the group had entered the forbidden territory. Frowning, the brunette thought that as he had assumed, they were still in groups, and added that it was not safe outside. Holding his hand on his head, Hen said that the forbidden territory was safer, and added that at this rate they would break his entire gameplay. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he had to finish everything at once. The guy took the object. Opening the book, the brown-eyed man said that he hoped that he would get a good skill, and the system window notified that the hero had opened the grimoire of skills. Hen knelt in front of the book, and the centaur said that God would take care of them. The cards lined up in a row. Opening his mouth, the brunette said that this was the end. The beast looked ahead. Closing his eyes, the redhead begged his master not to be sad beforehand, and added that he would do everything in his power. The guy raised his head. The protagonist said that he was talking about the end of those who pursue the team. One of the cards turned, and the notification said that the hero had received an indomitable will. The unknown person put out his fist, and the hero reflected that, as in other games, the higher the level of the monster, the more different skills are used, but there is a factor that increases the complexity of the gameplay, namely ranged attack or AoE skill. The beast attacked the ground. The man holds a fireball above him, and the protagonist continues that, for example, if you hit a mage who has interruptible casts, then the risk of being attacked is inevitable. Sweat runs down the brunette's face, and Hen explained that mages need more time for cards of strong spells, so there is always a risk of hitting them, no matter how far they stand. The card showed an explanation of the skill that had been dropped, and the hero reflected that eventually an indomitable will becomes necessary for high-level players. Hyun smiled as he said to himself that the skill had a side effect. It was a long cast, but it was still better than an intermittent cast, and added that if he had to fight with a PC, he would need to have an AoE skill, because it was difficult to fight in close combat with simple arrows or directional skills. The couple fights. Holding his chin with his hand, the brunette continued to think that the skills with the status debuff are ideal in this situation, but they are very expensive. Hen closed his eyes. Turning around, the protagonist said that it was a good idea to draw the entire map, but that he needed to focus on the current situation. The wind was passing through the field, and the brown-eyed man said that the field was so bad, and asked how he could find a quest monster here. Smiling, the brunette said that it would not be a problem for him. The creature appeared out of nowhere, with notifications stating that it was an unknown person, adding that if the creature was successfully attacked, it would leave a lead. Folding his arms over his chest, the guy wondered that depending on the conditions, it was possible to understand that it was allowed to attack, but it was not necessary to win, and added that he could quickly finish and leave before more opponents came. The unknown person moved forward, and Hen reasoned that perhaps the forbidden area would close once the hero completed the quest, and added that it would be a good idea to postpone this place to level up. Brown-eyed looked sideways. The trio stood in front of the rivals. The hero noticed that in appearance there were more than 100 people, and wondered how many more could come. The guy closed his eyes, saying to himself that he didn't even want to think about it. Looking ahead, Hen said that if he added the money he earned and got rid of a couple of things, he could buy cast on the move. The window showed a skill for a huge amount. Frowning, the brunette thought that in this way, he would be able to raise the 80th level in 4 days. The field was in semi-darkness, and the protagonist said that he would carefully prepare and go out. The crowd was standing in the middle of the map, and an unknown person asked how many people were there. The screen showed the players, and the guy said that there were probably more than 1,000 people here. Taking hold of the chair, the man asked that they had come for the BJ Archmage, and the employee replied that it looked like it, adding that it already looked like a guild war. Turning to his colleagues, the brunette said that the player had disappeared in the Golden Plains for 3 days, and the number of people waiting for him had only increased. The employee asked that during the last battle, the hero was quite cool, the group was running away, and another added that it was a game of tag with the Archmage. The blonde smiled. Looking at the papers, Park said that there was no fun. Turning around, the man in the sweater asked that there was no fun, because that stream beat all the tops. Raising his head, the brown-eyed man asked in response that if the protagonist did the same, then it would not be boring. Changing his face, the brunette asked what the mage would do then. Looking ahead, Park replied that even if the content is similar, new terms need to be invented. A lot of hands reach out to the protagonist, and the worker informs him that this time it will be possible to catch him if you can, but instead of fleeing, he will fight, and added that it's time for the Archmage to fulfill their request. The sun was shining on the city. A sign attached to the building notifies that this is a cafe, and the man says that there is a strange guy in the department. He does not even let you get bored. Turning to the interlocutor, the brunette said that for that player it could not have ended in that place. He definitely had a plan. Opening his mouth, the interlocutor agreed and asked that perhaps the Archmage would show them a big show. Folding his hands into fists, the man said that if he had a high level, he went there to catch the player. Smiling, the brown-eyed man asked that in a one-on-one fight, he would win the guy, adding that the player was a mage, and asked Hen about it. The protagonist is sitting on the couch. The protagonist is holding his phone, and the notification informs him that the auction for the cast in motion is about to start. The brunette reflects that the winning bid at the last skill auction was 37,000. Frowning, Hen said to himself that he had 43,000 now. Even if the price rose above 40,000, he still had to buy. The guy clicked on his consent to participate in the auction, thinking that he would show what crazy spending looks like. Gritting his teeth tightly, the hero said that this one was damned. While attacking to the point, he shouted that it was a shitty game. A notification appeared that the fireball skill level had been increased. The protagonist sighed heavily when he heard that he had reached level 80. Closing his eyes, he said that there was no joy. Even with the 80th level, $80,000 for a cast in motion, what was the point of it? Looking down, MC said that he didn't care. Even if he didn't buy it, he could just get it from the 80th level cards. Looking at the pet, he asked that the Dragon of War would give him the skill. Yes, there was a message that the Dragon of War was giving him a new chance. Frowning, Hen said that he would accept the reward. Looking at the cards, he thought that let the cast fall out in motion. A yellow card appeared, and the hero added that a cast in motion is a skill of a unique rank. A purple glow appeared around the map. The thought flashed through his mind that he didn't need legendaries. Let him get a unique one. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist thought that no, there are no unique ones. The pet turned his head and barked. MC suddenly shuddered in surprise. He froze in bewilderment. The card turned over, and the question was heard that this was the legendary skill. Raising his eyebrows, Hen asked. A skill card appeared, and he thought it was a shockwave. Frowning, the hero thought that due to the paralyzing effect, this is one of the best AoE skills. Clenching his fist tightly, he added that it should come out well. The fighters rushed forward. A phrase flashed by that it was a pity that there was no cast in motion, but with an indomitable will and a shockwave. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he would be able to defeat even a team of 7. A chat appeared. A question was heard that then they would start broadcasting little by little. MC gritted his teeth when he saw the message that he was waiting for him, to which he thought it was the president. Standing in front of the system window, he asked what he wanted to say and then wondered what was going on, why he had come. Messages from the chat appeared. Words were heard that, well, it makes no sense for him to fight the PC face to face. Hen opened his eyes in surprise when he heard if it was possible to kill him at all. Putting his hand behind his head, he thought that it seemed that he did not like the last broadcast. As he thought, running away is not characteristic of BJ Archmage. Grinning, the hero said that there was no reason to refuse. Clenching his fist, he reflected on the fact that in any case, he planned to fight. In a sense, he did not need to show them his fear. The protagonist pointed to himself when he heard the words that he should take care of it, and he also prepared a card that would help him. He opened his eyes wide when he saw the message that it was a card with a cast in motion. The soldiers were walking forward. A question was heard about what they had heard about that guy from the rumors. The young man frowned when he heard that it was about that Avath who had come here as a thug, and in the end, he had been fooled by the BJ Archmage. Stretching out his hand to the side, the man said that if they could kill him, they wouldn't be bullied. They were supplied by the guild, and they came in a crowd, to which he was told that if they forgot about their past, they would start from scratch. They would get to this. The man crossed his arms when he heard that he was also here. He had come with him. Looking away, the guy thought that now he could not screw up, and if it happened, all his efforts would go to waste. A view of the gates of the fortress opened. As the man stood in front of them, the thought flashed through his mind that the day he had come to the main gate of the western castle waiting for the BJ Archmage. He looked away in surprise when he heard that it looked like the Archmage had left the western castle. Lowering his head down, the young man was lost in thinking that this freak had used the teleporter outside the main gate and gone to the Golden Plains. All efforts were in vain. Ridicule for getting dirty was no problem. He just had to kill him. Everything would be decided when he killed the BJ Archmage. A view of the sky opened up. A cry was heard that they should come here. The hero looked away when he heard his name. He smirked when he heard that they had finally appeared. Putting his hands to his face, the man said that the live broadcast had also begun, and the other added that they had incredible intuition. The guy took a step forward. He pursed his lips. A message appeared with a question that the broadcast had begun. Why so suddenly? The squad walked forward in silence. Frowning, the leader turned. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he had something to do with him. Throwing the white cloth, the head replied that they would fight. There were reports that he had thrown a scarf, and also a white one, so he would pay 10,000 if he lost. The guy stood silently in place. It was said that throwing the scarf of the Scaff Guild is a symbol of declaring a duel. A guild member who wins such a duel will receive glory and reward. But if he loses, he will lose the scarf forever and be expelled from the guild. The scarf was flying through the air. It was said that the cash prize that went to the person who defeated the Scaff Guild member was part of their confidence, saying that they would reward him with money if only he won. This method of dueling is one of the secrets that made the Scaff Guild at the top. Frowning, the man thought that this was a bold decision. The soldiers froze in tension. There were reports that he would not run away this time. He would definitely fight. Grabbing his weapon, the swordsman said that he should run away if he could. He stood silently in front of the hero. Raising his hand up, the MC shouted about the fireball. Frowning, the head shouted that it had begun. They were attacking. He rushed forward abruptly. Hen fell to the ground, and it was said that, as expected, he had broken the cast. Holding the weapon behind his back, the guy shouted against the sword needle. Frowning, he thought that the damage would definitely pass. The young man froze when he saw a fiery sphere in front of him. Suddenly, a blow flew into him. A notification flashed that he had received critical damage. The hero smirked as he looked at him. The leader gritted his teeth tightly. Holding the orbs in his hands, the protagonist said that there was an ice ball and a ball of lightning. There were comments that it seemed that he had learned the indomitable will. Even if he was hit, the cast skill would not stop. Frowning, the guy thought that where did so much power come from in the fireball? He removed 10% of his HP with one hit. MC was smiling as he looked at him. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the leader thought that he was also an indomitable will. He would not have a chance. If he continued to receive it like this, he would have to attack and defeat him. Watching him, Hen thought that he was panicking and was already preparing to attack. As expected, not the easiest opponent. Taking a step forward, he added that a rookie guild wasn't a good fit for him. There were comments that he had rushed in the middle of the cast. Shouldn't the cast have stopped? Blue lightning flew around the sphere. Suddenly, the hero struck. A notification appeared that he was partially paralyzed. Then he struck again. The soldier gritted his teeth tightly. Suddenly he swung his sword. The protagonist jumped back. Grinning, he thought that of course it was because a book appeared, and the MC added that he had mastered the skill. Raising his hand up, he thought that it would be boring if everything ended like this, and then said that there was a fireball and a shock wave. Suddenly, Hen slammed the ground. Looking ahead, he thought that he would make it so that he could not even think about catching him, and then stomp on it. People froze in surprise. There was talk that the shock wave was not AoE. In fact, he would not be able to dodge. Wide-eyed, the young man said that damn. Frowning, he shouted for a dash. Suddenly he rushed forward. Looking at him, the hero said that there were still 10 seconds until the end of the shockwave cast. Why didn't he run away? If he could, of course. The leader gritted his teeth tightly upon hearing this. He struck with his foot. The guy began to punch. The protagonist smiled as he looked at him. Blue particles appeared on his fingers. Lightning suddenly flew out of his fingers. Lightning flew forward. A notification appeared that the shockwave was activated. People looked at me in amazement. The young man opened his eyes in fright and thought that damn it, he could not move. Closing his eyes, MC said that they would gradually finish. The finale should be special, right? A weapon suddenly appeared in his hands. He held out his axe in front of him. The opponent looked frightened and thought that no, just think that everything would end like this. Suddenly, Hen struck him. The man fell to the ground. Standing around him, the spectators shouted that BJ Archmage had won. They saw this axe taunt at the end. The hero smiled, looking ahead. He then moved to the east observation tower. Raising his hands up, the protagonist shouted that he could. It worked. Defeated the rising star of the top guild. Simply smashed him to smithereens. Putting his hand to his face, the guy replied that he knew he had tried. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what but whether he managed to find out something about the unknown. Looking at it, the MC replied that he had found it, but it was quite fast, so it only received a trace. Lowering his gaze, the young man said that as the letter says, they do not know who he is. Hen looked down and exclaimed in surprise. Standing behind the young man, the guard shouted that the necklace was reaching straight for the lord. The hero grabbed the chain with his hands. Grinning, the lord said that he should calm down, and then asked what had done him. Lowering his gaze, the hero replied that the dwarf Zuga. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he did not think that he could be involved in such a thing, and then asked that he could leave this job to him. Smiling, the protagonist replied approvingly, and a notification appeared that a new quest had been added to the main story branch. Taking off the accessory, the lord said that he would give him this ring as a reward. Grinning, he added that he would be helped in any nook and cranny of the Tunga kingdom. MC smiled broadly as he looked at him. He froze in bewilderment when he heard that equipping the Tunga King's ring activates the hidden parameters of the set. A view of high-rise buildings opened. Lightning flew around the man, and the words were heard that the highest number of spectators was 389,000. Smiling, the employee said that the number of subscribers had increased by 11,000. They were at their peak, and another added that it was incredible. The man turned his head and turned. Holding the phone in his hands, the man asked that they had seen the Archmage's BJ broadcast. Closing his eyes, he added that then everything should be fast, as much as they would offer for advertising. Walking down the street, the hero asked why she liked the new backpack so much. Looking at him, the girl replied approvingly. Holding her hand, he thought that he could rent a bigger apartment when he got the money. He saved some of the money he had set aside for the cast in motion. Hiren waved her hand, and the thought appeared in his head that there would be no problems with his current items in the next location, so he would not spend any more. Right, he needed to improve his life, since he had money. Then the protagonist raised his hand up. Looking at the phone, he saw a letter. Raising his eyebrows, the MC thought that he wanted to talk. A view of a modern building opened. There were notifications that the BJ Archmage had entered the Rising Star channel. The current broadcast is private. Hen put his hand to his face when he saw reports that he wanted to talk to him about important topics, namely advertising and sponsors, he was thinking about making a couple of advertising contracts under the name of the Archmage. If he didn't want to, he could refuse. Smirking, he replied that no, he agreed, and then asked what he should do. Looking at the laptop screen, the guy asked that he could be asked to organize a show for clients, to which he asked that it was just to show them skills on the broadcast. The hero turned his head when he heard that yes, let him just do everything as usual, to which he replied that he understood. He would tell him the date when he would finish with the preparations. The screen went dark, the words were heard that it was good, the message had been delivered, they were moving on. Raising his hand, the man said that he had noticed that he had been in a forest of stone trees, and then asked what to hunt small golems. Closing his eyes, the young man replied that it should be, but they needed to impress the clients with this broadcast, so let them try a little better on the direction. The player rushed towards the golem, saying that usually, a group of 5 people is enough for small golems, but the Archmage can cope alone. Sitting at the table, Puck said that he should collect more video materials about him, but it would be nice if he could still find the best members of the top guilds hunting small golems, to which the employee asked. Grinning, he added that this was what he was doing, the first in the class of Archmages. The player stretched out his hand to the side, the thought that Merlin was from the Abyss Guild. Putting his hands behind his head, the president of the company said that they would increase the scale. Standing on the ledge of the hill, the man asked if it was possible. Holding the weapon in his hands, the monster shouted that he was a bastard. He struck a sharp blow at the golem. Smirking, the hero used a fireball. The fiery spheres rushed forward. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what 10 seconds for the little golem, to which the other added that they were known for their high resistance. But wasn't it too strong? The crystals were lying on the ground. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought, great, now he has all the quest items. Standing in front of him, the dwarf said that he was chasing the unknown, thinking in this case, he needed to make a compass, as he had done then. A compass appeared, and words were heard saying that if he took a fragment of the god who had lost his name from the pendant, and connected it to his trace of the unknown. Lowering his gaze, the blacksmith said that the resulting object would indicate to him the owner, let him kill the small golems and bring him 10 crystals. After looking at the inventory, MC thought that he could see which golems would drop the item, so it was over quickly. Putting his hand on his side, he added that it was interesting if he showed customers how to hunt small golems, but they were too weak compared to him. You couldn't just show them how to hunt such weak monsters. A view of the trees opened. The dwarf raised his eyebrows and said that it was surprising that he had gathered them so quickly. Closing his eyes, Hen replied that it was not difficult, and then thought that he did not plan to finish so quickly. He would like to pump the levels on them more. Smiling broadly, he added that but the situation had changed with the appearance of promotional offers. There were notifications that he had completed the quest before the specified time, he would receive an additional reward. Stretching out his hand, the blacksmith said that thanks to it he saved his hammer, and then asked that he wanted to use it, to which the hero thought that this was the additional reward. Holding a hammer in his hands, he added that it was difficult to call it a weapon by its appearance. The protagonist looked at the tool, and notifications appeared that he had received Zuga's hammer. He opened his eyes wide after hearing that it was impossible to use on items above level 99, could only be applied to items of the same type, and then thought about what that meant. Grabbing the tool with both hands, MC wondered what the skill was extracting and placing in God Wars, and that was possible. Closing his eyes, the dwarf said that if he used golem crystals, he would be able to summon golems made of blue stone. Giving a thumbs up, he added that by summoning and killing them, he would get melting stones. If he used them, he would be able to combine the 2 powers into one. Good luck to him. Hen's eyes widened in amazement when he heard that a new quest had been added to the main story tree. Looking down, he thought that he needed to clarify everything. Objects appeared. It was said that extracting the ability of one item and passing it on to another, this system appeared in a variety of games. Smiling broadly, the hero thought that she hadn't been found in God Wars until now, so players were convinced that there was no such thing here. Holding the hammer in his hands, he added that then he should think carefully about what to use this object on. A staff appeared. A thought flashed through his mind that it was obvious that he would take a skill from the white staff, +1 to the simultaneous spellcast. The red-hot metal was lying on the anvil, and the words were said to be the object in which he would place this skill. A black staff appeared, and the protagonist thought that the legendary item was level 89. On G-Bay its price was on average 120,000. Grinning, he added that he would definitely be able to buy it if he got an advertising order. Looking ahead, he said that he knew the game had such a good name, but they thought the same way to make it so. Standing in front of him, the centaur replied approvingly. A view of the sky opened up. A question was heard that they both also had quests. A view of the high-rise building opened. The phone was lying on the table, and it was said that it had been glued to the phone lately. If there were so many promotional offers, it meant that the value of the BJ Archmage was growing. Looking to the side, the guy replied that yes, to be honest, he planned to spend more time on advertising. As he sat at his desk, he added that his value would continue to grow if he continued like this, to which the employee asked why he was taking advertising now. With a smirk, the president of the company replied that his value was growing faster than he thought. Turning his head, he added that so, let's start preparing for the show. They still have 3 hours before the time of the BJ Archmage, that's right. The video was launched on a laptop. A phrase flashed by that let him announce the broadcast time along with an edited version of the raid on Wolfgar, what to call the broadcast. Smiling, Park said that they would not bend it yet. Notes on the phone appeared, and he added that they would call it a warm-up. Looking at the laptop, the young man said that he should be allowed to express gratitude to all the advertisers who attended their show today. A chat appeared, and he added that there was no need to rush, the broadcast would begin soon. Lowering his gaze, the guy thought that everything was ready, the Archmage just needed to show his skills as usual. Clenching his fist, the hero greeted the audience. Holding the crystal in his hands, he said that for today's show, he would show the usual warm-up, so for now, let them think about their answer about the commercial. The rune fell to the ground. The thought arose that in any case, he did not intend to sign a large contract now, just a couple of videos for a short time. The golem was lying on the ground. The young man looked at him in surprise and said that it was the first time he had seen such a monster. Standing in front of the hero, the creature shouted loudly. Smiling, the protagonist said that they would start a raid on the golem made of blue stone. They stood in front of each other. The thought flashed through my mind that everything was trembling inside. Frowning, MC thought that the situation in which he was risking his fate should feel like this, and the conditions for the evolution of Lucky and Gold turned out to be ideal. Looking ahead, the pet exclaimed. Holding the weapon in his hands, the centaur said that he should give orders. Jumping to the side, Hen thought that they would break the distance first. The monster stared at him silently, and he thought that his main phases were tied to restoring health and cloning. He didn't need to kill him quickly, he needed to show his potential. Grinning, the hero thought that even recruiters of large companies consider potential to be more important than results. Stretching out his hand, he said that he should destroy the stone trees around them and clear the place for battle, to which the centaur replied that he was carrying out his orders at the cost of his life. A glow appeared around the wolf as he heard the words of life or death. A notification arose that Lucky was expressing his will of life or death to fight the bluestone golem. The creature suddenly waved its hand. Looking at him, the protagonist summoned a ball of fire and ice. The golem raised his hand in the air. The thought flashed through his mind that an attack without any plan would definitely not impress the representatives of large companies. He struck the ground. It was said that therefore it was necessary to show them his strategic skills, and not firepower. Smirking, the MC thought that the time between the golem's hits was 7.3 seconds. He jumped up sharply. There were comments that when you first meet the boss, you need to learn the patterns of his attacks. That's what real destruction is. An attack suddenly flew at the monster. Words about the summoning of fire, ice and wind arrows were heard. Rushing forward, Hen released a ball of lightning. The creature's health bar decreased, and he thought that the health was 60%. The second phase began. The debris began to fall to the ground. Suddenly, 3 golems appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the hero shouted that he should take one, to which the pet replied approvingly. The centaur gritted his teeth tightly when he heard that he should use gigantism and take the second one. Suddenly, a golem appeared in front of the protagonist. The monster abruptly began to run away. Turning around, the MC thought that it would be a problem if he hid and recovered. Pointing his bow, he summoned an arrow of fire and ice. Shots suddenly flew at the boss. The centaur struck at the enemy. The thought arose that so far everything was going according to his plan, but... Smiling, Hen asked that it was getting boring. Didn't it sound good, save potions and everything? Putting his hand on his side, he added that they had not come here to look at this, so standard strategies would be enough. The golem lowered its head down, and words were heard saying that it was using dragon fever on the ladder, and if it could not catch it after the expiration of the action. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he would show them a quest that only he passes in this game. Raising his hand, he shouted about dragon fever. There were reports of donations. The projector hung on the ceiling. There were reports that he admired his attitude to the tests. It was a good way to impress the audience. It would suit their brand perfectly. The broadcast was displayed on the wall. The words were heard that he is extremely brave for a beginner. He thinks that this is not the first time he has been there. Looking at the screen, the man said that it was well worth the investment. Turning her head, the girl added that she didn't even have to ask for a favor. Crossing her arms, Emma replied that okay. She was worried that asking for anything was too strange for her position. Standing in front of her, the staff member said that of course not. Thanks to her, their relationship with the Abyss Guild had been strengthened. They, the Gamma Medicines, had been able to go so far, to which she replied that she was only a manager. With a grin, the lady said that she wanted her to find out everything about the BJ Archmage. A powerful explosion thundered. A question was heard about what she understood, what she was talking about. The protagonist furrowed his brows. There were comments that he had destroyed the ladder. It was too easy. The debris fell to the ground. Suddenly, several clones of the golem appeared. They rushed forward abruptly. With his hand on the ground, the MC summoned a chain lightning bolt and a shock wave. Frowning, he shouted that he should not let any of them escape. The creatures began to attack the golems. Hen smirked. There were comments about how they had become small, but because of this, they had sped up. He wouldn't be able to destroy everyone before the dragon rush wore out. The monsters began to run away. A notification appeared about a donation of $10,000. The clone suddenly shuddered in surprise. Looking to the side, the hero asked where he was running. The pet exclaimed. A message appeared that Lucky was expressing his will to life or death in order to fight the small golem. The creature turned its head to the side. Suddenly the wolf rushed forward. The golems hit each other. One of them began to fall to the ground. The pet silently looked ahead. Comments flashed that as expected from a good boy. Frowning, the protagonist used chain lightning. Blue lightning appeared in the air. The monster's body began to crumble. Smirking, the MC said that the dragon fever still had 23 seconds left. It was necessary to put them together and cast the spell. Looking at the equipment, he asked what and which one to use last. There was debris on the ground. There were notifications that he had destroyed a golem made of blue stone. He received a new title. Putting his hands on his side, Hen thought that 19 minutes and 43 seconds was excellent. Looking down, he added that he had definitely shown his skills. A live stream chat appeared. The thought flashed through my mind that there was enough show on the stream. Advertisers should be happy. But even if it has skills, they are useless if there is nowhere to show them. Smiling, the hero said that he would talk about the plans for the next broadcasts. The next target would be the Night Centaur. The image of a monster appeared. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that the exact time and date would be announced on the Rising Star channel. A view of the sky opened. A notification appeared that the broadcast was over. MC held the melting stone in his hands. Clenching his fist, he thought it was a cool performance. A bright glow appeared around the pet's legs. The wolf raised his head and howled. Looking up, Hen shouted about choosing a skill card. A lot of cards appeared in front of him. A card appeared. Smiling, the hero said that he had called him incorrectly. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he should have been called the cheat key, not Lucky. After petting the pet, the protagonist thought that he was the best of the best. A notification appeared that Lucky had received the skill Indestructible Diamond. Frowning, the centaur said that he should give him a chance to become stronger. Suddenly, flames appeared around him. A message flashed that the Guardian's loyalty was increasing to the 6th level. The maps hovered in the air. Putting his hands on his side, MC thought that he had already spent all his luck on Lucky's card. Even a mediocre card for gold would be enough for him. He opened his eyes wide and asked again. A view of the forest opened up. A question was asked that this one had fallen. It seemed to be a workplace, and someone asked that the BJ Archmage simply hacked God Wars. The news appeared. The words were heard that the object that the golem dropped from the blue stone. Comments appeared on the screen. The guy put his hand to his face, reading that it was only a warm-up, longing to see how strong he is when he gives his best. Opening the doors to the office, the employee asked what they should do with the contract. The agencies that watched the broadcast called non-stop. Closing his eyes, the young man replied that he should just wait. He had not yet decided, to which he asked again. The video was turned on a laptop, and it was said that after seeing this show, I was sure that the BJ Archmage was not interested in advertising. The hero turned his head to the side. A phrase flashed by that he wanted to show them the broadcast, so let them record him on the schedule. Lowering his gaze, the president of the company said that this was what he said, but the BJ Archmage suddenly went on the boss's raid for the first time, without any information. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked that he didn't do it for a better reaction, so advertisers would bet more, to which he asked. Sitting at the table, Puck asked what he thought. The Archmage had taken such a bold step to get $100 from the bet. Raising his hand up, he added that he only meant to say that whoever it is, advertisers or whatever, they can do whatever they want, as long as they pay the right price for the show. The protagonist was standing in front of the boss, and it was said that through their BJ channel, the Archmage would continue to show new monsters and items that no one had seen before, so they needed to offer them something worthwhile, didn't they? The employee raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it meant that they needed to negotiate with advertisers to increase advertising fees, to which he was told that they did not. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that they would not charge for advertising. The man frowned and asked if they wouldn't take him for advertising at all. The young man looked away and replied that they would take what he was talking about, of course. He raised his hand when he heard that. He said that they would not take the payment, to which he replied that it was true, they would not take the money. Smiling, the president of the company said that in return they would ask for items and skills that would help the Archmage. Putting his hand on the table, the employee said that then the company's advertising revenues would decrease, because they needed something to live on. Grinning, the director thought that he would gladly accept his idea, try his best. A view of the high-rise building opened. The Western Fortress appeared. The thought flashed through my mind that this was definitely right. Looking down, the MC wondered what anyone knew. A skill card appeared, and he added that the Berserker skill would drop from the golden card. Standing beside the guard, Hen thought that moreover, how much stronger gold had become now, and the centaur said that they had returned to the kingdom again. As they walked forward, the knights shouted that they should be allowed to pass. Stretching out his hand, the soldier said that Zilga was looking for him, let him go with him. The hero raised his eyebrows and thought that this was not the East Tower. A building appeared, and he added that this place was a golden forge. The blacksmith swung his hammer. It was said that the Golden Forge is a place that all players who have been to the Western Fortress know about. Equipment appeared. A phrase flashed by that only there you can get legendary items of the Tongda Kingdom. Putting his hands to his face, the protagonist thought that this is something that every player should try at least once. Let them just look at these diamond things on the wall. A black staff appeared. Smirking, the MC thought that this was his next target, an item worth $120,000. When the payment came, he would be able to buy absolutely everything. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that he had returned alive and well, and then asked that he had obtained the melting stone. Holding out his hand, Hen replied that of course he was. Holding the stones in his hands, Zuga said that the soul metal he found in Dorito's mines reacts to the owner of mana. So if it becomes stronger, then the stone will react more strongly. The hero frowned when he heard that he was starting, so let him hold the pendant tighter. Liquid began to pour into the compass, and it was heard that the trace of the unknown was flowing like liquid. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that this is the ability of the melting stone. Suddenly the compass flew up. Turning his head, the man said that he was overwhelmed with energy. Smirking, MC thought that now with such a compass, it would not be difficult to find him. A notification appeared that he had received a cursed pendant. A room appeared. The thought flashed through my mind that I just had to go where the compass pointed. Holding the accessory in his hands, Hen thought that but before leaving, it might be worth checking out its new characteristics. He raised his eyebrows when he heard that he could use the reproduction skill when equipping, to which he asked. Suddenly the hero froze in surprise. A repeat sign appeared. A phrase flashed by that reproduction is a skill that allows you to use an ability that he once uses, ignoring the cooldown time, and this skill cannot be obtained from cards. Holding the compass in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was said that the skill of reproduction can only be used through an object. A check appeared, and he added that he would therefore write a blank check to anyone who brought a skill card with it, which is why reproduction is also called a blank check. Raising his hands up, the MC thought that as expected, he was so lucky. Was it a dream or reality? Closing his eyes, the dwarf said that he had found a place to go, so all the preparations were completed. Good luck. A notification appeared that a new quest had been added to the main branch of the story. Grinning, Hen thought that it was finally the hunt for the Centaur Knight. He looked at him in surprise when he heard that the additional reward was a black staff. Weapons appeared, and the hero thought that just like the white staff he received, the black staff was much better than the usual one. Closing his eyes, he said that just like in a dream, everything happens as he wants. It is definitely a dream. The image of a knight appeared. The thought flashed through my mind that I needed to calm down and think. The condition of the hidden reward was to defeat the knight in a team of less than 6 people. Soldiers appeared. It was said that 6 people were enough to easily complete the task, and given the difficulty of God Wars, it would not be an ordinary team of 6. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist reflected on the fact that it should contain at least a pro for players of the 90 level. Closing his eyes, he added that he would have to do it alone. There had not been such nervous raids for a long time. The creature was holding a spear in its hands, and the thought appeared in its head that the boss that appears in the Golden Plains is a black centaur. It has twice as much mobility and power as an ordinary one. This boss made many players tinker, and the Centaur Knight is even stronger than the black one. The pet smiled, and the MC thought that even so, Lucky would not be inferior to him in speed under acceleration and the effect of lightning speed. The fairy flew up. It was said that but when the second effect passed, he would catch up with Lucky. The wolf put his paw forward. The thought arose that the life or death skill would also be activated, which meant that they would fight to the death. Lowering his head down, Hen thought that in the end, the centaur might chase him until he died. A view of the city opened up, and he added that up until now, even if he used the life or death skill, he could safely defeat the monster, but this time he couldn't guarantee its safety. A high-rise building appeared. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl asked. What he said was that they only accept advertising fees for items and skills. She frowned when she heard that they said that money was not accepted, to which she thought that he had brains. Money was pouring down, and the thought flashed through her mind that the money wouldn't get the really important items in God Wars. Emma froze when asked what she would do. Closing her eyes, she replied that it was to their advantage, because the items that the Abyss Guild offered would always be better than anyone else's. A view of the company's office opened up. A phrase sounded that whoever he was, he would no longer escape her. The director was sitting at the table. Holding the tablet in his hands, the man said that here is a list of items that advertisers offer. There are a couple of things here, but most of them can be bought on the eBay. Holding the tablet up, Park replied that he would not go. Let him tell them to offer rarer items, to which the employee asked what if the advertisers left. Closing his eyes, he said that so be it. Smirking, the guy said that God Wars is a game where you can survive only like this. Let him wait and see. The hero was holding a fire sphere in his hands, and words were heard that there were no advertisers who would miss the opportunity to contact the most discussed person, the BJ Archmage. The rift began to open. There were notifications that a live broadcast began on the Rising Star channel. It entered prohibited territory. Looking up, the protagonist thought that it seemed that the fog had become thicker than last time. Suddenly he looked at the compass in surprise. There were comments that it was finally broadcasting. He was the only one who thought this place was strange, so dark. The monster stood in the distance. His eyes were glowing red. Notifications appeared that the dash and stampede skills were activated. The speed was increased when the health dropped below 70%. the fireball skill would be activated when the health was below 20%. The creature used skills, and the MC thought that this is the worst enemy for mages: dash, stampede, acceleration, and even a fiery step. He needs to defeat it at all costs. Closing his eyes, he said that he usually rested a little, before and after the raid, but this time he had to hurry due to certain circumstances. Smiling, Hen added that he had to give his all today and finish everything quickly. The broadcast chat appeared. There was a comment that he should always try to communicate with the audience. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero shouted about dragon fever, and then thought that he would finish in 10 minutes. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a fire, ice spear, and a fireball. The attack rushed forward. There were comments that nothing could be seen because of the fog. The sphere flew directly at the monster. The protagonist smirked. A comment appeared that he was hit, because it points at him. The creature stretched out its arms to the sides. Suddenly he rushed forward. MC began to attack him. The centaur was running swiftly in his direction. Hen deftly dodged his attack. The boss turned his head to the side. They looked at each other in silence. Holding the bow in his hands, the hero gave the command to the pets. The wolf abruptly appeared near the enemy's foot. The pets struck him. Gold looked furiously. The centaur repelled his attack. He gripped his weapon tightly. Suddenly he held it out in front of him. Standing behind the barrier, the protagonist thought that he would be able to withstand it. There were notifications that the mana shield had absorbed part of the damage. With the help of the circulation effect, his health was restored in proportion to the mana spent. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted about the icy and windy arrow. The monster raised its hooves up. Suddenly he struck the ground. MC pointed his bow in his direction, and there were reports that although he tanked well, he also had to dodge. The monster struck with a spear, and the spectators said that no matter how strong the guardian and the mystic beast were, the damage wasn't too small if the Archmage didn't attack. The creature suddenly froze. He abruptly attacked the guard. Reaching for the staffs, Hen thought about it. Smirking, he added that this was the aggressive ping-pong tactic, and then applied the skill. The arrangement of the fighters appeared. The thought flashed through my mind that in cases where there is no tank, the monsters will attack the one who deals the most damage. The boss turned his attention to the centaur. It was said that if the gap in damage is not so large, then the enemies have to change the target of the attack. This is aggressive ping-pong. People looked frightened. A phrase flashed by that, but it is difficult to calculate how the creature will behave. And due to the fact that it is also difficult for all members of the group to react quickly, aggro ping-pong is dangerous in normal groups. The hero began to attack the enemy. A sphere appeared above the boss's head. The thought flashed through his mind that he saw the monster's aggressiveness number, which was very convenient. Then he turned his head to the side. A notification appeared that the centaur knight's footsteps were getting lighter. Suddenly, the creature leaned forward. The protagonist raised his hand, and a message arose that the effect of dragon fever was disappearing. The enemy rushed forward sharply. MC smirked as he looked at him. The wolf jumped up sharply. The fairy flew around him. A notification appeared that Lucky was activating the life or death skill on the centaur knight. He began to attack the monster from all sides. Watching the battle, Hen gave the command. Looking to the side, the pet exclaimed. The knight waved his weapon. The hero furrowed his brows. A blow suddenly flew on the boss's back. A sword strike hit the ground, and comments appeared that the centaur was faster than Lucky. Even he was inferior to him. Wolf gritted his teeth tightly. The protagonist froze in place. He sharply fired ball lightning at the enemy. The knight struck at the pet. Lucky fell to the ground. The monster suddenly raised his weapon above his head. The sword struck the ground. A bright glow appeared in the distance. The beast stood still. Grinning, the MC said that there was also a repeat. A dark fog appeared. There were comments that this skill was not an additional property of the weapon. Looking to the side, Hen spoke of dragon fever. A bright glow suddenly appeared around him. Aiming at the enemy, he thought that the distance was 64 meters. Notifications appeared that the long throw was activated. The dragon's eyes were activated. Stretching his arms to the sides, the hero summoned a fire and ice spear. Smirking, he used his fireball skill. The attacks suddenly rushed forward. In fact, the blow came. Flames appeared around his hoof. He rushed forward abruptly. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he had already seen enough, but even so, he could not lose to him. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would come a little closer. An axe suddenly appeared in his hands. Raising his eyebrows, the MC thought that his health had begun to plummet. The centaur struck at the enemy. With his eyes wide open, Hen thought that no, let him wait. The guard stared furiously at his opponent. The knight froze in place. The thought flashed through his mind that to hell with the script. If they died, it would be the end. The boss suddenly fell to the ground. The creature raised its hand up. The hero froze in bewilderment. Messages poured in that he was too confused. Even the axe was confused. Standing in front of the corpse of the monster, he said that this was not the case. A notification flashed by that the live broadcast was over. On his knees, the protagonist said that damn, he played cool, but he was embarrassed to death. Lucky stared at him silently. Smiling, the centaur said that today they had destroyed the evil and bad monster together. Looking at the wolf, the MC wondered if they were safe. He thought his heart would stop when Lucky fell. He froze, thinking that the broadcast was short because he gave it his all. After all, everything would be fine. What if advertisers quarreled? Closing his eyes, Hen added that he would not receive any more advertising. The chest appeared in the inventory. The thought arose that there was only one reward for destroying the boss. He killed him alone, and usually 10 people go to him, and that's it. Cards appeared in front of the hero, and he thought that, but still, he just hopes that the object can be sold. An icon of the object appeared. Smiling broadly, the protagonist thought that great, he could sell it. His eyes widened when he heard about the activation of the double arrow when attacking, to which he thought that the double arrow had such a property. A bow appeared. It was said that a double arrow, it is clear from the name that this is an exclusive skill of the archer class, with which you can shoot 2 arrows at once. Raising his eyebrows, MC thought that if it was a built-in property, then other classes could use it. It was even better than Tunga's arrow, so it cost at least $100,000. Standing in front of him, the centaur said that it was glowing, to which he replied that of course it glowed, it was a legendary item. Looking at the glow, Hen asked what and not too much. Dark particles suddenly rushed towards him. A notification appeared that the egg was absorbing the energy of the nameless god. Gritting his teeth, he thought it felt like he had defeated Wiltgar. Holding the egg in his hands, the hero thought that he knew it would hatch faster if he absorbed the energy of the nameless god. He turned his head to the side, hearing that the forbidden territory had been cleared. He had obtained the title of Forbidden Territory Purifier. The creature was standing in the middle of the field. He froze in place. The thought flashed through his mind that it was an unknown person. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted that they should prepare for battle. Smiling, he added that he would now recognize the Archmage's wrath. The unknown man looked at him silently. MC froze, thinking that his level was 444. Black particles emanated from the boss. The thought flashed through my mind that even the top God Wars players did not reach level 444. Gritting his teeth, Hen thought that he was sure that this creature was not made to fight him. Rushing forward, the centaur said that he should give instructions. The hero opened his eyes in amazement, and shouted that of course he had to run. Turning around, the pets asked. The monster stood still, to which the protagonist thought that he was not going to attack. Looking to the side, he added that he felt someone else's presence. The spear rushed down sharply. It landed near the boss. The unknown sighed heavily. A portal appeared near it. He began to enter it. Frowning, the MC thought he was gone. The Lord looked at him in fright and asked if he was fine. They immediately moved here. As soon as they found out that the area was cleared, everything was fine. There were notifications that he had completed the tasks. His level was raised. Smiling, Hen replied that everything was fine, and then thought that what a relief. According to the plot, he was saved by the NPC. People moved to the Eastern Observation Tower. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that thanks to him, they were able to destroy the threat that was terrorizing the fortress. No reward would be enough to repay him. Turning his head, he added that he had therefore brought the most valuable thing he could give. A black staff appeared. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that it was definitely a hidden reward. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that yes, these are real cheats. Fire spheres flew forward, and the protagonist thought about what increases the size of magic attacks by 28%. If you count in damage, then this is somewhere around 20%, but this is just a property of an ordinary staff. Lowering his gaze, he added that his real peculiarity. The snake's eyes lit up, and a notification appeared that when the cumulative magic damage reached a certain level, the snake's eye would be activated. Holding out the staff in front of him, the MC thought that this was the first time he had seen such a skill, but he was sure that it was extremely unusual. Another item to use Zuga's hammer. Looking at him, the Lord said that he also wanted to give him something else. His men had found it while searching the cleared forbidden area. Looking to the side, he said that let them show it. The soldier was holding the box in his hands. Words were heard that this sheet was found where the unknown person stood. Suddenly the leaf changed its appearance. Hen gritted his teeth when he heard that the place where everything he saw was changing was a leaf from a ghostly forest. Grinning, Zagger said that apparently their next destination had already been determined. A forest appeared. Notifications appeared that a new task had been added to the branch of the main story. The hero smirked when he heard the cursed pendant giving him a clue, to which he thought that the next location was finally here. A view of the high-rise building opened. A memory from the battle appeared. A thought flashed through my mind that the raid was a boss in 6 minutes. The broadcast was successful. Putting his hand to his face, the guy thought that it was even too much. The broadcast was brought to the screen, and he added that the reason why it is difficult to rise through such streams, although they are quite popular, is that they do not know exactly when the boss appears. Putting his hands behind his head, the headmaster wondered how the Archmage could have planned this. A video on a laptop was shown. It was heard that he would go to the Centaur Knight next. A view of the workplace opened. There was an idea that he was going through some kind of quest alone. The hero put his hand on his side, and the young man reflected that, as expected, the Archmage was definitely connected to someone from the Alpha Company that created God Wars. There was no other explanation for where he obtained so much information in the first place. The broadcast on the laptop appeared, and he continued that this is why he was worried about this request. Entering the office, the employee said that here is the report for the broadcast. Puck frowned when he was asked what he was thinking about. Closing his eyes, he replied that the request was from the advertiser. Let him add their description to the letter, to which the man said that he understood. Holding the tablet in his hands, he said that the description of the request solo killing a ghost. A frightening spirit appeared. It was heard that the boss of the ghost forest, with the current level of the Archmage, it would be possible. The president of the company put his hand to his head when he heard the question of what reward, to which he replied that the spirit summoning skill card. Raising his eyebrows, the employee asked that it wasn't even possible to find her in the market due to the monopolization of the Adventurers Guild. A laptop screen appeared. Words were heard that just let him not say that he was an advertiser. Smirking, the young man asked what he thought of the Archmage skills. A message from a private chat appeared on the screen. Looking at the screen, the young man said that if he didn't like it, they would return the money, and then thought that lowering the price would not happen. A closed chat appeared. It was heard, and he added that it all depends on the payment. Smirking, the girl asked what they would agree on the spirit summoning skill card. Opening his eyes wide, the director thought that wait, and this is not too much. Emma stood silently against the wall. She heard the words that if they agreed, he would give them the first order. A modern building appeared, and someone asked that she had given the Archmage an order. Sitting at the laptop, the lady replied that yes, through the organization of the Gamma Medicine. A ghost appeared, and she added that if he killed the boss of the Ghost Forest in a solo broadcast 15 days later, she would give him a spirit summoning skill card. The player smirked and said that if he swallowed the bait, they would be able to find out his next move. Closing her eyes, Emma replied that she had already leaked information about the route of the Snake Hunter Guild, to which she was told that this time everything was planned much more carefully. Looking to the side, she said that because he could not be allowed to continue to behave like this. Grinning, the guy said that he wondered if he would be hooked. Sitting at the table, the girl said that she hoped the Archmage was now rejoicing, unaware of anything, with a smile from ear to ear. A view of the forest opened up. A loud exclamation was heard. Raising his hands up, the hero said that yes, the advertisers had not left. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that killing a ghost solo was easy. His current skills were more than enough. Weapons appeared, and the thought appeared in his head that first he needed to sell the bow and the tree spear, buy new armor. Looking down, the protagonist thought that just killing him wasn't enough. He was standing in front of the corpse of the centaur. A phrase flashed by that it was offensive to be offended at the end with the killing of the centaur knight. So this was his chance to fix everything. He needed to show a show that would shock everyone. Clenching his fist, the MC thought that he would prepare carefully and get publicity. Then he smirked. A view of the apartment building opened up, and Hen thought that he could pay off the remaining debts and escape from his chicken coop. The man held the girl in his arms, and he added that this way his brother would feel much better, and he would be able to continue to recover calmly. A drawing of the family appeared, and the thought flashed through my mind that it would also be possible to send Hiren to art school. Smirking, the hero thought that he could. A blue sky appeared, and he added that this would be his second trip to the Ghost Forest since his first character. A view of the city opened. It was said that the forest is an area for players from the 100th to the 110th levels. People were standing in the square. It was said that after receiving a task in the western fortress of the Tunga Kingdom, he could get there through a magic portal. The creatures stood still, and it was heard that slime appeared there, a monster of the transforming type. The player stretched out his hand forward. A phrase flashed by that in addition to various geographical features, users can get into an illusion and their appearance will change. A transformation appeared. It was said that in order to distinguish a person from slime, you need to attack and check. Looking to the side, the centaur said that this is a strange forest. You can't relax. To which the protagonist thought that being under the illusion of a monster for the bedminers there is a great opportunity to kill others, so they are called forest bedminers. The players were standing in front of the ghost, and he added that one incident brought such notoriety to this forest, the incident of the theft of a ghost from the Wyong Guild. The recognized top 1 guild was attacked during a boss raid in the Ghost Forest, and all 14 members taking part in the raid died instantly. The man was standing behind the tree, and the MC thought that the boss had been stolen from them. He was holding a knife in his hands, and it was said that the murderers had then organized their own guild, the Guild of Snake Hunters specializing in theft. Looking up, Hen thought that from that moment on, if he wanted to hunt in the woods, walking in 3 groups of 5 was the norm. The wolf looked at him and exclaimed. A notification appeared that he had smelled a special smell. He was standing near a tree. A message arose that this is the home of slime that got into the Ghost Forest. It looks like they have eaten and left something behind. Grinning, the hero thought that if he raised a level in the dungeon, then he would not have to worry about the PC. A view of the forest opened. It was said that everyone knows about the presence of hidden dungeons in the Ghost Forest, but since the terrain is constantly changing, it is not so easy to find them, and due to the fear of running into a PC, it only becomes more difficult. Hugging the pet, the protagonist thought that it seemed that he was the first to find this dungeon, and then said that thanks to it he would now start the broadcast. Turning his head to the side, he added that it was great, then he would go and raise the level. The foliage of the trees began to change. Leaning on the ground, the man said that they were cowardly freaks. As he sat on the ground, he asked why killing others was so much fun. Standing in front of him, The player replied that of course they do it for fun. Squatting down, he added that he had no idea how wonderful it was to communicate like this, especially with the remaining healer of the three. Smiling broadly, the guy said that if he didn't want to get into such a situation again, then it was better to stay inside the zone protected by the Explorers Guild. Closing his eyes, he added that he should not crawl out of there just like that. The leaves of the trees appeared. The weapon was lying on the ground. The young man looked to the side, hearing that he had asked not to behave so recklessly in the middle of important missions. Frowning, the hunter said that even dogs obey their owners. Smirking, the guy replied that he should feed him better. They don't know if this bastard, the Archmage, took the order. Closing his eyes, the guild member replied that if he didn't like it so much, then let him give up. There were 4 more people in his place. Picking up his weapon from the ground, the young man replied that he would surrender. No way. The ball suddenly rushed upwards. As he struck, the fighter thought that if he could catch such a large fish. Smiling, he added that he would become famous and become a famous guild master. Looking to the side, the killer asked what was seen where a hound would abandon its victim. The protagonist quickly directs an unrestrained fire flash at the slug. Looking ahead, he clenches his fists and enthusiastically pronounces that he has finally passed level 89, and that he has been waiting for this moment. The guy holds a black staff tightly in his hand, and the information says that he received the title of the bearer of the Black Staff of Tunga. He shifts his satisfied gaze to the screen and says that the award for the title is quite good. The protagonist moves his neck towards the glowing fireball above his hand and says that the staff also has hidden power, and summons Lucky in gold. The centaur and the dog appear in front of the master. Hen, who was standing in front of the monsters, put his staff on his shoulder and suggested that it was worth seeing how strong the snake's eyes were. A picture appears with different animals. The most notable among them are paralysis and sleep, and there is also confusion, which causes aggression, and blindness, which turns off vision, and petrification, which is a modifier of the black staff, and the advantage of the latter is that it disrupts the enemy's formation. The evil eyes of the snake hypnotize the enemy who is terrified. Lucky bites into the monster's neck. Gold quickly attacks the opponent with a spear. The main character, surrounded by magical artifacts, resolutely looks ahead. The young man quickly throws a ball of fire and ice at the enemy, and thinks that the snake's eyes charge quite quickly. The ominous slugs of the ghost forest are approaching the player. The Archmage shifts his gaze to them with a smirk and asks himself in his mind what if he uses snake eyes. Eerie red eyes look forward, hypnotizing. Monsters shrouded in red mana froze in front of the player. They stand petrified. The astonished protagonist shifts his gaze to the enemy and realizes that the enemy has petrified as soon as he looked into the eyes of the snake, and that the petrification itself is good, but for several days at once. Lucky resolutely approaches the frozen monster, and the guy muses that he can use it every 30 seconds, and that at this pace he will have to delete the game. The young man with his eyes closed put his finger to his nose and asked what kind of cheats. He would not be informed. The dog, changing the trajectory of the magical flows, cuts the stone monsters into pieces, and Hen realizes that the dog's fighting skills are also unusual, that he calculated the most effective attack pattern when the warriors were petrified, and decided that he needed to change his nickname to Lucky the Streamer. The dog rushes forward among the falling bodies. The guy, grinning, looks at the cards and thinks that he doesn't care about the nickname, that everything is fine, so far the results are good, and that he will choose a card for 90 levels and they will go to the boss. The main character stands at the screen with cards next to his keepers. A card with a golden glow materializes. The astonished player looks up and says that this is a skill, and that he has obtained everything he needs to hunt a ghost. The door to the play pavilion is open. The guy looks at the phone screen and thinks that before that he needs to sell things and buy higher-end goodies. He leaned against the counter, staring at the screen, and Heck asked what he was doing. The young man, hiding the gadget from strangers, turned his gaze to his friend and replied that it was nothing special, and he asked that since he had hidden it so briskly. The Archmage took his hand away in confusion and replied that he had written to the girl, and the young man standing next to him asked Heck to add 3 hours to his capsule. The protagonist, leaning on the counter, studies the guy in surprise. Surprised by the news, the young people talk in whispers. One says that Hen said that he has a girlfriend, and the second asks that he is sure that she is a person, not an AI. The guys look at their friend with disbelief, and he says that he was just joking, and why they were so surprised, and mentally asks himself that it is really so incredible that he can have a girlfriend. Friends laugh loudly. One asks that he knew that where would he get a girlfriend from, if he sits in a capsule all day long, and the second adds that he thought that tomorrow the world would end. The lady with huge green eyes looks ahead, and Hen asks that he really looks like someone who doesn't get along with girls, that thoughts about it bring him away, and realizes that he took his last contact from the girl to get compensation for the phone. A lonely tear rolls down the face of the upset guy looking at the screen, and he asks if anyone might be interested in him, and clicks agree to put the staff up for sale at auction. Heck turns his head after his comrade and smirks. He rounds his amazed eyes looking at the gadget, and says that this is news. The young man raises his hand up and shouts after the protagonist that the staff of purification has been put up for auction. Hen turns his head and casually clarifies, the one used by the BJ Archmage, and thinks that not a second has passed, and that it will sell well. Girls from the Abyss Guild are sitting at a round table in the meeting room. Emma looks at her interlocutor and asks if she doesn't have a record today. Lee closes her eyes and replies that she came here because she finished quickly, and corrects herself that she even arrived, and that it was all thanks to the guild's personal plane. She opens her eyes wide, and the blonde says it's nice to hear this, and asks how the progress is with the twink character they talked about last time. Lee, with her arms crossed on her chest, looks warily to the side and replies that she is still in the swamps, and wonders why Emma BJ needs an Archmage. A light breaks through the half-open door. Merlin enters the room and, smiling, says that their muse is here. The lady enthusiastically greets the head of the guild. The man leaned over to the girls and with a cunning voice asked that they were talking about something important here, and Lee said that they were just saying hello. He looked at the lady and asked her what he could lend Emma then, and added that he had a personal request for her. The girl turned her head and replied with a smile that of course. She put her hand on the doorknob. Merlin put his hand on his head and said that it was annoying to work with top members who did not know what was going on behind the scenes. The manager asked that it was better not to talk about it in front of her. He spreads his arms out and asks what's wrong, and adds that he wanted to say one thing, that BJ is an Archmage that they threw such a big bait, and asks Emma what she says he hasn't accepted the assignment yet. The blonde looks away thoughtfully, and says that it looks like Park Young-jun from Rising Star has noticed something. The head of the guild looks intently ahead and says that he is a graduate of the Warden School, and that they say that he is so smart that he surpasses even his elders. Emma points her hand to the side and states that she will not give an answer right away, even if she likes the conditions. The young man shifts his gaze forward, and the blonde continues to say that he is one of those who will give the maximum to his opponent in order to get as much as possible, but so far he has never refused offers. The lady leaned against the wall and said that they were still thinking about it, and Merlin replied that it was clever. The interlocutor shifted her gaze to the man and thought that in the worst case, the BJ Archmage would understand their motives, and that if it turned out that way, there was a high chance that there was a traitor among them, and added that they could only wait for an answer. She raised her hand, looking at the vibrating clock, and the boss asked what it was. Emma shifted her astonished gaze to the man and exclaimed that the BJ Archmage had started the broadcast. Merlin looks at her phone screen in disbelief and asks that he started the stream without accepting their offer, and the lady suggested that the stream must be related to the thing he posted on Bay. The protagonist spread his arms to the sides and loudly greeted the audience. Stunned by the news, the guild members look at the gadget screen, and the guy declares that a solo raid on the ghost is beginning. The young people gathered in the room and argue that the rest of the staff from Wulgar's route on Bay saw, and someone asks that this item was not only in the possession of the Archmage BJ, and why he is selling it, that money was needed. The guys open their mouths in surprise and continue to discuss that the player has a lot of money, and that he is not selling because of this, and probably he will just boast, and then remove the staff from the sale. The main character moves his hands to the sides, holding a fireball, and the guys all discuss that he is also looking for sponsors, and conclude that like, if you buy a staff, I will take your advertisement. The young man, sitting on a chair, stretches out his hand and asks what is the point of them worrying about it, and that some rich man will buy him anyway. Why should they take part in this? The player holds his head and desperately exclaims why the price is not rising at all. As the protagonist's skills appear in front of his eyes, he states that he spent all his money on them and that why the staff is not for sale, and muses that they should not lack firepower during the surprise show, and that even if they do it, firepower should not be an issue. Hyun takes a decisive look to the side. This time it will not be an ordinary raid on the boss. The evaluation and summoning of the BJ Archmage depend on this broadcast, so such spending is simply necessary. The young man holds a pendant in his hand and thinks that with such preparations, the ghost will not be a problem, and that the difficulty is only in time. He looks at the cursed pendant. He needs to take it to the ghostly forest and find clues. The Archmage holds the artifact between his palms in the air and is perplexed that it does not react in any way, and that only the notification window will give a hint. A young man stands on a forest road with his guardians, and the information says that an unknown power of the ghost forest is confusing the pendant. The protagonist stares ahead, sensing a ghost nearby, and thinks that in his current experience, he must destroy the enemy in order to move on in the quest, and that he needs to go as far as possible before the start of the broadcast. An invisible force hovers over the trees in the forest. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's face, and he decides that there is no choice but to defeat the ghost. The cursed pendant has fallen into deep confusion due to an invisible force. The guy raised his head. On the scoreboard there was information that there were 5 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds left before the ghost appeared. He looks at the keepers and tells them to get ready for an amazing party. Light rays are reflected from the facade of the building. The young man raised his hands, and Kim said that a message had come from the BJ Archmage, and he thoughtfully replied that he had seen it. The secretary pointed with his finger on the tablet in his hand and said that he would be broadcasting soon, and asked if it was because of the mission to solo kill the ghost. The president of the channel leaned forward, leaning on the armrests of the chair, and replied that his terms were too favorable for the BJ Archmage, and added that he was sure that they had another goal. The young man sitting at the table spread his hands to the sides and said that the player smelled something strange, and that even so he did not refuse. The guy, looking at the gadget with excitement, put his finger to the screen and said that he was looking forward to what kind of show he would show them this time. Information appears on the screen, and the guy keeps saying that whether it's a solo ghost kill or whatever, he'll be watching. An ominous silence hung over the forest. The main character confidently stands in front of an oppressive ghostly forest, and asks what kind of performance, and where else can you see something like this? He shifts his excited gaze to the side and realizes that he is a little nervous. Gold resolutely leans on his spear and tells him to tell him what to do. The protagonist looks at the guardians and realizes that they are encouraging him. The young man puts his hand to the keyboard, on the screen of which it is written that he needs to enter the channel code to start the broadcast. The code is entered and the live broadcast begins. The window says that Warton has joined. The protagonist opens his mouth and excitedly turns to the director of the channel that he wanted to say something. The guy stands in a gloomy forest in front of a frozen screen and continues that there is nothing wrong, and that this is about today's broadcast content, about the task about the solo murder of a ghost. He looks ahead. The main character does not take his eyes off the screen and declares that he accepts this task. Hen leans towards the information screen and asks the interlocutor that the description said to defeat the ghost in 11 days, and the interlocutor replied that it was. The protagonist's lips curl into a smile in anticipation of the upcoming battle, and he declares that he is then starting to broadcast the solo ghost kill right now. He confidently shifts his gaze forward, clenching his fist. Magic with a red glow comes from the hand of a ghost. It envelopes the entire silhouette of the dark monster, and the window gives information that a chilling aura is being used, and skills will be activated gradually. Hen looks confidently ahead, clenching his fists. He shifts his gaze to the screen and greets the audience. A magical familiar spirit appears in front of the audience, and the young man says that they have a replenishment this time, and offers to enjoy watching. The astonished director does not take his eyes off the monitor, and says that even the familiar spirit appeared on this broadcast. An ice arrow cuts through the air. A fiery arrow flashes with bright fire. The air arrow tends forward. A lump of fire hangs in the air, and the guy says that this is a familiar spirit, an arrow of lightning. This spirit begins the cast of a lightning arrow. The protagonist, surrounded by magical casts, holds the weapon in front of him and says that he is starting a quest. The ominous ghost turns its head to the side. The main character's lips curl into a barely perceptible grin, and, looking at the enemy, he says that the damage from 3 shots is slightly not enough, but there is one more shot. He pulls his hand back, preparing to attack the ghost with a lightning bolt. The evil monster throws up his arms. He steps on his opponent. The dumbfounded enemy opens his mouth when he sees the guy's guardians in front of him. Enraged, Gold rushes into the attack, using the skill of gigantization and berserker. A powerful centaur holds the ghost's hands. The magical flow, changing its trajectory, cuts through the air. The monster throws his palms up in bewilderment. The centaur quickly moves his clenched hands to the side. The ice arrow explodes and crashes into the ground. The ghost shifts his gaze to the side. Hyun looks at his opponent in amazement, and realizes that when he turns ghostly, surprises will begin. A monitor screen is reflected in the young man's pupils. The silhouette of the Shadow King appears from behind the trees. The information gives a brief minimum that he is a dark assassin from the Snake Hunters Guild with the skill of stealth. An assassin from the Snake Hunters Guild is watching the enemy. The Abyss Guild office building rises on the plaza. Emma looks at the monitor with excitement, and angrily says that the Archmage accepted the task, even knowing that it was a trap, and that he probably used a familiar spirit that was given in advance, and mentally asked herself how much he thought everything through. The main character looks ahead with a slight grin. The Rising Star building hits the sky. The headmaster, resting his chin on his hands, does not take his eyes off the screen and reflects that the Archmage showed a familiar on a sudden broadcast. Emma holds the phone in her hand and, watching the game, thinks that the guy turned on the broadcast to show how he hunts. The protagonist watches the centaur attacking the ghost and tells the audience that it's too early to be surprised, and that this is just the beginning. The young man is concentrating on the broadcast. Emma stares at the screen of the gadget. Merlin approaches the manager, and she thinks that by showing the familiar, the guy is saying that they have to pay a high price if they want to get clues. The young man in armor turned his head to the side. The girl looks ahead and thinks that, as expected, perhaps the Archmage has already understood about the PC task, and realizes that the plan has failed, and decides to stop to minimize the damage. The man turned his head to the blonde, who doomly lowered her head, and asks that it is really not worth watching the broadcast, and she replies that you need to curl up, because the player has already understood everything and nothing will work. She holds a phone in her hand and tells Merlin to take the snake hunters out of the game, and he wonders what to do now. Emma turns her head to the interlocutor and says that she needs to respond to the message. The director does not take his eyes off the monitor and reads a message from the Archmage that he knows about the trap and the hunters, but all efforts are in vain. The young man watches the battle on the screen and realizes that he knew that the protagonist was strong, but now there is no doubt that he is working on a huge project that even he is difficult to imagine. His lips break into a smile. The man throws up his hand, clenching his fist, and realizes that the Archmage has finally accepted him as an ally. Kim looks at the president in disbelief, and he, turning his head, declares that there is no need to watch the broadcast anymore. The man stands in front of his team with his arms outstretched and asks that the game is already going well, and declares that now their main task is to make a plan to help the Archmage. A high-rise towers over the city, and someone asks that they need to work late again, and the president answers with a grin that we sleep, eat, and do everything together, and jokingly asks that they do not need a home at all. An ominous ghost approaches the Guardians. The Shadow King keeps a close eye on the enemy from an ambush, and thinks it's sad to miss such an opportunity because their advantage is about 40 levels. A drop of sweat runs down the face of the heated protagonist, and, looking ahead, he realizes that the enemy does not even know that he is near, and decides to attack when the ghost enters the third phase. He resolutely throws forward a fiery arrow in front of the Guardians. A furious scream of a ghost bursts into the gloomy sky. The monster makes a swift dash at Hen. The Archmage violently opens his mouth and orders Lucky and Gold to step back. The main character stands resolutely, shielding the keepers with himself. A vicious demon with flaming eyes and a bloody maw stares at the enemy. A snake catcher watches the Archmage. The guy does not take his resolute gaze off the attacking enemy. The Shadow King rushes into the attack and thinks that he knows all the movements of his opponent like the back of his hand, and that he plans to run away with his creatures and add damage while dodging as a cast in motion. Red magic envelopes the silhouette of the snake hunter, rushing at the enemy, and he understands that this is a great moment to attack the Archmage. The dark assassin looks forward in disbelief. The flaming eyes of the snake hypnotize the opponent, and he cannot move. Petrified monsters freeze in front of the young man. The assassin ordered for the Archmage froze immobilized. The ghostly opponent dies off and glows his eyes at the guy in rage. He watches the Archmage angrily and thinks that he did not know about such a skill of the enemy. A huge monster with an axe in his hand looks angrily at the King of Shadows. An assassin from the Snake Hunters Guild stands petrified. A powerful explosion shakes the air. The main character put his hand to his chin and wondered what had happened, and that he suddenly appeared and took the blow. The ghost lowered a huge axe to the ground, and the protagonist asks that since he dealt with the stranger, it is worth continuing the attack. He angrily opens his mouth and orders Lucky to attack. The dog threw his head up. The ghost is approaching closer through the air. The dog resolutely stood in the way of the enemy. It releases unrestrained streams of light upward. He ungrips the weapon tightly in his hand and assures the audience that everything will work out. The young man raises the centaur's bow, swiftly shooting 2 arrows from it. The arrows fired rush forward. They crash into the ghost's body. Hen, resolutely looking ahead, rushes into the attack with a weapon in his hands and says that let's finish. He approaches the enemy, ordering Lucky not to attack. The dog, not understanding anything, looks at the owner. His eyes are ablaze. The Archmage opens his mouth and angrily shouts that he is not. The dog bites its sharp fangs into the opponent's shoulder. Hen, sitting on the ground, looks up at the satisfied dog and says in despair that he stole the flipper hit again. The director's lips break into a satisfied smile, and he thinks that this was also planned. The frustrated young man lowered his head and thought that he should start counting. He looks up, and Asma offers to make a deal. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's tense face, and he wonders what is happening, because Asma himself started a conversation with him. Puck sat down at the table. The streamer appeared on the screen, and the viewer asked about the broadcast. The director put his palms to his lips and thought about the main plot. Hen straightened his shoulders and confirmed his words, and the viewers discussed their emotions in the chat. The guy closed his eyes and thought that the main plot, which no one had found since the beginning of the game, and the young man was able to find it, and warned that the consequences would be serious. Kim adjusted the frames, and the boss mentally said that when he thought about it, it only hurt him, and then suggested that he finish his current affairs first and ordered Kim's secretary to place an advertisement for the drug Gamma. The employee moved the glasses and asked if they had refused them earlier. Park straightened his fingers and admitted that he wanted to say no, but didn't. Lucky raised his paw, and the man asked that the protagonist had already completed the task, and added that if they needed a reward, then they needed to place an advertisement, and said that the streamer started the broadcast without answering them, and whether they would give anything, and stressed that the main thing was not to break ties with them. Puck stood up. The partners shook hands, and the owner of the office said that if they wanted to really ruin their lives, they needed to strengthen their relationship. 2 people shook hands. Kim took the folder, and the boy said that they would give them a reward, and if they tried, they could rip off more. Puck turned around and explained that they had to do it, even if they had to use everything he had learned at Wharton. Steam comes out of the crack. The capsule opened, and Hen thought that he had a headache from everything that had happened, and he needed to collect all the parts, and realized that after killing the ghosts, the pendant finally reacted. The medallion rose into the air, and the system reported that the power of the ghost forest was weakening. The main character clenched his fist and realized that he could not show it on the air. The centaur took a spear and said that the raid was over, and he needed to quickly get in. Lucky lowered his gaze, and Hen offered to see what this guy had first, and the audience noted his kindness and professionalism. The main character looked into the distance. The skill card flashed, and the player said that it was a fire serpent found a legendary class item, level 128, and its skill was fatally poisoning the enemy. He took the find in his hand and thought that the enemy wanted to kill him. Even the Snake Hunters Guild would be involved, and the hero realized that the cursed pendant had been activated, and he could advance through the main story. Hyun sat down and mentally stated that he was doing the main story right now, and admitted that he had ever wanted to talk about it, but now it's only a headache, and foresaw that fans would start constantly asking for clues to the beginning of the main story, and thought it would be worth just telling. Heck came up and exclaimed that his friend had done a terrific job. He held out the phone and explained that he had no idea what kind of hype would be raised in the game, and added that it seemed that the main donor was the first to notice the main plot, and offered to check the site through the hero's phone. The young man smiled and admitted that his gamer blood was boiling. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face, and the hero decided to forget about it for a while and check if the fan kept his promise. The main character looked at the screen and realized that he hadn't bet the money yet. Heck bent down and asked why such an indifferent reaction, and whether the hero knew how much donors spent on such information, and Hen thought that the bet amount was not similar to the usual for the viewer. The main character turned around abruptly, and his friend said that $100,000 were spent for this answer. The friend exclaimed that $100,000 is 100 million won. The amount is displayed on the website. The guy threw the phone away. The box is in the bag. The man entered the apartment and greeted him. He leaned over to Hyren and told her that he had bought the chicken and her favorite ice cream, and asked how the day had been. The girl took the bags, and the uncle asked to put ice cream in the refrigerator and warm the chicken so that she and her dad could eat. June showed up and invited the hero to come over. The main character approached his brother, and he asked if it was normal for a friend to spend so much, and if he could afford it. The protagonist stretched his lips in a smile and jokingly added that he thought that the younger one would sell organs for chicken and ice cream, and the man told the guy not to fool around, and then asked if the hero was doing anything dangerous. June opened his mouth. The girl sat down at the table, and the main character admitted that this time he did something important. He raised his brush and explained that there were people who were interested in the information he possessed, and warned that his life was in danger because they were trying to figure out his identity in real life. A shadow fell on the young man's neck, and he said that their group was called OMN, and Ethan Hunt was hunting him, and clarified that Ethan's real name was Tom Cruise, and the operation was called Mission Impossible. The brother pinched the Joker. June lowered his hand and reminded him that the hero said he worked as a miner and warned him not to overwork, and Hyun wondered how he could not overwork. Hyren got on her knees and shouted for everyone to go eat the chicken. She brought the food to her mouth and warned that she would eat it herself. Hair covered the man's forehead, and he thought that this was just the beginning, and he realized that the forces that hindered him were only emerging. The snake bared its fangs, and Hen mentally stated that even the Snake Hunter Guild, one of the 3 most unmanned guilds in the game, was targeting him, and he was determined to destroy anyone, no matter what. The sun illuminates the skyscraper. Jackie lowered his gaze and said that the quest given to the Snake Hunters Guild had failed because of the hound's actions, and the girl replied that she had seen the ether herself. The woman put her hand to her forehead and sarcastically clarified that they had not only lost, but also given him the fawn of the fire serpent, and then complained that there were only idiots in the guild. The employee leaned, and Emma suggested a different method, and then ordered them to be contacted again, and the guy agreed that it was a good idea. The girl stood up. She turned around and asked if the streamer had been identified. Jack looked up and told her that all they knew was that he was in South Korea, and she asked if they had anyone there. Lee appeared in her imagination. The boss bent her hands in order to contact her, and added that they had a really important task for her. A passerby entered the store. She paid attention to the products. A message appeared on the phone with an order from the management, and Lee thought that she had an urgent task from Emma, and what could have happened, and she needed to go home and find out everything for herself. Hen sat down at the table. The girl looked at him and remembered that this was the guy with the smartphone, and, as she thought, he lived somewhere here. The girl approached the cash register, thought about the situation, and decided that it was worth saying hello. She left the room and mentally stated that he did not look like a bad person, judging by their last meeting, and decided to say hello. The protagonist took out his phone, and Lee noticed that the boy was watching a video from God Wars, and realized that it was a video of the Archmage on the Rising Star channel. The girl bent down and greeted her. The hero shuddered from surprise. The hero turned around and asked who she was, and when he recognized the character, he exclaimed that it was the same girl with the phone. Hyun scratched his head and apologized for thinking about it, and didn't expect anyone to come up to him, and Lee replied that it wasn't a big deal. The woman lowered the bag, and the guy offered to sit down. The heroine sat down next to him and said that she really felt sorry for his phone, and the young man replied that everything was fine, because it had already been fixed, and the protagonist thought that if only she did not hear his words. A drop of sweat ran down Hen's cheek, and Lee asked if he was a fan of the Archmage since he watched his videos so focused, and the main character replied that no, he was just popular, and added that he himself plays God Wars. The girl raised her brush and asked if it was true, and said that she also played, and asked what he was doing in the game, and the boy replied that he did everything that made money. For example, he worked as a miner. She put her hand to her mouth and noted that it was difficult. Hen straightened his hair and said that everything was for the sake of family and a good life, so he would endure despite the difficulties, and added that it was even fun when you got used to it, and then thought that in principle it was true, because he minds objects. The protagonist looked at his watch and said that he already had to go. The man stood up, and the girl wished to take care of herself. She smiled and thought that he was so hardworking and it would be cool to help him in God Wars. The exile flew up and claimed that this was the destination, and Hen thought that he looked more like a ghost. The pendant hung from his neck, and the protagonist said that he was looking for a nameless god. The monster's eyes lit up, and he mentally concluded that the hero had come for the legacy of the nameless god, and the system notified that the user had completed the task and leveled up. The mutant stood up and introduced himself as Natarsa, and revealed that he had been banished and had become a wandering ghost who longed for the powers of the nameless god, and added that he had been the guardian of the forest village in the past. Hyun opened his mouth and wondered if she wasn't bigger than all the cities he'd stayed in, and the monster told him that those who chased the power of the nameless god would one day be consumed and turned into ghosts, and clarified that the boy was fine, and asked why. The egg emitted light, and he replied that the egg absorbed her power. Hen held it to his chest, and Natarsa was surprised that the egg really existed, and the protagonist asked if the other person really knew about it. His eyes filled with a green glow, and the ghost clarified what exactly the young man was interested in, and replied that he would tell if he proved that he was worthy. A notification window appeared and said that a new quest had been added to the main story branch, The Exile, and the mutant ordered to defeat him in 10 minutes. Hen smiled happily. The leaves fell from the trees. As the teammates approached, the boy announced that it would take 6 minutes and 42 seconds to hunt without frills, and the interface informed them that he had earned the title of Tested Natars. The exile flew up and was surprised that the protagonist passed the test so easily, and Hyun asked what the interlocutor wanted now. The portal opened, and the mutant said that this was the real appearance of the forest. The centaur took the staff, and Natarsa said that it did not look like a fertile place where only slimes lived, and the system notified that the protagonist had received the title of who saw the true form of the ghost forest. Hen spread his arms to the sides and asked who hid him, and the monster replied that no one knew who hid his real form. The parched earth cracked, and the ghost explained that someone had devastated this forest, and said that his power was enough to change the entire forest, and the guy thought that it was none other than the power of a god. The gauntlet materialized in the air, and Natarsa announced that he would give the young man a task. The object lit up, and the mutant said that it was one of his legacies, the Guardian's Gauntlet, and asked him to collect all the evidence that he was a guardian. A bounty UI window flashed in front of the player, and the ghost ordered them to find the head of the forest village and relay his message. An inscription about the ability improvement appeared, and Natarsa promised that if the hero coped, he would tell him about the egg, and the interface added that the user received the glove. The clouds thickened, and the exile reported that the main character had received the item and indicated the direction, and then said that the player would find his head in the troll forest. Hen stretched out his arms and exclaimed that he would find everything, and the system notified that a new quest had been added to the main story branch. The building is under the sky, and the interlocutor apologized for what happened to the hound. Emma moved her leg away and stated that he had disobeyed and failed the mission, so he wouldn't even mind if they broke the contract, and added that it had also been revealed that the Snake Hunters Guild was targeting the Archmage. The woman put the phone to her ear, and the interlocutor asked if their contract was valid, and the boss replied that she would give them a chance to fix everything. The snake entangled the player, and the girl ordered to prepare for an imminent attack on the Archmage. Emma tilted her head, and the caller asked if the streamer would take the task, and she said that there was no need to worry, because she would prepare such a reward that the hero simply could not refuse. The card appeared, and the manager warned that this was their last chance. An image appeared on the screen. The woman walked and asked if the main character would be able to survive a head-on collision with the Snake Hunters Guild. The sun's glare reflects off the building, and the employee asked what the gamma drug said. Kim came up and clarified that they didn't do it, and wouldn't give a reward. Park bent his finger and explained that it was the opposite. They had given a new task, saying that they liked the surprise. The director sat down, and said that the attack would happen again, and added that they were asking if the hero would be able to direct the scene where he defeated the boss in such conditions, and the secretary exclaimed that it was madness, and said that the hero already had a lot of enemies, and otherwise they would betray him. Puck turned his laptop and showed a picture of a revolver, adding that he needed to see what they offered as a reward. The guy adjusted his hat, and Kim said that it was a revolver, and clarified that the skill increases magic creation by 40% with 6 bullets, which is one of the skills that all mages in God Wars want to get. Park picked up the computer, and the employee added that the revolver card had never been posted on the site, and the boss exclaimed that the streamer would definitely agree with such an award. The man put down his laptop and explained that there was also a broadcast with a planned attack, and noted that you couldn't think of a better show, and that there would easily be more than 1 million viewers, and therefore the Archmage would agree. A new message appeared on the screen, and Puck asked if the protagonist had sent them a new video. Kim bent down, and the owner of the channel said that Hyun had sent a video message called Ghost Solo Kill, and clarified that the main character did not do this on that broadcast. Drops of sweat appeared on their faces. An image of a video lasting 6 minutes and 42 seconds appeared on the screen. The houses of the forest village appeared from behind the trees. The inhabitants opened their mouths. The companions stopped, and the crowd shouted their names. The girl raised her brushes and asked if she could take a picture with Hen. The player straightened his hair and agreed. Everyone left the streamer. People take pictures with their partners. The girl raised her hand and asked for a photo with Lucky. The main character turned around and agreed, and then asked about a comfortable position, and the girl thought that it was not worth saying that she wanted a photo with a dog. The guy showed 2 fingers, and a fan said that she saw his solo kill Ghost on the broadcast, and the player replied that it was great, and he was already preparing a cooler video. The woman knitted her eyebrows and asked if he was talking about forest trolls, and the main character confirmed, but notified, he could not say anything more. Hyun put his hand on his belt and let slip that Rising Star was scheduled to release him in 8 days. The protagonist was sweating. The girl covered her mouth with her hands and he said that it was a secret, and he would be in trouble if everyone found out, and the fan assured that she would keep it a secret. Gold stood next to the leader in the troll forest, and the interface informed that there were 2 minutes and 29 seconds left before the appearance of the 2-headed troll, and the audience asked if the hero would really kill him solo. Hen smiled smugly and stated that if anyone wanted to get in the way, then you were welcome, and announced that there would be no personal accounts, and the overseer admitted that high-level players would definitely want to catch him. A notification window appeared and notified that there were 42 seconds left before the appearance of the 2-headed troll. The main character turned around and thought that, as expected, they were coming. The young man leaned against a tree, and the streamer mentally asked what he had done to attract so much hate. Player signs flashed in the forest, and the protagonist said that he sees them all, and they will have more trouble fighting him. The material lit up, and Hyun announced that the boss would appear soon. But before that, many members of the Red Snake Guild, SCAF, Triple Code, 5-Star Gate, Orochi, Good Hope, and others had gathered here. The ninja opened his eyes in horror. The bandage hangs over the chest. The guys opened their mouths. The team looked around, and the audience noted the participation of guilds. The soldiers looked at each other and asked if he had really revealed them all. Hen looked up and said that there was a snake hunter guild here, and the admirer clarified that it was one of the 3 sinister guilds. The snake stirred, and the guild member thought that the player had discovered them all, and anyone would say that it was a trap. The partner took a knife and asked if they would stand, and the young man replied that he would try to contact the elders. Hen straightened his shoulders and asked the users if they really didn't want to go out to the last, and if so, he would attack first. Rays of light scattered, and the ninja exclaimed that the streamer would even forget about their hiding places. The man looked away and said that they had to retreat or they would be kicked out of the guilds. The soldiers jumped on the branches. Hen looked after them. A strand of hair covered the forehead of the main character, and he thought that only snake hunters remained. An image of a countdown appeared, and the protagonist said that the Snake Hunters Guild was waiting for him to relax after the raid. His foot stomped. The 2-headed troll came out. The player got into a fighting stance. Gold grabbed his staff, and shouted that he was waiting for instructions. The dust rose. The monster grabbed the trunk of a tree. The guy's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed the name of the spell. Lucky had a flash. The projectile hit the enemy, and the protagonist named the skills. Heads opened their mouths, and the audience commented on the battle. The troll spread his legs wider. The centaur opened his mouth, and the leader ordered him to stop. The purple materia flew up, and Hen announced that it was now his turn. The demon appeared behind the silhouette of the young man, and the donor sent $10,000. Hen raised his hands and stated that he had recently leveled up, and the interface reported that the hero had reached the 100th level. The card changed color, and the streamer added that it was a skill he had learned for it. Purple flames emanate from the monster's mouth. The demon launched an attack, and the commentators began to discuss the new image of the player. The troll bowed his head, and the system informed him that due to the Inferno curse, the 2-headed troll's magic resistance was reduced by 17%, and that all of the 2-headed troll's stats and cooldown were reduced by 12% and 17%, respectively. Hen took out his bow and said that he would repeat the dragon fever. The glove lit up. The arrow began flying, and Gustav donated $10,000. The projectiles explode against the mutant. Silhouette emerged from behind a bush and realized that the raid was over and he needed to prepare, and the interface announced that the user had defeated the 2-headed troll. Sodat bowed his head and mentally stated that whatever monster it was, they would defeat the Archmage, because now he was weakened. Lucky lifted his head, and the system notified that the user earned the achievements 2-headed troll slayer and 2-headed troll slay. The protagonist folded his arms on his chest, and the audience admired the work of the Inferno, and then the guy smugly noted his greatest contribution to the victory. Hen raised his finger and offered to hold a quiz. The soldiers attacked their partners, and the IROC asked the watchers a question. A drop of sweat dripped, and the hero explained that he had another prey left, and the ninja got scared and shouted that they had been spotted. Puck crossed his fingers, and thought that he hadn't expected that even the Snake Hunter Guild would act. The headmaster sat down and said that they were not the type to take the award, and shouted that he would not allow this to happen. Clouds flew over the facade of the house, and the chief realized that the Archmage knew everything in advance. Emma bit her lip and said that as long as there was a traitor in the guild, it would be difficult to kill Hen, and added if it was because of one traitor who had failed again. Jackie squeezed his eyes shut and announced that there was an offer from the Rising Star channel. He approached the interlocutor and said that they were asking for another reward of the same value, and Emma explained that if they refused, they would make them doubt. The girl looked out the window and assumed that the elven boots would be suitable, and then gave the order to call all the players around the forest village. The soldier sat down on a stump. The guide turned his head and asked his comrade if he had heard the rumor that the Archmage had made a post about another raid on the boss, and he replied that he had, because he had defeated a multi-headed troll. The man looked away and asked if he was talking about a two-headed troll, and asked if there were any other trolls, and added that, as expected, the streamer was just attracting attention, and the young man replied that he was not sure, but they would find out soon, because there were still 2 days left. Comments appeared, and the young man apologized to the director. Puck approached, and the employee explained that today was the day of the raid, but the comments had been flying for several days, and asked if it would work. The boss turned the clock and said that everyone would be interested in checking if this was really so. He stepped back and shouted the command to prepare for the air, and instructed his subordinates to be ready to start the air as soon as the Archmage called. The employee opened his eyes and exclaimed that they had a problem. The man peeked out and said hello, then announced that the Avengers team had begun hunting the two-headed troll, but everyone probably already knew because of the rumors. The troll grinned, and the host said that despite the streamer's post, they would be the first to do it. The owner of the channel was sweating and realized that his canal had been robbed. The guy looked at the image and told Emma that the number of views was just off the charts, and added that the creation of these Avengers was worth it. The woman folded her arms over her chest and said that no one would even say a word to them, because they would just be the first to start the raid. Hen lowered his gaze, and the girl said that in the current situation, he would not be able to interfere with the Avengers' raid. Park scratched his chin and mentally concluded that the main character could not help but foresee this, and the viewer asked if the hero wanted to break into someone else's raid, and noted that he did not even have air, and added that there was no Archmage here. The mutant clenched his fist. The man attacked and said that they easily caused damage, and commentators asked if the streamer's post and the company's statement were fake. Emma closed her lips and mentally noted that this time she had won. Puck looked down and thought that everything was a failure. The building stands under the clouds. The hand took the smartphone. Lee sat down and wondered why the Abyss Guild had launched a raid on the two-headed troll. The girl approached the tree and remembered about the collection a couple of days ago. The woman narrowed her eyes and mentally said that it was really to gather people for the roadstead, and asked why they treated the Archmage like that at all. Lee zoomed in on the screen. Hyun appeared in the forest, and announced that he was starting the broadcast, and noted that there were a lot of spectators today. Lucky lowered his gaze, and the watchers wrote that they were late for the raid. The protagonist raised his eyebrows questioningly and asked what was the matter. A drop of sweat ran down Lee's cheek and she asked if he didn't know that his raid had been stolen. The girl looked down and wondered why she was worried. The main character lowered his hands and said that he did not know what caused such a reaction, but added that, as already reported, something big was planned, a multi-headed troll, and the viewer clarified that it was not a two-headed troll. The mountains appeared from behind the forest. Gold grabbed his staff and shouted that something huge was coming, and added that he would protect his master. The monster peeked out from behind a tree, and Hen announced the start of the broadcast. Puck opened his mouth. The troll grinned. Emma flinched and asked if it was a three-headed troll. Lucky rushed to attack. The protagonist sped up. He turned around and asked if everyone knew about the long spinning skill, and explained that the farther away from the target, the greater the damage, but added that it was easier for the enemy to dodge this way. The guy stopped and summoned a golem. He put his palm on the ground and said that there were many obstacles preventing him from hitting the target, but not with this method. The giant took a step. The streamer stood on the golem's head and reported that it was not only a perfect view, but also no obstacles, and Gustav donated $10,000. The flames materialized, and Hen announced that he was launching an attack. There was an explosion, and the interface notified that the third phase was beginning. The streamer threw the projectile, and the commentators noted his professionalism. Lucky lit up, but the leader noted that his ability was about to expire, and ordered Gold to push. The centaur was covered in a golden glow, and exclaimed that he had been waiting for this, and the system informed that the life or death effect was over. The troll swung his fist, and the main character gave the order to stop him. His partner took his shield and shouted that he was listening. The barrier covered the mutant. Hair covered the protagonist's forehead, and he said that it was time to end it. Hen emitted a purple glow and shouted the name of the appearance. The troll closed his eyes, and the interface announced that the hero had defeated the three-headed troll. The streamer looked up and said that the broadcast was over, and the system informed that the player had received the title of three-headed troll killer and unharmed. The young man looked sideways and explained that there was something more important than looting now, and the interface said that the live broadcast was over. Natarsa flew up and stated that the guy had managed to defeat the troll after all, and said that, as promised, here was another piece of the guard's equipment. The stat window flashed. Hen looked at him and thought that he needed to look at the stats, and also at the camouflage, and the interface said that a new task had been added to the main story branch. Gold came and said that the work was done. He smiled and said that it was all thanks to the new skill. Lucky opened his mouth, and the main character concluded that it was not in vain that he gave his partners new abilities before the raid. He looked up and thought that he had learned the new skills himself, and only one piece of the guard's equipment remained. Clouds flew over the roof. Emma banged on the table and was indignant that she had become a laughingstock. The woman sat down and said that it was not the first time the Archmage had deceived her, and asked if they had finally reached the forest at night. The wolves came out, and she added that it was very difficult for the players to solo because of the wandering groups of werewolves. The girl showed her teeth and said that it was necessary to prepare a new plan. The headline image appeared, and Emma stated that the bulletin board was going crazy. Park sat down at the table and said that they now have 2.5 million followers and have grown to 60th place. Kim adjusted the frame and said that they had received a request for advertising. The director raised his hand and asked about the Gamma medicines. The secretary announced that the offer was from the Blue Bull, the enemy of Gamma. Garrison of the Night Forest. Lanterns illuminate the tents at night. The swordsman sits by the fire in front of his comrades and asks if the hero is obliged to gather a party, to which he agrees and adds that even if it is the Archmage, he will not be able to cope with a dozen wolves. The warrior lowers his eyes and reveals that even players from the best guilds gather teams of 10 people to hunt here. The werewolf stands over the 3 wolves. The man declares that they walk in groups. A candle in the lantern glows, and one of the camp members asks if there were rumors that the hero wants to team up with the top 10 guilds, to which he is told that there are rumors that he was offered a lot of money in exchange for a joint hunting video. Horseradish is standing in front of the camp, in which one of the people says that it is worth asking the guy in person. The swordsman shifts his gaze and notes that the young man will definitely pass here, since he is going hunting. Someone reports that the Archmage is coming. Hyun stands with a smile next to Gold and Lucky. Someone declares that this is no good. A lantern illuminates the tent. Someone asks the hero if he is really going to assemble a team with the top 10 of the guild. 3 people stand in front of the protagonist. One of them offers to unite in a team, to which the magician is surprised what rumors are being talked about. The girl smiles next to a muscular man and offers to be better with them, because their parameters are much better. An armored knight stands next to the caliper and offers Hen help. The hero awkwardly raises his hands and in response to proposals to unite. The protagonist keeps his eyes closed and notes to himself that he hunts in the night forest in a group. This is the basis of the basics, so he expected such a reaction. The warriors make surprised eyes at the guy's request to listen to him. The young man takes a serious look and reveals that he has already received various invitations, but has turned them all down and adds that he will continue to play alone. A window with a description of the task is displayed. A lot of red eyes are shown in the thicket. Hen reveals that the night forest is coal black, so you can't see anything in front of you, so the mage players can't even attack. The Archmage shifts his gaze and talks about his case. He forms several elemental orbs around his comrades and states that if he prepares in advance, he will be able to deal with 3 of the 4 before they even approach, after which he adds that as long as Lucky and Gold are with him, there should be no problems. 2 wolves are thrown by red and blue rays. The guy claims to see them. 2 windows are shown, which say that the young man has fulfilled the conditions of the task. The boy raises his hands and claims that he does not want to fight. Umta joins her palms and says her name, after which she asks for help from the protagonist. Hen looks straight with a serious expression and notes to himself that this is scenario A, then adds to himself that he wants revenge on him. The boy looks at the hero, who wonders why he should be helped, to which Umta replies that she will reward him well. The boy holds out the book. The protagonist thinks that this is a unique book of a random skill of the master. The guy looks up and asks if this is all, and says to himself that this volume should be a reward for the task of crying in the night forest. An exclamation mark appears above the boy's head. He replies that this is not all, but the young man must catch the dark wolf. A notification pops up that the quest has been added to the main story branch. Above Umta hangs a badge and a blue window with a description of the additional mission of the Avenger. The mage notes to himself that the reward is given a legendary book of a random skill of the master. The Archmage excitedly looks at the boy, who asks if he can defeat the monster, to which Hen declares that of course he can and asks if he should be fried or boiled, then adds that he will definitely do it and will sit down for Umta. The hero smiles. A message pops up, which says that there are 59 hours left before the boss appears. The protagonist notes to himself that this time is enough to increase the rank. A yellow light surrounds the guy, who happily shouts that he has level 110. A deck appears in front of the young man. Windows are shown in which it is written that the Dragon of War gave the mage a new chance, to which he declares to himself that of course he will use it. The Archmage points his finger at the yellow card and says that this time it will glow. A description of the lightning strike ability appears, and Hen pronounces the name of the skill loudly. Kim adjusts his glasses and says that the hero has started broadcasting. The director makes a concentrated look and replies that he is already looking. The protagonist team chases the wolves. The blonde says that such a hunt was worth watching, then adds that he thinks that this is the first time he has seen such a hunt since Asmo. The man in glasses makes a surprised face and notes what the guy is showing. The young man strokes Lucky. Comments pop up that he is very cute. the magician confirms it aloud. The Archmage sits next to Lucky and announces that he is ending the broadcast, then thanks the audience for watching how suddenly a normal wolf is healed live. Hen smiles at the comments that ask him to leave Lucky's stream and reveals that he will show his stronger self on the next broadcast, after which he adds a style about Esmo. The hero strains his face and notes to himself that he has already shown all his skills, except for the lightning strike, which is great news. The dark wolf stands with his back to himself. The protagonist declares to himself that he will show the ability when he finishes him off. A white window appears in front of the guy. He says in surprise that this is the director. Warden writes to him that he did a good job on the broadcast and was amazing. The young man smiles and asks not to force himself to praise him, because he did not show anything like that. The blonde is sitting at the laptop, and asks if this is what he meant to say, to which the blonde says that he wants to accept advertising from the blue bull and asks if the hero agrees. The protagonist asks again. 2 symbols are shown. The guy is surprised to himself that this is a blue bull, and not gamma medicines, then declares that he will receive a lot of money, so he cannot refuse. The magician opens his mouth and says that there is no need to worry about his opinion on this part. The trio stands in front of a white window. The headmaster asks if he is given full power, to which the Archmage replies that he will give as much as he wants. Warden states that he will not disappoint. The blonde man crosses his arms and claims that it is decided. A man in glasses stands in front of him. The blonde asks to call the blue bull and sign a contract, to which he replies that he understands. Sweat runs down Kim's face. He asks if Asmo will give them this item. The director smiles and laughs and says he's not sure, but adds that it would be boring if they knew in advance. A high rise is shown against the sky, and Emma tells Merlin that there is a huge chance that the blue bull will be the hero's next sponsor. Long-haired asks again, then asks if they got a lightning strike card. The girl closes her eyes and states that this is impossible, then adds that this is why the protagonist requested her. Merlin looks at her and asks what they will offer him. Emma talks about the armor of the nameless Archmage. A breastplate shines above the woman. She tells that this is a thing that only Asmo has, who has already begun to act. The blonde man furrows his eyebrows and asks what kind of deal they made. The girl replies that they don't know, but adds that if Asmo decided to take power into his own hands, it would be difficult to deal with them. The silhouette of a man stands in front of the symbol. Jackie bows. Emma asks him to just wait. The guy agrees with her words. The white-haired woman smiles and asks to send a message. The servant asks which one. The blonde looks straight and declares that a real war is beginning. The girl looks at him and asks if they will just sit. Hen walks arm in arm with Hiren around the city and says that he could go himself, then asks her if she likes the chickens so much. The girl agrees. She smiles happily and adds that, however, she loves the uncle who buys her the most. The hero happily looks at her and notes that she has already grown up, which is very nice, and declares to himself that after the contract with the Blue Bulls, he will buy her 100 chickens. The brunette notices the walkers, who repeat that since there is a win, then you can eat. The girl opens her mouth in surprise. She looks at the guy in amazement, and calls his name. Hiren looks at the young man and the girl in surprise. The girl smiles slyly and tells her sister that she is cute, and wonders if she is Hen's girlfriend. The couple embarrassedly raise their hands and together answer that this is not true and they are just childhood friends. The child, in response to this, asks if the brunette likes games. Long-haired smiles awkwardly. The girl tells her that her uncle plays God Wars, to which she hesitantly replies that it also happens in her. A dark silhouette raises his staff. Hiren declares that her uncle is a very strong mage. The hero says to himself that he shouldn't have talked about it. The brunette asks in surprise. The dark-haired woman looks in amazement at the agitated protagonist, who laughs at her uncertainly. The girl says that this is the case and asks the girl if she is also a magician. The trio walks against a white background. The brunette begins the story for Hiren. The Archmage happily raises his hands in a yellow glow. His status window pops up and a message pops up that he has leveled up. Hen loudly rejoices that he has rank 118. Gold congratulates him, shows a message that the hero has defeated 100 werewolves. The centaur's breastplate disappears, and the protagonist orders him to take off his clothes, to which he resolutely agrees. A diagram is shown with a crossed-out arrow between the guy and the red monster. The young man says to himself that when he defeats 100 mobs, he will not be able to call the keeper just like that. A humanoid black wolf stands with a frowning face. The mage mentally adds that the mob's rank should not exceed by more than 10, then reveals that werewolves have level 128, so the Archmage must be 118 to summon him as a guardian. The humanoid wolf is surrounded by golden energy. Hen says to himself that in order to pass this location, a person must be above level 130. But adds that because of his strength, he got here too quickly, so he had to try. The hero shouts about the call of the guardian. A message pops up that says that Gold's appearance is changing. The werewolf looks straight and asks him what he thinks of the new body. The guardian bows to his master and says that he is now capable of anything. Dagger and armor cards are shown. The mage offers to give him new things. Gold stands with new protection and weapons and declares that he will repay his mercy by glorifying Hen. The werewolf points his finger at himself and asks Lucky if he is jealous. Lucky barks in displeasure. The hero stands in front of the red sign and says that now everything is ready and asks if it's time to start broadcasting. He clicks on a positive answer. The protagonist points to Gold. Many windows pop up that people have joined the broadcast. The guy greets the audience. The werewolf's eyes shine with amber light. Comments are shown in which they are surprised by Gold's new look. The streamer confirms their words. The mage smiles and offers to get straight to the point and start a raid on the dark wolf. Messages appear in which the audience admires the guardian. A window is shown in which the time until the full moon is written. The Archmage stands in front of a dark tree with a golden fruit. In the comments they are interested in who is being raided. The apple shines with light. Hen notes to himself that he understands what they meant when they talk about the appearance. Because this is not the moon, but a fruit. A window pops up, which says that the hero must destroy all the dark wolves while the full moon is ripening. The protagonist closes himself from the light and notes to himself that this time there will be no boss, and it will be waves of mobs. A lot of shadow wolves appear from the ground. The audience says that it is boring to catch bosses forever and that time it was not fun at all. And also that for the guy, these monsters, like food, are shown a message with a task. The young man makes a tense look and notes to himself that it is worth postponing the debut of the lightning strike, then says to himself that he has only 10 minutes. The eyes of many monsters glow red. The mage declares to himself that there are 100 of them, and you can start in full force from the very beginning. Gold and Lucky use skills, the Archmage ordering the former to use a berserker and the latter to use a flash of lightning. With a smile, Hen forms fire, ice, and lightning around him in the form of spheres. He frowns and talks about the spirit of the familiar inferno. A notification appears that the cast is complete. The hero jumps to attack mobs. Commentators are surprised at the speed of spells even without using dragon fever. The protagonist notes to himself that he improved the cast with the help of the master's book. The guy shoots a fireball. The audience is amazed at his speed, as well as the fact that the young man has elven boots, which are one of the best items for survival. Hen notes to himself that this is the image of a magician, which no one has ever shown. The protagonist smiles and declares to himself that he is the main character of this broadcast. The cut reaches the monster. The red bar hits the mob. The attack reaches the ears of the monster. Gold lands on the ground in front of many fallen enemies. The commentators are amazed at the strength of the guardian, and note that he is now stronger than Lucky. The werewolf bares his teeth. The viewer is told that he is the strongest in the group. He unfurrows his brows and says to himself that he didn't think he would be buried like this, but adds that there is nothing wrong with it. The hero surrounds himself with golden energy and shouts about dragon fever. A blue window is shown, which says that there are 48 wolves left. The mob dissipates. Notifications appear that say that the protagonist has destroyed all opponents and is completing the quest. The guy smiles awkwardly. The audience claims that Gold figured it out solo. The young man notes to himself that he could not use the lightning strike and will have to postpone it until the next fight. Donut Asmo is shown in the amount of $10,011, in which the man asks to use it wisely. The mage looks up in amazement. The audience is surprised by the message and wonders if the Archmage and Asmo were so close and if they could have made some kind of deal. Hen looks into the chat room and asks why the man showed up and ruined the atmosphere, then notes that he doesn't even know what to say. The girl comes out of the bushes. The hero declares that he will finish for today. A notification is shown that the live broadcast is over. He shifts his gaze to Umta and silently claims that he will ignore Asmo for now, then adds that the quest reward will come soon. The child calls out to the adventurer. She smiles with a book in her hands and thanks Hen for avenging her parents, after which she asks to take the award. The hero looks at the thing in his palms and notes to himself that he really has this thing. Umta claims that it is time for her to go to the village. The protagonist looks back at the dark green flashes that indicate that he has gone very far. Nadars towers over the boy and tells him that he is now worthy of knowing everything, then asks if he knows why he coveted the power of the nameless god, to which the young man refuses, adding that the exile simply told him to gather evidence and go to the forest village. The creature's eyes glow green. He reveals that there is nothing wrong with it, and he just needed it to protect the forest village. The silhouette of the man falls in the darkness. Nadars tells that then he found the power of the nameless god and successfully obtained part of it, then adds that they say that if you thirst for the power of the gods, you will be punished. The creature holds out a golden card with a chest plate and talks about the egg that Hen has. A description of the guard's armor is shown. The exile adds that it will protect against the power of the nameless god, and a window appears with details about the breastplate. The hero is quite holding a bright map and happily says that this armor adds shells, as well as the protection of the nameless Archmage. He shifts his gaze to Nadars and informs him that he has collected all the evidence, and wonders where he should go now. The creature's eyes glow green. He reveals that there is a secret laboratory inside the forest village, then adds that inside the hero will meet a bird assistant. A table with a description of the Guardian's laboratory is shown. The protagonist's group is walking through the forest. He notes to himself that this, as expected, is a divine game. A message pops up that a new quest has been added to the main plot branch. Outside the forest village, the full moon illuminates the night trees. The guy indignantly looks at Gold and asks him not to howl, to which he apologizes and replies that he cannot control himself. Sentinel Lab. The magician stands in front of the house and is surprised that he was used. The door opens, and he unapologizes. He suspiciously touches his chin and says that this is quite remarkable, since he was definitely informed about a secret laboratory here. The wall lamp glows blue. The hero declares that everything is as he thought, and this place is quite convenient. The protagonist pulls on the secret lever and claims that it is not worth wasting time, and it is time to enter. The bookshelf is being pushed aside. The guy falls because of a bird that flew out. The young man raises his head in surprise and asks if she is really an assistant sent in the lab. A house is shown. The magician says that the pet is cool, but it's a big hassle. The Archmage looks up at a system message that says the gift came in a box, and states to himself that Asmo said it during his broadcast, and Puck says that this is a reward for the last broadcast. The chest card glows bronze. Hen says to himself that only Asmo has the armor of the unknown Archmage, and adds that he is now the only one who received his item. The hero sits on the floor next to two wolves and notes that at the moment he has no reason to use it, because the armor of the Guardian from the last quest is much better. The protagonist hugs Lucky and says that if he sells that defense, he will lose Asmo, then asks Lucky what he should do. A description of the breastplate is shown. The guy says that even the characteristics are different, then makes a surprised sound. He examines the map with interest and talks about the hidden skill. The young man points his finger at the armor description and asks what it is. The birds fly away abruptly due to the cry of the magician, who loudly declares that this cannot be. He smiles happily and claims that he can't believe that such a skill exists in the game, as he has never even heard of it. A hunter's cafe is shown. People are discussing hen and gold. A lot of people are in the establishment. A visitor tells a friend that it's time for the hero to stream. Another reports that the protagonist found an NPC in a forest village. A girl wonders if you heard any news after he left with that character. The guy runs and screams about the super news. The young man holds a phone in his hands and says that the Archmage has begun an emergency live broadcast, where he is going to show a gift to Asmo. A lot of people look at the phone in surprise. One of them asks what the broadcast is called. A man looks at hen on the screen. Someone says that the stream is about unboxing. A voice asks what object is there. The hero sits with a bird on his head next to the shredder. He greets the audience, who are surprised to ask if he had such a skill and why there is an object destroyer. The protagonist points towards the animal and the device and asks Jackpot to rest. The commentators are surprised by the name of the mythical animal. The guy says that this time Asmo gave him something. He shows a rack with a breastplate and reveals that it is the armor of an unknown Archmage. Messages are shown where they ask him if Asmo really gave this item, because only he had it. Hen creates 2 fireballs and reveals that the main skill of this armor is an additional projectile. The commentators are surprised and wonder how this is possible, since he did not wear the item. The destruction machine rotates its teeth. The protagonist reveals that, unfortunately, this item is useless to him, so he decided to destroy it. 2 guys look at the phone in shock and shout that it is pointless to destroy such a thing, because it is the only one in the world. The guy raises the bib over the car and notes to himself that this is really madness that no one in their right mind would commit. The young man frowns and adds to himself that there is nothing better for the show than this. A message is shown in which Asmo donates $10,012 and writes that it will be fun. The mage throws the armor into the shredder and says with a smile that he knows he has appeared, so you can destroy it. The commentators say that the Archmage really did it. The breastplate breaks. Someone writes that it cost a lot of money. Hen happily wipes his forehead and declares that they are done, and says to himself that it was a great performance, and no one will know that there was a hidden skill there. A description of the secret skill is shown. The hero notes to himself that, at first glance, it gives another projectile. The skill card falls out of the device. The audience is surprised by this. The protagonist holds the ability with a smile. The commentators are amazed at the name and the fact that it appeared after the destruction of the legendary item. The guy offers to finish for today. A notification is shown that the broadcast is over. Jackpot raises a wing on a tree branch. The young man claims to himself that it was a great performance, and adds that in the beginning everyone reacted to him as if he were a fool with a lot of money who does all kinds of wild things. He holds a skill card in his hand and silently adds that everything changed when the audience saw it, because there were no cases when a card would appear after destroying an item, and mentally adds that this broadcast changed the history of the game. A huge fiery snake towers behind Hen, who mentally says that it is too early to be shocked, because he will have to solo kill this monster. A description of the mission of the impending threat pops up. A lot of holes cover the oak tree. The hero mentally declares that first he needs to complete the main task. The boys' group is standing near the bright entrance behind. A warning appears that they have just entered the Tower of Azar. The young man asks who is there. He looks up at the voice that greets him and declares that she was waiting for him. The guy stretches his hands to the vines. The unknown asks to take them. He is surprised that he will have to climb up himself, which is unusual. Vines lift the mage up. The girl says that not so long ago she felt something strange and sent her scouts, but adds that several of them did not return. The Archmage lands and asks if they have arrived. The elf sits by the tree with a smile. She wonders if Hen will go to the underground labyrinth under the forest village. Azara opens her eyes with a smile and asks if the hero will destroy the fire snake. A message is shown that a new quest has been added. The protagonist smirks and responds positively. A description of the mission pops up against the background of the labyrinth. Notifications are shown that the guy has entered it. A group of magicians stands in front of a large gate. The Archmage stretches his hands and reports that the danger here is high, so the feeling of fear is still singing, after which he claims that this is not a problem for them. 3 green slimes are seen in the hallway. Hen wonders aloud about it, even informing them of the location of the fire snake. The hero smiles and claims that he will use the master's skill card first. The card with the knight shines gold. The protagonist turns to the keeper. The werewolf spreads his arms in the center of the glow. A message pops up that the skill rank has been raised. The guy says that he will leave everything to gold. An endless labyrinth is shown. The magician claims that he has a problem. Translucent bodies lie on the ground. The Archmage awkwardly stands behind the humanoid wolf and reveals that he did not expect the guardian to be so strong, and notes to himself that at this rate he is finished, even considering the ether with the unboxing. Hyun watches his partner and thinks that this time he must be in the center of the broadcast. Saudi Arabia. A white building appears on a blue background. A golden chandelier hangs on the ceiling. A dark-skinned man smiles. A window pops up that says that Asmo has started a live broadcast. The commentators ask to tell about Hen's unboxing. The man sits on the couch and declares that, to be honest, he was annoyed. A man holds a tablet near an unknown box. Asmo says that since the hero is going to do this, he had to show what kind of skill it is, because he himself is interested. The black man looks at his phone and reveals that he is watching the Rising Star channel, then asks if he should put up with it, and pretend that he is not annoyed. The audience states that if this is an unboxing, then it was necessary to show that the protagonist used his word and keep his word. The blonde man watches the broadcast, and says that it will cause a bit of trouble. The audience asks to show the Archmage to show the effect of the ability live. The blonde man clasps his hands together in front of his mouth and thinks about how people don't think much of him, then notes his worried face. The hero happily closes his eyes. The director says to himself that the first time he saw him so excited, then notes that it is difficult to believe that it was he who did it, but notes that if he wants to change the opinion of people, then he needs to show everything more carefully on the air. The blonde smiles and asks himself what he is worried about, because the Archmage is a genius who always surpasses his imagination. The blonde reaches for the phone. He puts the phone to his ear and asks the other party what he decided about the reward for the ether with a fire snake. He shows himself in high-rise buildings against the sky. Park says to himself that he just needs to organize everything as always, and Hyun will take care of everything and bring the best results, and says out loud that the trident skill is not bad, but does not reach the level of a lightning strike. The blonde makes a satisfied face and agrees with the interlocutor on the phone, then adds that he will talk to the hero. The blonde hangs up the call. He smiles with the thought that choosing one of Asmo's items is an incredibly big bet. The sun illuminates the modern building. A voice asks if this is not too much. The man leans against the counter and tells the interlocutor that there has been no news for a couple of days, to which he replies that even Asmo mentioned this to the streamer. The brunette picks up the phone and asks if it's okay to leave your subscribers waiting and declares that she will cancel the subscription. The guy looks at the screen and says that the Archmage posted a post. The salesman looks awkwardly at the man who talks about gold and lucky, and calls him a real fanatic. The man looks down at his phone and notes to himself that the broadcast is only for 10 seconds, then mentally asks what Hyun will do this time. A post with a hero is shown, which says that the passage of the raid on the boss will be tomorrow. The seller is surprised aloud by this. The next day, the hero stands in the middle of the comments, which ask a lot of questions. A notification pops up that the protagonist has started the broadcast. He greets the audience, and adds that now there will be an overview of a skill that has not yet been in the game. The guy raises his finger against the background of the serpent cut in. The comments ask where lucky, gold and jackpot are. The young man says that he will first show the effect with the guard's armor on, which increases the number of projectiles, and then demonstrate the effect of the skill. Subscribers are surprised that the mage is standing at the entrance to the fiery snake. The scales are covered in flames, and the spectators are amazed that the Archmage will start the review right during the raid. The monster looks away. The monster opens its mouth. Commentators wonder if the opponent is too serious for such antics. Lucky flies into the kite's mouth. Subscribers are surprised by this and dream that Lucky will not be able to dodge in the air. The jackpot opens its wings. The bird carries the white wolf away from the attack. The audience praises the magical beast. The boss looks down. Lucky lands on the wall. Someone writes that the attack pattern has changed because of the jackpot. The varnishes are covered with a zipper. The white wolf deals several attacks on the snake at the fastest ones. The commentators admire. Hyun smirks and states that you shouldn't get your pants wet ahead of time, and a message is shown that the cast is complete. The hero creates a blue trident in his hand. Subscribers ask when he managed to get another legendary skill. The protagonist claims that it's time to start unpacking. He dreams of a weapon and shouts about a trident strike. A blue projectile freezes part of the boss, and a notification pops up indicating that the effect of the item is activated. The guy creates another trident with a smile. The audience wonders if he uses the legendary ability without spending mana. A new projectile freezes part of the fire monster. Someone writes that due to the effect of the weapon, the snake froze. Hen states that they still have a lot to do. The hero creates 2 more tridents. The audience says that he has a replay, after which they wonder if he will really be able to release 5 more attacks. 2 blue lines are shown. The protagonist forms another blue weapon in his hand. Someone writes that they intersect. Commentators write that the guy uses a bug. A young man throws another trident at a serpent. The monster is in the ice. Subscribers note that anything will freeze from 5 such attacks, and also that there are 5 seconds left. A message pops up that the torch skill is activated when the target's health drops below 10%. Grandpa melts on scales. The audience is surprised by this, because there were still 3 seconds. The snake's eyes are lit, and a notification appears that the boss is using a torch skill. The fiery monster opens its mouth. Commentators say that this is not a joke and now Hyun will not even get to it. The hero stands in front of the snake's attack and talks about preparation. The viewer is told that this is a skill that involves magic in advance, after which they warn the protagonist to retreat, because he will die instantly. The guy smiles and talks about the lightning strike. Electricity hits the monster. Subscribers say that the young man even has such a skill. Messages are shown that the magician destroyed the fire snake and receives the title. The Archmage with a smile raises his finger near the corpse of the boss and declares that this is how they will end the review of the skill. Someone in the chat asks where the 3rd phase of the boss went, after saying that it was very cool. Hen strains his eyes and says to himself that he has no choice, but adds that advertisers should be happy, then adds that if you drag out the stream, then no one will watch the ad. Donut appears for $10,013 from Asmo, in which he offers to talk in person. The hero smiles awkwardly and replies that he has finished the broadcast, but there will be more streams soon. A notification is shown that the black man sent another $10,014 with a question about which thing the guy will choose next. A lot of crossed out pieces of equipment appear. The young man inwardly wonders if Asmo will send him something else. Then he talks to himself about a raincoat or pants. The mage thoughtfully closes his eyes against the background of his clothes and talks about the Zulf robe. He stands in front of the chat, in which they say that this request is already too much. The Archmage laughs and replies that he is just joking. Hen balds awkwardly and notes to himself that this is too expensive an item and he should get out of here, and declares aloud that the review is over and it's time to say goodbye. He reaches for the end button and thanks for watching. The protagonist opens his eyes in surprise at the notification that the task is completed and claims that he almost forgot about it. The guy raises his head to the card of the fire snake crystal and wonders aloud about it. Forest Village. The top of the tower is shown among the trees. The mage enters a crowded room and asks for forgiveness, and asks in his mind if NPC Zuga is really in this bar. The bearded man looks at the Archmage's question about whether he is a blacksmith and asks what Hen wants. The hero stands next to him and reports that he heard that he is here and adds that he decided to meet in person. The bearded man clarifies why. The protagonist smiles and replies that he just found the power of an unknown god. The map is on the table. Zuga asks if it is a fire snake crystal. A window appears asking if the young man wants to strengthen Tung's black staff. The magician replies that it is. The blacksmith offers to improve it. The Archmage points his finger at himself in amazement, and mentally wonders that a man would want to do this here while he is drunk. A bearded man with red cheeks smiles and asks not to worry, because he is a master with a 90% chance of success. Hen notes to himself that everything is written on his face, and wonders if everything will be fine. The hero makes an awkward face and silently reassures himself that everything will work out. Red flames burst out of the bar, the protagonist inwardly wondering if anything will explode. Somewhere in the forest near the forest village, a lot of tall trees are shown against the background of a bright sky. The guy makes an excited face and asks himself what to do with it, and adds that it can't be. A window pops up with a description of Tung's fire staff. The guy looks up at the forest with the thought that the effect increases the status of malaise by 100%. He happily raises his hands and shouts that this is impossible. The mage shifts his gaze to the 2 wolves and informs them that it's time to become stronger. The Archmage touches his chin contentedly and reveals that the race was renewed in a second, then wonders if the plot will be too easy. Exclamation marks appear over Hen's partners. The hero notes that it is worth visiting the Rising Star channel and declares that it will not be out for long. Gold asks the master to be careful. Lucky barks. A window is shown with Asura's errand and that the protagonist is out of the game. Rising Star. A man with glasses stands opposite the director at the table and asks for forgiveness. A man in a tie points to the tablet with his finger and tries to say something. The blonde looks away. Kim says that a letter from the Archmage has arrived. Park asks in surprise. The secretary adds that the hero says that something has changed significantly. Rising Star. High in the sky above the skyscraper, clouds were flying. The light-hearted guy put his finger to his forehead and noted that the Archmage's email said to wait, as he was checking his safety. An image of the email appeared. The young man put his fingers on his chin and thought that in other words, since the BJ Archmage was currently working on improving his stats, he asked him not to rush into talking, so he would show him again how ridiculous this game was, and as a partner, he should provide him with an appropriate reward. An image of a card with armor appeared. He added that if you think about it, he had an elven robe that he had received from Asmo, so he had missed the right time to talk. A blonde guy was sitting at his desk. On the screen of the smartphone, a call from the medicine gamma flashed. He could not understand what they needed. Abyss Guild. High in the sky, clouds flew over the skyscraper. The girl smiled sweetly at her interlocutor. She averted her eyes to the side and heard that someone had received a request from the BJ Archmage. She walked forward to the door and assumed it was Merlin's voice. A blonde guy was standing outside the door and clarified that she said that he had asked for a deal again. What did he want this time? The girl with the red lipstick opened her mouth slightly and noticed that he had given them a blank check. Merlin opened his mouth wide at what he heard. She added that he had said that it would mean that he had signed a contract with them, and since he was carrying out the order of the Blue Bull, there would be no such chance again. The guy lowered his eyes in thought and noted that first of all, they should prevent the unification of Asmo and BJ and the Archmage, but on the other hand, he could put forward inadequate demands, for example. The armor of the unknown Archmage. An image of a card with armor appeared. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and remarked that therefore, she had to give him an impossible mission. A young man with long hair stood in front of her and remarked that it must be difficult even for a BJ Archmage to defeat the Red Goblin Chief on her own. She agreed with his words, and explained that she had asked for a raid on these Red Goblins. He suggested that even if he handed over an empty check, if at the very beginning he was entrusted with an impossible mission, then he could refuse. The girl closed her lips and noted that if we were talking about a solo raid, then it would be so. He gave her a questioning look and asked her again. Emma put her hands on her feet and explained that the content of the order, whether it was a raid on the Red Goblin Chieftains, solo or party, in the end, she offered both options, and in this case, instead of just refusing, it would draw attention to the formation of the squad. A magician in a witch's hat held a staff in both hands. An image of the company's emblem appeared. She added that the Blue Bull would want it to be a single murder in order to attract the interest of viewers. In the end, it goes naturally. Marilyn glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and asked that if he cleaned everything up by playing parties, she would really give it to him. Yes, put her hands on the desktop and replied that even if it was a party game, he could lose. He wondered why she thought so. She smiled slyly and asked me to look at something. She said that they had quickly raised the levels through trade, and now everyone was gathering at the Red Mountain. If this method was used, even the BJ Archmage himself would not be able to escape. An image of a huge red mountain had appeared. The armored knight stepped onto the ground. A group of players stood next to each other. A girl with black hair peeked out from behind the door. She peeked through the crack in the door with great interest and noticed that she had overheard an interesting conversation. She took out her phones and decided that she would have a hand in it too. An outgoing call was glowing on the screen. She assumed that if Emma found out about it, she would be happy. She looked ahead of her. The other end of the line asked what had happened, and she asked if Mr. Rappo was all right. She walked forward and said that she had a small request. Red Mountain, an arena for players who have reached level 130 to 140. An image of a red mountain appeared. In front of a high stone wall, there were players. If you crossed the great wall surrounding the mountain, they would be waiting for the Red Goblin tribe on a clear level. A crowd of red goblins stood with weapons in their hands. They rushed to attack at once. There are about 40 united goblin tribes, and to fight them, you need a party with good characteristics. A squad of players stood in front of the goblins. There was another squad behind them, which is why players with weak stats have no choice but to use a random player selection system called a punitive squad. A knight in armor held back the onslaught of red goblins and exclaimed what they were doing. Let them attack faster. The problem was that those players who had enough skills did not need to use a punitive squad. The red-robed guy dodged the swings of the goblin's axe. An arrow pierced the knight's back. The knight turned to the archer, who announced that he had urgent business. He looked up and realized that this was why they shouldn't have gathered a punitive squad, because there was only garbage. The mage and the knight stood next to each other and discussed the destroyed punitive squad. He noted that their squad is different. The main character stepped on the ground. The wolf's mane fluttered in the wind. An image of the main character's pet appeared. The black wolf's eyes sparkled amber. The protagonist stood next to them, who added that it was as if they had already completed the quest of the punitive squad. The guy smiled and hoped that they would do a good job. A red-haired guy was lying on a branch, and wondered that he didn't know where Mr. Reitling was. Choi looked at him and replied that if he helped him a little, he would tell him. An image of an information window with NPC characteristics has appeared. Tongues of flame flew around the main character in different directions. He noted that the quest began well, and he guessed that there would be conditions about the need to join the punitive squad. There is also little experience here, but the reward for the secret task is a book of skills, so in any case, after joining the punitive squad, it will be difficult alone. An information window appeared in front of the protagonist. 3 members of the same squad stood with their backs to each other. He noted that it was necessary to take care of other players. The young man looked away and was surprised that the BJ Archmage had noticed their existence. The young man looked back out of the corner of her eye and noticed that he never thought that he would refuse the offers of other teams and join the killing squad, because you can't predict who will be there. But because of the killing squad, it has become much more convenient, so he is going to pretend that he made a mistake. The swarthy man furrowed his brows. He let 2 red goblins pass him. The protagonist of the metal fire projectiles and noticed that the squad members did not seem to be in the mood to fight, and pondered whether it was worth trying it by taking an amplifying potion. The red goblin opened its mouth wide. The man looked around and stated that no matter what the class of the mage was, they were vulnerable in close combat, and all they had to do was direct from the goblin to the BJ Archmage. The main character dodged every attack of the red goblin. His eyes widened in surprise and remarked that he must have been mortally wounded, but what a crazy trick it was. He put his hand out in front of him in bewilderment, and added that it was just a trick, or that he was having fun as he wanted. A red goblin with an axe jumped at him from above. The protagonist's leg lit up with a blue glow. The information windows reported the activation of the skill. He threw a projectile at the monster with lightning speed. He realized that if he was going to complete a secret quest, he also had to take care of weak players. He was lying on the ground and didn't realize that he had just saved him, or that he was just going to solve everything on his own. The guy approached his friend and asked about his well-being. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and realized that he had to act now. The protagonist handed him a bottle of potion and said that he would give it to him, and it would give him power. My guy slightly opened his mouth in surprise and wondered that he would just give him a potion for 800 gold. The players threw their hands up and exclaimed that they had done it. The information windows reported that the quest's punitive squad was completed. The main character was holding a bag in his hands and wondered how much potions he had spent, but noted that the reward for the hidden quest had been received. The guy looked at the protagonist and remembered that he was supposed to distract him. The squad of players stood in a row. He added that he, on the contrary, was imbued with his pets, which helped him on the hunt. He furrowed his brows with a serious look and remarked that in order to successfully carry out Mistress Emma's order, he had to thwart the Archmage. He approached the guy from behind and said that it was an honor for him to be with him, and asked if they could be in the next party too. Hen turned his head on him. He narrowed his eyes at the young man and noted to himself that he had completed the quest, so he didn't need him anymore. Lucky and Gold's quest had also already ended. As a result, in the past few days, he had defeated the red goblins and reached 130th level. The main character stood in front of his pets. An image of a game card appeared, and he added that since he had learned about the golem through the card cheat, now hunting the red goblin chief in the solo table was quite possible, so he had to say it decisively. The guy opened his mouth and firmly refused him. He put his hand on the bucket and explained that he was going to play solo. Information windows notified about the current changes. A red-haired guy on a branch picked up a book and noticed that he did not know what to say, and honestly, he did not even think that it would turn out like this. Apparently, the captain of the punitive squad ordered to pass it on. The protagonist picked up the book and noticed that there are only 2 such legendary ones, and this is one of them. An image of the information window appeared. The main character of his cards opened his mouth and said that now they are waiting for a raid on the red goblin chieftain, and clarified that this is not a legendary epic. Birds flew across the sky. He abruptly grabbed the game screen and exclaimed that it was a skill book that he hadn't seen in this game before, and wondered if he could become a legend too. Rising star. Orton sat on his desk and noticed that there were many rumors about the Archmage on the internet. It began when the Archmage completed the quest punitive squad, eventually raising the expectations of the public, namely with his announcement in the solo game. The blonde guy was looking at the screen of his phone. He put 2 fingers to his temples and noted that he was playing a ridiculous performance. A message from the protagonist shone on the screen. He added that after he said this, he immediately left, and this time he would receive an empty contract with Gamma Medicines, as well as the elven robe he asked for. There were books on the shelf. Buried temple. The protagonist walked to the entrance to the temple. He turned his eyes to the firefly accompanying him, and realized that he needed to look for the debris under the rubble before the raid stream, and noticed that it was a rather complex structure, so it was an ideal place for the red goblin chief to hide. Inside the publication there was a broken column. The red goblin has his hand on the ground. Unlike other bosses, the features of the red goblin chief are that he attacks while escaping. This monster boss can heal, buff, cast curses, but is also characterized by high basic skills. The leader of the tribe and the goblins raised a staff above him, but the most terrible thing is the skill, the Song of the Follower, which is activated 10 minutes after the start, because this skill summons many goblins at once, which increases the level of difficulty. The guy looked to the side and realized that he needed to catch him within 10 minutes. But before that, the information window notified him of the start of the broadcast. Stalactites hung from the ceiling from the cave. Users commented on the broadcast. The guy waved his hand and greeted his viewers. He walked inside the temple and told him that if he were like everyone else, he wouldn't be a BJ Archmage. The statue held a spear in her hand. Pieces of stone fell from it. Users commented on the live broadcast. The young man folded his hands together and said that he needed to defeat him in 10 minutes. The system's scoreboard notified him of the activation of skills. The floor broke into several pieces. Shards of stone fell from the golems. Their eyes glowed with a bright green light. The guy was standing at the stairs and noted that this was not a problem. He looked up and noticed that it was not a bad show. He had chosen a good intro featuring the stone guards, but it was just a starter. A red goblin sat on the edge of the cliff above. Information windows notified of current changes. The main character's eye flashed blue. He noticed that he found out as soon as he entered here, but he could not hide from him. The guy pointed his finger at the boss. He jumped up from his seat abruptly. Behind him, multicolored spheres were levitating. The monster boss opened his mouth wide in surprise. A full-length black wolf stood in front of him. Feathers fell from the sky. Users commented on the broadcast and donated to the main character. The bird spread its claws. The monster boss opened his mouth wide in terror. The protagonist took a look at him and realized that the appearance of the stage 1 was perfect and announced the start of the battle. An image of 2 game cards appeared. He noticed that now Lucky and Gold received skill cards. The black wolf was covered with a red aura. A dark wolf came out of Lucky's back. Both wolves stood behind the red goblin. He was beating on the levitating drums in front of him. That he grinned slightly and noted that the audience had been waiting for a long time, but the preparation had already been completed. He stood on the cliff of the cave and stated that he would now end up with 5 magic attacks. The protagonist held out a magic staff in front of him. He smiled resolutely and added that he would show them at the very beginning. A purple stream of energy rushed towards the goblin. The guy threw shells at the enemy with all his strength. The icy monster boss opened his mouth wide. Information windows announced the current changes, and users commented on the broadcast. A flood of energy rushed towards the enemy. The young man carefully watched the movement of the boss and noticed that there was no time for explanations, so the next attack was coming. Lightning struck the boss. The information window reported the status of the boss. Red eyes burned behind the back of the main character. He announced his desire to achieve more. The goblin covered his face with his left hand. The firefly glowed brightly in the dark. A huge lightning bolt struck the enemy. Users donated to the main character. The red-skinned goblin fell to one knee. The protagonist grinned slightly and noticed that there was still one last magic attack left. He rushed past the enemy with an axe in his hands with lightning speed. Information windows announced the end of the battle with the boss. Users commented on what was happening. The main character sat down on a rock in frustration. Gold noted that it was a powerful fire attack. He replied that he was exhausted and used up all his mana. The information window notified that the broadcast was over. The young man lowered his head wearily and added that the shadow of Gurama, a continuous attack of magic. Because of them, mana evaporates in an instant. He stated that for the future, for a larger performance, he needed to prepare skills and items that restore magic. The protagonist raised his head and said that now they are moving on. The young man was climbing up the steps. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise and wondered that it was a tombstone with traces of writing on it. The hieroglyphs on the tombstone glowed pink. The information window notified that an unknown force was felt. He noticed that some dust was in the air, and assumed that it was a sand monster. He opened his face with both hands from the dust flying at him. The system displays notified him of the current changes. Hen opened one eye slightly and thought that the quest was already over. On the pedestal in front of him, a burning book was levitating. The information window said that a new skill book had opened. The page of the book turned over by itself. The protagonist's mouth opened wide in surprise. He realized that this was an item whose rank had never appeared in the game. The system scoreboard offered to increase the level of the keeper's skill. An image of a game card appeared. An image of the status window with the characteristics of the card appeared. There were signs on the outside of the building. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and clarified what had happened to him, why his complexion was like this. He added that his expression was as if he had bought items by selling the documents for the house. The main character anxiously held the smartphone in his hand and replied to himself that he had asked for items to restore mana through a blank check received from advertising. An image of a game card appeared. He was perplexed that they had given him an object that made him want to say, "Oh." The stone golem's eyes glowed red. It speculated that if it regained so much mana, then it could keep 2 flaming golems obtained by hacking the skill book map. Messages lit up on the screen of the smartphone. He added that in return came an additional request, and if they were talking about a performance on a red mountain, then perhaps it was Lucky 7. The dark silhouettes of the squad stood next to each other. He concluded that, in other words, it was a performance of capturing 777 red goblins in a short time. In the end, the record was 19 minutes and 29 seconds, and the Abyss Guild party had been completed. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face. He couldn't understand that they really thought that he could break this record. But he got this incredible item, so he can't be rude to them. The guy threw his head back and assumed that they were waiting for him to show something. His comrade asked if he was really okay. He indifferently stared at one point on the wall and replied that he was fine. His interlocutor asked not to take everything on himself. He put his hand to his chest and said that there are situations when it is better if someone helps to lighten the load and release the worries. The young man jumped up to his comrade and thanked him for the tip. He stood next to him and said that he would go and let him prepare everything. The main character's fingers slid over the on-screen keyboard of the phone. He smugly held his smartphones in his hand and realized that even if he couldn't break the record, he still couldn't give up. Abyss Guild. High in the sky above the skyscraper, clouds flew over. Martin noticed that it was said that the stock price had risen significantly, due to the Archmage's advertisement. He was sitting at his desk and added that the rod of the unknown Archmage was probably too much. Emma put her hand to her forehead and noted that the Archmage's capabilities were more impressive than they thought. The energy flow rushed into the enemy. In the middle of the battlefield, there was a huge flash. The protagonist was smiling during the battle. She asked if he had seen him on the last broadcast. These were skills that are difficult to buy, no matter how much you pay for them. because they are not for sale, and they are all with the Archmage. Lightning bolts struck the goblin, who added that they did not know everything about him. The girl folded her arms over her chest and said that this was why he was given a very expensive object, and an additional offer was put forward. The guy looked at the girl and clarified what sentence she was talking about. Emma stood in front of him and explained that they had asked to do a solo performance on Red Mountain. He pointed out that if she was talking about a performance on Red Mountain, it couldn't be anything other than Lucky 7, so on the broadcast after the raid on the Red Goblin Chieftain, he would do anything to break our Abyss Guild record. The light from the window filtered through the blinds. The guy smiled slyly and remarked that it was still impossible. The front door swung open slightly. An alarmed guy with a folder in his hands went inside and announced that the Archmage had begun broadcasting. The girl turned to him and asked him to write everything down and see what skills he had. He said that they had one problem. Emma gave him a blank look and asked him what problems he was talking about. He handed her a tablet with a live broadcast and explained that it would be faster if she watched it herself. Users commented on the broadcast. On the face of the main character there were glasses. There she anxiously clarified that this was a live broadcast of the Archmage's solo game. A straw was sticking out of the cocktail glass. She noticed that he was not hunting, but then the young man, carelessly lay down on a deck chair. The protagonist's two wolves were hunting red goblins. An image of a flame of fire appeared. The user commented on the live broadcast and donated to the protagonist. Near the mountain, there were two stone golems. The red bird struck one monster with a blow. Thunderbolts struck the enemies. An image of a firefly appeared. Users commented on the live broadcast and donated to the main character. The young man took off his glasses from his face and thanked him for the donations. Asmo said that thanks to the rod of the unknown Archmage, his amount of mana had changed. The guy took the staff in his hands and noticed that, as expected from Mr. Asmo, nothing could be hidden from him. He raised his head up and asked to point the camera at Gold. The black wolf's paw stepped on the ground. Long claws grew on his fingers. A huge black wolf spread his arms in different directions. The information windows announced the end of the quest. Gold's eyes burned with amber light. The guy was holding a glass of whiskey in his hand and noticed that, as far as he heard, he was an interesting guy. He ran his fingers over the touchpad of his laptop and added that since Mrs. Lee had asked, he would have to take a different route. The main character stuck out the index finger of his right hand and apologized for not being able to break the record. Users vigorously discussed the broadcast. His pet stood behind the main character. The system's scoreboard announced the opening of a new chapter of the main quest. The young man closed his eyelids and thanked them for their request, but that was all, and thought about what he should do, because he had to start a new quest. In the mountain there was a snow-covered arch of the entrance to the dungeon. The young man put his hand on the back of his head and remarked that he had to coordinate this order with the director. The main character bowed low and added that if this is the request of Mr. Rappo, then he must unconditionally fulfill it. An image of the information window appeared. Frozen forest. Someone's leg was sticking out of the snowdrift. The guy grabbed his hands from the cold. His comrade asked if the penalty in the form of frostbite was not too severe. He replied that the characteristics had decreased by 50%, but even this was difficult to feel. He opened his mouth wide and asked if they wouldn't be dead before they reached the Black City. His interlocutor walked next to him and asked him not to say that, because at least there were no monsters in the vicinity. He noted that they were not there, but simply not visible. The guy noticed that about the monsters of the frozen forest, they are all white, because camouflage. This is not a joke to him. An image of snow monsters appeared. There was snow on the branches of the trees. He concluded that they could jump out and attack them right now. The young man asked not to make things creepy. His friend pointed his finger to the side and clarified what was there. In the distance in front of them was a road in the middle of the forest. Hen thought it was some kind of bug. The guy abruptly ran forward along the path and assumed that there was a guild of immortals here. They said that they would go to the Black City because of the Archmage. Black City. Snow was falling on the completely black castle. Someone inquired that there was a guild of immortals. A long-haired youth standing next to him and confirmed his words and added that they seemed to have come to meet the Archmage, who added that due to cooperation with the Archmage, they were going to raid the dungeon of the unknown Archmage. Red flags with golden emblems fluttered in the wind. The guy noticed that all the players up to the 200th level had arrived, even Ramia from the top leadership, a dark-skinned girl with black hair holding her helmet in her hand. She looked ahead with a serious face. He noticed that she had no choice but to come on the orders of the guild master, such an outstanding type of Archmage. The snow fell in an even layer on the branches of the fir trees. Remia furrowed her brows slightly. Flames hovered in the air. Someone noticed that the frozen forest was melting. Two stone golems were walking through the snowy forest. The guy slightly opened his mouth in surprise and added that the steam was so thick that you couldn't see anything. The girl clarified that it wasn't an Archmage for an hour. Behind the Archmage, there were dark silhouettes of people. Two guys with smug smiles looked up. Someone noticed that there were 200 players riding a steam locomotive. The main character with his retinue went inside the building. A drop of sweat rolled down the girl's face. He was perplexed that he had brought 200 people, and noted that he was an unpredictable person. She looked at him attentively and added to herself that if they were together with the Archmage, wouldn't they be able to pass through the dungeon of the unknown Archmage? There was an arch in the wall. The guy thanked the protagonist for the locomotive, and added that the Archmage's engine was fast and safe. Hen stood in front of them and said that the cost of the ticket was a subscription to the channel, a like and a comment. A foot in armor stepped on the stone floor. Except her crept up from behind the main character, who greeted her by name. She smiled slightly and noticed that he recognized her immediately. The protagonist said that he could not help but recognize her, because among the players there are not so many people with such light energy. Hen's wolves walked around the building. The girl noticed that, as the guild master said, he was a very interesting person. Besides, the Lucky Express was also good. The guy closed his eyelids and laughingly agreed that he was nothing. Remia held out her armored hand to him and stated that if they worked together with the Archmage Lord, it seemed that they would conduct a great raid. The guy looked away and replied to himself that they definitely could not do it together, because if he made a mistake, then everyone would know about the quest of the main scenario. The young man closed his eyelids and said that he couldn't go with the Immortal Guild right now. She wondered why. The guy spread his hands in different directions and explained that if he and the Immortal Guild work hand in hand, they would definitely be able to clean everything up, and in this case, it would be uninteresting, and he would be ashamed to receive an empty check for such a thing. Your guys were standing next to each other. He put his hands on his belt and added that to balance the difficulty, he would play solo. Candelabra hung on the wall, and he noted that playing solo was the style of the Archmage. A few days later, an image of the information window appeared. The system window reported that the live broadcast had begun. The main character put his hand on his thigh and said that the astute viewers, as soon as they saw the landscape, immediately realized that it was a type of anthill. An image of the protagonist's actions appeared. He explained that due to the fact that in the anthill type, simple and complex rooms fall out randomly. Only thanks to luck you can easily reach the boss room. Users commented on the broadcast and donated to the main character. His dog walked in front of the main character. He said that he would go where Lucky told him. There was a huge carved passage in the wall. The protagonist and his pets were standing in front of him. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He realized that this would definitely be a problem, because the monster that appears after killing the boss is an NPC. Information windows reported on the current changes. Dust rose into the air. The boss was holding his sword in his hand. The system scoreboards reported the current changes. The boss's eyes sparkled with blue flames. Hen's mouth opened slightly in surprise and didn't understand why he was there. Under the helmet, his eyes burned with a white light. The young man opened the companies wide and ordered the golems to attack. 2 stone golems were ablaze with red fire, the user commented on the live broadcast. The boss rushed past them with lightning speed with his sword in his hands. The protagonist abruptly dodged his attack and was surprised at how he sliced the golem with one sword. He gritted his teeth slightly from the tension and added that he was fast, so he would have to give his best. Bossov in blue armor stood in a fighting stance with a sword in his hands. Gold's paw was blunting on the ground. He put his hands out in front of him to protect himself from the boss's attack. Users commented on the live broadcast. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He thanked his pet. He was interested in his health. The young man looked at the boss with determination in his eyes and noticed that the moment he let his guard down, the raid would immediately fail. Gold's body was enveloped in a golden aura. From Lucky's body came his dark incarnation. Golden lightning flashed around the protagonist. He pulled in his hands for a warm-up and said that since this is the level of the field boss, it was difficult. The information windows reported the victory over the boss, and the rewards received. In the distance, a man in a green robe stood in front of them. He put his hand on his chest and stated that he was waiting. The main character and his team looked at him. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise and noted the familiar atmosphere. Blue torches burned in front of the entrance to the dungeon. Users commented on the live broadcast of the main character. Gold raised his paw in front of him with a protruding finger. A torch burning on the wall illuminates the room. The main character fell to the floor in despair and screams in despair. Tears roll from his eyes and he realizes that he is in trouble, that he had to end the stream in a hurry because of the quest of the main script. The high steps framed by burning torches lead up, and the guy is angry that he accepted the order to clear a dungeon that no guild could clear, and that he accepted the request for the dungeon of the unknown Archmage, because it overlapped with the quest of the main scenario, but realized that quests and orders cannot always coincide, and that it is all because of that type. The keepers bent over the young man, trying to console him. The young man raises his head in bewilderment, and the hooded girl standing in front of him exclaims that the one who came to her with the inheritance of the guardian. She removes her hood and says that it must be because of the underground labyrinth of the forest village, and adds that after the guardian disappeared, strange things began to happen in the underground labyrinth. The girl looks intently at the main character and continues to say that the reason is the power of the nameless god, that she was looking for a solution and came here. Hen shifts his gaze to the interlocutor and decides what he will think about Asmo's commission later, but first he will receive a reward for the main script. A bird sits on the lady's outstretched arm, and the bird says that if the young man seeks the power of the nameless god, it will help him. The girl looks up at the living creature sitting on her hand and says that before that it is necessary to raise a chick of a thunderbird. The amazed guy looks ahead and wonders why the chick is so big. A huge white bird threw up its beak, enveloping itself in magic. She flaps her wing, and the lady reveals that when the thunderbird grows, it becomes louder than thunder, and that it can even compete with the dragon. The chick hovers over the guy looking at the cards given to him for choice and asks that he can choose any one. Hen holds a card in his hand. It materializes and states that the Orion song has been chosen, a legendary rank, that some of the god's power descends on the chosen target after the song, and the target's stats are increased. The enthusiastic young man looks ahead and says that this is incredible. The girl turned her head and told him that the thunderbird had grown up and that he should follow her, and added that she had a book that she would show him. The door opens to the laboratory of an unknown Archmage. An unbridled flow of red energy bursts out. The protagonist, overcoming a magical obstacle, tries to go forward, protecting himself with his hands from the bright glow. The girl shifts her bewildered gaze to her companion and asks what is wrong with him, and something happened. The main character puts his hand on his chest, covering his eyes, and thinks that it seems to have been the same last time he was scared. Young people are standing in a large laboratory, and the lady says it's here. The guy looks around and realizes that this is the Archmage's laboratory, and asks in his mind what is interesting, whether there will be wow objects here. The elf girl points her hand to the side and says that it is a book, and that she, with her abilities, could not understand its contents. Hen holds a grimoire in his hands, encased in pink chains, and asks why it is not interpreted, and he will not be able to read it. He looks down in amazement, and asks in his mind that this is a system for assimilating the abilities of objects. The book is suspended in the air, illuminated by a pink light, and the guy thinks that he can really succeed. The girl looks at the companion and says that there is someone who can interpret her, and if he goes to the foggy forest, he can find traces of him. She holds out a ring in the palm of her hand and says that he will listen to his request if you show him this ring. The surprised young man looks at the ring, and the information says that this is the ring of the king of Tunga. It is fixed upon purchase, and that you can meet the king himself. The protagonist holds a jewel in his hand that radiates pink mana and thinks that it reduces the time of mana regeneration and even its consumption, and that it is necessary to reach level 150. The girl shifts her gaze to the young man. Hyun waves goodbye to the lady, assuring her that he will go there immediately, and thinks that Asmo has personally ordered one dungeon, and if he clears it too easily, he will receive a bonus. The loyal guardians stand in front of the protagonist, and Gold says that they have been waiting for him, and he tells them that they are leaving immediately. The young man shifts his conspiratorial gaze to the side and turns to the keeper that before that he must now absorb the Ice Knight. A powerful warrior looks forward. The young man's lips spread in a sinister smile, and he says that, as expected, he is an interesting comrade. A girl in a green cloak is looking at the monitor screen, and the guy looking at her says that he won't understand even if he sees her again, and that she chased him away, and the Archmage was waiting. On the phone screen, there is a call from Lee Sol, and Rappo says that she must have prepared something and answers the call. The girl, sitting at the table, holds a tablet in her hand and greets him, and asks that Mr. Rappo saw the player, and he says that he is straight to the point, and she replied that she is disappointed. The dessert is on a plate, and Lee says that she was waiting for it because she heard that even the Immortal Guild couldn't clear it. A picture of the past stage of the game appears, and the interlocutor continues that they simply did not know how to move on to the next one, and that the difficulty of the dungeon was SOSO. Rappo opened his mouth and said that he was just wondering how the player would behave. The main character leaned forward, and the man continued that he was also surprised by the result, and that the guy's style of play went beyond common sense. He smiled and added that he had fun thanks to Lee, and that he saw the Archmage enjoying the game and stated that he liked it. A drop of sweat appeared on the girl's tense face, and the interlocutor continued that he wanted to constantly observe the player, and asked that Lee that this was not the direction she expected. The man pursed his lips. The girl replied that she did not, and that she wanted to express gratitude that he listened to her request. The lady looked at the gadget. The Rising Star building rises in the middle of the urban jungle, and the secretary tells the president that Asmo has made an advance payment for the order. A young man, closing his eyes, holds a tablet in his hand, and Kim asks that the Archmage really agreed, and he replies that the guy should not make noise, because he was the one who said to make an advance payment. A young man in glasses looks at his boss in bewilderment. He spreads his hands to the sides and says that this is the second time, and that the request was made on the air on conditions that violate the rules. People run ahead, and Walter says that usually the price of the order is hidden, and that this is perfect for raising the value of the player. An email archive appears with requests from Mr. Rappo and Mr. Asmo, and the president goes on to say that in other words, they are competing with each other, and that he received an advance payment to prove it. A young man steps on the floor and asks if this is not an admission that he has eliminated other competitors. He turns his head to the secretary and asks him to send the Archmage a reward for Rappo's order Black Claymore and a swordsman's kit bought by Asmo. There is a sign above the entrance to the office. The thoughtful protagonist sits leaning forward and thinks about what to do with the rewards sent for orders. A huge warrior, glowing with magic from within, stands with clenched fists, and Hen remembers that he received a Black Claymore as a reward from Rappo, and a swordsman's set from Asmo, and adds that gold is now absorbing the Ice Knight. The protagonist closed his eyes. The man with the red hair turned his menacing gaze to the side, and the young man continued to think that after this the appearance of gold would look like a werewolf, and that then it would be possible to put a swordsman's set on him, and asked himself in his mind that there would not be too much gold. Lucky lifts his muzzle up, and the young man thinks that the dog has also evolved, reaching level 150 and drawing a gigantization skill card. A card appears in the Gigantize skill. The protagonist twists his neck in different directions, standing between the keepers, and asks himself what Gold and Lucky are, if they are too much of an outshine for him, and how to find a balance in the productions. The protagonist lowered his head, propping it up with his hand, and thought that although he was coming up with something in a hurry, they still stood out too much. He turns his head in the direction of the guys and hears their conversation. Some ask that this is really true, and that it is worth going to the break room. The guy turns, looking at the young people, and does not understand what is there. A door appears with a sign for a restroom. Young people are watching the game animatedly, saying that it is a success. Hen looks ahead and wonders what the fuss is. He stares at the screen in amazement. A huge dog appears on a large monitor, and the protagonist wonders if he's not smart, lucky, and that he's too big. The young man approaches Hex ZHD and asks that the clever guy did not accidentally evolve, and he, turning his gaze to his friend, asked what happened when he came. The huge dog bared his teeth, and the guy exclaimed that now the clever guy used Lucky's original skill, and another young man asked what this original skill was. The beast with a fiery mane put its paw on the defeated opponent. The protagonist brought his hand to his chin and thought about gigantization, that this would reduce Lucky's burden. A fiery blade shot into the air. The young man threw up his hand to the dancing fire and asked if the fiery blade, bought for a lot of money, was not delightful. Mars raised his hand, and closing his eyes, asked him to refrain from mentioning other streamers. The astonished young man with short hair looked ahead and exclaimed that his knightly skills were still there. The players opened their mouths in frustration, and Mars tearfully asked to wait for them to start now. He clenched his fist angrily. The guy, standing in front of the screen, spread his arms to the sides and told the audience that it seemed that there was not enough content today and added that next time they would better prepare and return. He put his finger to the yes button to end the broadcast. Mars gritted his teeth with hatred and hissed that it was all because of the Archmage, and that the number of viewers on the streams had decreased by 20%. The guy with the short haircut looked at the leader and said that there was nothing to be done, and that someone who was playing solo in a ghost forest would not be able to make a PC. Mars turns his head and exclaims with hatred that there is no chance of winning with a PC, but it is possible to spoil the broadcast, and that at least they should issue a warning to the player. The young man in armor looked at Mars and asked that he wanted to ruin the broadcast, and that there was a way, and he replied that when they were hunting, their hunting areas could overlap, and that the guild had also said that they would not interfere with conflicts with the Archmage. A red light came on the security camera, and Mars suggested that his friend break in when the protagonist's stream was on, and he replied with a question that it was too reckless. The camera is filming the guys, and one of them claims that the player does not belong to a guild, so there will be no answer from anyone, and that he made it all up. Merlin turned his head to Emma sitting in the chair and said that the top guilds were starting to gather as she wanted, and what was surprising was that they could be so unraveled using only a couple of chats, and she replied that there was more to it, and added that she had given some money to Mars. The man leaned forward and clarified, because the goal was not just to spoil the stream. The manager looked up at the interlocutor and replied that Mars was bait, and added that she would order the PC from the Red Snake Guild again, and he asked what if it didn't work out this time either. She folded her arms over her chest and, lowering her head, thoughtfully replied that if it didn't work, then she would have to completely change her approach. Merlin looked at the girl in surprise and asked what it was, and she replied that it was recruitment. Emma raised her hand to her chest and confidently replied that she would need to find a way to recruit the Archmage. An ominous fog is creeping through the forest. Players step forward on the ground. One asks what is exactly today, and the second replies that they said that today there will be a special about the main character in the foggy forest. Mars stares intently ahead and says that the only content that can be done in the foggy forest is the express. The player quickly runs forward, throwing opponents to the sides, and Mars continues that content when you run in a straight line without stopping and destroy the enemy. And a friend asks that if they defeat the monsters first, then there will be just a stream about a walk through a foggy forest. Mars looks up maliciously and says that this will be an incident on the stream. The player became alert as he looked ahead, and the detector Magus warned that the Archmage was 50 meters away. The young man quickly spread his arms to his sides, urging the team to take up their positions, and thought that even in a thick fog, if he worked with a detector mage, he could steal a monster in secret from his master. A huge clawed paw stepped on the ground. Lucky rushes to attack the enemy. The main character put his hand behind his head and, closing his eyes, asked the dog how he was, and what he finished. He strokes the keeper standing next to him. Hen shifts his wary gaze to the side and assumes that it's a top guild and that they're committing a theft right in front of his eyes, and mentally asks that they've crossed the line. Guild members sneak through the misty forest. The protagonist holds a fireball over his hand and maliciously asks what they are looking for gold. He quickly launches it at the opponent and tells the guys to follow him. The warrior bursts into flames, and the bewildered Mars shouts and asks what is what. The young man's face is beaded with sweat from the exertion, and the mage suggests that the Archmage seems to have noticed them, and he exclaims that even in a thick fog, he cannot see an inch in front of him. In the depths of the forest, a magical light appears. Fiery arrows fly at the warriors, hitting them. Mars throws up his hand, calling the soldiers to attack. A bald warrior with a beard looks angrily ahead and says that there are more of them, and that it is necessary to advance. A powerful knight with a sword in his hands appears from the thick of the fog, and the man asks what happened, and is perplexed that it is an ice knight. The fiery eye of the ice warrior burns with fire. He quickly throws his sword aside, scattering the attackers in magical streams. The knight looks at his master and tells him to leave it to him. Gold's sword plunges into the ground. He stands with glowing eyes, his hands resting on his weapon, and says that if Mars wants to approach his master, he will have to go through him. The player cowardly shifted his gaze to his comrade and ordered him not to be afraid that he was only a guardian, and he replied that only his combat power was incredible. A thunderbird soars in the sky above the knight. She looks down angrily. Jackpot lowered its head, descending downward surrounded by golden magic. The players are amazed and frightened and look at what is happening, and one of them thinks that they have not heard that the guardians of the Archmage have leveled up, but they have a numerical advantage. Mars gritted his teeth angrily. The Ice Knight stands in a fighting stance to repel the enemy's attack, and the leader of the players orders to attack all together and not be afraid. The warrior watches the protagonist standing behind Lucky from above and says that this is a chance. The ninja are watching the player. One says that while there is no gold in Jackpot, you need to kill him. The second asks what about the dog. He was told to ignore him. The protagonist lifted his finger in front of the screen and thought that if the trespassers crossed the line, they would suffer, and the ninja said that it was necessary to eliminate the Archmage by suddenly killing him. The main character lowered his head, putting his hands on his belt, and said that the intruders almost thwarted all his plans, and added that gold would deal with it. The Ice Knight decisively destroys enemies, rapidly changing the trajectory of magical flows. The protagonist, grinning, looks at the battle, and says while holding a fireball so that the enemy doesn't get too worried, because he also provides fire support, and asks what Lucky Express will continue. The protagonist fearlessly attacks the opponent by throwing a fireball at him, and declares that games should end in games, and asks what fun it is to transfer them to real life. Sitting in the chair, June looks away with a slight smile, and the protagonist mentally asks himself what the real power is, and thinks that all he has is his brother, who has just begun to come to rehab and his face is flushed. A happy Hiron laughs, and Hen thinks so does his niece, who has chubby cheeks because she has eaten chicken often. The player shifted his resolute gaze to the side and continued to speculate that this was the best misleading thing and that if it wasn't for them, he would have left the game long ago. He looks away and realizes that the ninja continued to chase him, gradually approaching, and that he must be so cautious because he has been through so much in the past. The warriors cautiously peek out from behind the bushes, and the guy continues to develop the idea that no matter how many stealth skills they use, they can't fool him. The main character does not take his eyes off the enemy and understands that this time the guild sent them properly, and that there are 3 of them, so he will have to play ahead of the curve. The guy stands next to Lucky, putting his hand on his side and asks the audience if they are bored with simple monster hunting, and invites them to get acquainted with the skills for vision, and asks the faithful keeper to look ahead and try to use Lucky's fear. The dog opened his mouth and barked. His ears are enveloped in energy mana. Lucky looks ahead. His eyes are shining. The ninjas stood in fighting stances with daggers in their hands, one wondering that this was Lucky's fear, and the second exclaimed that before coming out of secrecy, it was necessary to hit the Archmage. Warriors approach the player using the stealth skill. They look ahead in amazement, and one says that he has disappeared. The protagonist stretched his lips into a sinister smile, and stated that it was a camouflage skill. It appears behind the enemy's backs. Hen shifts his gaze to the side and resolutely says that he finished the cast in advance, using memories and familiars, and this time he will show everything clearly. Magical streams rush into the sky. The young man looked up, wary, and asked his comrade that they were assassins from the Snake Hunters Guild, and that they had not been told anything of the sort, and he replied that if there was a rumor that they had teamed up with a guild that did not abide by the rules, they would be immediately discharged from the guild. The guy covered his face with his palm and asked his friend whether it was worth acting now, while gold was not heard, and he replied that he was also careful in choosing an opponent, so he did not think that it was considered PK, and turned to Mars that the situation was becoming a country due to the presence of hired killers, and clarified what they should do. Continue in the same vein. The leader of the players turned his head to the side and shouted that everyone should retreat, that their goal was to distract the opponent, and added that it was impossible to stay and arouse suspicion. The warriors run away from the Ice Knight. Emma looks up with satisfaction and realizes what has happened, and that it will take the Archmage for a while and he will not be able to unite with the guilds that are targeting him. The girl leaned back in her chair and thought that this would not correspond to the actions and confidence that the player had previously demonstrated, and that then only the top guilds remained. The protagonist walks along the road leading to the misty forest, and the manager of the Abyss Guild reflects that if the player offers cooperation to the top guilds, they will demand compensation, and that in the end, he will have to defend the dungeon ordered by Asmo himself. The girl rests her hand on the table and reflects that according to their information, this dungeon is particularly difficult, and it cannot be completed alone if he wants to play solo, and decides to isolate him for life if he does not like it. Emma looks ahead with determination. Black clouds are gathering over the trees. Fire gloves and a dagger materialize. Hyun, pondering, lowers his head and realizes that this is sabotage organized by those guilds and snake hunters, and decides that since the audience thinks that he is rich in ordinary life, he will take advantage of it a little. He sat down on the ground and said that he couldn't believe that the enemies were going to kill him with so many items, and gave advice that next time they should take at least more than 2 legendary ones and come. Lucky peacefully licks his master's head, sitting behind him, and he angrily says that if the enemy comes to kill him with objects that are not even worth a glass of drink, then he will repay everyone by meeting one-on-one. The Ice Knight stands in front of the protagonist and declares that he has returned safely from a completed mission. The main character peeks out from behind the scoreboard and, smiling, declares that the fans should not worry, that he will definitely fulfill Asmo's order and then end the stream and end the broadcast. Wharton put a finger to his temple. A tense Kim knitted his eyebrows and said that he knew something was going to happen on the stream, and the lady sitting next to him added that it was an accident. The president bowed his head doomly and thought that the other guilds were not fools, and that there was no way to attack the Archmage in this way. Puppets are controlled by a hand, and the young man understands that this means that someone has taken the initiative and the players have acted under his leadership, and that if someone is targeting the main player, then the number of allies should be increased. He closed his eyes, sighing, and thought that the probability of restoring the guy's relationship with those guilds was very low. Inspired, Wharton's eyes widened and realized that then there was only one option. Seagulls soar in the sky under the bright blue sun. The yacht sails on the sea surface. Asmo stands up straight with his hands behind his back, and the assistant asks that he is out of the game, and he clarifies that how the stream ended, and the guy answers, looking at the tablet, that the total number of viewers has increased by 3%. He, standing on the deck, looks ahead and asks that it had recently held steady, but now it has grown, and the secretary replies that as a result of the analysis it was revealed that the problem was with the Archmage. The assistant looked down at the screen of the gadget and said that an invitation to a meeting had come from the Rising Star channel. Asmo turned around and asked about the meeting, and added that it was good to talk to the best player Wharton had ever created. A system window has appeared with information about the interpretation of what the quest's rank, level and details are, and after completing the task, the heroes will be able to move on to the Spirit King fragment and receive other rewards. A soft light illuminates the cave, and Gold turns to the protagonist with the words that he has found what they were looking for here. Upon landing on the ground, Hen mused that the place was at the foot of a cliff. If there was no light, the protagonist would never have found it. The guy wondered that it was time to give the book of the unknown Archmage. Opening his mouth, the brunette apologized. Raising his hand, the hero told the unknown man that he had been sent here. Standing up, the man asked what was the matter. Holding the book forward, the brunette said that he had been informed that he could break the seal. Tearing out the chain, the brown-eyed man asked what it was. The protagonist said that the interlocutor did not break, but broke the seal. A notification appeared saying that a new chapter of the main quest was opened. The guy was holding a frozen flower with the words that he had found it. Looking at the inventory, the brunette said that in 9 days he had found only 4 flowers, but if it were not for the wolf's nose, there would not have been any at all. Smiling, Hen asked what the group would be pushing and said that it would be sad if the company didn't extend the lead time by 10 days. Walking forward, the guy said that he could not be kept waiting any longer, and added that he had increased his stats and now had the ability to clear the area well. A notification appeared telling what rank, level and details the fragment of the Spirit King had, as well as that after completing the quest, the RBS staff was available. The man asked what was wrong, adding that he had melted the flowers as best he could by tilting his head. Hen replied that it was fine. Looking at the item, the guy said that he did not know that these flowers had an expiration date. A system window appeared, notifying that frost flowers had a shelf life of 24 hours. The hero said to himself that with the help of a flower, you can extract the characteristics of objects. The guy wanted to collect more of them and gradually use them. The golden elements in the objects sparkled with shine, and Hen wondered why the flower has an expiration date. Closing his eyes, the brunette began to decide that he needed to extract the characteristics from the Guardian's gauntlet, the guard's headband, and the guard's armor. A map has appeared with information about the flame gauntlet and its characteristics. Frowning, the brown-eyed man continued that he needed a replacement. After he had laid out the items, added that it was okay to use gloves, but what to do with the headband and armor. Holding his chin with his hand, the protagonist said that given the time before the stream and the shelf life of the flowers, he must find a replacement within a day, and then complete the quest. Taking the flower, Hen said that it was worth hurrying, and added that he hoped that there would be something useful on sale in G-Bay. A notification appeared saying that a characteristic could be extracted from the glove, plus 40% to the speed of the magic projectile. The item as well as the flower exuded light, and the brunette said that there should be a cast speed, notifications appeared informing about each stage of the cast. The guy sat on a chair, saying that he was so bored, and added that the Archmage had not gone on the air for 9 days. Looking at the phone, the brunette said that the prices for Jibei were rising. Flipping through the ribbon, the brown-eyed man asked that a flaming hat and snow armor were on sale, and added that although they were rare and legendary, they were not too expensive. The employee approached the counter, turned to Ju, told him to prepare everything. Opening his mouth, the man asked what he was looking at. The brunette replied that on the Jibei bubble. Smiling, the young man asked that even if the items from mages had increased in price because of the Archmage, no one would buy them for such a price. The sun illuminated the entrance to the company, and the man asked what they had sold. The brown-eyed man asked what if the people who buy it. The blue sky towered over the city. The employee took a laptop out of his bag. The bespectacled man said that the preparation was completed, and the director, sitting on the sofa, ordered him to connect. Opening his mouth, the blonde greeted the interlocutor. The man said that he was glad to meet him. The rich man said that for convenience, let his name be Asmo. Smiling, the brown-eyed man replied that he thanked the interlocutor for his understanding in working with the order. Opening his mouth, the man said that everything was fine, because he also needed something. Folding his hands together, Asmo said that he would like to know information about the main quest and purchase a rising star. Frowning, the director thought that this was expected, but the company needed to lure the rich man to the side of the Archmage. The main character folded his arms over his chest, and the blonde said that in this situation, he doubts that the protagonist will keep an exclusive contract with the company. Smiling, Asmo asked that he was Wharton's best player. Putting his hand on his chin, the blonde man said that this was what he needed. The money was flying behind Wharton, who said it was a man's investment in a rising star, and thought the companies Asmo was investing in wouldn't be so easily touched. Stretching out his hand, the rich man asked that the company wanted to cooperate with him. The director confirmed the words. The man pointed to the phone, saying that he would think about the blonde's offer if the order was successfully completed, and added that he had an urgent call, so he was disconnected. Bowing, the director said that he would talk to the rich man after completing the order. The monitor turned off. Bringing the phone to his ear, the man asked what happened to the interlocutor. He replied that he had heard the news. Smiling, the guy asked what the rich man was going to invest in the rising star, and he said that not yet. Rappo said that he had something to thank the Archmage for. Hen sneezed. Walking around the yard, Asmo asked what he deserved gratitude for the gigantization of the varnish. The interlocutor confirmed, explaining that thanks to this, he also paid attention to his clever guy. Holding the phone to his ear, the guy said that the mage was an interesting comrade, and asked if it was so. The house stood motionless, and the hero sneezed. The brother asked if the hero got sick while wiping his nose. The guy replied that everything was fine. Shaten asked if he should rest. Smiling, the protagonist said that everything was fine, and added that June had rehabilitation classes today. Brown-eyed said that it was worth getting ready faster, and added that it was time for the girl to go to kindergarten too. Consuming food, the baby wished good luck to the guys. Her brother asked Hiren if she could walk herself. Standing at the door, the brown-haired woman answered in the affirmative, and the hero said that she should be careful. Looking at the couple, Hyun mused that if June's condition improved through rehabilitation, then he would be able to recover from the operation. The light illuminated the corner of the room, and the protagonist reflected that when they arrived at the new house, he would have to earn money harder. Coming closer to the interlocutor, the brunette called his brother. Smiling, the hero told June to try his best for rehabilitation, and added that he pays a lot for it. Looking ahead, the brown-eyed man thanked the guy. Clouds floated across the sky. The sun shone all around, and the brunette thought that he couldn't screw up on the live. Walking around the city, the guy reasoned that unlike that time, everything was new. The girl turned towards the hero. Opening her mouth, the lady asked if he was a hero. A friend called for the protagonist. Coming closer, Green-eyed asked why he was so busy. Hen screamed, from surprise. Putting her hands forward, the girl said that she had called the protagonist, but he did not answer. Putting his hand on his chest, the brown-eyed man replied that he had not heard because he was thinking about his own things. Looking down, the hero said that there was one important matter. The lady's face changed. Raising her hand, the brunette said that she did not know what the guy was doing, but she was sure that Hyun was a person who took her job seriously. Smiling, the green-eyed woman said that she believed in the hero, and wished him good luck. Blushing, the protagonist replied that he would try. Wharton put his hand out and ordered everyone to gather. He resolutely looked ahead and stated that today's stream would change the fate of the Archmage's broadcast. Asmo smiled slightly and said that it would be a dungeon that successful guilds had failed to clear, so he would see what he had been preparing there for 10 days. The information window said that the Archmage had started broadcasting. Bushes grew on the ground. Users commented on the broadcast. The witch's hat was enveloped in fire. The main character's hand burned with magic. He greeted his audience and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. He put his hand on his hip and announced that at Asmo's order, he was starting a stream of the Misty Labyrinth dungeon. The guy opened his mouth wide in surprise and exclaimed that he had snow armor. The young man closed his eyes and noticed that this was not important now, so he would briefly tell them about the dungeon of the Foggy Labyrinth. Thin stripes glowed on the ground. He explained that if you deviate from these light signs in the fog on the labyrinth, you would get lost. Gustav noticed that it seemed that he really had a lot of money, since he did not buy such a thing in installments. The red eyes of wolves shone in the veil of mist. He added that hybrid monsters with two different parts appear here. They cannot be damaged unless both parts are attacked. The protagonist put both hands on the hilt of his sword. Rappo stated that Lucky would deal with everything, since his luck is the best. A fire charge burned in the palm of the protagonist's palm. He said that a lot of time had passed since the last broadcast, so this would not happen. Today he would be on the front line. 3 multicolored wolves rushed to attack him. The fiery charges hit the enemies. The protagonist smiled slightly and noticed that he surprised them, and they saw this for the first time in games. The guy with the scar on his face threw the book aside. He added that the skill book identified by Arbius was a skill book that constantly increases the characteristics of skills. An image of a game card appeared. The young man averted his eyes to the side and wondered what else would happen when he continued to move on to the main scenario. Hen stared resolutely into the distance in front of him. High in the sky, clouds flew over the skyscraper. The guy and the girl looked at the laptop screen. He was surprised by what was happening. The girl said that this was the wrong answer. She looked away and explained that this was not a dungeon that could be traversed by increasing the damage done. Gold held a sword in his hands and exclaimed that he would take care of the rear. Merlin looked down and asked what she thought. She smiled slightly and said that it was quite expected, because the most important thing was the boss room, and if you used the usual tactics to attack the boss of this dungeon, then he would definitely screw up. She cast a cunning glance at her interlocutor. The flames of the fiery projectile fluttered in the wind. An image of a fiery projectile appeared. The left side of the wolf was burning with red flames. The main character clarified that they had only just noticed this. He shifted his gaze to the camera and added that they hadn't noticed, because the speed of the cast was very high. He instantly threw a fiery projectile at the enemy. Users vigorously discussed the live broadcast. The protagonist resolutely looked at the battlefield. 2 huge golems appeared in front of him. He said that he had something to say, but now was not the time, so he would tell later. Behind the armored knight stood a golden ghost wolf. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with golden light. Information windows notified of current changes. Hen thought that Dragon Fever had also been upgraded with the help of the legendary skill book, so now with his set of skills, he had nothing to fear. The main character's attack had smashed through the stone mountain. He spread his arms in different directions and noticed that this was weaker than he thought. Probably, instead of doing dungeon streams, he should arrange streams with a running competition with Lucky. The guy stepped on the ground and was surprised that there was no further road. The information windows notified about the current changes, and also clarified the desire of the main character about entering the boss's room. Thin white stripes glowed on the road. The young man slightly opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that something could be seen behind this boss's room, and assumed that it was a double boss. The system board reported on the current changes. Fog spread over the road in the distance. Multicolored feet stepped on the ground. He noted that usually, it is worth killing double bosses one at a time, but these must be dealt with at the same time. The red-skinned boss had huge horns on his head. The guy stood unshakably in front of them and realized that if he attacked as if he knew everything in advance, suspicions would definitely begin. The 2 bosses bared their teeth. He reasoned if the option was better. The information windows reported the characteristics of the bosses. His companions appeared in front of the protagonist. Gold said that he should not worry, they would protect him. She smiled broadly and rejoiced at the state of affairs. The young man was sitting at his desk in front of the monitor. He widened his eyes in surprise and remarked that he hadn't confronted them from the start. If it hadn't been for Gold and Lucky, he assumed it wouldn't have worked. Lucky rushed to attack the blue boss. The main character attacked a boss with red skin. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he wanted to defeat the boss faster. Probably that's the point, to adapt to the damage dealt by creatures with skills. In other words, it corresponds to the skill level of first-class guilds. The protagonist smiled slightly in the excitement of the battle. He added that he seemed to be holding back his strength to finish off the bosses at the same time. He gritted his teeth with all his strength, and noted that he was infuriating, because his level was higher. The information windows reported on current changes. The image of the main character shown on the monitor screen. He announced that today, unfortunately, was a draw, and he would return next time with interesting content. The system's scoreboard reported that the broadcast and the quest were completed. A torch burned on the wall. The guy looked down and asked if he had brought it. He asked the protagonist to give him a staff, and added that the only thing that could hold such a huge power was a staff. 2 multicolored spheres were lying in front of the staff. He raised his head up and said that he would improve it. He clarified to himself that he would not make a new one, but improve the old one. The young man knelt down and thanked him, who noticed that he easily fell to his knees. A torch burned on the wall. An image of the information window appeared. The protagonist opened his mouth wide at the sight of the new wand. The system's scoreboard announced the receipt of Arbia's staff. The guy looked at him and asked him to stop rushing around and help him. The latter looked at him slightly surprised. He added that shouldn't he help him for helping him. The system board notified him of the opening of a new chapter. An image of the information window appeared. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in surprise. Tree forest. Vines hung from the trees, a forest in which huge trees covered with lush foliage grow densely. The armored guy took the vine in his hands and ordered them to get ready. They are rising. A squad of players stood in front of tall trees. Tailed monkeys live in groups on the crowns of trees. Monkeys held stone balls in their hands, they throw stones. The young man gritted his teeth and said that there were 20,030,000 of them here, so they could easily handle it. So everyone was preparing for a fight. The monkey swung his right hand with a stone projectile. He landed next to a guy in armor. They are strong enough to kill a mage with weak stamina in one hit. In the crater lay a member of the detachment in a green robe. The young man raised his head up and exclaimed at a sudden attack from above. Monkeys with stones were sitting on the branches of trees. If you were not lucky, you could meet more than 100 of them coming out of hiding. Stones flew at the young man with armor. There were many teams that they destroyed with their shelling. A village near a forest. The information windows reported on the current changes. The main character grabbed his shoulder and stated that they had finally defeated 1,000 of them, and thanks to this, he raised the level quite well. Gold stood behind him and noticed that thanks to his master, he had also become stronger. An image of a game card appeared, and he noticed that he had received something else, namely a new skill card for Gold. The protagonist's pet crouched down. He explained that using gigantization among such trees is just a voluntary suicide, because the larger the body, the easier it is for the monkeys to notice it. If they constantly fell under such powerful attacks, Gold and Lucky would have been dead long ago. The monkeys were holding stones in their hands. The guy held a bottle of potion and a calculator in front of the main character. He suggested that it was possible to awaken the varnishes with the help of the object of life of a divine being. But if Gold died, then this was the end for him. He would have to start all over again. Hen stared at the clerk in silence. Lucky put his head on his paws. The guy added that of course, there was a way to use the miniaturization skill he got this time, and the dagger veil. Gold had a helmet on his head. He stated that in the next fight, he would show the difference between them. He explained that the problem was that he did not have a dagger veil. The young man turned over his bag of money and realized that he also had no money, because he had recently bought goods on eBay. Well, I put my fingers to my chin and thought that if he urgently needs money, then should he sell information about the main scenario, or should he first find the NPC Haida and continue the quest? The main character turned back abruptly. The guy clarified that it was he who came instead of Arbius. He was sitting in the lotus position and invited him to climb onto the transport. The young man glanced at the protagonist and introduced himself as Haida. The information windows reported the current changes. Clouds flew high in the sky above the skyscraper. Someone wondered if there was a recording of the Archmage's last stream from the tree forest. The guy folded his arms over his chest and asked if he had defeated 1,000-tailed monkeys. The girl looked at him out of the corner of her eye and confirmed his words and added that this time he also distinguished himself. A fiery charge flew at the monkey. The guy stuck out the index finger of his left hand and said that in particular, the Archmage showed a black brand, a swordsmanship style. She noticed that it was cool, but isn't there something strange about it? There were windows in the wall. The girl opened her mouth slightly and explained that the Archmage, who had always been good at hunting, had a hard time this time. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's face. The girl in the white shirt looked down and noticed that she thought so, too. An image of the main character shown on the laptop screen. She explained that if you watch the recording, this time he used a lot more potions. He needs to focus on playing party, not solo. Wharton went into the room and asked who had said about the party. The bags contained boxes of chicken. The blonde guy was holding them in his hands. He placed them on the table and added that the Archmage had said this time that he would play solo again. The girl stared at the laptop screen and noticed that in addition, the Explorers Guild had found the first quest of the main scenario. 2 people were sitting under the trees. The director put his hand to his chin in thought, and reflected that in the email that the Archmage had just sent, he said that he wanted to sell information about the main scenario. A message from the main character shown on the screen. The guy stared at one point and added that the guild that could put the veiled dagger up for sale was the Abyss Guild, or the Explorers Guild. He stood in the middle of the room and announced that they should eat the chickens and get ready to work overtime. In the sky, high above the skyscraper, clouds were flying. The guy sat at the table and stated that the Fatu dagger was sent to the Rising Star. Emma noted that he did a good job. He took a look at it, and revealed that after receiving a call informing him that the guild had found the starting point of the main scenario, the Rising Star channel put up for sale information about the main scenario. Wharton smiled slightly at the camera. An image of an item from the game appeared. He added that there was only one thing in the Abyss Guild's vault that could be exchanged for it. They pointed to a single dagger veil. The guy was sitting at his desk and asked if it was a coincidence. Emma closed her eyelids and replied that no, it was not a coincidence. She opened her mouth slightly and stated that they were trying to sabotage them. She looked at the young man and added that this was such a shameless robbery, because due to Asmo's investment, it was now impossible to recruit an Archmage, and now they had no choice but to go through the main scenario to the Archmage. The girl stood in front of the guy and ordered him to buy up all the information that was being sold, and make a list of those dissatisfied with the Archmage among the first-class guilds. The young man looked at her. Tree forest. The trees stood close to each other. Someone announced that he was going to log out. The guy stretched out in his hands in his direction and asked where he was going in the middle of the game. He explained that the Archmage was starting a stream. Information windows reported on the current changes. Monkeys were sitting on tree branches. The main character waved his hand and greeted the audience. The macaque was holding a stone in her hand. The protagonist stretched out his hands in front of him and said that he needed to introduce something, namely Gold's new bow. The guy smiled slightly and noticed that the donations were not bad from the very beginning. Stones rushed at the main character. They hit the barrier. The main character smiled slightly. He and his team were standing behind a protective barrier. Guy, I've got your eyes out of the way, and said that now he will talk about today's stream, before the ice wall collapses. And it was added that there are 150 tailed monkeys behind them. The monkeys bared their teeth. Gold's eye flashed with golden light. He abruptly rushed forward to attack and said that he would not tolerate anyone who stood in his master's way. The information window reported the current changes. The protagonist's pet flew across the battlefield. The monkey closed his eyes. Gold swept between them with lightning speed. A stone flew at the main character. He calmly stood in front of the battlefield and remarked that it wasn't too early to be surprised, because there was still one debuff left. A fighting spirit appeared behind him. A huge burst of energy occurred in the forest. The wolves bared their teeth. Tired monkeys stood in the middle of the battlefield. Information windows reported on the current changes. The young man smiled slyly. There were 2 stone golems behind him. He decided that he needed to clean up a little. The main characters looked out the status window and noticed that the broadcast ended today. A game screen hovered in the air in front of him. He reasoned that the reaction to today's stream was good, but it was more difficult than he thought, because even he was surprised when the monkeys turned black from the strength of their leader. The monkeys opened their mouths in surprise. He added that certain conditions were needed for this before, but now, the power of the unknown god began to act even on ordinary monsters. The gorillas opened their mouths wide. The system scoreboard reported that a new chapter of the main quest was opened. The main character poked his finger on the game screen. Drops of sweat slid down his cheek. He wondered what if all the monsters obtained the power of an unknown god. Behind him was the monkey boss. He abruptly jumped from his seat. The boss was holding a staff in his hand. He thought that he had definitely destroyed the leader. The guy gritted his teeth from the tension and noticed that he had let his guard down. The cooldown of his skills was not over yet. He asked if he had dealt with the group. Above the monkey's head hung a nameplate in the air. The boss's eyes burned in the darkness with a golden light. He asked if he wanted to accidentally make a deal with him. An image of an information window with a deal offer appeared. Clouds flew high in the sky. Outside the building hung signs of establishments. The 2 guys were standing next to each other and discussing that he must have gone broke on leveling items. The young man desperately lowered his eyes and noted that nothing was for sale. He poked his finger on the screen of his smartphone and added that there was always something from the Veil series on the site. As a result, it is not known when they will be put up for sale. He put his fingers to his chin and thought, wondering why now, and wondering if he should ask Rising Star now. The man in glasses slightly opened his mouth and said that the director had received an email from the Archmage. He added that his contents were a little strange. Wharton looked at his subordinate and replied that he would check. The blonde young man turned slightly in surprise. He was perplexed that he needed a series of veils that were not sold on eBay. A message from the main character was shining on the laptop screen. The young man looked down and noted that the items from the Veil series were not the most common, but it was not so difficult to find them, because the Archmage could do it himself without any problems. He put his fingers to his temple and realized that the one who had the entire Veil series and the one who was on good terms with the Archmage was also an investor in Rising Star. Asmo was sitting on the sofa. The guy folded his hands together and realized that he wanted them to mind them themselves, so they asked to show who was who of the investors. Wharton smiled resolutely and wondered how long he had planned. High in the sky, clouds flew over the skyscraper. The girl looked at her boss and stated that they had bought up all the legendary items that fit the level of a non-Archmage. Emma nodded approvingly and ordered them to continue buying up everything that would be put up for sale. Merlin served with his hands on his chest and asked if he really had to go that far. She replied that of course, because the Archmage would continue to try to play solo, and he would need equipment to do all this. The girl looked at the guy. Emma put her hands on her hips. The protagonist fell into his hands. She explained that if they bought all the items, his progress through the main scenario slowed down. They would be able to exchange information about the main scenario for items like last time. The guy looked at the emu and said that they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Besides, he was sure that Asmo received magic from him, which does not depend on skill cards. High in the sky, clouds flew over the houses. The protagonist was holding a smartphone in front of him. An image of a game card appeared. He explained that the spirit of a warrior is the most important skill that allows Asmo to play solo in the lands of the pioneers. The boss of the apes sat on the throne. He realized that if he gets such a card in exchange for a series of veils, then it is very cheap, and Hema, unlike what he thought, is a good monkey. A new message shone on the smartphone screen. The protagonist's finger hung over the phone screen. He exclaimed that, as expected from the director, he was a professional. He held a smartphone in his hands and thanked it. And on the hat and the eyes up and noticed that he had saved the money, so he could use it to buy the laptop he promised his brother and toys for hiring. The main character was holding a laptop box. He pointed his finger at the toy box. Clouds flew high in the sky above the hospital. He added that he still had to go to a consultation on his brother's operation. The guy was walking with bags in his hands. He was smiling slightly. The young man picked up the package and noticed that the mood today was just super. An image of the information window appeared. Tree forest. Vines hung from the trees. The main character noticed that when he received them, he liked it, of course, but he asked to send all 3 items from the Veil series, which are not for sale even now. He looked at the cards in front of him, and wondered if he was even allowed to get so much. There was a helmet on Gold's head. He replied that he should not worry, he would destroy everything. He looked up and stated that they could just make good use of what they had received, and moreover, worry, it wasn't something they should be doing right now. In the middle of a woody forest, on the throne sat the monkey boss. The protagonist and his entourage approached him and announced that he was here to make a deal. He clarified if he had brought what he had asked for. He handed him a weapon and replied that it was a veil hammer. He said that he would give a magic skill for this. Him ran his finger through the air and added that before that, he invited him to his house. The information window reported the characteristics. The guy in shock spread his hands in different directions and wondered that the cutscenes in this game were not jokes. The boss greeted him at his resting place. He is always on the throne with a staff and asked what magic he wanted to get. He replied that he wanted to get the skill of a spiritual warrior. The staff was shrouded in a golden aura, and he noticed that he would be able to comprehend it. The protagonist opened his mouth wide from the golden card that appeared and thought that this was a skill that only the elementalist class could get. Only Asmo could get it. An image of a game card appeared. The information window reported on the current changes. The main character was standing in the middle of the room and realized that he had succeeded. Now more combination with skills is possible. He put his hand on his thigh and stated that he would try to summon a low-rank spirit now. He snapped the fingers of his left hand. 2 elemental spirits appeared in the room. He noticed that their combat power was mediocre, but the plus was that you could equip items on them. Him stood behind him and clarified how about using his magic skill on the battlefield. He turned his head on him and stated that if he let him give him a small gift before he left, he would give him this liquid for his pendant. But if he was careful, the moment he added it to his pendant, he would become very greedy. The main character opened his mouth wide in surprise. The golden liquid poured into the pendant in a thin stream. The young man was waving his amulet in his hand. The monkey wagon train looked at him and noticed that he was pointing in the direction. Now all that remained was to find him. Him handed him the book and said that it would not be easy, so he hoped it would help. The young man with a sly smile on his face glanced at the gift he had received and noted that it was the legendary book of skills, and thanked him. An image of the information window appeared. Vines hung from the trees. The protagonist wondered why there were 3 brothers. The information windows announced the current changes. The main character stretched and said, "Let 3 or 4 brothers come here," and added to himself that in any case, he had upgraded the curse-devouring pendant. The system scoreboard reported the skills of the pendant. The amulet was covered with a dark aura, the guy thought, who knew that its effect would be 1 more. Golden cards were levitated in front of the young man in the air. He explained that this is a passive skill that increases the number of possible summons by 1. He poked his finger at the map and realized that now the impossible would be possible. The guy took the card in his hands and concluded that the preparation was complete. He started streaming. Hen sat in the lotus position on the ground in the middle of the forest and noticed that they were all only interested in the spirit warrior, and no one seemed to care about today's monster. He showed gestures with his hand and added that they are all so impatient. Everything will be now, users commented on the live broadcast. From the white pentagram, 2 elemental spirits appeared. The young man smiled slightly guiltily and remarked that he knew that there would be offers he would like to sell, but he couldn't, because it was related to the quest of the main scenario. The main character sat on the ground and asked for forgiveness, because it would be difficult to sell. Rappo asked what he meant, that it was very expensive, or that he would not agree with Asmo. The protagonist put his finger to his cheek and replied to himself that this was a difficult question. He would have to get away from the topic somehow, and said that he and Mr. Asmo were good business partners. Wharton silently stared at his laptop screen and noticed that what he had said was so positive about their relationship. Asmo wore an Arafat on his head. Merlin remarked that he was wondering how he could become the same business partner with him. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in surprise and could not believe that this was the best mage in Merlin's game. The situation was already out of his control. He noticed that the intro was delayed. He put his hand on his knee and said that now he can't just chat with his other viewers. Stone golems fought with huge apes. The guy wouldn't take him to the side and noticed that the raid on the boss had already begun. The fire elemental spirit furrowed its brows. The water elemental spirit opened its mouth. Merlin said that from the way the number of summons increased, he had gained a skill, but it didn't look like it was tied to a weapon. It seemed like he tied it to some other item. The protagonist opened his mouth and remarked that it was correct, the summoning prefect +1. He put his hand on his hip and asked to be allowed to introduce the new team, without Lucky and Gold. Small fireflies shone brightly. The young man smiled resolutely and stated that this was the new canonical style of the Archmage. The gorilla opened its mouth wide. A water elemental spirit pointed a spear at her. Her eyes burned red. The fiery elemental spirit drew the bowstring. A fiery arrow hit a monkey. The guy furrowed his brows and announced that he was starting. There were traces of attacks in the air. Magic projectiles hit the monster. The protagonist spread his hands in different directions and listed his weapons. The exhausted macaque leaned his hand on his knee. The guy smiled broadly and concluded that was it. A huge explosion had occurred in the middle of the battlefield. The gorilla's body fell to the ground. The guy smiled broadly. The monkey's eyes burned with a golden light. He declared that he was serving his master. The companions of the main character stood opposite each other. He explained that this was a decisive match that would show which team would defeat the remaining monkey first. The monkeys opened their mouths slightly in surprise. The young man held microphones in his hand and said that the Archmage in charge of this match was with them, and he was starting the competition. Asmo noticed that Silver needed equipment too, and the young man opened his mouth wide in shock. Lands of Discoverers. Clouds flew over the mountains and the sky. The armored knight brandished his sword and said that there was not much left. Besides, the master's cast would soon end, and they would also receive a reward this time. His comrade behind him glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and noticed, because this is a party with those who occupy single-digit places in the rating of resin packs. The guy got tired, held on to the hilt of his sword and asked what kind of freaks were there. The girl clarified that they needed to do something before the Chungwon Guild moved on to the next stage. The blue-haired lady smiled slightly and suggested that they not hate the Chungwon Guild too much. After all, only the winners of the competitions in the land of the pioneers receive rewards and level up. The sky was overcast. The girl on the edge of the cliff raised her hand with a staff in front of her and said that weak players had no choice but to face their limit. She looked down and added that there was no problem with the fact that only the strongest had gathered together. Ice projectiles fell on hyenas. The girl in the green witch's hat slightly opened her mouth in surprise and noticed that today was a bad day to level up. The guy added that he thought it was worth resting for a couple of days. The red-armored youth stood behind the blue-haired girl and revealed that, as expected, she had a powerful power of destruction worthy of the first place in the small pack rankings. She noted that it wasn't that powerful. She wasn't the only one in first place. He glanced at his timer and said that the new record, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, could soon be met in 3 minutes. The girl slightly opened her mouth in surprise and remarked that if it went like this, it would not be difficult to catch the Archmage. An image of Emma was glowing on the game screen. She asked if she could do it even faster. She smiled smugly and confirmed her words, and added that it was all thanks to the efforts of the Abyss Guild. The girl clarified that there was no news on the Archmage. The lady replied that as far as she knew, he had not received the Pioneer quest. Clouds were flying high in the sky. The red-armored guy put his hands on his hips. The girl explained that they were keeping an eye on all the NPCs from which this quest could be obtained. A group of people were standing in the middle of the players. The guy with the green vest looked around. She added that it was impossible to get around so many people, so he was still in the tree forest. Emma was seriously watching through the screen. The blue-haired girl stared at the game screen and assumed that since he hadn't received the Pathfinder quest, he had no way to get here. An image of the information window appeared. A huge stingray flew across the sky. The main character was sitting in the lotus position and noticed that even without completing the quest of the pioneers, it was possible to get into these lands. He added that he was concerned about what had happened after defeating the three-tailed ape brothers. The young man slightly opened his mouth in surprise. The runes on the stone glowed with a pink light. He noticed that smoke rose from a strange altar. The system board reported that an unknown force was felt. The guy put his hand on his thigh and noted that he was again. The information window notified that the egg had absorbed the power of the nameless god. An image of an egg shrouded in a red aura appeared, and he explained that as a result of the egg absorbing the power of the nameless god, the hatching rate had reached 67%. If it reached 100%, what would happen in the game? The young man looked into the distance with a serious look. A guy with a turban on his head sat on the ramp and announced that they were in place. The system board notified of the opening of a new chapter. An image of the information window appeared. A guy in a cowboy hat was sitting on a hyena and explained that hyenas began to change in the Forbidden Zone, abruptly and very quickly. The guy put his hand to his chin and thought that this was the same as with the restricted area, but it was good that there would be no competitors. He added that you need to be careful, as the monster that appeared is not an ordinary mane hyena, but a stronger black one. An image of 2 hyenas appeared. The young man looked away and noticed that there was no problem. The information window reported that Warton was online. The protagonist sat in the lotus position and greeted the headmaster, and noticed that he was on time, as he wanted to say something. The blonde guy stared at the screen of his laptop and noticed that he had already entered the lands of the pioneers. Besides, he was a target for many, but he coped admirably. Lucky was lying on the protagonist's lap and said that if you are so afraid of everything, it is better not to go anywhere at all. Why then pay so much money to play games? He put his fingers to his chin in thought, and replied that then it would be inexpedient for them to invest money in it. But this time he had one suggestion. The armored players fought against monsters, and he explained that it was considered risky to play solo in the lands of the pioneers, and asked that he still had a negative view of the game in the party, and if he allowed it, he would recruit the best players. The main character indifferently looked ahead and said that he could not play in the party. He added to himself that because of the main scenario, he would not be able to, even if he wanted to. The image of the director was shining on the screen. He asked what he wanted to tell him. He said that he needed something suitable for Silver's equipment, so he would like to sell information about the main scenario, with his companions behind him. Wharton was looking at his laptop screen and remembered that Asmo had appeared on the last stream and said that he would provide everything he needed. An image of the protagonist lit up on the screen. He assumed that he also had the Chungwon Guild in mind, and he must have prepared a plan. But looking at the items he requested, his plan was not perfect. The guy put his fingers to his temple. He mused that if he had already dealt with the items provided by Asmo, he would at least want something at the level of the Rocketman set. An image of game cards appeared. Wharton smiled and concluded that if the Archmage wanted to play solo to the end, then his role was to do everything possible to make him play solo. He stated that he would send him the Rocketman set that Asmo had provided. The main character explained that then gold would be equipped in this set, and silver would give the fencer. Gold put his foot on the stone. The guy looked at his companions and noted that Gold's character had changed, perhaps because of Silver, because he had a younger one. He put his hand on his hip and decided to finish this annoying quest as soon as possible. Abyss Guild. High in the sky, clouds flew over the skyscraper. Emma clarified that he had not yet received the Pioneer quest. The girl stood in front of the game screen and replied that he was not, and explained that he was being watched around the clock by 3 groups of 2 so that they would not miss it. She folded her arms over her chest and realized that the Archmage still had a limit, and could not do whatever she wanted with the game system. The girl looked at the game screen and said that wouldn't it be easier to find an Archmage in reality than to wait like this all the time. Emma sat at her desk and replied that she thought she hadn't tried. She opened her mouth slightly and explained that she had tried to hack him countless times, but she couldn't. He was a person with whom everything was for a reason, so let him not think about anything else. She just had to focus on her task. A drop of sweat rolled down the girl's face. She said that they would definitely cope. A sign hung on the building. The main character was sitting on a red sofa and noticed that the NPC text is already too much. What kind of endless quests he gives him. He drank from the glass through a straw and noticed that the hunt took about 11 minutes, so he couldn't stream. Someone's message was shining on the screen. The guy grabbed the phone in his hands and noted that it was the date of his brother's operation. June was sitting in a wheelchair. He held his daughter in his arms. He realized that a little more, and he would be able to get up. The Pioneer Forbidden Zone. Bushes grew on the sand dunes. The information window reported that he defeated the Black Hyena. The fire charge hit the monster. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He noticed that it was convenient to hunt here, since there were no competitors in this forbidden area. Lucky was standing behind him, who added that he would not be able to adjust to the speed of the hunt. System scoreboards notified about the use of skills. Elemental charges appeared in front of the fireflies. Gold and silver rushed to attack. The main character noted that all the familiars give their best. The elemental spirits were standing next to the golems. He added that even with their first-class actions, the time still passed 10 minutes. The companion held a dagger in his hand, and concluded that it would take a decent amount of time to defeat the leader of the Black Hyenas. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He assumes that it's him, because lately, he has been using too many magic skills, and even the cooldown has increased. An image of skill icons has appeared. The protagonist fled from the fire flash and added that now he can only level up, and most likely find a way to fix everything. The information windows reported the end of the battle. An image of the information window appeared. Glara pointed her finger in the direction and stated that it was not here, the destination was elsewhere. The main character replied that if you went there, it would be too dangerous, so they would take a detour. He noticed that he was lucky to have these eyes. Besides, there were a lot of monsters hiding here, and if they had taken the usual route, they would definitely have stuck. Holograms of monsters projected through the walls. The guy stared into the distance and reflected that he was confused when he received the NPC escort quest, but in the end, it turned out to be easier than he thought. He added that given her saying that she was Era's disciple, there was a high probability that he would receive an item related to her as a reward. The hyenas were standing in the middle of the road. The young man put his fingers on his chin and thought, and hoped that this was an item that would help him increase his special skills. He opened his mouth and realized that if he wanted to play solo in the future, he would need to show what he was capable of. The fiery charges hit the enemies. The protagonist added that if he is no different from other streamers, his competitiveness will decrease, and it will be difficult to continue streaming. Lucky was standing behind him. The guy put his hands out in front of him. The young man shook his head in different directions. An image of the view graph appeared. He noticed that not only the views would fall, but also the advertising contracts would disappear. Wharton put his hand out in front of the main character, who realized that without a profit for the company, he risked being left with a broken contract. June was sitting in a wheelchair. He remarked that it would be difficult to save up for an operation for his brother, so this should not be allowed. The guy grabbed his head with his hands and screamed heartily about directors and advertising. The girl indicated that they were there. A drop of sweat slipped down her cheek. She added that they could just pass here. The information window announced the completion of the quest. She took off the headdress and asked to take it. The protagonist realized that this was the same award. He took it in his hands and hoped that it would have amazing properties, and asked why there was such an option. An image of the information window appeared. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He wondered what such an ability was there. The system's scoreboard reported on the current changes. An image of the development of a magic realm appeared. Then he reasoned that for him, who can use the quintuple cast, a 50% cooldown reduction is useless. However, an increase in magic damage by 25% is incredible. He looked into the distance. An information window appeared in front of him, which announced the opening of a new chapter. An image of the system's scoreboard appeared. The guy smiled slyly and said that if he collected the entire quest, then he would have access to incredible abilities, and now he had a reason to complete the quest faster and get 193rd level. The young man put his hands on his belt. His familiar noted that the owner would carry them again. The information window reported an increase in the level. A huge tornado swept through the dunes. The system's scoreboard notified that the conditions had been met. An image of the information window appeared. The protagonist quickly ran across the battlefield. Information windows reported on the current changes. The young man turned his head to Lucky and clarified his readiness. He held out his hand in front of a large selection of cards and noted that sometimes you can cry. The guy pointed his finger at the map. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. An image of a game card appeared. He hugged his pet and exclaimed that it was all thanks to him. With such a skill they would succeed. He added that he was nervous right now because everything was going too smoothly. Gold stuck out his thumbs and told him not to worry. He would solve everything for him. The guy resolutely looked into the distance and said that who knows, maybe they will succeed soon. An image of the information window appeared. Clouds flew high in the sky. Asmo was lying on the couch and asked what had happened to Rappo, and noted that the Chungwon guild was the one that was openly watching the Archmage. He held the phone in his hand and added that perhaps they had grown so quickly because they were made up of resin pack members. The guy attached his smartphone and replied that Asmo was wrong. He said that the Abyss Guild and the Travelers Guild were sponsoring them, so the purpose of this guild was obvious. The blue-haired girl was looking ahead. Asmo got up from the couch and clarified to what extent the game was for fun. He said that he had sent him some interesting information. The subordinate was holding a tablet in his hand. The guy clarified that it was Yekva. He noticed that there was a weapon in her hand, which he had never seen, and a picture of a staff appeared. The man in the Arafat looked down and said that according to Mr. Rappo's information, it was Era's staff, and it also had enough power to break the Abyss Guild record. Asmo reached for the cup and replied that judging by the information from the Archmage, items and skills that had not appeared before would begin to appear. He raised his cup and added that his head was hurting from this game, and it was finally beginning. A guy in white clothes stood in front of him and remarked that the game wasn't originally made for sale. The Pioneer Forbidden Zone. Bushes grew on the sand dunes. The information window announced a failure in the quest. The main character sat exhausted on the ground and said that it was more difficult than he thought. Did he really fail everything this time? Gold furrowed his brows and asked the master to leave it for him, Silver noting that he was right. Lucky opened his mouth. The system scoreboard offered to try again. He said that everything was fine, he had to complete this quest alone. Rising Star's office is under the sky. Kim walked in and announced that the Archmage had taken first place in the small pack rankings. The secretary took the tablet and said that the streamer had not been seen lately. User messages appeared, and the guy said that rumors about this had already spread on the Rising Star forum. Puck put his fingers to his temple and said that there was no need to worry. He sat down in a chair, and the clerk noted that he was the protagonist, and the director explained that it was not that the player was missing, but that he was simply not seen. Kim shuddered and asked what it was. The chief pulled his brush away. The secretary adjusted his glasses. Park opened the laptop and said that he would sort out the situation himself and asked the interlocutor to leave, and the man agreed. The owner of the channel reached out and said that because of the hackers trying to get hold of the Archmage's data, he needed to be careful in conversations with employees. The programmer sat down at the computer, and the young man said that this had also happened before, but after the disappearance of the protagonist, such attempts became more frequent. The director squeezed his eyes shut and said that it was worth hiring digital security experts. The ability cards appeared, and he noted that during the recent meeting to transfer the Rocketman set, Hen was definitely in the lands of the Pioneers. The fighter made a gloomy look, and Puck said that it was necessary to get the Pioneer quest, but it was impossible that no one would know about it. The guy stood between the soldiers. The figure of the streamer ducked, and the boss concluded that the main character was deliberately hiding, and suggested that even now he was in a place where he could hide from prying eyes. The man closed his eyes and wondered why the Archmage had only reported his location to him. Puck opened his eye. He started typing, and said that he needed to secretly prepare something for the next broadcast. The director stretched his lips into a smile, and said that the player had revealed his location only to him in order to buy him some time. Books were on the shelf, and the boss asked whether he had to meet the expectations of the main character. The janitor ran a mop across the floor, and the guy wrote that an event called Find the Hidden Archmage was open. Heck held the phone up to his face and noticed that the Rising Star channel had published an ad. The image about the search was displayed, and the young man read that the one who would be the first to find the protagonist was promised $3 million, and fans began to discuss the amount. The team walks through a tree forest. The man asked if the wanted man was really wanted here. A teammate said that Hen would not be able to get the pioneer quest, and the girl clarified whether the Archmage was hiding on purpose. The mage bent his knees and wondered if this was a waste of time. The boy opened his mouth and asked if it was true that the rumor that the streamer was afraid of the Chungwon Guild was encrypted before moving to the next location. The branches obscured the sky, and the partners noted that if Hen did not get in touch at all, then they would not be able to find him at all, because 2 weeks had already passed. The skyscraper of the Abyss Guild reflects the sun's rays, and the informant says that due to the spread of rumors about the Chungwon Guild on social networks, the image of the main character has deteriorated greatly. Jackie walked over to the table, and Emma noted that the employee had done a good job. The woman yawned and said that soon Hua from the Chungwon Guild would have to openly invite the Archmage to participate in the big match of the Golden Hyena. The young man lowered his gaze and clarified what would happen if the streamer refused. The girl folded her arms over her chest, and the boss concluded that then the popularity of the Chungwon Guild would increase, and the rumors that he was scared and hiding would become a reality, after which the popularity of the protagonist would plummet. Monsters roam around the boy, and Emma noted that hiding is good, but there is a limit to leveling up. The items appeared, and the girl stated that they bought up all the items below level 200, so further leveling is impossible. Emma turned her head and explained that they had already won, and Jackie told the mistress that everything was delicious. Clouds flew over the house, and the interlocutor asked Hen not to worry so much. June reached out to his brother and promised that he would return soon, and his colleague asked him to concentrate on the operation. The man smiled and reminded her that her brother had to take Hiren to kindergarten. The main character narrowed his eyes and confirmed that he would fulfill the request. June showed his teeth and said that thanks to a relative, he would be able to walk again. Doctors took the patient away. A message appeared on the screen about the beginning of the operation. Hen sat down on the bench. He stood up. The guy took out his phone and noticed that it was time to pick up Hiren from the garden. Sunlight illuminates the playground, and the girl exclaimed that her uncle had come for her. The young man took her hand and asked what was interesting in the kindergarten, and she replied that there was a lot of everything, but she was a little sad, because she wanted to play more. Lee waved and greeted Hyun. Hiren glanced at the passerby and remembered that it was the pretty Ani she had seen next door, and the girl thanked her. The niece turned her eyes to the man and asked if she could play with her sister, and the hero replied that he was very busy, and asked not to take up her time. Her eyes got wet, and the girl asked again, "Is it really impossible to play at least a little?" The woman bowed her head and said that she had time today. Hen raised his palms and said that today he needs to go somewhere urgently. Lee pursed her lips and offered to play with Hiren at her house. The baby jumped for joy. The girl took the child in her arms, and the protagonist thought that she was a wonderful person and thanked her for her help. The power lines are on the street, and the uncle asks if the niece will listen well to Ani and wait for him, and she promised that she will obey until he returns, and he mentally says that now it is time to concentrate on the game. The lantern began to emit light, and the child said that she still wanted to visit the girl. The girl jumped on her uncle's back and confirmed that she really liked it. A drop of sweat ran down Lee's face, and the guy apologized for being late, and was relieved to think that the girl understood him. Hiren leaned against her ear and asked in a funny way if Hen wanted to start dating Lee. The young man made an embarrassed face and indignantly asked what she was talking about. The man took the woman in his arms, and thought that she was kind and good, but he had never thought of her in such a way. A blush appeared on the boy's cheeks, and he asked if the girl had said it herself, and Hiren asked why not, because then she could go to her often. The main character breathed a sigh of relief. The sunset painted the sky, and Hen noted that he was both in the game and in life solo, and his niece casually asked what it meant, and clarified what about the chicken. The notification window materialized, and the main character thought that he just needed to hold out a little longer, and the interface informed about the current quest. The fighter straightened up, and shouted that he held out for 10 minutes, and then noted that he did it. The girl showed a like and said what was to be expected from the owner, and added that she knew that the hero would be able to cope. The chief lit up and said that it was a good job, and now he had nothing more to teach him, and the system informed him that the young man had acquired an outstanding skill of consciousness. The book appeared in front of Hen, and he reported that he managed to do it only on the 51st attempt, and it was not easy to complete this quest in the desert alone. The dog sat down next to him, and the guy called the pet and told Lucky to go with him. The dog raised his head. The cards took off, and the interface notified that the user had reached level 200 and the war dragon was giving them a special ability, and then asked if the protagonist wanted to use it. Hen reached out his brush to the card and clarified that it was emerald light, not gold. The boy took it in his hand and exclaimed that the skill had the status of a legendary epic. The ability card is flipped. The ghost flew up to the main character and said that he was rejoicing early, because he still had to kill the monster that appeared in the Golden Valley. The protagonist looked into the distance and thought that he needed to come to his senses, and an increase in the reward also means an increase in the level of difficulty. The window lit up, and the system announced that a new chapter of the main quest, Golden Valley, had been opened with the rank of the main scenario and level 229 and below. Hen opened his mouth in horror and thought why there was no reward for this quest. The man raised his shield and announced that he would soon move on to the third phase, and gave the command to move to position D. The monster opened its mouth. He began to emit light, and the soldier noted that this time their guild buffaloes would definitely defeat him, and the interface informed him that the golden hyena had reached its third phase. Heck took his smartphone and speculated whether the buffaloes guild would really be able to win this time, and his friend clarified that it was a competition to raid the bosses of the Golden Valley. The guy looked away from the screen and stated that it was so much fun because the participants had probably prepared carefully, and added that the number of viewers had increased. The broadcast started on the phone, and Heck explained that the viewers came because the Archmage did not conduct his broadcasts, and exclaimed that they coped. The Magus stretched his lips into a smile, and shouted that they had defeated the enemy, and they had only managed to win on the third attempt. The fan pushed the phone and asked what it was. The mutant's fur began to emit matter, and the guy was surprised by the strange state of the golden hyena. She stood up, and Heck shouted that the hyena had turned into a black and gold version. The boy turned around and remembered that he had already seen something similar. Once a certain monster was also black. The comrade stood up and asked where exactly it was visible. The monkeys bared their teeth, and the viewer remembered that it was on the Archmage stream. The defeated soldiers lay on the ground. The Buffaloes Guild was defeated in the blink of an eye. The banner was scattered in the wind, after which the remaining 5 guilds formed an alliance and tried to destroy the newly created black and gold hyena, but were defeated as a result. The soldier fell dead. Clouds flew over the city. Criticism for the sudden increase in the difficulty level of the game reached the Archmage. The officer picked up the phone and replied that he hadn't really heard anything yet, and added that it was hard to be sure of anything lately, and then apologized that they didn't know much either, and asked if it was true that they were going to commit a terrorist attack if the Archmage didn't play solo until he died. The press service sign sticks out of the wall. Puck put his fingers to his temple and thought that as the main character continued to complete the main quest, new monsters would appear. The director narrowed his eyes and realized that he should start preparing a little. Asmo's contact flashed on the smartphone, and the man mentally stated that it was time to end the hide-and-seek event. The yacht was cutting through the water surface, and the boss said that he was already going to contact the subscriber. The sheik put the smartphone to his ear and asked if the young man had received a gift in honor of the first place in the small pack rating, and he replied that he was grateful for the Rocketman set that was sent to him. Asmo bent his leg and clarified that then he would allow himself to ask one question: whether the disappearance of the Archmage was related to the black and gold hyena. A drop of sweat ran down the face of the owner of the channel. The rich man smiled and noted that the player had begun to change the game of God Wars. The box emitted a glow, and the donator explained that, in other words, Hen had opened Pandora's box. Puck lowered his gaze. Kim walked in and said that the Chungang Guild had submitted an application to host the tournament, and the director had given the order to throw it somewhere. The secretary raised his head and objected that rumors about the upcoming tournament had already spread widely on social networks. The figures of the fighters approached each other, and Park stated that it was a speed tournament in which 2 teams would fight against a black and gold hyena. The message was displayed on the screen, and the man said that he had just received an email, and then told him to say that they were taking the call. The sun shone on the sign. Hen exhaled and said that he was also accepting help from the headmaster this time, and explained that he would have to work a lot alone, which would be very burdensome, and decided that it was better. The guy sat down in the capsule and thought that he would start with a stream that had not happened for several weeks, and the system notified that the Archmage was starting the broadcast, and the commentators immediately began to write messages in the chat. The player raised his brush and greeted him, and then said that no one had found him during the event. Kalbo frowned, and Hen remembered that he was told to die alone at level 10, and one of the fans asked what the Rocketman set behind the hero was, and clarified that now Silver also has equipment. The parrot sat on the knight's shoulder. Asmo's donation notification flashed, and he said that the streamer was getting a gift, but this time the hero was again without a party. The protagonist clenched his fist, and the viewer clarified whether the hero was really alone. The protagonist smiled smugly, and confirmed that he could handle the hyena solo. The young man put his palm on his belt and proudly declared that he would play solo even if he died. The sun rises over the Golden Valley. The foot took a step. Wa raised her hand. Hen stretched out his finger and asked if the starting point was not different for each team. The girl approached and explained that she really just wanted to look him in the face, and was grateful that the hero accepted her challenge. The protagonist lowered his gaze. The soldier knitted his eyebrows, and the protagonist realized that the match would be broadcast and asked if he should answer that as well. The guy turned his head and said that he also needed to measure his combat power one last time, and asked not to be distracted. The girl bared her teeth and retorted that this shouldn't be a competition, and added that she was behaving accordingly. She turned around and said that they would be waiting in the boss's room. Wa bent her hand and ordered them to leave. The girl looked into the distance, and said that if everything turned out like this, then she would have to interfere with the streamer. The Archmage showed his teeth, and the system informed him that he had entered the valley. Lucky frowned. Gold smiled. The golem began to move. Golems lit up. The monster struck. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he had run as hard as he could without rest, but there was still half the way left. A map of the route appeared, and he stated that he was still a little ahead of the Chungwon Guild now, but as soon as he relaxed, they would catch up with him. The young man took out the bottle and thought that he would rest for only 5 seconds, and Kojiro Sasaki sent $10,107. The vials fell to the ground, and the donator said to keep up his pace, and the interface notified that Merlin had donated $10,109. Hen turned his gaze forward and concluded that he would show everything today that he had not shown in this time. The streamer unclenched his fingers and noted that there are a lot of people who want to see new abilities. He threw up his staff, and the system notified that a great spirit had leaked. His hand clenched his fist. The matter emitted light, and the guy decided that he would get to the boss's room with both free hands. Heck opened his mouth and noticed that the Archmage was about to arrange a race. The image of the rival flashed on the screen, and the fan noted that the Archmage really wanted to smear the guild, and asked how far the Chungwon Guild had managed to go. A drop of sweat ran down Hwa's cheek, and she said that the gap was getting bigger, and the opponent was indeed an outstanding player, as she had heard. The soldiers sat down and said that all the guilds had been beaten by the Archmage's pace, and no matter what, it seemed that they had lost. Heck zoomed in on his smartphone, and the guild said they were done there, and the guy wondered why they were declaring defeat right there. Hwa parted her lips and said that it would not be easy for the streamer. Lucky laid down at the gate, and he unclarified if the Chungwon Guild had really given up, and then clarified that he thought they would fight the boss together, which was a shame, and the interface notified that he had received a blessing from Leah, and his stamina and mana regeneration rate had been increased. The gate opened, and the system informed that the user had entered the boss's room. The monster's ear moved. The hyena turned around, and the protagonist realized that in any case, he would be more handy in solo. The trident materialized, and the player called out the names of the abilities. The spear was behind him. Hen laughed and added hellfire to his skills. A ray of flame lit up the lair, and the interface notified that Asmo had donated $10,112 and left a comment that this was the whole strategy. There was nothing else to look at. The fire engulfed the hyena, and the ninja noted that the player had even learned hellfire. The mercenary peeked out from behind the cover and stated that the Chungwon Guild hadn't been aiming to win from the beginning. They had allowed them to get here so quickly that they could catch the moment when the Archmage would run out of steam and deal with him. The mutant opened its mouth, and the system informed that the enemy's health had dropped to almost zero. Hen looked at the ground and concluded that if he attacked again, he could deal with it, and yelled for Lucky and Gold to help Silver and buy some time. The partner nodded and said that they should leave it to them. Teammates jumped away. The assassins made a raid. The main character is sweating. The ninja fly at the guy, and he thinks that he was so focused on attacking the boss that they went unnoticed. Lucky stomped. The blade was exposed. A drop appeared on the player's face, and he realized that he could not dodge. Blood spurted, and Hen added that it was too late. The mercenary sat down and asked if he had reacted to the smell, and noted that they had used too much poison. The dog fell to the ground. A tear appeared in her eyes. The protagonist took the pet in his arms and asked him not to joke like that. Hen grinned and said that he would not forgive them for this. The man frowned and yelled for them to be careful as the hero was walking. Hellfire fell on the soldiers, and the interface reported that they were dead. Smoke rose upstairs, and the guy ended the broadcast. The hyena fell dead. Hen bent down to the dog. The interface window lit up, and the protagonist realized that Lucky would not be able to fight for 80 hours, and said that the pet was always with him, and it was impossible for him to disappear. Hen looked up. A hidden quest appeared on the notification window, and the main character asked if he could now complete it. The man with daggers and the knight attack the monster, and a message emerges that the black and gold hyena has been killed. The red-haired man looks behind his back. A notification is shown that the title has been obtained. The armor covers the warrior's face. A window appears in which it is written that the title of a lone discoverer has been acquired. The dark-skinned man sticks out his thumb and informs the owner that he is done. The knight adds that the elder defeated the boss. They both look straight in silence. Hyun sits on his knees in front of Lucky. Fenrir lies on the ground. A notification pops up about the task of the immortal body. The hero strains his gaze and inwardly asks if he can revive the pet. The protagonist's pupils glow blue. He says to himself that it will not be difficult to find Tom with such eyes, and declares aloud that in order to get to the meteorite city, you need to go through stone elephants, which usually takes 2 days. The mage's team fights huge monsters. The Archmage wonders if he can get to the meteorite city. He grits his teeth. Hen breathes heavily in front of the red sign about losing and reveals that it will be a battle against time, and that his efforts may not pay off. Moisture appears on the hero's eye and claims to himself that he cannot give up, because there must be a way. He clicks on the quest acceptance button. The protagonist takes off his cape, thinking that if he can revive Lucky, then all means are justified. He wraps Fenrir in clothes. The guy ties a knot on himself with thoughts that he does not have time. The young man's team stands next to each other. The magician declares that they cannot surrender. The knight hides his face behind a helmet. The mage addresses him. The corpse of the monster lies on the ground. The Archmage declares that they need incredible power. Rising star. Several modern high-rises are shown. Someone wonders if an incident happened on the stream. The girl sits next to the guy and talks about the fact that the hero still defeated the golden hyena, to which he replies that it doesn't matter now. A sign of the principal's room is shown. The young man adds that Lucky is incapacitated. The director touches his forehead. He furrows his eyebrows at the thought that the protagonist is completely overwhelmed by the Chungwon Guild, and that has been their goal from the beginning. There's a call from Asmo on the phone. The blonde man answers the challenge and greets the interlocutor, who is talking about the event at a big match. A dark-skinned man strokes a leopard and asks if the hero's team has crossed the border. Hen looks back at the attack of the two assassins. Asmo talks about his thoughts that they planned this attack in advance, then asks if it should continue. The blonde man holds the smartphone to his ear and replies that he thinks so too. The dark-skinned man strokes the leopard and says that they should always be on their guard and it was not enough for them to just ruin the stream. The man strains his eyes against the background of Hen and Lucky and reports that those people are aiming for the safety of the hero, then adds that if it were not for Fenrir, then the protagonist would be lying instead of him. The servant brings the master a tray of meat, who adds over the phone that the magician should receive monetary compensation and a public apology. A steak is shown. A man's hand strokes the animal's chin. Asmo feeds the pet with the words that it is necessary to find out who is behind the Archmage, then adds that no matter how many runs away, in the end, they are just prey for a predator. Park smiles and says that he will convey these words. The sand is blown away by the wind. The road of discovery. Two silhouettes are walking through the desert. The man in the cloak hides his mouth behind a bandage and tells his partner that the more he thinks, the more this game seems terrible to him, because the level of difficulty increases right to the next location. The sand blows over the men. One of them replies that they will just give the money to the Explorers Guild and go. The second wonders if there will be money if they dig the ground. A couple of players are walking through the desert. One of them replies that his partner should stop talking nonsense and help find the way. A huge elephant stands behind the travelers. The man says that if they meet the stone monsters, they will die a dog's death. The players raise their heads in shock. The monster raises his trunk. An unknown man in a cloak declares that he is alone and they can cope with him. They dodge the elephant's attack. The partner replies that these creatures walk in herds and there are definitely a lot of them around. Hyun opens his mouth and summons hellfire. The hero runs past the players against the background of a huge flame pillar. Several stone elephants lie behind the ground. The man is surprised that the protagonist ran from there and overwhelmed the herd. The guy in the hood looks up and notes that Lucky is really not in a combat-ready condition, to which his partner adds that, on the contrary, this is a good chance to increase Mr. Gold's popularity. The friends look at each other. The second asks why. The black-haired man asks how the keeper will catch up with Lucky in popularity. The mage drops empty flasks while running through the desert. He sweats with the Fenrir on his back, and notes to himself that if they keep running at the same speed, they will be able to make it in time. The Archmage holds the red potion in his hand and mentally declares that he is only able to hold on thanks to it. Hyun runs to the stone elephant statue and notes to himself that Lucky is missing. The hero frowns and calls out to Silver. The animal's paw steps on the sand. The animal twitches its ear. A humanoid wolf opens its mouth and asks its owner to entrust it to him. Meteorite City. Buildings inside a huge crater are shown. Passers-by look back at Hen, who talks to himself about the location of the village. A sweaty guy opens the door and notes to himself that various blacksmiths are gathering here. Thoth bangs his hammer on the metal in front of the young man, who thinks that they have come here to make weapons out of meteorite fragments. The magician hands Lucky and asks the master to save him, to which he asks if he is talking about a divine being. A notification pops up about the remaining time. The Archmage strains his face and says that he has heard that such a creature can be revived with the help of the divine stone TOS. The bald man looks down and replies that he knows about it, but notes that he does not have the subject for it. Hen falls to his knees and repeats the man's refusal. He tells himself that the divine stone is the rarest material that cannot even be found at auctions, then adds that he came here because he thought that this NPC would have it. Tom holds a hammer in his hand and says that he has not used this resource lately, then adds that if the hero finds and brings it here, he will be able to revive a divine being. The protagonist claims to himself in shock that he will not be able to find it in an hour. A window pops up with the remaining time. Abyss Guild. A modern high-rise is shown. Someone turns to Mrs. Emma and says that he does not know what to do with his eyes. The girl holds the mug in her hand and replies that she was also amazed at how the hero pumped out his special skills. She sits across from Hua and talks about Hellfire and the steel set, after which she notes that the protagonist has reached level 200. Blue-haired looks at the interlocutor, who states that it's good that Lucky was taken out of combat-ready state. Red-eyed thanks her. Someone in shoes takes a step. An unknown person knocks on the door. The girl invites you to come in. Merlin straightens her long hair and states that she heard the conversation and wonders if Fenrir is really in a bad state. The white-haired woman sits on the couch and replies that it is, then adds that it will be difficult for him to perform and maintain the audience. The man sits down and reports that the hero was seen in the Meteor City. Hua looks at him in surprise and states that it's impossible, as it's a 2-day journey to this village. Emma holds a mug of drink and comments that, As expected, the protagonist can even do the impossible. Merlin raises his hand and notes that despite Lucky's absence, the mage has not become worse. A humanoid wolf opens its mouth. The man reveals that a special problem lies with the Keeper Silver, who this time used a base in the form of a black and gold hyena. The monster hits the stone elephant. The blonde adds that he destroyed such beasts with his unprecedented power. Wa tenses his face and asks if what they did made sense. Merlin picks up the tablet and replies that you can't say that. He looks at the screen and says that thanks to this he received good information. The man opens a video of stone elephants on the device and says that the Archmage ran from the lands of the pioneers to the meteorite city as quickly as he could, which took a day. Hen moves with Lucky on his back. The blonde adds that thanks to this, he was able to calculate what he is capable of. The blonde puts the tablet on the table and asks if he can ask one question. He puts his fist to his face and asks what the protagonist needs so much in that city, since he ran so fast. Emma takes a serious look. Wa strains her face. The girls want to say something at the same time. Merlin takes a piercing look and confirms their guesses. A mage with a fenrir on his back wearily leans on his knees near the corpses of stone elephants. The blonde claims that he is testing his skills to prepare for a long run and find out his limits. A shelf is shown. The man adds that there is nothing unusual in this, because such abilities will also be useful in the future. Merlin looks straight and notes that the question is why the protagonist would do this at this point. The mage looks back at the attack of the two assassins. The blonde one talks about the small number of people who attacked him this time. The Archmage runs away from many cloaked enemies. Merlin notes that in case they all attack, then for this he needs to assess his skills in case of a long escape. While looks away, the blonde man asks for her opinion, to which she replies that, in fact, the Chumwan Guild in its current form is vulnerable at long ranges. A lot of men sit wearily near the corpses of the beasts. The girl adds that this is why they gave up during the hunt for the black and gold hyena and adds that they also had to prepare for a secret attack and adds that Hen intends to increase this gap. The trio sits in front of each other. Emma notes that items that increase stamina are very important in long runs. Merlin reveals that the next location is the city of blacksmiths. The white-haired woman strains her eyes and asks for all the support she can to challenge the Archmage once again. Wa furrows his brows and agrees. Rising star, the next day. High rises stand against the background of a bright sky. Puck raises his hand and loudly declares that 15 minutes have passed since the start of the broadcast, and the hero has not appeared, then notes that this means that the protagonist has an emergency, then asks if he has yet to get in touch. The girl looks at the screen and replies that they are trying to contact him, but to no avail. The blonde looks at the man at the computer and asks about the mage's location, to which he says that he is in a meteor city. A lot of comments from the stream are shown. The director asks for time and asks for the reaction of the audience, to which he is told that since the location is a meteorite city, the expectations from the new equipment are high. Merlin and the two girls look at the screen. Emma says that because of the title of the broadcast about resurrection, everyone came to watch it before the provocation. The long-haired asks if there was an accident on the stream. The wolf's ear twitches. The man adds that this may be a simple delay. The viewer writes that something could have happened. Hen takes a step. Someone comments that he has come, to which the hero asks if they are waiting for him. The protagonist team bows. The guy says that it took longer than he expected to make a new item. Subscribers rejoice at the resurrection of Lucky and wonder how he can wear the items. Wa opens his mouth in shock and asks loudly how this is even possible. Merlin furrows his brows. Emma opens her eyes in surprise. The young man smiles awkwardly with the thought that it seems that someone's eyes are going to bleed. Two multi-story buildings are shown. The magician talks to himself about the money that he wanted to spend on the purchase of a home and a game capsule. The wire connects to a large white device. A double bed is revealed, and he unstates to himself that he wanted to change it and the table for Irene. June happily holds the girl. The hero mentally claims that he wanted to buy a new room for her. Tom smiles ominously next to the pieces of equipment. The mage curses the game to himself, then says that it was nice to save Lucky, but notes that in order to make exclusive items for the divine being and guardian, the blacksmith demanded an incredible price. Droplets drip from Hen's eyes and states to himself that he has spent all his savings and apologizes to Irene. Lucky wears armor. The commentators are surprised that he can do this. The hero's staff shines. A notification pops up that Asmo has donated $10,124, and also writes that the protagonist has also changed weapons, which he has not seen before. The guy points to the staff and reveals that there is no way he can hide from Mr. Asmo's insight. The young man clutches the weapon and states that he must say something before he can begin to tell the characteristics of the items. The mage sits on the ground in front of Fenrir. He informs him that Lucky was recently attacked, but adds that this will not happen again from today. The Archmage puts on a serious face next to his comrades and states that they will be happy to accept any number of applications for a big match, but adds that he will not tolerate a situation that has been repeated in the past. Hyun smiles and thinks about how Lucky wasn't just resurrected. Fenrir barks happily. The hero mentally notes that he will not die again thanks to the one ability he received 25 hours ago. In front of the forge of TOS, a house is shown. Hen, with Fenrir on his back, is on his knees and silently asks why it would have to be a divine stone, which is the highest level material. He looks at the system window with the thought that this thing is not for sale, so the hero is not sure how to find it, then notes that there are 48 minutes left. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face, who mentally wonders if there is any way. Silver puts his paw on his bicep and asks his owner to cheer up, because he will show him an even stronger version of himself. The guy smiles and thanks his comrades, then adds that they will definitely find a way. He looks up at the hologram with the silhouette in amazement, and says in surprise that this is a challenge. A man typing on a laptop keyboard. The blonde smiles and asks the young man if he can talk now. The blonde man sits at the table in an armchair, apologizes irrevocably, and adds that he can confirm that some members of the guild had malicious intent towards the Archmage. Hwa on the screen bows and states that it's the Chungwon Guild's fault that they couldn't control the members of their organization properly. The girl opens her mouth and offers, as an apology, the necessary object. A dark silhouette is shown on the system window. Puck reveals that they received an apology call from Chungwon, and also adds that they sent a useful item. Hen opens his mouth in surprise at the headmaster's words that they are 2 divine stones. White birds fly over the house. The hero thanks the blonde and assures that he will try even better. The protagonist abruptly rises and shouts about the glory of Rising Star. The man in the hat notes that the master has come to life. A house is shown against the blue sky. A message pops up that the quest for an immortal body has been completed, and a description of the task is shown. The guy puts his palm on his chest with relief, thinking that he is really lucky, because he constantly receives help from the headmaster, then notes that the Chungwon Guild will not be able to spoil them in the future. The young man looks down. A notification pops up that he has received the immortal body skill. The wolf's paw takes a step. Lucky barks with a smile. Hen makes a happy look and calls out to his pet. Fenrir licks the owner's face, who notes that he is also glad to see him, and adds that he was very worried. A dark-skinned man in a hat furrows his brows and states that Lucky claimed the hero as soon as he was resurrected. Silver claims that it is definitely a bad dog. A notification pops up that a new chapter of the main script has been unlocked. Someone hits the red-hot metal with a hammer, and a description of Thaz's greed quest is shown. The bald man holds the tool in his hand and asks the protagonist to postpone the joy of the reunion in order to show him the staff. The guy raises his eyebrows in surprise and asks if the blacksmith wants to improve it. The master looks directly and asks if the young man wants this, to which he replies that he has no reason to refuse, because this is a meteorite city and it has everything. The mage stands in front of the staff on the table and TOS. The Archmage asks the man if he can take care of the other items of his team, to which he asks what about the equipment for the divine being. Hen looks at the blacksmith in surprise and asks again, to which he replies that he will do it if necessary. The hero smiles and says that if he does this, he will talk about his achievements throughout the continent, and notes to himself that divine beings can also use items, which the protagonist has never heard. The master grins. Houses are shown against the sky. A bald man says that the cost of the material is also expensive and first you need to sign a contract. The guy agrees. Drops stand out from the eyes of the young man. He declares to himself that he should have guessed that at that moment. Then he adds that so his precious money flew away, and he was also 15 minutes late. 2 knights are standing next to Lucky. The mage says to himself that he is now completely ruined, but adds that Fenrir has leveled up a lot in such a short time. The staff with the red stone shines. The Archmage says that he has received a new weapon, and silently claims that he needs to think of it as an investment in the future. A description of the weapon pops up. Hen suggests starting today's stream. A multi-story building is shown. Someone asks Junior if he can walk. The guy wears metal on his legs. He walks on stilts arm in arm with Hiren, and says that as long as he is in the braces, there is no problem, and adds that the doctor said that he will be able to remove them in 6 months. Hen smiles at him and tells him that saving and working hard was worth it. June makes a sad look and tries to say something about money. The hero happily leans over to the girl and tells her that her dad's operation went well, to which she agrees and adds that she likes that they can now walk every day, holding hands. June watches the protagonist. He smiles and tells Hen that thanks to this, he can now do everything on his own, then reveals that the hero can now do whatever he wanted to do, but could not because of him. The protagonist looks up at him in surprise and asks again. June raises his finger contentedly and says that he can now, for example, start a relationship, to which Hyun repeats his words in amazement. Hiren points her finger at the hero and tells her father that he already has a girlfriend. The man wonders if this is true. The protagonist points at himself in surprise and asks if he has anyone. The girl smiles brightly in front of Lee and says that this is true, then adds that this is the beautiful girl she saw. The guy awkwardly raises his hands. June repeats his daughter's words with a sigh, to which the young man assures that this is just a friend. Hen wearily closes his eyes and asks his brother to study hard to get used to it quickly. Hiren's father smiles and replies that he understands, then notes that he should prepare to go to work. The hero makes a satisfied face and asks if June is in too much of a hurry. A man on a kadol looks at the interlocutor and says that he will just need to monitor the security of communications in real time, then declares that it is not difficult. A tablet with employment instructions is shown. The protagonist says that his brother is back on his own, after which he asks to take more care of himself. June wants to answer something. A pole with transmission lines appears. Someone wears sneakers. Lee in his cap lowers his eyes and notes to himself that there is not a word from the guild. She notices a man with a phone in his hands. The girl says to herself that he is watching a video of God Wars, but adds that it is similar to the video of the Archmage that he uploaded to the Rising Star channel. Hyarin happily raises her hands against the silhouette of a magician. She shouts that her uncle is a very strong magician, and asks the girl not to say that to herself. The hero excitedly raises his hands in front of Lee and laughs awkwardly. Hyarin wonders if she is also a magician. The dark-haired woman leans against a pole and says to herself that no matter how she thinks, it looks like Hen is the Archmage. The hero cries and calls for Lucky. He kneels in front of Fenrir's body. The girl thinks to herself about the correctness of her guess and wonders if the problem with the Chungwon Guild has been resolved. Hyun looks straight and turns to Lee, then asks what happened. The girl shifts her gaze to the hero and replies that she has some business in the area. She smiles with the thought that the protagonist's expression is more cheerful than one expected, and wonders aloud if he will go to play today as well. The guy makes an awkward face and replies that he has to work hard if he wants to take care of Hyarin. The brunette stands next to the young man and asks if it is difficult for him, because he always looks very busy. Han closes his eyes and replies that there has been a difficult case lately, then adds that at such moments he gets lost and does not know what to do. Lee looks at the smile of the hero, who wants to add something. He makes a happy face and tells that overcoming together is fun, and there are many people who support and help him, then adds that this is why the games are interesting. The girl makes a surprised face. A lot of apartment buildings are shown. Lee and Hyun say goodbye to each other. Brunette walking down the street with phone in hand. She is holding a mobile phone with an image of the Archmage. She notes to herself that a notification about the stream has arrived. The girl makes a serious face with the thought that now she is sure that the hero is the Archmage. She looks up and thinks that if the Abyss Guild continues to keep the protagonist hooked like this, it will support him. A huge stone rhinoceros monster approaches the protagonist, and the information table states that TOS needs materials and can find them by killing stone, iron, and precious monsters. He throws his head up and commands Lucky to use a lightning flash. Streams of fire magic cut through the monster's body, crumbling it into stones. The guardian with a renewed armored body turned his head. Skill cards materialize, and Lucky gains a new power. Hen, smiling, strokes the dog's head and thinks that after the resurrection, Lucky's hunting speed has changed, although we must not forget about the characteristics of the equipment. The knight in the yellow helmet resolutely looks ahead and tells the owner that he wants to try a new skill, and the second adds that now he and the older one will defeat everyone. The guy looks at the keepers in amazement, and replies that it's good and let them do it next time. Gold rides the knight, and the protagonist thinks that Gold's new skill, which he pulled out when leveling up, and that he can ride on the back of Silver, who takes on the form of a beast, and realizes that tanking, attack power and mobility have become good. The main character puts his finger to the card and decides that there is nothing to be afraid of, that even if he draws the card, it is not very good. The glowing map floats in zero gravity, and Hen muses that this does not mean that he needs a bad card. But in a game where he is constantly lucky, you cannot let your guard down. The shocked player opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed that such a skill can be pulled out. The Rising Star building rises above the houses. Wharton put his crossed fingers to his face and asked what they were up to, and thought that there had been another offer for an invent from the Chungwon Guild. A determined Y looks forward, and the headmaster muses that they have improved their stats quite well in a short time, and that they won't be able to use the same trick as last time, so they will have to directly challenge the Archmage. A young man with blonde hair sits at the table and realizes that the problem is timing, and mentally asks himself what is the point of rushing with the proposal, knowing that the image of the guild has fallen. The main character put his hand on his belt and confidently stated that he was ready to accept all applications for a big match, but would not tolerate a situation like last time. Wharton stares ahead intently, and he remembers that despite the fact that the guy has firmly expressed his position, and mentally asked himself what the Chungwon Guild is aiming at, he realizes that they seem to be biding their time. The president's pupils dilate in amazement. A message appears on the screen that so far the hackers have made 5 attempts to break in, and that data on the hacker who tried to do so is attached, and the young executive thought that he was completely protected from the hackers hired to check. The young man shifts his concentrated gaze to the screen and declares that their development is magnificent, and asks if he can calmly contact the Archmage. A divine stone materializes in space, emitting golden light. The protagonist sits on the ground with his head bowed in front of the object and says with dissatisfaction that he did not ask for it, and received it just like that, and asked where to use it. Gold bars, money and a magic stone appear, and the guy asks that he has already spent all his money on equipment, and that it is worth selling it to save from moving again. The screen of the gadget with Wharton's name flashes up. Hen shifts his gaze and says that the director is calling. Dark clouds gather over the mountain. The man greets the Archmage, and he asks what happened. A young man sitting on the ground looks at the screen, and the interlocutor says that as he already knows, the Chungwon Guild is pumping its characteristics, and suggests that this must have been a reaction to the statement about the big match, which was recently announced live. The astonished player rounds his eyes and thinks that then he said it because of anger at Lucky, and they seriously decided to play a big match. The gadget screen appears, and Warden continues to say that the Chungwon Guild has applied for a rematch. The protagonist shifted his gaze to the side and realized that because of this guild, Lucky had fallen into an incapable state, and continued that he did not think that the guild itself expected this, and they had already given him a divine stone as an apology. Warden shifted his thoughtful gaze and said that he would be on the air soon, and wondered that the guy agreed so easily. The young man looks straight and asks his interlocutor to tell the guild members to be careful this time. The man puts his fingers on his forehead and asks again that he is careful, and thinks further that the guild itself will not be upgraded, and the player wants to show that the opponents are no match for him. The astonished director raises his hand and realizes that he has been waiting for this. A drop of sweat drips down his face, and he realizes that he even warned them that if they did the same, the answer would be harsh, and that there was so much room for thought. The main character put his hands on his belt, and Warden said that he would prepare everything, and added that Mr. Asmo sent a small gift to console him because of the situation in Lucky, and he was surprised about Asmo's gift. A house with beautiful facades stands in the middle of the street, and the secretary tells Mr. Asmo that the player is always the best. Hen clenches his fist at chest level and mentally thanks Asmo and Bogsmo, and remembers that he has 3 divine stones. The young man looks ahead with delight and declares that if he can sell all 3, then the dream of his own house is about to come true. The blacksmith turns a stern look at the guy and he says that he has found all the materials, and the master is surprised that it is so fast. He scrutinizes the protagonist, and says that he seems to be in a good mood. The guy smiles broadly and thinks that of course he will get back the lost money thanks to someone, and says that something good just happened. Clouds are floating over the house, and TOS says that he is lucky, and that he has one last request. A window with information appears and says that you need to give TOS 3 divine stones to create an item that he has long dreamed of, and upon completion of the quest, the meteorite skill is available. The master clutches a hammer in his hand and asks the player to find 3 divine stones for him. The young man looks at his interlocutor in amazement. TOS enthusiastically holds the items in his hands and asks Hen to just give them to him. The guy's lips spread into a satisfied smile. The conditions of the quest are met. The angry protagonist lowers his head and thinks that even for NPS it is too much and pronounces that this crazy bastard. A 4-pointed star appears in the sky. A meteorite appears in the sky. Surrounded by a golden glow, it falls down. He is approaching the ground. It sweeps over the roofs of houses. A powerful explosion shakes the air. Piles of stones lie everywhere. An injured young man screams in pain as he peeks out from under the rubble. Smoke from the explosion creeps along the street, covering houses. The protagonist looks ahead in despair and asks what the earthquake is. The Abyss Guild building is aiming for the sky. Merlin sits on the table and turning his head, asks Emma that he heard that as soon as the Archmage stream ended, she applied for the match. She replied that it was true, that the request was also sent to the Explorers Guild, and he clarified that she was not in too much of a hurry. The blonde closes her eyes and says that the Chungwon Guild has no reason to have a rematch, and adds that the Archmage said that he can accept the challenge at any time, so they need to deal with it quickly. The young man turned his gaze to the interlocutor, and she continued that they also gave him a divine stone. Now it is difficult for him to refuse, and he clarified that everything would be fine. Through the blinds, light breaks into the room, and the girl says, grinning, that this time they will definitely cope with the player. Emma raised her hand and, looking at the director, asked if he hadn't heard about Kim Min-so's covenant. A banner hangs above the entrance to the building. The guys are sitting on the couch, and one of them asks the second one what he knows that a meteorite fell in the meteorite city, and he says that he heard that it was all because of the Archmage, and the first one continues, which is true, even a new location has appeared. The amazed young man turns his head to the interlocutor and exclaims that it is a meteorite crater, and that now all the top guilds are gathering there, and his friend replies to him that he also heard about it. The protagonist and the lady with blue hair look ahead, and the guys continue to discuss the news that they say that a match between the Archmage and the Chungwon Guild will be held again at the new location. The guy closes his eyes and thinks about whose stream to watch on this event, and that it will be a great opportunity for streamers to attract viewers. Heck peeked out from behind the door and asked his friend what he was thinking about, and replied that of course the Archmage. He gave an instructive thumbs up and asked if his streams weren't always surprising in some way, and said that they were much more interesting than others. The open crater of the meteorite spews flames. The young man opened his mouth and shouted that they had to go, and that they should get them as soon as possible. Owl rushes forward with a weapon in his hand and says that he needs to get to the place where the meteorite fell. Powerful monsters with spikes on their bodies appear in front of him, and he tells them to remember that views are more important than their HP, and adds that there are orcs here. The axe cuts through the air. The man grits his teeth furiously and calls on the tanks to attack. A modified ruby orc swiftly swings his weapon, killing one member of the group. The warrior looks ahead with hatred and declares that the damage is huge. The monster chases the enemy, who runs away in terror. The player in the hat watches and says that the level of monsters here is serious, and asks that they will just die like dogs. The player opens their mouths and orders them to try to repel the damage, and that they will not be able to get out for 24 hours anyway. The man in the hat puts his hand on his head and says that he has had enough, and that he surrenders, and the warrior, turning around, asks where he is. The knight held up his shield in front of the monster, and asked how he could have just come out. Y lifts a finger up and tells the audience that they will take a break before the next battle. The lady sits on a rock by the fire, surrounded by her comrades. The flame of fire tends upward. The main character stands, with his hand to his head, on the shoulders of a mighty stone monster. He looks forward and asks that there were no monsters on his way at all, and why it happened. He stares down and thinks that there is no point in running, and that he should maintain as much stamina as possible for the boss. A group of people are located at the foot of a cliff, and the protagonist reflects that there is a guild of travelers hiding in front, and this is a plus, and why they are following him, and continues that he will just try to avoid colliding with them. Hen bows his head slightly, closing his eyes, and realizes that this will not be easy. He resolutely points his hand to the side and tells the monster to turn around, and that then even the monsters will take pity on him and come out to meet him. The guy looks away and asks what he will look for them, and that it's a good idea, and continues to think that he will not be looking for monsters, but guilds, and that this way he can save stamina and attract interest if he hunts with other guilds. He raises his hand and declares that those who are now having a hard time fighting, he is coming to their rescue, and that the Archmage is now providing assistance services. The Rising Star building dominates the city. Kim stands in front of the headmaster, and says that there has been a request for help from the Chungwon Guild. Wharton raised his fingers to his head and said that, as was to be expected, their request came faster than the others, and asked an assistant to process it. A call from Asmo is displayed on the phone screen. The man brings the gadget to his ear and says that he is busy, so it is better to postpone greetings, and, after listening to the interlocutor, he continued that he could have already learned this from the stream, but the Travelers Guild entered the game. The protagonist shifts his wary gaze to the side and says that it is strange, almost 300 people are approaching him, and asks that this is not a Travelers Guild. A dark-skinned guy holds a phone to his ear and tells Wharton that he should know the Archmage's information power, that he said this to keep the Travelers Guild under control, and adds that it was thanks to this that he talked to Venture. There are candlesticks and a bouquet of flowers on the table, and Asmo continues the conversation that even if it is an Archmage, it is possible to imagine 300 people of the Travelers Guild in one location, and that the outcome is not obvious due to the large difference in numbers. The headmaster turned his astonished gaze and asked him again what Asmo had said to Venture, and asked that they had negotiated with the Travelers Guild, who replied that it was not negotiations, but that they were just betting who would kill the boss first. The man's lips stretched into a smile. Information about the successful outcome of the game appears, and Asmo says that if they lose the argument, they will tell them 2 facts about the main scenario. Information about the losing option appears, and the man continues that if they win, they will get free passage to the next location of the desert. The protagonist resolutely looks ahead, and Asmo finishes saying that in other words, they won't interfere with him in the desert, no matter what he does. Emma examines the data on the tablet screen and says that they have nothing to lose in this argument, and continues that it will be extremely easy if the Travelers Guild merges with the Chungwon Guild, and the other end of the line says that 2 facts about the main scenario are not so bad, and the blonde replies that they can do so, and I thought to get help from the Archmage. I did not think about this. A fierce battle is going on. The main character, shrouded in mana, throws his head up. Y looks away and thinks they had no choice because it's better than the other guilds reaching out to him, and even though he's their competitor, she couldn't help but send a request. The blue-haired girl stands in front of the place where the meteorite fell and continues to think that even though she doesn't like taking it, they easily made it to the center where the main boss is. The guild members look warily ahead. The guy's foot carefully steps on the ground. The protagonist's eyes glow with excitement, and the blue window says that the divine meteorite is activated when attacked. A slight glow emanates from the rock in the center of the crater, and Hen realizes that he can see well now and that the whole trick with this boss is like a game of tag. The protagonist resolutely looks ahead and asks that he does not know what kind of boss it is, but the one who defeats him first will win, and states that he will now start a solo raid on the boss. A black and red glow blazes around the crater, and the guy asks what to start with. Let's touch it lightly. The main character quickly throws a fireball forward. Magical streams dance around the shard. The ruby monster's eyes burn viciously. The monsters try to get up after the young man's attacking throw. The main character stands at the head of his guardians and monsters. He shifts his decisive gaze to the opponent, and says that playing tag is easy, and that he will play using the same tactics. Custodians are minimized. The red-eyed monster threw up its head. Hen stands in front of the enemy, and summons a small tornado and blizzard, and to help destroy the rest of the mobs. He shifts his satisfied gaze to the side and asks that this is easy. The guy clenches his fist. He grits his teeth in rage and angrily asks what the Travelers Guild and Chungwon are up to, and states that he paid them and they just look at everything. Emma leaned forward, resting her hand on the table and saying that it was necessary to at least follow him and make sure that they found Kim Minso's covenant for sure. Y hates his opponent and orders the warriors to find the boss. The knight turns his head and tells her that there are a lot of monsters here and he can't make his way, and the girl continues to say that finding the hiding boss will be much easier if you remove the mobs first. Members of the Chungwon Guild repel the furious attacks of the ruby monsters, and Y continues to proclaim that it is impossible to find a hidden boss among so many monsters. The distraught lady throws up her hands and orders the warriors to find him, and states that they can only figure out who the boss is if they put all the monsters together. Ice lightning cuts through the space in front of the rushing Y, and the knight says that they will not be able to cope with the aggro of all the monsters, and she orders them to hold on as best they can, and that they need to find him faster than the Archmage. The protagonist shifts his ominous gaze to the side and asks what they are waiting for, and decides that it is worth trying to set fire to the meteorite first. Lucky looks ahead with determination. The minimized guardians approach the master. Disappointed, Emma pursed her lips and said that who would have thought that the boss would look like a game of hide-and-seek. The young man stands upright, with his hands behind his back, and the girl calls him by name. The blonde puts her hand on her head and asks Jackie what the Chungwon and Traveler Guilds would win if it were an ordinary raid. She shifts her sad gaze to the side and says that the Archmage acted as if he knew what was going to happen, and as if he knew that finding the boss was not a problem. The lady clenched her teeth and said doomly that she thought she had calculated everything. The manager of the Abyss Guild sits with his hands folded on his chest and decides that after all, the Archmage knows something they don't, and adds that they need to find out more about him, and orders the guy to keep watching him even if he needs to hack or chase him. The amazed young man looks at the girl and replies that he understands. Emma angrily looks ahead and says that they have to go through the main scenario before him. She shifts the gaze of her bright purple eyes forward and finishes to find Kim Min-so's legacy. A hospital building appears. There is a sign on the door that says it is Kim Min-so's ward. The man is lying in a hospital bed. The blonde tilts her head and asks that he hasn't changed his mind yet. The sick man opened his mouth a little, and asked that the lady had come all the way to ask the question again, and said that his answer would always be the same, because he believed that the main object of the game was mere amusement. Emma shifts her angry gaze to her interlocutor and hisses in anger, which is a simple entertainment, when the goal of the game can change depending on the style of the players passing it. By the bed there is a rack with an for the patient. The man turns his head to the girl standing next to him, and warns that it will not be easy for her to control the game in the direction she wants because he will not let it happen. The blonde slightly opened her mouth from what she heard and thought that it was a pity. The branches of the tree stretched into the sky. After Emma's visit, covenants were received. They said that the code that allows you to change the characteristics of the game is hidden at the end of the game. On the table there are sheets with notes. A key materializes in space. The manager knitted her eyebrows in displeasure and, holding the notes in her hands, read that the essence of the main scenario was to find a card for this key. The amazed protagonist holds a divine meteorite in his hands. He lowers his head down and says that this is the first time he has seen such an object, and mentally asks himself that it will allow him to control the power of the meteorite. The guy throws up his hands and thinks that it will be difficult for him to act with such high expectations of the audience, and excitedly reassures himself that this is just material, that everyone understands this, and that this is where he ends the stream. The blacksmith looks at the protagonist and exclaims that he has finally come, and that he has been waiting for him. The young man raised his hands to his chest and, placing the artifact on the table, exclaimed that he had brought it, and the artifact exclaimed that it was a divine stone. He shifted his gaze to the guy and asked if he could give him a chance to work with such a thing. The protagonist leans forward and thinks about the ring and pendant, and realizes that this is a chance to upgrade his accessories. 2 artifacts materialize in space, and the player asks himself how he can now use items of only level 80. The protagonist bows low to the man and thanks, and says that he is ashamed that he allowed himself to quarrel with him in the past. TOS is perplexed, and Hen adds that in any case he should entrust it to him, and the master thanks the young man and says that he is an interesting friend. There are artifacts on the table, 2 rings and a pendant, and Oz replies that it's a bit of a pity, but everything is ready. The young man looks at the ring worn on his arm with delight, and thinks that it is amazing, and asks what the legendary epic is. He brings his hands to the pendant hanging on his chest and admires that his options are probably incredible, too. The blacksmith shifts his gaze to the interlocutor and tells that the unforeseen happened in the process of improvement, and the latter is perplexed that then they turned out to be so perfect. He does not take his eyes off the main character and reveals that the power of the meteorite has mixed with the power contained in the pendant, and in order to use the power of the meteorite, you will have to spend a huge amount of mana. Hen closes his eyes and mentally asks himself that the problem was the cursed creature, and says that everything is fine. He is grateful that the master made an upgrade for him, and decides that now he will find enhanced equipment and go on quests. The protagonist and the guardians are walking through an abandoned crater. He stares ahead and thinks it's a quest, but he's worried about the new shooting star skill he got as a set effect. He stretches out his hand and tries to use a shooting star, feeling the power of the meteorite in his body. Hen looks ahead in amazement, and wonders that it has activated, but what effect it has. A fireball is burning in the palm of the protagonist's palm, and he thinks that perhaps the skill works in conjunction with others, and it is worth trying in combination. The Archmage raises his hand, releasing fire from his palm. He shifts his pleading gaze forward and says that let it be a useful skill, A bright star appears in the dark sky. A magic arrow rushes down. The young man's pupils dilate, and he is perplexed that this is a new power. A stream of magic crashes into the ground, turning into an explosion. Shrapnel fell to the ground, and the fighter shouted that it was an ice arrow. Hen raised his finger and stated that he accidentally got rid of several players while testing new skills, and the viewer asked how this was possible. Silver stood behind the protagonist. The blades lit up, and the watcher noted that they had 3 poisoned blades of the Desert King. A system window appeared, and then notified that the poisoned blade of the Desert King was legendary and level 229 or higher, and the poison of the Desert King was activated during the attack. The man scratched his nose and said that these were not bad items, and the viewer wrote to tell the truth. The main character bent down and mentally exclaimed that he decided to hurry up and change the subject, and added that now that they had new items, they needed to test them. The monsters materialized, and the player summoned elemental warriors. The explosion occurred in the distance, and the guy thought that he was finally almost there. Gold turned his head, and Hen noted that the NPC Evany had been in the 4th oasis all along. The snake opened its mouth, and the protagonist mentally said that he gave the poison blades to the elemental warriors to test them, and the stream became almost boring because they killed the sand snakes too easily. Lucky took a step, and the protagonist thought that fortunately they managed to get here quickly, and noted that however, the Travelers Guild had established their control here. The thug frowned. Eyes appeared from behind the hills, and Hen mentally reported that they had appropriated the passage to the royal tomb, which even the Abyss Guild could not clear. The guard knitted his eyebrows, and the boy asked what he needed to tea. The bouncer walked away, and the guy said that he was leaving. The streamer approached the gate, and thought that free passage through the desert was just a miracle. The waves hit the shore, and the interface reported that the companions had entered Evany's abode. Hen opened his eyes in surprise and said that from the outside, the building looked like an ordinary dwelling. Silver picked up the flower and said that there were flowers blooming here, and Gold noted that it was as if they were in a completely different world. Lights lit up on the trunks of the trees, and the main character concluded that it was a flower meadow in the middle of the desert, and the fairy said that she was waiting for it. A silhouette peeked out from behind a petal. The wings sparkled. The girl flew up and stated that she was waiting for the protagonist, and added that her name was Evany. She flew up to the boy and asked if she could sit on his shoulder. The pendant was engulfed in flames, and Hen explained that due to the divine power flowing from his pendant, he was being chased by an unknown creature and asked if there was any way to fix it. The girl stretched out her hand and said that there were 2 ways to stop the drain of power. She tossed a bud and stated that the only way was with the help of a flower, and the system notified that the power of the nameless god had subsided. The interface window flashed and then informed that the Evelyn flower had a unique rank, and the effect lasted until the flower withered, and that it would calm the power of the nameless god. The bud hung on the young man's hair, and he realized that this quest had a time limit. Hen picked up the pendant, and the fairy noted that the other way was to dip the necklace into the royal oasis. The notification window lit up and informed that he had completed the quest, and added, and a new chapter of the main scenario was opened, and then reported that the oasis is the main scenario quest of level 259 and below, and showed the details of the quest. One needs to find the royal oasis that Evany was talking about in order to get rid of the curse. Hen took the key and clarified that it needed this royal key, which could usually be obtained from the king of the desert in the sand forest. Evany flapped her wings and exclaimed that he had already received it, and now it was time to leave, and the system notified that the streamer had completed the quest. The protagonist put his brush to his chin and thought that it was strange how everything was going so smoothly, and remembered that they had said that this location was so difficult that even the Abyss Guild couldn't get through, and added that the path to the tomb would be a real main quest. Evany pointed her finger in the direction and asked where the player was going. The fairy parted her lips and explained that there were too many monsters, and she would direct him in the right direction. The girl flew and added that they could go along this path without unnecessary difficulties, and the Archmage asked if it was normal at all that everything was so easy. The sign hung above the entrance, and the main character concluded that he had completed the quest, for which 15 days were laid, in a day. The main character stretched his shoulder and mentally stated that he did not even expect that the quest to the royal tomb would go so easily, and this is all thanks to Evany, but you need to be on the alert when everything goes so smoothly. The viewer opened his mouth, and Hen asked why everyone had gathered in the lobby and added that it was interesting that they were all watching. The protagonist approached the viewer and clarified what exactly everyone was watching, and he replied that it was an Abyss Guild stream, and added that they had uploaded a video of their failure on the way to the royal tomb. Merlin appeared on the screen, and the streamer exclaimed, could it be on the way to the royal tomb itself? The scorpions ran out, and the girl remembered that there were sand snakes the size of a high-rise building. Hundreds of scorpions, this is a hopeless battle. The woman pointed her finger up and added that there is still a limit of 20 participants in the party, this is an impossible difficulty. Lee knitted her eyebrows and realized that even a level 300 party wouldn't be able to handle it. Merlin showed her teeth and explained that this was why the Abyss Guild had asked the Archmage to go through what they couldn't. Hen lowered his gaze. The key was highlighted, and she reminded him that they had given the Archmage the royal key, and the audience asked if this wasn't important news and a large-scale event. Everyone was waiting for him to start streaming. A drop of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and Merlin asked to wait for his summoning. The guy bowed his head and thought that everything was really going too well, and realized that there was no way they would give away such a rare object just like that. The young man stomped and concluded that it was impossible. Hen began to run and mentally stated that he had to hurry before things got out of hand. The woman looked to the side and said that they had thrown a spark, and now that they had raised the expectations of the audience, it was worth not embarrassing themselves. Emma closed her eyes and announced that it would be airing soon. The pixels acquired colors, and the interface notified that the Archmage had started broadcasting, and then the rich man donated $10,151, and Gustav $10,152, after which the donators sent their guesses to the chat. Hen lowered his head and asked them for forgiveness. A drop of sweat ran down the player's cheek, and he announced that he would not be able to meet their expectations. Hen straightened his fingers and explained that he meant waiting for the path to the royal tomb. The pyramid is lit by the sun, and the streamer said that he had already cleared the path to it, and he and his team arrived directly at the entrance. The main character scratched his head and said that in return he plans to start a raid on the royal tomb, and the commentators noted his skill. Clouds flew over the skyscraper, and Merlin exclaimed if he had planned it from the beginning. Emma sat down in a chair and added that the Archmage knew everything from the moment he received the royal key from them. He just wanted them to make a similar mistake. The woman put her brush on her belt and realized that all they had done was publish their guild's failed raid, and just danced to his tune. Merlin bared her teeth. The fire burns in the bowl. Silver took a step and noted that it was somehow quiet inside. The door was closed, and Hen said it was a suspicious-looking door. He inserted the key into the hole. The doors opened, and the player decided that they needed to go inside, and then thought that at least they would have an interesting stream, and the system informed that they had completed the quest. The monster opened its mouth, and the viewers thought that there was something there, and the viewer asked if this was not a mob boss. The muscles began to move. The royal guard raised his staff, and Hen called his name. The interface window materialized and revealed that the King's Tomb is a quest from the main scenario of level 259 and below. The Guardian began to run, and the admirer donated $10,154, and then Merlin wrote that he was dissatisfied with the state of affairs of the Archmage. The main character was sweating and mentally asked if this donator was from the Guild of the Abyss and was angry with him, and thought that perhaps changing the topic of the stream to another quest was not a good idea. The monster grabbed the staff, and the disgruntled fan explained that he wanted the hero to show the passage of the quest, since he had received the key, and the viewer added that Merlin was right. Hen scratched his cheek and mentally noted that he was in trouble and needed to focus on the boss, and then stated to the chat that he was sorry, but they would discuss it after the raid, and the interface reported that Asmo had donated $10,156. The tomb keeper crouched, and the protagonist concluded that he was going to start a fight. The streamer straightened his shoulders and explained that instead of showing the process of completing the quest, he would defeat the royal guard alone. The mutant jumped, and the commentator clarified whether the hero was really going to kill the boss alone. The enemy grinned. Hen parted his lips and thought that this could be pure suicide, but added that he saw something. The guard landed, and the main character mentally stated that he knew the place where the boss would land. The Archmage jumped forward swiftly. He emitted flames from his palm, and the watcher said that he always knew that BJ Archmage was cool and noticed that he was attacking with debuffs. Hen concentrated the matter in a clot and said that thanks to his cast and movement and indomitable will, he could attack while dodging his opponent's attacks. A demonic image appeared, and the system informed that the effect of the Inferno curse had been activated, and the viewer wrote that he was already starting to yawn from the tour, but finally the stream that everyone expected from the Archmage began. The mutant frowned, and the interface notified that the guardian of the royal family had begun the final test. The young man smiled and mentally noted that he needed to prepare for the ending. The dust flew sideways. A beam of energy rose up, and the guy said that the boss was coming. Hen looked up, and the commentator noticed that the boss had disappeared from sight altogether, and added that such a skill could not be dodged, and asked if the streamer could dodge this as well. The guy's eyes sparkled, and he thought that these eyes could be easily dodged, but it would be too boring. The protagonist straightened his finger, and explained that it was easy to cope with the skill of a powerful landing. He smiled and said that if he just stood still, the boss would fall on him. A beam of energy emits light, and the user speculated that the Archmage decided to record the suicide stream as an apology. The guard fell to the ground. The man showed his teeth and shouted that he was using recycling. He lit a fire in his hands, and said that he thought he would die if the boss crushed him, so he used the jump. The main character jumped away and claimed to be using hellfire. Flames fell on the enemy, and the interface reported that the player had defeated the royal guard and the hero's level was increased, and added that the dragon of war gave a choice. The main character closed his eyes and said that he suddenly felt very tired, and added that he was ending today's stream at this point. The column is under the ceiling, and the application informed that the broadcast was over, and asked that the guy could take advantage of this opportunity. The cards flew up, and Hen mentally noted that he was worried, but he was able to finish the fight, and thought that this time there must be at least one legendary. He looked up. The young man opened his mouth. The cards lined up in a row, and the player noticed that there were no useful cards and shouted that it was an unpleasant game. The protagonist turned to Gold, and he immediately proclaimed that he was ready to fulfill any of his wishes, and the hero, giving the order, said that a body change was required. The guard stirred. The sun's rays reflect off the rising star skyscraper, and the interlocutor said that Merlin's actions should be perceived as nothing more than a game to cheer everyone up. Park put the phone to his ear and announced that he had a condition. The headmaster sneered and stated that he needed a Big Bang skill card. Emma closed her eyes and asked if this was all and if it would calm his indignation. The woman put her hand on the table and said that she would send the map right away, and the interlocutor said that something else was needed and added that he was grateful for the free passage through the desert. The girl frowned. Merlin looked to the side, and Puck reported that they had completed the quest without too much difficulty. He pushed the phone away and explained that they would need a free passage to the next location. The girl banged on the table and clarified that she was ready to make a deal. She clenched her fist and said that if they gave 3 clues about the main quest, then they would take that into account when the character moved on to the next location, and the director said that 3 clues were fine, and agreed, and then said that he would talk to the Archmage. Hyun shed a tear and said that such continuous streams are tiring, and he should make a stream about the strategy for passing the royal tomb today. June was typing on a laptop, and his brother was asking why he was constantly working. The protagonist raised his finger, and noted that the relative did not have a full-time job, and for some reason he still worked until dawn. The man took a sip and said that he was now full-time and added that he had received a raise and that the company would pay his hospital bills. He bent down and remembered that the main character had said that his company was in the United States. Hen glanced at the phone and thought that he had received a message from the headmaster, and realized that the headmaster had discussed everything with the Abyss Guild. The message flashed on the screen, and the protagonist mentally noted that he thought he would first ask him about the incident in the chat with Merlin. Hen began to type, and mentally exclaimed that the Abyss Guild offered to give free passage to the next location if the hero shared the clues of the main scenario with them. The notification icon appeared on the laptop. Puck put his finger to his temple and realized that a streamer always exceeds expectations. The text of the message was displayed, and the chief realized that the young man wanted an exchange, because the Archmage wrote that if they wanted information about the main scenario, he could give them 4 more clues, and added that Gold had a new body, and he needed 1 item. The fire burned in the chalice, and the main character said that he had defeated the royal guard last time, and added that he was now going deep into the tomb itself, and the interface notified that the user had entered the royal tomb, and added that the hero had received the title of entered the royal tomb. Hen dipped the brushes into the vat, and the system informed him that the power of the royal oasis was washing away the power of the nameless god. The man took the pendant out of the water, and realized that the rumors had already spread, and the interface said that the hero would no longer be haunted by an unknown entity. The main character picked up the jewelry and said that now it was possible to show it. His foot stamped, and Hen noted that along with the set of the Desert King from the Abyss Guild, the new Gold came out the strongest. Gold took on a new image, and the viewer thought that he was scared of how strong he was now. The equipment took off, and the main character said that the Desert King set and free passage were enough, and wondered if the Abyss Guild was really interested in him. Silhouette stood in the aisle. Hen parted his lips and noted that it was time to test the features of a new level, and added that he would demonstrate a solo from Gold, and the viewer, surprised, asked if he looked like an NPC and not a monster. The guard frowned and stated that he wanted to ask for something to protect the royal legacy, and the interface said that a new chapter of the main scenario Protect the Royal Legacy had been opened. The quest window flashed. The monster bowed its head, and the viewer noted that it was not a monster, but an NPC. The sand rattled, and the system notified that the Sand Forest event had been created. The guy took a step and exclaimed what kind of earthquake it was, and added that the terrain was changing. Tree trunks appeared, and the soldier clarified why a sandy forest suddenly appeared here, and his partner explained that it was again because of the Archmage. The players started running and realized that there would definitely be a very high level of difficulty, and added that if they didn't get out of here, then they were finished. The trees covered the sky, and the user noted that they were already in the middle of the forest. Scales emerged from under the sand. The snakes appeared, and the young man said that there were 2 sand snakes, and their appearance had changed. The man clenched his fists, and shouted why they were so suddenly stuck. A column of dust rose to the sky. A torch illuminates the room of the king's tomb. The guard lowered his staff and ordered that the Desert King be defeated and the legacy protected. A drop protruded on the Archmage's cheek, and he realized that it was an NPC, not a mutant, and the fan wrote if they would be shown Gold solo if it was an NPC. Gold put his paw on the twin's shoulder and invited him to fight, and Hen thought that whatever it was, it would be best to just go to the sandy forest. He turned around and mentally stated that if he went to the sand forest, then his promise to the Chungwon Guild would not be fulfilled. Hwa opened her mouth and said that their match on the meteor field depended on many factors, and concluded that she therefore did not consider his results to be fair. The opponents stood back to back, and the guy announced that then he would go. Hyun scratched his head and thought about changing the name of the stream, and then stated that he assumed that the king's tomb was a dungeon, but it turned out to be completely different. Lucky licked his friend, and the man said that there was nothing to do, and he would have to go to the sandy forest as soon as possible, and added that therefore he would raid the king of the desert. The protagonist opened the virtual window and said that he would first tell about the big match promised to the Chungwon Guild, and Hwa donated $10,161, and then said that there was no need for it. The main character opened his eyes. Hands are typing texts, and the fan wrote that she decided that it was pointless to decide something, and added that, given recent events, they can imagine that their confrontation never existed. The girl looked at the laptop. Hen shuddered and mentally exclaimed that it had happened suddenly. A drop of sweat ran down his neck, and he knew he had to think of something. The bird flew in, and the protagonist added that there was no choice, he would have to do everything alone, and the viewers asked if the hero would just continue to stream solo in the desert. The light bulb lit up above the streamer's head, and he stated that they would play hide and seek. Hieroglyphs are illuminated by the light of a flame. The pet sat on the young man's shoulder, and he confirmed that it would be a search for the hidden Archmage, and reminded him that there was no winner then, and this time he would give the cash prize to the one who found it in the sandy forest. Asmo took a glass and thought that playing hide and seek in the location of the event was already interesting, and asked if he could also be paid a cash prize. The sheik smiled and said that if they found the player, he would pay $10,000. Hen knitted his eyebrows and wondered why Asmo had suddenly decided to pay such a huge sum as well, and then Rappo donated $10,170. Gold stepped forward and exclaimed that he was not a dog, and the donator asked if the Immortal Guild wanted to participate as well. Money rained down from the sky, and the overseers expressed their willingness to fill the cash prize. Puck put 2 fingers to his hair and said that this was the Rising Star Channel, and they agreed to the Sword Guild's condition. The director raised his head and added that the Rising Star Channel would also take part. The sun's rays fell on the sign, and the viewer noted that they give $50,000 just for finding a hero. The young man turned his head and asked if no one could find him in the last event with hide and seek, and his friend said that now everything is different. Hen started running, and the fan explained that thanks to the live stream, it was possible to determine his location in real time, and asked if he had. The man clenched his fist and realized that this was also a chance to get on the stream of the Archmage, which would be watched by more than 100 million viewers. Heck picked up the phone and shouted that an urgent announcement had come out. He opened his mouth and stated that there was a rumor that someone from the top guilds had formed an alliance to win a cash prize. The guy sat down, and the comrade asked to see the alliance of the top guilds, and the crouch asked if it was all getting too large scale, and asked if everything was okay and why he was so worried. A drop ran down his face, and he concluded that this was not the time to worry. The Wind Genesis ability card has materialized. Hen sat down on the tile and said that he had already pulled it out when he reached level 200, and cool time was no good for anything. Gold leaned over and said that he would destroy everyone. Silver clenched his fist and noted that he and his elder would destroy everyone. The protagonist drew a golden card and said that he was lucky to have the Big Bang card that the Abyss Guild had given him. The books radiated light, and Hen noted that it was a book of skills received as a reward for completing the main scenario quest. The pages began to turn. The ability card materialized, and the streamer concluded that he needed to increase the rank of the Big Bang. He took out the last book. The main character sat down and said that it was necessary to use it here, and the interface said that a book of skill cards of legendary and epic rank was opened. The crowd approached the sandy forest. The man frowned and asked exactly how many people had gathered, and the partner replied that there were about 10 times as many as usual. The young man raised his hand and suggested that they create a party. The boy opened his mouth and explained that the reward was also important. It was a chance to show up on the Archmage stream, and added that the more people, the higher the chance. A drop appeared on the soldier's face, and he clarified how many people were in their party. The young man pointed at the crowd and replied that there would be exactly 500 of them with them. The fighter frowned and thought that the rumors were not lying, and most of them came here for popularity, not money. He turned to the team. The archer opened her mouth, and the participant noted that there were also members of top guilds in the party. The legs stood on a branch, and the system informed that the user had arrived in the sandy forest, fulfilled the conditions of the quest, and added that a new chapter of the main scenario had been opened. The King of the Desert quest window is displayed. Hen looked down and said that he had one business for today. The protagonist straightened his shoulders and stated that while he was chasing the King of the Desert, he needed to find and photograph him as evidence. The man looked up, and the streamer added that the reward was prize money and a minute of airtime, and the fighter noted that 1 minute of live broadcast guaranteed a surge in the popularity of their guild. Hen turned around and shouted that then they would start. He started jumping up and down the branches, and said to look for him in 10 seconds. The knight raised his hand and shouted that the Archmage had gone there. The man pushed the boy away. His foot stomped. The guy frowned and reminded him that the trees in the sand forest were also made of sand. He pressed against the trunk and shouted that they could crumble at any moment. He began to fall. Trees covered people. Sand falls to the ground. My leg got stuck in it. The soldier stopped. The snake opened its mouth, and the player claimed that he drank all the potions to run faster. The monsters followed him, and he realized that they would definitely not catch up with him this way. Hen stretched his lips into a smile. Scorpions appeared. The monsters stumbled, and the streamer told the viewers not to worry, because he understood that this way the stream would be boring, and then decided that he would stop. My foot stood on the sand. The main character leaned on the ground and said that he would play hide and seek. The mutant bared his fangs. It bites, but the protagonist uses the teleportation ability. Hyun stood in a tree, and the watchers asked if he had teleported. The young man showed his thumb and explained that he had pumped up his skills in advance. The skill card flashed. The player's body was covered in a yellow shield, and he explained that they were now hunting, and Asmo sent $10,185, and then wrote that it would be fun now. The streamer's eyes filled with light, and he noted that he did not expect anything else from Asmo. The explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. The guy shook himself off and said that he barely got out. A drop of sweat ran down the man's cheek, and he noted that he had to hurry. Jimin hugged the young man, and he thought that if he couldn't catch the user this time, he wouldn't be able to meet Jimin, since he had been in games he hadn't even played with her properly, and now he had no capital, so he was plowing like a dog. The player clenched his fist and said that he should not give up. He dropped his hands and asked what was going on here. A wave of sand appeared. She approached Mundok. The trees were covered with sand. Clouds floated over the location, and the viewer noted that if there was an ordinary forest, then everything would burn to the ground. Hyun scratched his cheek and made excuses that he didn't think it would work out this way, and the commenter wrote that the streamer would not give the money to anyone. The main character sat down. Lucky sat down next to him, and the Archmage said that he would wait at this place for exactly 15 minutes. He stretched his lips in a smile and said that the winner is entitled to a cash prize and an interview. You just need to come first, and added that then they will have a joint live broadcast. A hand stuck out from under the rubble. Mundok stood up and remembered that he could not give up. He picked up the player and said that he would save as many people as possible and organize the team. People stood behind him, and he thought that he just needed to make more effort and speed up. The protagonist closed his eyes. As the crowd approached, he noticed that there were a lot more people than he thought, and the lookouts confirmed that there were even more people than the monsters themselves. Mundok frowned, and then mentally reported that he had chosen the right method to get here faster than the top guilds. The guy bent over, and then noted that some of the players did not get there at all, and there are those who would definitely not reach it alone. The fighter took a step and remembered that he had gathered people, and now he was standing in front of the Archmage, and he could still lose. But he was obliged to attract the attention of the celebrity at all costs. The protagonist squeezed his eyes shut and explained that he didn't think that so many people would come. Mundok opened his mouth and shouted that their team would take him to the king of the desert. Hen lowered his gaze. The employee came up with a dossier. The image of the player appeared on the TV, and the assistant said that his nickname was Mundok. He was very capable, but he failed to show it. He decided to help his guildmates first, and the sheik noted that his wife supported his endeavors. Asmo took the dossier, and the employee explained that this was why he grabbed the opportunity, and the boss said that he was a capable player, but unlucky. The rich man propped his head on his hand and said that if he was given a chance, his business would go uphill. Mundok took out his swords, and the donator said that after the test with the desert there would be many more such nuggets, and now he understands what the Archmage wants. He decided to take everything about the game. Asmo handed over the paper and ordered them to write them down too, as well as to prepare a small gift. Clouds float in the sky. Mundok opened his mouth and announced that they were almost there, and if they went any farther, they would enter the territory of the Desert King. Hen scratched his chin and asked if it was too much. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and he thought that with so many players, the monster was even easier to defeat, and now it turned out that he had waited in vain for 15 minutes, and the system had notified that the king of the desert was angry with the uninvited guests. The silhouette landed, and the viewer assumed that this was the king. The mouth opened. Lev frowned. His foot stamped, and the protagonist said thank you for giving him a ride. He approached the mutant and said that he would induce him on his own, and the system notified that the user had defeated the king of the desert. The monster fell, and the commentators clarified whether it was really killed so quickly. Lucky stuck out his tongue, and the streamer explained that this king was not much different from the guardian of the tomb. The young man bent down and announced that the raid was over and it was time to choose the best player. Mundok lowered his gaze, and the audience thought that he was the one who had to be the winner. Hyun approached the player and congratulated him on his victory. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he did not expect to find such a talented player in the desert, and then thought that he should not be greedy and should give away the entire prize. The main character opened his eyes and mentally decided that $3,000 would be enough, but Asmo wrote that he would set the reward himself. The players opened their eyes. The rich man donated $2 million. Hen clutched his head and shouted if he had sent so much money. The main character looked upset, saying that he was jealous of the two llamas. The guy was sitting near the machine, talking about how jealous he was. He did not think that their improvisation would result in this. The young man closed his eyes, wondering how to explain to his boss that he had attracted too much attention. The guys approached the machine when one of them talked about how he was looking at Mundok, only once appeared on the Archmage stream, and his popularity skyrocketed. The young man looked away, talking about what he had not heard of before. All the attention was drawn to himself by the top guilds. He was a player. The young guy pressed a button, saying that he was jealous of who would give him 2 million, envy the rich, like an Archmage. The young man hid behind the machine, listening to the guys talking about the fact that he could start participating in each of his events. It's just about money, so you can become a famous player in an instant. Hen smiled, thinking that everyone was just talking about it. The system said that he was at the altar of the king of the desert. The guys were standing at the structure. One of them turned to the master, surprised at what he saw. The assistant clenched his fist, saying that if he had loyal subscribers who respected him, then he would have the same altars all over the world. The lion moved his ear, confirming. The main character looked to the side, asking Silver if he liked the new body. The beast clenched its fists, answering that it was full of strength. The main character took the box in his hands, talking about an unknown treasure that they took away from the king of the desert. The system asked if he was sure he wanted to discover an unknown treasure. The guy with a surprised look thought that he should open it. There was a test tube in the chest. A message about the relic of a nameless god popped up. The young man was surprised, asking that there was only a bottle of potion. There was a message that the egg was absorbing the power of the nameless god. The guy screamed when he saw the tongues of dark magic. The system notification said about a dragon egg. Hyun was dumbfounded, realizing that this had frightened him. The question arose whether anything could be done about it at all. The message said that he had protected the royal legacy from the king of the desert. The guys saw how someone approached them. When the main character said that now the dragon egg is 52% ready to hatch, it is already half over. A message popped up that the quest had been completed. The assistants prepared to attack, warning the master. The system told that a new quest was added to the task panel of the main scenario. Someone's leg appeared. The stranger said that he was not their opponent. The man stood in front of them, calling himself the guardian who guarded the royal heritage. A notification appeared with a description of the quest royal potion. The meat was sliced in a plate. It was said that he really liked the quest according to the main scenario. Merlin held a fork with food, saying that if someone upgraded too quickly during the quest, he would have to start again, and with a new character. The girl closed her eyes while eating, replied that knowing Kim, she was not surprised. The couple was sitting at a round table, having dinner, when Emma added that especially since God Wars was not originally aimed at commercial success, the man replied that maybe the result is not quite the same, but it's not so bad. Merlin smiled, asking what if they drastically upgraded the Archmage character. A drink was poured into the glass. The girl replied that then he would have to start again. It was a shame, of course, but he would cope. The lady raised her glass to her mouth, assuming that if the data about the quest of the main scenario would appear in the public domain after that. The protagonist was standing in line as Emma continued that if all the regular players started going through him and blocked the Archmage's progress. The man looked away puzzled, saying that they would have plenty of time before they caught up with them, asking what her plan was. The girl looked down, saying that she wanted to leak the data through the Explorers Guild. The guys were sitting opposite each other. Merlin asked when. She replied that she had not decided yet. The man stuck his fork in the meat, saying that it would be funny to see how the main scenario that had previously helped him so much would work against him. The young man brought the noodles to his mouth. He stared at the monitor, thinking that there was no news from the Zhongyuan Guild. The president was photographed with the winner, recalling that after what happened to Mundok. Comments were shown, and it was thought that the Archmage stream had become loved by the players. The young guy touched his chin, realizing that it was strange. No one else reacted. Silhouettes of people were shown on the island. It was said that only the top 10 guilds were interested in everything before. The young man spread his arms to the sides, remembering that after this event, players like Mundok become known to the world. They are a threat to the top guilds. Wharton thought for a moment, looking down, and knew that he had to be well prepared. A notification appeared in the bottom corner of the screen that the Archmage had logged in. Hyun was doing a warm-up, hearing that he had coped well with the raid on the King of the Desert, replied with gratitude to the boss. Wharton was shown in the notification window, noting that the players reacted well to the event, asking if he could start arranging such events on a regular basis, so that the audience could also participate in them. Hyun turned away, thinking that this event was a kind of improvisation at all. He would have a little more time to prepare. There was no guarantee that another event would also shoot like this one. The young man smiled, replying that yes, he had already thought about it, offering to publish the initial data about the quest of the main scenario. The boss looked away, saying that most people already knew something. It would be better if they got ahead of others. Wharton looked down, wondering what they were up to, if they wanted to release the main script quest details too. The protagonist closed his eyes when he thought that the Archmage himself hinted at this. The man said that he would immediately register the event on the channel. The young man put his hand to his head, thanking her. Wharton sat at his laptop, realizing that he needed people who were ready to answer everything in real time. First he needed to find a reliable place for the security department. The system notified that he had entered the Awar Palace. The structure stood under the stars in the night. The system said that the task to meet the royal descendant was completed. The elephant monster stretched out his hand to the side, saying that his name was Ivar. The guy thought about what a bully he was. Hen held the test tube in his hands, explaining that the guard had asked for this royal legacy. The elephant held out his hands, saying that it was not necessary, because the hero had already passed the test of the guardian. The liquid in the test tube glowed brightly as the elephant announced that it was now her legacy. A window popped up with the characteristics of the royal potion. Ivar looked ahead, saying that if the bird on his head drank it. The bird tilted its head as he continued that it would turn into a guard. The guy wondered. The young man gave Jackpot a potion to drink, saying that they would definitely not be advised bad. They needed to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. The system said that Jackpot drank the royal potion and became a guardian. A bright beam of energy shot upward from the hero. The system window asked you to choose a new skill for the Jackpot. The young man looked carefully at the 3 cards, asking himself if he could now choose a new ability. Hen touched his chin, running through the breath of the dragon, the stigmata, the holy lightning bolt in his head. The guy closed his eyes, realizing that there were all legendary cards with cool abilities. Who would have known that he would have to choose one of them? The assistant looked away, asking the master to hurry up. The main character looked up, asking again. Powerful Jackpot clenched his fists, saying that they are short on time, they need to choose quickly. The bird stared menacingly ahead, asking if something was wrong. Ogre Forest. Stars could be seen in the night sky above the forest. The warrior looked straight with concentration. The commentators discussed that he had dressed up, now he had to fork out. A fighter with 2 swords saw a level 260 ogre in front of him. The guy ran on the offensive. He swung his weapon, carried out an attack, thought that after the event in the desert, he needed to show himself, he needed to move forward as quickly as possible. The man looked away, exclaiming that he needed to line up and block the escape routes. The system said that he had killed the ogre while the huge monster was lying on the ground. Big Hand donated 10,000, commenting that it was boring to watch a standard playthrough. The young man gritted his teeth, understanding the dissatisfaction of the audience, thought that he needed to show them something new. After commenting that the Archmage wouldn't do that, the guy gripped the weapon harder, thinking that he wouldn't go that far. The fighter spread his arms to the sides, hurrying to attack, spoke. He knew that they would say so he acquired a new skill. The soldier shouted after him to stop, because they hadn't lined up yet. The warrior was focused as he talked about how he had recently bought a sword skill. The young man ran to the monster. The viewer noticed that you can't mess around in the forest for a long time. The soldier pushed off the ground. The ogre watched as he flew high into the air. The guy landed behind him, using the Excalibur skill. The monster was standing with his back. The guys did not understand anything. The ogre rushed away from them, the warrior trying to stop him, ordering him to block the escape route. A bright red beam of light rose over the forest. The spectators discussed that they were using the cry of death to call for help from other ogres. The guy threw his swords to the ground, seeing a large number of creatures in front of him. A notification appeared that Big Head had donated $1, wishing him good luck. The system announced that he had killed an ogre. The main character put his hands on his belt. The assistant said out loud that he did not even have time to attack him. He replied that half an hour had passed. Hen looked away, adding that he had only killed 10 of them. The guy remembered that it was good to get a quest from Ivar, but the elephant held out an envelope saying that the young man had received a letter asking him for help in the ogre forest. A system notification about a new quest popped up. In the card there was a description of the ogre forest. Hen was displeased, wondering if he needed to bring down 3,000 ogres. He sat down on the ground next to Lucky, knowing that at this rate he would kill 3,000 monsters. The hero closed his eyes, calculating that it would be in 160 hours. Even if he quickly coped with them, it would take him at least 20 days, taking into account the time to rest. Comments were shown when he wondered what they would say if he was here for 20 days. The number of viewers was rapidly falling. The main character was not surprised if half of the audience dropped out. The assistants looked at a young man sitting on the grass, who understood that he needed to finish off the quest in at least 10 days. The animals were tense, thinking. Hen looked ahead, chasing away the thoughts in his head that he would have to go to such madness. The guy got to his feet, asking the guys to come up. The skyscraper towered under a cloudy sky. Abyss Guild. Merlin put his hand on his neck, saying that it is easy to level up a secondary character. The girl sat at the computer, listening to how long it took him to get the Archmage again. Emma smiled after hearing that the man would complete the quest of the main script tomorrow and praised him. She put her hand on the table, telling that before leaking all the data about the quest, you need to level up the secondary characters and complete the quest in advance. Merlin clutched his head, replying that he needed to do a couple more. The girl looked at the interlocutor, saying that since the quest has a level limit, the more characters he upgrades, the better, counting on his help. The man looked to the side, wondering what was wrong with the Archmage. Emma crossed her arms as she replied that they had already agreed with the Explorers Guild, the biggest difficulty in the main scenario quest. The main character was sitting on his knees in tears, talking about a rapid increase in the level. The warrior put his foot on the stone. The girl added that the level of the ogres was also high, so she told the Explorers Guild to start Operation Bird's Nest, thinking that they would force the Archmage to level up. The fighter smirked as he looked forward, It was Nightfall from the Explorers Guild. The warrior made a plan, surrounding the guy in a battle with monsters, reasoning that they would pretend to help him, take him into the ring, and he would have no choice but to fight, so they would force him to level up above the allowable. The man watched the camp from the sidelines, reasoning that his quest for the main scenario was over. The main character was sitting by the fire when Nightfall was watching him from the sidelines. A huge pillar of energy towered over the forest. It was Hellfire. The dog flew to attack. The young man asked to leave the ogre to him. Lucky lands behind the slashed monster. The warrior tensed, realizing that the streamer Archmage was even cooler up close, saying that they were really something. Let them go to their location, and they would help him. The guy exhaled, looking in front of him, thought that he would never have thought that a squad would be sent on purpose. Probably everything had already been agreed with the boss. Since he had been sent help, the hunt would go much faster. The young man smiled, reasoning that it was necessary to use it while they were giving it, because there would definitely not be a second time. Hen looked at the warrior and called out to him. The guy clutched his head, surprised that they were all as one. Assessing their guild, he said that he had a stream soon. The interlocutor thought that he was now hiding behind a stream. Nightfall smiled, banishing the thought that he would not succeed in his head, replied that he should not worry, he could safely start broadcasting. Trees were shown. The warrior was interested in what was okay if he behaved as he was used to, and whether it would only be more difficult for him. The hero made it clear that it was okay. Hyun raised his hand above him, exclaiming that it was time to start streaming. The system notification said that the Archmage had started broadcasting. The fighter and his guys drooped, watching what was happening. The audience noticed that they were together. The soldiers surrounded the guys, who looked at each other. The young man raised his finger up, greeted everyone, noting that with the help of the guys from the Explorers Guild, their hunting would be more interesting. The guy grabbed his chin, saying that killing 3,333 ogres was not enough to complete the quest. The audience was interested in what kind of quest it was. The main character smiled, saying that if he went through like everyone else, it would take him too much time, but now he has assistance. Hen held up a thumbs up, announcing that he would make the ogres take advantage of the cry of death, exclaiming that the hunt would begin. The monster looked up, opening its mouth, the spectators wondering if it was the cry of death and realizing that it was summoning other ogres. Nightfall gritted his teeth, looking ahead as they discussed that even if the Archmage took out the quest, what would the Explorers Guild do? They had come to his rescue. The warriors stood back to back, shouting that there were too many ogres. The soldier looked away, exclaiming not to be afraid, and everyone to take their seats. The boys tensed as they heard that they had decided to tarnish the honor of the guild. There were 3 monsters in front of them. When it was said that their task was to gather all the ogres, to take everyone to their client Archmage, he should focus only on the hunt itself. The main character and his pet attacked the creature. Nightfall was focused, saying that they would catch the ogres for him. The assistant brandished his swords, striking at the enemy. The spectators were surprised by so many ogres. The dog moved at great speed, attacking monsters, burst with energy. Behind the fleeing young man, a hellfire was rising, which looked like a large pillar of light. The lion defended himself from the monster's blow. The viewer commented that Silver had already coped with the ogre who used the death cry. The assistant raised his fists in front of him. The user was worried about the animal. The guy smiled, urging Jackpot to use holy lightning. Rays of energy rushed to the sides. The system notified that Silva's life energy had been restored. The lion clenched his fists, opening his mouth. Hyun scratched his head, saying that hunting monsters had completely lost his mind. Jackpot flew forward, attacking. The young man added that they had time before the other ogres flooded in, introducing their team's new healer. Hawk clenched his fists, changing his appearance. The guy pointed at him with his hand, announcing that Jackpot was now the custodian. Hawk stared straight ahead, noticing that there was too much noise from the master, suggesting that he concentrate on hunting. Nightfall held the shield in his hand, thinking that he had introduced a new version of the Jackpot to everyone, while he himself fought 4 ogres at the same time. The guys continued to selflessly fight against monsters when the audience discussed that the Archmage had gathered all his strength, and there were fewer ogres. The fighter clenched his teeth, realizing that the main character was mocking, because everyone on the other side of the screen was laughing at them now. Rustling was heard behind the bushes. Questions were asked about why they were digging so much, whether it was possible to lure the ogres faster. The hunters fled from the giants, telling them that they were leading 15 ogres. Nightfall turned, reminding him that the Archmage needed to bring as many ogres as possible at once. A system message popped up that the monsters had regenerated. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise, not understanding what was happening. His partner noted that it looked like several ogres nearby had just regenerated. The 2 monsters were staring at what was happening in front of them. Nightfall was thinking that they were in big trouble. He had completely forgotten about regeneration. Those 15 ogres were coming here. The monsters considered their target. The warrior reasoned that some had regenerated as a plus. He looked in the direction where Silver had dodged the blow, chasing away the thought that if any of them took advantage of the cry of death now, they were all lost. The giant opened his mouth. He began to shout, raising his head. It was said that the code was red. The system notified that the hero had increased his level. Hen was smiling, saying that thanks to the Explorers Guild, The level had risen quickly, and if he had been alone, it would definitely not have been so fast and spectacular. User Gustav donated $10,186, asking who would have thought that leveling up would be so easy. The young man's eyes lit up blue, after which Asmo donated some money. Behind the trees he could see the silhouettes of monsters. The guy did not understand why there were more orcs. The guy looked away, realizing that they wouldn't sound the alarm just because some of the ogres had regenerated, being sure that the problem was with the team itself, and it was impossible to show everyone that the Explorers Guild was in trouble. The soldiers stood back to back when one of them shouted that the code was red. Hen waved his hand, talking about what he thought. He had already shown them a lot how the Explorers Guild worked. The broadcast somehow dragged on, offering to see each other next time. Wondered if they were sent to him for VIP help. Maybe now they also need help. The main character ran forward, saying goodbye to the viewer, promised that he would try to make the next broadcast even cooler, driving away in his head that he was coming to the rescue. The system notified that the stream had ended. The man stroked the beast, saying that this time the reputation of the Explorers Guild must have suffered greatly. Asmo leaned his phone to his ear, noting that they had miscalculated and were now in danger, even though they had been sent to help. Their streamer, the Archmage, had saved their asses. Wharton smiled as he listened on the phone to the fact that he had also shown it on his stream, and replied that the Explorers Guild had dug its own grave. The man closed his eyes, agreeing that the main character's plan was really something. The pop-up said that he had completed the quest. Hen warmed up in front of his tired allies. Nifel watched to the side, reasoning that they had barely kept up with him, even though they all had a high level, not understanding how the guy had so much agility. Hen put his hand on his shoulder, thanking everyone, noting that this was the first time the quest was going so quickly. The horse's hoofs appeared not far away, and the stranger told me that he had heard of a great hunter who had killed 3,333 ogres. Piloro, sitting on horseback, looked ahead, asking who it was. The main character raised his hand, hinting that it was he, the man, who asked if he would comply with his request. The system notified that a new quest had appeared. A message popped up with a description of the Ogre Hunter quest. Piloro was concentrated, asking him to find someone in the mysterious garden. Abyss Guild. The girl closed her eyes, asking what he would say about what had happened, and to some extent, they achieved their goal. Emma crossed her arms, sitting on the sofa, added that after all, the Archmage leveled up much faster than he expected. Merlin sat opposite, answering that they did not take into account that the main character would complete the quest of the main scenario. He looked at her, specifying about the mysterious garden. Trees with red leaves were shown. The man added that this time he had to find someone. The monsters stood in the crowd one after another. It was said that the mysterious garden was a forest infested with ogres. Emma looked at the interlocutor, saying that they were now taking a big risk to get the Aegis Orb. They were provoking the Archmage and deliberately increasing the difficulty level of the quest. The main character smiled, looking around in a new place. Merlin looked ahead, telling him that he liked their plan. The guy looked tense, saying that he did not like all this. Pillars of energy rose from the red forest. The young man realized that he knew the location of all those he needed to find. There was not even much to show here. Han put his hands on his belt, saying that this time he had to give his best and all for the sake of this nonsense. A message box has appeared with a description of the new quest. The guys were hiding in the bushes, the hero whispered, greeting the viewers of the stream. The young man was excited, saying that right now he was hiding from a horde of ogres. The audience discussed that the hero was crawling, because he finally understood where his place was. The ogre was peeking out from behind a tree when the young man announced that he now needs to find the NPC Seva. But the mysterious garden is still infested with ogres. They gather in groups. Monsters wandered through the forest. Looking around, users said that the place was SOSO. This was not some kind of hunting. The main character clenched his teeth, realizing that he had caught up with horror. The young man's eyes turned bright. He apologized for not having a miracle eye on him, while he only saw where the non-player characters were hiding, but also groups of ogres. 3 monsters were watching from the sidelines, at the guy under the tree. The ogre looked away as the guy thought about the fact that he could even see their ranks. Hen put his hand to his forehead, noting that he had to pretend to look for Seva. He approached the man, thinking that he wanted to save other characters along the way. The hero headed towards the monsters, not forgetting that he needed to kick his ass and ogres. The young man gritted his teeth as he reasoned that the audience should see him fight. The guys continued to hide in the bushes. He understood that he had to stretch out the time, so he would save Seva the last. And now quietly, the man was typing on the keyboard. It was said that Merlin had donated. He smiled, noting in the messages that the guy was cautious, somehow not like the Archmage. The main character was perplexed, holding the branches in his hands, thinking about why Merlin suddenly appeared. The man quickly typed on the keyboard whether they themselves were bored, offering to make a lot of noise. He stared at the laptop screen, hinting that it was time to celebrate his return. The audience began to discuss what was happening. The young man put branches to his head, reflecting on the fact that everything began well. A notification appeared that Asmo had donated. He put his hand to his chin, wondering why he would provoke the Archmage. Asmo watched the broadcast on the big screen, saying that the main character would not have fallen for it so easily. He picked up the laptop, asking if it didn't seem like the guy owed him a good deal of money for it. Merlin was smiling, commenting in the chat that of course he was ready to give away the weapon that the jackpot keeper could use. Asmo put his fist to his chin, asking if he was talking about the Aegis sphere. He confirmed. The young man was dumbfounded, wondering about the Aegis realm. He understood that this was the best auxiliary item out there, well, only up to level 300. The man looked at the monitor, typing that he would tell how to get this sphere. This information could not be bought for any money. The question arose what the Archmage would say. The guy threw the branches on the ground, agreeing. He smiled, asking the audience if they were bored watching it, chasing away the question in his head how he could refuse such a wonderful challenge. Skyscrapers were shown. Merlin tapped his fingers on his head, reasoning that the Abyss Guild had planned everything, thinking about the Aegis sphere. The man and the girl flashed red as they stood next to each other. He knew that only 7 of the top 10 guilds knew about it. Wharton stared intently at the laptop monitor, reasoning that they were trying to level up the Archmage in any way. They couldn't sit idly by. Red Forest. The lion was enveloped in powerful energy after using the gigantization skill. The ogres watched intently. Silver ran to attack, using a battering ram. A fire golem appeared, with the skill Spirit Warrior. Stone giants, shrouded in flames, tried to detain the monsters by spreading their arms to the sides. The user wondered if this was not how they hunted in the Explorers Guild. Hen held up a finger to confirm that he had learned while watching them. The hero jumped over the monster, saying that first he needed to deal with the ogres who were retreating. The young man smiled mischievously. A huge explosion rose above the red forest. Emma closed her eyes, saying that it was wonderful. Merlin crossed his arms behind her, saying that at this rate he would instantly level up. The lady replied that it was too early to celebrate. She looked away, saying that it was unlikely, but still, if he found Seva earlier, he wouldn't need to hunt anymore. Hen pointed his finger at the man, noticing that there seemed to be a non-playable Persian. The man and the girl were surprised, wondering what was happening so quickly. The guide bowed, addressing Seva that he had come to save him. The old man looked up, answering that he was not Seva. Emma clutched her head, realizing that it was another NP, and he had started the quest less than half an hour ago. It would have been strange if he had found him right there. Grandfather held out the book, thanking him for saving him. He had a book of skill workshops in his hands, and he offered it as a reward. Merlin looked to the side, smiling, noting that since there are several NPCs on the location, then there should be more traps too, right? Emma closed her eyes, replying that this quest could be much more difficult than they thought. The main character clutched his head, shouting that this was the second bummer. NP thanked, holding out a book of skills. The young man held 2 books in his hands, commenting that he did not even know where Seva was. But he received 2 books, one unique, and the second rare. He stared intently in front of him, realizing that this was a rare book of skills. A notification appeared that the user had donated. The young man drew attention to the fiery creature. Asmo commented that he had taken possession of something very valuable. A middle-class spirit card was displayed. The man said that the skill master book would help him summon a middle-class spirit. A spirit knight was depicted when Asmo added that once he summoned it, he would gain a legendary skill and would also be able to summon a spirit knight. The young man pondered, opening his eyes wide to the fact that he didn't have any summoning cards for either a middle-class spirit or a spirit knight. Asmo commented that he had a lot of these cards lying around here, and he sent them to the Rising Star channel. Hen clutched the book to his chest, wondering how the card with the summoning of the spirit knight could be lying around. He wanted him to summon the spirit knight at all costs. The young man addressed the audience, stating that today they are winding down. He put his hand to his temple, adding that they had some reorganization here, and then they would continue to complete the quest. He snapped his fingers, thinking that this would happen. He would have to push more, wondering if they had waited longer. 10 fire spirits were holding weapons in their hands. The main character announced that now their team was in full force. The guy was in tears as he turned the bag over, realizing that he had given everything to get it. The fire spirits were ready to fight. The man commented that he still had middle-class spirits there. Viewers wrote comments, thinking that now the hero is pulling all the aces out of his sleeves. The spirit knight blazed with bright fire, bursting into the air. The audience was dumbfounded. The number of online live broadcasts was growing rapidly. The young man was smiling, asking to be introduced to his legion of fire spirits. Behind the hero and his friends stood an army of spirits. The audience was delighted. The hero understood that he had not spent so much money on the potion in vain. He put his hand to his temple, saying that now they had met, and now it was time to hunt, so that the cry of death would be heard everywhere. Smoke rose over the red forest. The ogre looked up, screaming. A lot of monsters ran to attack. The spectators realized that there were more than 20 of them. The opponents, overwhelmed with anger, met nose to nose. The number of spectators continued to grow rapidly. The enemies grabbed hands. The user was dumbfounded as they advanced. The young man was smiling, wondering that now was the time to see all their fiery power, wasn't it? The warriors raised their hands, swinging, after the command to prepare the middle-class spirits for an attack. Fireballs flew into the ogres. Fire spread everywhere. The viewer commented that the spirits of the middle class alone could not get off. their power was clearly not enough. He frowned, and raised the fireball in his hand, noting that they weren't done yet. The hero went on the attack, summoning a shooting star. The monsters looked up, the audience was delighted. Fiery strikes from the sky struck the red forest. The young man grinned, saying that there were indeed many of them. There are system notifications that he has defeated an ogre. The main character looked away, standing next to the defeated monsters. The audience was pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, the figure on the stream has exceeded 100 million users. The guy looked away, reasoning that he had shown everything he was capable of. A beam of light rose to the sky as he wondered if it was time to curl up. The hero noticed a man sitting under a tree. The young man closed his eyes, greeted him, and asked what his name was. The warrior raised his head, saying that his name was Seva. Hen knelt down, telling that Piloro had asked to save him. The man asked if he was safe. The young man smiled, saying that everything was fine with him. Seva closed his eyes, answering that he was a stone from the soul. He was very happy. He held out the book, saying that maybe it was not enough for his salvation, but asked to accept this modest gift. The audience noticed that the book had a different color. Jackpot sat on a branch, noting that something was not clean here. Seva shouted that he needed to leave here. A terrible monster lived here. A monster was shown. It was a two-headed ogre that was gathering an army. The red forest stood in the dark. The viewer commented that even the demons were afraid to go further. Behind the creature, there were a large number of ogres. The main character wondered about a monster with its own army, and how he should stop it, thinking that he would finish the quest as planned. Hen looked ahead, knowing that he had to get out as soon as possible. He laughed, saying that they were all playing because there were so many interesting things ahead of them, but he had already decided what the next stream would be called. The guy reasoned that he should find out about the quest of the main script himself. The young man gave a thumbs up, saying that they should look forward to the next stream. It will be a truly big event. The stream will be featured in the Rising Star. Viewers didn't want the stream to end. The skyscrapers stood in sunny weather. Asmo closed his eyes, asking if they had succeeded. Wharton was on the phone about how there was nothing left to do but be extra careful, unless Kim had designed the game. The man confirmed that he, adding that in the face of death, you need to be careful, this is quite natural. Someone was in the hospital. The director covered his face with his hands, chasing away the thought that in the face of death, all that remains of a person after death, his will and legacy, Kim's legacy in God Wars. Wharton lowered his head, wondering if the Archmage had guessed everything, had responded to the provocation of the abyss. The main character raised his finger up when he wondered how he could dare to do such a thing, knowing about everything. The warrior looked at the girl, asking what they were going to do, and she explained that they needed to catch the two-headed ogre. The fighter was surprised, wondering if she offered to steal it. The lady closed her eyes, answering that no, we need to fight him. No one knows where, when and how exactly he will appear. She crossed her arms, saying that it didn't matter how, the main thing was that whoever found it was the owner. The lady reasoned that no matter how much the Archmage knew, no one knew where or when the boss would show up. The guys raised their heads, looking at the notification that there were 14 hours left until they appeared, commenting on what was happening. The guy touched his chin, saying that he was rewarded with a teleporter for reaching level 240. A card with the teleport skill and its detailed description was shown. The young man understood that the skill itself was not bad, but they had made something wise. He looked at the card in surprise, realizing that this was just a way to escape. The hero opened his eyes wide when it dawned on him that if he upgraded to the legendary epic level. Hen sat with the dog in the bushes, asking Lucky if this was even real. The warriors looked at the army of monsters. Holding his hands in front of his face, the young man shouted that a two-headed ogre had appeared. Smiling, the guys said that he stomped faster than they thought. Leaving there, the guy said that it was time to go on the attack. It was their turn to be famous for a brilliant victory. This is their path to glory. There are notifications that the AST and Manhattan guilds have logged in. The leaves of the trees flew through the forest. Looking at his comrade, the knight asked if the Archmage had come in yet, to which he was told that he had not yet. Frowning, he added that there were no notifications in the Rising Star either. The stranger with a serious look asked if something had happened to him, because there was no news from their rival, the Central Plain Guild either. The girl approached them and asked if they had already searched him. With a serious look, she wondered if they should wait so much for the Archmage, since she did not want the glory to go to one person. The guys were surprised that this would be the case if this someone attacked the two-headed ogre before the others. Raising his staff, the young man said that Wa was right, everyone should prepare for battle. Furrowing her brows, the girl thought that they wanted to steal the boss from the Archmage. She imagined a map of the battle and emphasized that they had learned the formation of ogres and there was only one way to defeat them. The whole team had to fight their way through the horde, their target, the boss, right in the center. The warriors were standing under a huge monster. Wa noted with a serious look that they could easily break through them if they acted quickly, but ideally they lacked fire. The agility of a two-headed ogre alone would not take it. Glancing at her comrades, she added that in order for their guild to maintain its advantage and be in the center, everyone would need to do their best. Smiling, he ungreeted the audience. Standing in front of the screen, he apologized for being late. Now he needs to catch up with everything he missed. He read that no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to catch up with the others, and then he turned around and said he would. He took a step forward. As he walked away, MC stated that it was possible if he sped up and ran alone. He smiled at the message from Asmo, who asked how he would catch the boss alone. The guy said with a satisfied look that the prince would see everything for himself. He began to jump up and down the trees. Examining the forest, the warriors discussed that the Archmage had logged in. They began to fight monsters. The guy with a calm look said that they needed to catch the ogre before him. Wa frowned and ordered to hold the line, because the Archmage was still far away. They stood back to back and said that they could not stop. Shifting her gaze, the girl thought that they already had the advantage. Even if the Archmage was already rushing there, it was too late. Puzzled, the young man approached her and told her that it was said that the Archmage had given chase alone and had already attacked. The guys watched how the streamer moved and wrote that he was now using double acceleration. The protagonist was moving through the forest. His gaze fell on the army, after which he emphasized that he had found a two-headed ogre. He launched a fireball at the creature. Stopping in front of the boss, MC noted that he was in such a hurry that he even attacked first. His eyes began to glow, after which he thought that the skills of the two-headed ogre were summed up from the skills of all the other ogres. If he was alone, then his stats would be lower. Smiling, the protagonist said that in this case he would continue to attack. The monster swung his fist. While watching the monster, Hyun stated that he did not tell the audience that he would catch it alone. He suddenly teleported out of the attack. He read with a satisfied look that he was going to drape and noticed that this was nonsense. His henchman came out of the teleporter, after which he stressed that he had only called his team. Looking at the teleporter map, MC stated that it was worth updating the map as using the teleporter has become much easier. The monsters appeared on the battlefield, after which Hen said that he had also used the others. Now they would quickly defeat them before the others arrived. Behind the protagonist stood the army. Smiling, he emphasized the fact that together they would definitely defeat them. A voice was heard in the forest, asking if this was another failure of Wa. Bowing her head, the girl asked Emma for forgiveness, to which she received the answer that next time there would be no room for error. She said with a puzzled look that she knew that the next hunt was the guild's last chance, and then wondered how to defeat the Archmage next time, since they were inferior to him in firepower and speed. Sitting on the corpse, the guy read that he had fulfilled the conditions of the quest. A new item was added to his inventory. When he opened the box, he saw the bottle and read that it was a relic of the nameless god. It contained his power. A dark aura reached out to MC. A message appeared that an unknown egg was 58% ready to hatch, unlocking the power of a dragon if it found the NPC one. Taken aback, Hen asked about the dragon's power and his thoughts. The warrior flew to him and cried out that he had a letter from the king. There was a projection that this is a letter from the Tunga kingdom. He needs to receive a letter and respond to it. The reward will be a skill card. Smiling, the guy thought that this time he would get a normal reward. The man with a serious look ordered to immediately go to the White Forest. Park appeared on the screen and greeted the audience. He pointed his hand at the protagonist and said that today they would reveal all the details of the big event that the Archmage was talking about. The drum roll began. Smiling, the guy said that this was the starting location of the main scenario quest. The children listened with a surprised look that the secret lair of the shaman goblin was located in the village, the starting point of the quest. The Explorers Guild listened to him attentively. The girl slammed her fist on the table as Puck said that by exploring the area, they would gain access to the Nameless God's quest, the first quest of the main scenario. Enraged, Emma clarified why it was now. The prince looked up at the sky and reported that the waters of the ocean had opened. Sitting on the couch, he noticed that this was the first time this had happened since the launch of God Wars. Closing his eyes, the stranger said that they say that now all the top guilds are going out of their way to assemble expeditions for the quest of the main scenario. As he sipped his wine, Asmo replied that they had nowhere to go, they wouldn't have time to think about anything else. The servant topped him up with wine and asked him why he thought they had revealed the starting location of the main scenario quest right now, to which he was told that someone had to do it. Looking at the drink, the prince added that the Abyss Guild could very well be the first one. Closing his eyes, he emphasized that the Archmage had managed to see through them and decided to act proactively. He was betting on him. In this game he was advancing the fastest. Approaching the edge of the yacht, Asmo said that they themselves did not really know how the game would end. Smiling, he emphasized that so far the Archmage was closest to the end. He wondered what was in his head. Sitting in the apartment, MC reported that people had begun to be active. Holding the phone in front of him, he noted that this meant there would be a lot of publicity, after which he clarified when they would talk more about the main scenario quest. Hiren ran to him and called to him. She showed the drawing and asked if he liked it. Looking at the drawing, MC asked if it was drawn on the right, to which he received the answer that it was not. Closing his eyes, he noticed that he was on the other side then, and then he thought that if she thought about it, she had already accumulated a lot of her own things. Watching the girl, the guy came to the conclusion that it was time for her to get her own room, so she would have her own space, which she would dispose of herself. The door opened. June returned home. When Hen met him, he wondered why they were forcing him to go to work when he had to work from home. Smiling, his brother replied that the boss wanted him to take a look at something. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if he was being exploited too much, and what he had come to see. June imagined the building and said that he was looking at their new apartment, because the company said that they would cover the deposit. The dumbfounded MC replied that his brother could work even harder as long as he had the strength. A notification came to his phone. Glancing at the screen, he asked if it was from the Rising Star channel. His eyes fell on a message that he was being bothered by the Central Plain Guild, which offered him to fight in the White Forest. If he won, they wanted to ask for 3 wishes. He appeared in the forest. MC said with a thoughtful look that when they were fighting the two-headed ogre, he summoned everyone and put on a grand show. He followed the duel and noted that a lot of mana was spent because of summoning. He could only watch. He could not even attack normally. Looking at the comments, he thought that the audience did not know about it. They began to write that they expected something more from him in the White Forest. Irritated, Hen asked why he was doing so much, because now the audience was expecting more. He imagined a harbor and added that not only did he have to cross the flower of a businessman, but that it was the only way to the White Forest. People noticed monsters on the mountain. He began to run with the words that if he attacked there, people would compare expectation and reality. The monsters burned in the flames. The guy imagined how he fell to his knees and noticed that he would not take it out due to a lack of mana. A frustrated MC reported that even now he has very little mana. He noticed the girl and wondered if it was Asio from the AAA guild. Smiling, she offered to move with them. The dumbfounded guy wondered what if he crossed with Asio. Standing in front of her, he added that he would formally be on their side, and he would not have to fight at full strength. The guys began to laugh while Hen reasoned that then nothing would threaten his reputation. Asio also benefited from this. She would become much more popular after that. The inspired protagonist stressed that in this way he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Standing on the raft, MC noted that he didn't think the plan would fail. Asio stood next to him and shouted that they would side with the Archmage. He could safely conduct his stream. Pointing her finger to the side, Asio said that there was a monster to the left of the Archmage. A cloud of electrical mana appeared in his hands. He made a throw and wondered who knew that this Asio was an ardent fan of his. The discharge struck the goblin. Streams of flames enveloped the mountains. Looking around, the streamer thought that he had an Aegis orb, which made him have access to the power of a dragon. The upset guy thought about what was leveling up, while the girl said that it was such an honor for him to see how the Archmage used the power of fire live. Turning around, he asked the people to just trust him. An exclamation mark appeared above the dog. MC's eyes fell on Lucky. They arrived in a white forest. MC said with a satisfied look that this time it would be easier. They were lucky that the quest was in the White Forest. He noted with a puzzled look that if it were somewhere in the Ogre Forest, they wouldn't have enough elite help units. A notification popped up. Lucky leveled up after killing 100,000 monsters. By leveling up, he becomes stronger and gains new skills. Examining the dog, the protagonist stated that he would not have killed 100,000 ogres in his lifetime. Lucky began to move his ears. Looking at the monsters, Hen noticed that compared to ogres, those ants usually clump together by the hundreds, so killing 100,000 was not such a problem. They rushed into battle saying that it was time to level up. The ants approached them. Smiling, the protagonist said that he used a blizzard and a shockwave. Streams of energy were floating on the battlefield. The enraged guys shouted that none of these ants would approach the master. While throwing magic balls, MC read that he had defeated a giant ant. The monster was furious. The lion made many attacks. The wind sliced through the ants. Lucky was surrounded by divine power. Looking at the many cards, the guy read that his mythical beast has a new divine power available. Reaching for the map, Hen said that they would light it up now. He was examining the night forest. The joyful protagonist said that it was finally over. They had chosen a great skill. Glancing at the map, he read that with the werewolf skill, a mythical beast can transform into a human when a mythical beast in human form. All of its master's items are available to it. The protagonist with a satisfied look wondered who could even think about this. All the audience would be his. A message appeared that he needed to find the royal explorer in the White Forest. The reward would be a secret map. He came across a stranger with the words that now he can safely take on the main quest. With a satisfied look, the young man asked if the king had sent their party, because they had found him much faster than he thought. MC replied with a satisfied look that it was all true. He was there on the orders of the king of Tunga. Smiling, the guy asked for help. He imagined a map with the words that he was exploring the area. He had to figure out how to stop the spread of giant ants. Stretching out his finger, the stranger said that he had discovered that the divine power emanating from the hidden underground temple was preventing the ants from advancing. He noticed dark energy stretching out of the building. Standing in front of him, Hen wondered if he was talking about the Aegis temple now. After all, even the Abyss Guild had taken 2 days to capture it. The puzzled guy introduced the bull and emphasized that the temple guards were very strong. He couldn't even enter it. Looking at the dog, he noted that since they needed to go to the temple of Aegis, it was the perfect excuse to show everyone Lucky's new skill. But even if it was the first video of its kind, the audience would be bored watching it all day. He imagined a preview of the video. Despite the fact that the video was 25 hours long, MC concluded that they would have to stay there too long. Holding his chin, he wondered what he could think of. The guy handed him the scroll. Standing in front of him, he said that it was the map that would lead him to a secret passage. The surprised protagonist noted in his thoughts that thanks to this map, it would take much less time to complete the quest. We were transported to the Abyss Guild building. Lowering his gaze, the guy reported that the guild of the Central Plain said that they needed more time. Closing her eyes, Emma asked me to tell them not to worry about it. Crossing her arms, she noted that considering the time to prepare for the quest at the Aegis Temple, as well as completing the quest itself, it would take him 15 days to complete everything, even if it was complete without a breath. 10 at best. The guy should tell them that it was better to team up with the Scarf, Red Snake, and Xingliang guilds. Holding the phone in front of him, the guy noted that he understood everything. Holding her hands in front of her face, Emma noted that this was Wa's last chance to stay afloat. The puzzled guy said that they write that the Archmage will stream from the Temple of Aegis in a week. Sunlight enveloped the building. Kim stood in front of the president and asked if the Abyss Guild would allow them to make public how to obtain the Aegis orb. Holding the burger in his hands, Park replied that even if it wasn't, they would still do it. They were almost at the end of the game. Holding the tablet in his hands, the man emphasized the fact that in the Abyss they could somehow speak out about this, to which he received the answer that they would speak out, then they would ask them for the Storm skill card in exchange for non-disclosure. Kim stared at him silently. He was surprised. Looking at Puck, he thought that he couldn't talk about the boss like that, but he was a swindler. Smiling, the guy noted that they would still have to make this information public. He showed the screen and stressed that they had already decided everything. He called someone. Holding the phone to his ear, Puck asked what Esmo would like to advertise. Because they are starting a great stream, in exchange for advertising, he would like a Storm skill card. Puzzled, Kim emphasized the fact that his boss is really something. The guys gathered in a cafe. They stood in front of the screen and said that the stream would start soon. Looking at each other, the guys discussed that the Archmage should show what a good solo player means, because he trumpeted it from all the cracks. The guy looked at his phone and said that the broadcast had begun. Notifications about donations immediately began to arrive. Raising his hand, he ungreeted the viewers, noting that the stream had just begun, and everyone was already in anxious anticipation. He hoped that everyone was now glued to the screens. Hex said with a dumbfounded look that it could not be otherwise, because they were lured in every possible way. Bowing, MC stated that it was unlikely that he would show the power of his fire today. They would see something else in the Aegis Temple. He glanced at his comrade. The guy had fangs sticking out. The protagonist showed him with the words that today in the center of events is Lucky, who can now turn into a human. The embarrassed guy added that this does not mean that he will not participate in the stream in any way today. The children entered the Temple of the Aegis. Lucky walked in front while the plot said that it was a dungeon consisting of long tunnels that somewhat resembled subway tunnels. Looking around, the protagonist thought that in this narrow labyrinth, the magician is practically powerless. The ceiling in the tunnel began to tremble. The monster ran along the rails. The bull left a cloud of dust behind him. Looking at him, MC ordered gold and silver to deal with him. The guys rushed into battle. The bull's eyes began to glow, after which the guy thought that no one knew that the underground Temple of the Aegis would be like this. If it weren't for Lucky's new ability to transform into a human, then they would definitely have a hard time. Gold restrained the bull. Watching the fight, Hen noted that it was now their turn to attack. Fire monsters have appeared on the battlefield. Lucky wiggled his ears. He took a fighting stance and replied that he understood everything. Using a flash of lightning, he rushed across the battlefield. The guy had a katana in his hands. Looking at the cards, the streamer emphasized that he has a new level. His gaze fell on the dust ahead, after which the system reported that the warrior dragon was giving him another try. Raising his hand, Hen said that he would now receive an award card. Frowning, he wondered if the audience didn't care that much. Touching the map, the protagonist asked if they were interested in what card he would get, and what if he got a storm, noting that he would immediately put the card up for auction at a reasonable price. A puzzled MC reported that he had indeed got a storm. Looking at the map, he read, "Her skill summons a storm that hits the enemy." Puck held the phone to his ear and said that they had agreed to stream at the Temple of Aegis. Then they would send the Tempest card as an advertising fee. The upset guy said that, as promised, he would put it up for sale, after which he wondered why in this stupid game he was lucky only when he didn't need to. Stopping in front of the gate, MC reported that they had reached it in less than an hour. He walked through the gate, and the spectator asked if he would prepare. Looking at the altar, the protagonist asked if they saw a shield there, and then asked them not to worry so much. Looking at the shield, Hen said that the battle would only begin when he touched it. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that the shield of the Aegis increases the boss's defense, so the first thing to do is to destroy it. Smiling, he glanced at the statue and stated that whoever destroys the shield will be the boss's target. Until he is killed, this cunning man will pursue only one goal to the end. The guys imagined silver and gold banging on the shield. No matter if it has high defense, the mage can still damage it. Stretching out his finger, the guy said that he would not underestimate almost 500% of protection. With glowing eyes, he proposed to destroy the shield now. His gaze fell on the shield, after which a notification popped up that he would disappear after being destroyed, and it would be impossible to obtain a skill card. Puzzled, MC said that he would not be an Archmage if he did the same thing as he did in the Abyss Guild. Creating fire spheres in his hands, he declared that he would attack, keeping his shield. The warrior rushed at him. He swung his spear. Dodging the attack, the protagonist read that he would have to try hard, even to scratch him at least a little. The boys stepped forward, shouting that the warrior would not touch a hair of his master. They began to restrain the warrior. Smiling, MC stated that Lucky had to act. The dog rushed into battle. He made a powerful series of attacks. There was not a scratch on the boss. The guy with glowing eyes thought that the audience did not see it, but he did. He drew attention to the health streak and noted that his health had significantly decreased. Dodging the attack, Hen emphasized the fact that Lucky would soon be back in his previous form, but he had already read enough of the boss's data. The guy was suddenly taken aback. It has returned to its former appearance. A demon appeared behind the protagonist, after which he released a stream of purple energy. Shifting his gaze, he said that it was excellent. Looking at the dog, he asked to divert attention to himself. Lucky touched his shield with his paw. The warrior turned suddenly. Observing the enemy, the Archmage stated that his viewers should remember that there is magic that will break through any defense. A fiery aura enveloped the mage. He struck the guard with a torrent of flames and thought that in order to use the hellfire, he must first study the enemy's data. He added with a satisfied look that this was not all, there was something very important left. He summoned a storm, after which lightning struck the warrior. Watching what was happening, MC noted that he would add hellfire in the end. Trying to catch his breath, the guy said that they defeated him, they didn't even have to destroy him. Lucky brought him the shield of the Aegis. Holding it in his hands, he asked what it was. A notification popped up that it was a divine item that could not be traded. The surprised streamer looked at the shield. His eyes fell on the message that the allies could not damage each other. Taking a look at the chat, he stated that he had just received an incredible item. He would hold a separate stream and show how the shield worked. Closing his eyes, he thought that he was asking for forgiveness, but he would show them everything later, because if he showed them now, he would start who knows what. He imagined a new video and noted that he is very sorry to disappoint all those who have been waiting for this. But he promises that he will talk to the channel and in return will post a video with the passage of the quest of the main scenario. After stroking Lucky, the guy said that they were done there. After being notified that the stream was over, Hen closed his eyes. On his knees, he asked if they would see what they got. His gaze fell on the Aegis sphere, after which the system said, gives 500 points to wit and mana. When strengthened, the effect increases by 30%. When strengthened, the duration increases by 50%. When enhanced, the effect spreads to all team members and mana consumption increases depending on the number of members in the team. Looking at the sphere, the guy said that now he understands. Standing in front of the protagonist, he noted that it turned out that the power of the sphere was scaring away giant ants. He said with a calm look that this was not enough. He returned the orb to Hen and suggested that war was inevitable. The puzzled protagonist asked about the war. The guy imagined the army of monsters and asked if he had heard that something was wrong with the giant ants lately. There was a war between the queens now. The monster stood on a pile of corpses. His eyes shone brightly, after which the stranger announced that sooner or later the Empress of Ants would come and lead all the giant ants with her. Smiling, MC asked if he only needed to defeat this Empress. Smiling, the boy replied that if it were that simple, the king wouldn't have sent him there. His face was serious. Turning around, he said that he would ask His Majesty for help and hoped that he would hold out until that time. Holding his chin, the guy read the information about the new mission and wondered if he wanted him to stay there, if he needed to defend himself instead of attacking. Messages popped out that the Ant Empress would attack in 72 hours. Within 4 hours, all the players in the White Forest would have to rally to survive. The guys in the cafe asked if something was happening in the White Forest. Looking at their phones, they said that they heard that the Empress of Ants would attack there. It was the Archmage who tried again. Closing his eyes, MC wondered how he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He introduced the monsters and noted that he needed to stand up to the Empress of Ants, and at the same time show the full power of the Aegis shield on the stream. He imagined a shield and added that the last broadcast alarmed people. Closing his eyes, he added that he needed to think about how to arrange everything. Looking straight ahead, he noted that it was better not to even try to kill the Empress of Ants. After all, he hadn't received such an order. Heck ran to him and asked if he had seen the news. After showing the screen, he wondered if his friend had seen the announcement of the Central Plain Guild. The enthusiastic guy said that they demanded to arrange a race with the Archmage, who would defeat the Empress of Ants faster. The dumbfounded guy was sitting at the table. The children walked through the White Forest and asked if their comrades had heard about the new task of the Archmage. Crossing his arms, the warrior suggested that he needed to hold off the ant army. While closed her eyes and added that everything was right. In order to complete the mission, you need to defend yourself, you don't need to defeat the Empress of Ants. Standing by the tree, she added that therefore, the Archmage's goal was to hold out against the endless horde of monsters. Most likely, he would decide on something more. He needed to provoke him and make him compete with them, who would be the first to catch the Empress of Ants. Frowning, the guy said that the essence of the task was simply to hold back the onslaught, and then asked if they were going to kill the boss of this mission. The girl with a satisfied look said that it would be an excellent final shot. Her eyes fell on the banners. Pointing to the horde of people, she emphasized that they would definitely defeat some ants. Holding his face, MC said that it couldn't be worse. Looking down, he wondered who knew that the Central Plain Guild would do something like this, noting that it would be too rash to fight them like this. Looking at the article in the news, Hen said that he did not understand what it would look like at all, but the guild itself was acting recklessly. He imagined running away from monsters and added that he could speed up and there would be no problems. A picture of the ants defeating humans appeared in his mind, and he added that the guild would have a much harder time. The chance of winning was about 70%. Holding his chin, the streamer thought that he could pretend to be a fool and agree, but the rising star had done too much for him. They gave him items, ideas for the stream, ads, and so on. Sunlight enveloped the building. Puck looked at his laptop and said that the Archmage had not been heard for a long time. Sitting on the ground, MC stated that he was calling about the Central Plain Guild, to which he was told that it was extremely dangerous to try to kill a monster when the purpose of the task was to hold the line. The guy said with a serious look that he knew, and then asked if he could surrender to the guild instead of refusing the competition, after which the president replied that if he refused them, he would definitely not lose anything, but fighting on their side was a dubious idea. Frowning, Park asked if the Archmage wanted to surrender to them. He imagined the knight holding out his sword to the man and wondering if the loser should not do the will of the victor. He was examining the forest. Smiling, the streamer revealed that he would be hunting the Empress of Ants along with the Central Plain Guild. Holding a white flag in his hands, he said that he surrendered. Dumbfounded, Wa asked again. Standing in front of her, the guy noted that in any case, he thought that it was very difficult to surrender alone, so he gathered the people. The girl wondered with a puzzled look who would have thought that he would do such a thing, noting that he did not understand, would not know until he tried. Getting down on his knee, the guy said that in return, he would carry out any order of the Guild of the Central Plain. Lowering his head, he added that he was ready for anything. Watching him, Wa clarified what the Archmage was up to this time. With a smile on her face, she said that she accepted his terms. Waving her hand, the girl said that they would hunt the Empress of Ants. For their goal, they would do anything. Looking at her, the guy asked what she would order, after which he thought that he knew, so she decided to take the risk, even though they would lose a lot of people. He imagined himself falling into the abyss. Notifications have appeared that the Empress Ants event has begun. During the event, all experience points gained will increase by 30%. For the next 4 hours, all players in the White Forest must work together to survive. A horde of monsters appeared in the forest. The guys ran into battle shouting that the tanks would not spare their lives. She put up a barrier in front of her. Standing among the people, the protagonist thinks that the Central Plain is fighting on the side of the guild, but does not understand why he is treated as a VIP player. Turning around, the warrior shouted that the final blow was for the Archmage. The puzzled guy replied that he understood this. Stretching out her hand, Wa stated that the Empress Ants was their only target. Smiling, she added that in other words, they would lure the ants, and he would deal with them. The girl with a satisfied look in her thoughts noticed that she would see how he got out this time. A dumbfounded MC asked if it turned out that all the experience points would go to him. Stretching out her hand, the girl replied that they didn't need them. They said that their only target was the Empress of Ants. Watching him, she thought that the Archmage was somehow gloomy. Perhaps he guessed and was afraid to level up and not reach the main quest. The guy's face was frightened. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that he needed to hold on. Now he was on the side of the guild. He could not smile with all 32 teeth. Turning around, Wa asked if he was going to back down at some point. Holding his fist in front of him, Hen said that he agreed, and then noted in his mind that the guild had come all this way so that he could complete the quest with everything ready. Glancing at his comrades, he stressed that they would clearly be upset if he did not show them everything he was capable of. Of course, he was talking about the shield of the Aegis. Powerful blows rang out, after which the guys shouted that they should try not to use the magic of mass destruction. If their tanks were damaged, then they would be finished. Frightened guys fought with monsters. A blizzard appeared on the battlefield. Lucky ran through the woods. The ants were chasing him. Silver and Gold sat on his back. The guy with a satisfied look asked not to worry the audience. The shield of the Aegis surrounded his comrades. The ants were watching. They began to fall to the ground. The guys grabbed the monster by the head. Their faces were serious. Shrouded in an aura, the protagonist thought that the Aegis shield had gone well for everyone, which was great, but they had just started recently, and he was already at 258th level. He asked with a puzzled look if he should pretend that he had run out of mana elixirs and stand aside. He said with a dumbfounded look that he had already killed many ants, but he had no mana elixirs left at all. The young man walked over to him, holding the potions in front of him. He handed him a whole bag of elixirs. Wa glanced at him and said that MC was still part of their guild, albeit temporarily. He should keep attacking and could let him know if anything was needed. The streamer saluted and wondered if they would leave him alone until the very end, noting that he needed to control the pace. His eyes fell on the trees. The monster was moving towards the guys. The dumbfounded stranger said that it was hard for them now, and these ants were even stronger. Standing in front of the opponents, they read that the experience points gain had increased by 45%. Ants flew over the forest. The warrior said with a surprised look that it was a nightmare. Now flying ants were added. Standing among her comrades, the girl shouted that the tanks should hold the line, and the rest should focus on the flying enemies. The protagonist was surrounded by mana again, after which he thought that already at the 266th level, he did not understand why it was still easy to level up, because it should be the other way around. Shifting her gaze, the girl asked the Archmage to deal with the main army of the opponents. MC turned his attention to the den of ants. It began to crumble. The lair was cracking on all sides. The Empress of Ants appeared on the battlefield. Her face was furious. She began to go to people. An earthquake began from her footsteps. The ground shattered at her stomping. A lot of messages popped up that players had died. Holding the fire sphere in his hands, the protagonist thought that more than 100 from the central plane had died now. He could also die there. If he did nothing, he needed to set all the monsters on fire. A powerful series of explosions was heard. Stunned, Hen thought that he was at 270 level. It was convenient to kill enemies at once. But he couldn't walk around properly. He would exceed the permissible level, and he was finished. It was time for him to finish. The young man said with a serious look that the sentence of the Thunder Monarch would fall on them. Looking up, MC wondered who it was. The electricity struck the ants. Lightning emanated from the hammer. Monsters ran through the forest. Lightning struck them. Taken aback, Wa asked what was going on there. Smiling, the protagonist said that this time he really almost died. Mana was running out. He introduced the monsters and noted that he used the shield of the Aegis and the summoning of spirits at the same time. It was too mana-consuming. He asked with a puzzled look if he should buy an item to store mana. The guy released a thunderclap from his hammer. The Empress watched this. A powerful discharge hit her. Watching the guy, Hen clarified whether everything was over. The elf took off his hood. With a smile on his face, he said that he had rushed to the rescue as soon as the news reached him. His name was Bahar. He was a royal mage from Tonga. Emma held her face and said that the 270th level was all he could do. Closing his eyes, Merlin noted that the Archmage's face was not very happy, to which he received the answer that of course it was true. In one event he had leveled up 12 levels. She imagined how a person approached the cliff and said that it was scary to think what would happen when you reached the maximum permissible level. Even the Archmage himself was probably afraid. Sitting opposite, the guy replied that the next hunt would definitely start a war, and Emma noted that she wanted it so. Smiling, she added that now that he really needed help, he would have no one to get it from. The ship flew through the sky. The joyful protagonist raised his hands and shouted that he was at level 270 and was on a flying ship. Standing behind, Bahar apologized for the late acquaintance, after which he asked if it was Midas. Stunned, MC thought he had been heard. Standing in front of him, the guy replied that it was so, he was Midas. Holding the scroll in front of him, the elf declared that in this case, on behalf of the great and wisest king of Tonga, he, Bahar, would reward Midas for carrying out the king's order. Standing on the ship, the guy said that the protagonist was allowed to visit the royal forge. Stunned, Hen asked about the forge. A notification popped up that the king allowed him to visit the forge, where he can forge any item. The reward for passing is unknown. Bahar looked at the floating island and told him that there was a royal forge there. Smiling, he added that there was more to it. Only recognized heroes could enter it. That is, the protagonist had become a hero of the kingdom. The dumbfounded MC asked. Black smoke was coming from the chimney. The elf walked ahead and asked to follow him. The guy's face was surprised. Looking at the knights, he thought that those people's level was over 300th. He could feel the scale of what was happening increase. Bahar walked next to him and said that since all the weapons and uniforms for the heroes were being forged there, many wanted to rob the armory, so the security should be at the proper level. The man banged his hammer on the red-hot blade. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that they had reached the deepest place in the forge. He wanted to introduce him to someone. Looking at the man, he reported that he was the royal blacksmith Eitri. A dumbfounded MC wondered if this was the same blacksmith from the legends. Holding the staff in his hands, he asked to take a look at his weapon. Eitri imagined different types of energy. Furrowing his brows, he wondered which of the powers the protagonist would choose. Hen asked gravely if that meant he could choose the scope of his weapon. Smiling, he emphasized that in this case he chooses the power of a free spirit, to which he received the answer that a man in such a case would forge a weapon to match a hero like him. Watching Lucky, he said that he was still waiting for the weapon to be ready. He noted with a satisfied look that he would finally open 2 reward cards, because he was wondering what would fall this time. In front of him appeared cards of mana absorption and the Thunder Spirit Knight. With a surprised look, he wondered if it had fallen to him, noting that it was already hard for him with the spirits that he had, he would be left completely without mana. This was not a joke. Looking at the mana absorption card, MC thought it was easier to just drink the potion than to kill a monster for mana. He was suddenly taken aback. Taking the book in his hands, he began to reason that if he used the skill book that he got after completing the quest and improved this skill to legendary epic, he wondered how much the conditions would change. Morning came. Azro looked at his tablet and listened to the Mist Guild's subscriber count drop by almost 1%, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex Guild had dropped by 0.5%. Looking down, the guy added that in general, the number of subscribers for each guild decreased by 0.11%. Looking at the protagonist's channel, He said that the Archmage conducts the most interesting streams. Many subscribers have migrated to him. Closing his eyes, the prince noticed that the top guilds were probably not very happy about this. They held on tightly to their subscribers. He imagined the warriors and emphasized that he had heard that they had already formed an alliance. Many guilds had recently signed a secret treaty. Anyone who helped the Archmagus would be declared a traitor. Shifting his gaze, he said that in any case, the next place of clash is a new continent. A real war will begin there. A notification popped up that a new quest for the main scenario is available. Smoke came out of the chimney. The man stated that he had fulfilled his request. A spear was shown. The hero thought that mana cost was reduced by 30%. He was on his knees, holding the weapon in his hands. He understood that this was a cool stat. The system showed a mana absorption card. The guy reasoned that if he used it with a pumped mana absorption, he would be able to summon spirit knights as much as he wanted. The man looked at the young man, saying that the king had a new order for him. He replied that he was ready for anything. The interlocutor smiled, declaring that he would go to a new continent. A card with a description of the new quest has appeared. The ship was approaching the shore of uncharted land. The main character stepped on the ground. The guy walked ahead of everyone else, saying that here he was on a new continent. Hen looked ahead, wondering why so many players had gathered on the outskirts of the continent, knowing that things smelled strange. The players were intently looking at the hero, who at that moment was thinking that they were behaving as if they did not know him. No one was bullying him. The man and the girl stared intently at the young man, who did not understand if something had happened while he was gone. Hen scratched his head, asking himself if they were shy of him. The guys looked at him, realizing that the Archmage had arrived. A drop of sweat rolled down the player's cheek as he reasoned that as long as all the top guilds were in collusion, no one would dare to deal with him. The young man looked around, thinking that it seemed that he had managed to get here after all, but he definitely couldn't do without the help of the guilds, if he wanted to survive on a new continent. After all, the Archmage would have to act alone. The main character was smiling, talking about why everyone was quiet. He heard that the new continent is full of dangerous monsters. Hen scratched his head, noticed that many had just arrived here. He was interested. He could keep company whoever wanted. The guys were stunned, thinking about how he had the audacity to say such a thing, knowing that all the guilds were in collusion. The player clenched his teeth, thinking that he was looking down on them. The warrior crossed his arms. The young man wondered what was completely deaf. Hen was surprised, realizing that, of course, he knew that he was not on very warm terms with the top guilds. But if they continued to ignore him, he would have no one to ask for help on streams. The system notified about a new message. The young man looked up, reasoning that he needed to show the spirit of competition there, as it was with the Zhongyuan Guild. A dense forest was shown when it was said that the leading guilds on the new continent had made a secret agreement, but the guy knew who could join his team. The guys were standing in the bushes when the main character wondered that the boss had foreseen everything so much. Apparently, the top guilds have common interests that he did not even suspect. The hero stared ahead with concentration, reasoning that he didn't think they would unite, calming down, as if the new player must be somewhere here. The man looked at the characters from the outside. He was coming out of the bushes when the young man wondered if he was the former guild commander of the Miss Vrek. A red symbol was shown. It was said about the Guild of Darkness, they are not having the best of times now, and they are on the verge of bankruptcy. But in the past, they have risen to prominence very quickly on a new continent. The ruler sat on a servant, raising a golden glass. It was told that there was a complete mess inside the guild itself. The head of the guild and the first persons committed various crimes, such as embezzlement on an especially large scale and abuse of power. The man looked through the money. It was said that Vrek, the only one who could not turn a blind eye to this arbitrariness, reported to his guildmates, so everyone became aware of the dark deeds of the guild. A microphone was shown, and it was said that after that Vrek, who thought only about the guild, was expelled with the scandal. The warrior strangled the man in a fit of fight. It was said that the guild was hazed and this was not enough, so they continued to take revenge on him. His character was killed and left with nothing. As a result, it came to the point that he could no longer play. The man raised a red flag. It was said that Vrek did not give up. He looked angrily ahead when it was said that the man had gathered all those who were objectionable to the dominant guilds, and created his own guild of survivors. Vrek was frightened when it was said that it was really difficult to develop your own guild if you were being persecuted. He agreed to the Rising Star's offer. His guild needed help as he was the target of the rest of the major guilds. The warrior was discouraged, asking again about the fact that the hero had just offered to become his guest. He replied that it was so. The young man raised his finger up, asking if he had his own channel, asking to make him his guest, and he would make his stream unforgettable. Vrek was surprised to hear that the other guilds would see his stream. Han closed his eyes, adding that they would want to join his squad. The guy turned around, offering to take up the work, realizing that he would show him that it was very profitable to do business with him. Black smoke could be seen in the distance. The knight was cooking a large piece of meat on the fire when he was addressed. Brahm sat in front of the fire, wondering what he needed. The archer was worried, saying that Vrek had started the stream. The warrior replied that he had definitely lost the last of his brains. The flames aspired higher. The question arose as to what he was still interested in. Brahms slammed his fist into the ground. The knight looked away, telling them to get ready, because he had been the first to challenge them. A red eye lit up under the helmet. The warrior offered to smear it so that it would never rise again. The monster made a sound, raising its head as viewers commented on the fact that Vrek had started the stream. The man was holding a sword with a shield in his hands. He looked away, musing that someone was still happy to see him, but the Guild of Darkness wouldn't be happy to see the stream. The protagonist was sitting on a tree branch as Vrek wondered what the Archmage was thinking. The guy looked down, noticing that he was an excellent hunter. Hen held up a finger, knowing that all he had to do was show up in time. Fire characters were shown standing behind each other. The young man contemplated teleporting and attacking unexpectedly, summoning all his spirits that he had, and then surrounding the Guild of Survivors to create an oppressive atmosphere. The guy crossed his arms, saying that this would make the guys look even better, and at the same time he could lure larger guilds. The wizards ran forward when the command sounded to go on the attack, opening fire. The man raised his shield up, trying to stop them, saying that this was an ambush, they needed to hold the line. Rek looked away, exclaiming that he knew Brahms would come for them, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. The knight ran towards him with an axe in his hands, shouting that this time he would try to get rid of the traitor for sure. Bright flames enveloped the forest. Vrek raised his sword, shouting that it was an ambush, and that he had to run scattered. Spectators were wondering about the ambush when a huge explosion occurred. The main character looked at the chaos that was happening around, wondering that it was happening exactly at the moment when he was leaving. Hen looked to the side, asking who had stopped them. The knight was full of anger, advancing, exclaiming that he should get it, since he was conducting streams, and not hiding like a rat, assuring that he would definitely not set foot on a new continent again. A red eye dazzled brightly in front. The main character recognized the warrior. He ungritted his teeth, saying that the rumors were true, and they were really shady guys. If they continued the offensive, the stream would be disrupted. The young man held a fireball in his hand, realizing that he had to stop the villain. Powerful explosions were heard around. The knight raised his head, wondering. The scoundrel stopped, watching a large burst of fire and energy. Brahms only knew one player capable of setting off 2 large explosions in a row, wondering if the Archmage was with them. Hen put his hand on his belt, telling the knight to talk. The warrior raised his hand, asking how the Archmage knew he was here. The warrior turned, asking if it was they who had spilled the beans. The knight looked ahead, chasing away the thoughts in his head that it was bad. How did he know that the Archmage was helping Vrek? He gripped the handle of the axe harder, knowing that he couldn't give back to Vrek either. If he did so, he would definitely hit him on the head. The main character lowered his gaze when the villain reasoned that now he should not think about this. If we assume that he clashes with the Archmage, then you can't get away that he was not the first to start. The warrior touched his helmet, wondering if it really came to a fight. The mage announced that now more than 3 million people are watching Vrek's stream. The knight turned, not believing his ears. The young guy closed his eyes, adding that Esmo himself made a donation to him. A huge explosion thundered. Brahms raised his head, shouting to stop the attack immediately. To stop the fight, he decided to enter into negotiations with the Archmage. Behind the forest he could see high mountains. The guy thought that he had managed to calm them down. He closed his eyes, thinking that once he was gone, they would attack Vrek again. The young man looked at the man, realizing that he could not leave him, especially when he decided to help him, although he himself had a hard time on a new continent. The opponents sat opposite each other. The main character thought that he would now reconcile Vrek and Brahms. The main character understood that at least he was able to seat these two at the same table. Hyun looked at the man. The audience laughed. The young man paid attention to Brahms. The user understood that now it would be fun. The main character folded his palms, asking how long they would sit with disgruntled minds. The guy laughed, saying that of course he knew about the complicated relationship between their guilds, and he could not rule out that there was something between the two of them that he did not know about. Hen ran his finger near his throat, claiming that if they continued like this, then both guilds would collapse. The knight replied that they already almost wanted to be crossed off the list. Much worse. Brahms was dumbfounded. After being asked that he did not want to restore his reputation, he asked again. The young man smiled, saying that he and the guild had a surviving deal. They were helping him hunt while he was just getting used to the new continent. The guy gave a thumbs up, noting that if they promised not to attack the survivors again, then he would participate in some event with the Guild of Gloom. The warrior had one eye burning red. He thought that this bastard was pretending to want to help, and he was threatening. The question arose. He was hinting that he would use force if something happened. Green trees stood in a deep forest. Users discussed that this was a joint event with the Archmage. Brahms' fist trembled at the moment when he was thinking about what to do, to agree, realizing that he could not be lured so easily. It was said that Esmo donated a sum of money, commenting that he was ready to give them a chance too. The guy looked away, reasoning that the man knew just in time when exactly he needed his help. The knight held up his fingers in agreement, after informing Asmo that if the Guild of Darkness made peace with the survivors, he would transfer them $1 million. The skyscraper stood in cloudy weather, and the question was heard about how they could screw up like that. Enraged, Merlin called on the phone, exclaiming that they should have been stopped at the very beginning. They had a contract. He leaned on the table, telling Rel that it was their joint, and that he wouldn't turn a blind eye to their guild's own actions from now on. The guy was looking at the disconnected phone. The smartphone flew to the side after shouting that they managed to get hooked. Merlin gritted his teeth as he said that who would have thought that he would take advantage of the survivors and lure the Guild of Mist, and he hadn't even been on the new continent for a day. Emma held the mug in her hand, answering that it meant that he had planned everything in advance. The man lowered his head, saying that perhaps Brahms had been his target from the beginning. He must have had an informant. He had bribed someone in the darkness, otherwise he would not have found out about Brahms so easily. The Abyss building towered into the sky. Merlin clarified that he had already contacted the guild, so in the darkness they would not hold a joint event with the Archmage. The girl looked away, reasoning that now they knew for sure that even the Archmage could not play alone, unless he pretended to be alone now. An insurmountable mountain. The system notified about the road in one quest, with a description of the quest. The guys were looking intently at what was in front of them. The hero noticed how thick the fog was here. The guy's eyes lit up blue when he realized that this was not a problem for him. With his special vision he sees both non-player characters and monsters. Vrek put his hand on his chest, thanking the Archmage. Because of him they could now play without fear. The warrior was joyful, saying that he would prepare thoroughly and conduct a new stream in 4 days. The protagonist looked away, saying that 4 days, there was time to finish the quest of the main scenario. Gold reported that he saw a monster. Hen began to warm up, preparing for the quest. The guys saw the monster Chimerasaur in front of them. The guy wondered if the developers had gone too far. The guys turned around when the young man whispered that they were changing their plan, quietly looking for knights and fleeing. The young man was looking out of the bushes, saying that they should be hiding somewhere here. The stranger, seeing them, clarified who they were. The guy looked away, hearing that he was Midas, who had arrived on the orders of the King of Tonga. The main character replied that he was looking for the remaining knights of the Azure Lion Order. The warrior looked tired, saying that he had come a long way, introducing himself as Luan. He was the captain of the Azure Lion Knights Order. The knight raised his head, saying that he knew that they had just met, but maybe he could ask him something. An unknown creature was rampant on the continent. The young man stared at him intently, listening to him tell the king that very soon this creature would threaten the entire kingdom of Tonga. A dark silhouette was shown. The hero wondered about an unknown creature, whether he was about those dinosaurs. The captain held out the weapon, offering to take it. Hyun accepted the sword when he heard the plea to avenge it. The system notified him that a new task was available to him. A card with the dungeon of the Great Mage and a description of the quest appeared on the screen. The characters were standing in front of a large gate. The young man looked ahead, saying that this was what it was, the dungeon of the Great Mage. The guy remembered the sword handed to him. He held a weapon in his hands, revealing that it was Eitre's sword, which was given to him by the non-player character Luan. The jackpot sat on the hero's shoulder when he realized that since they were so easy to distribute legendary epic items, it meant that completing the quest in the dungeon would be quite a task. Tall buildings stood in sunny weather. It was heard that they needed a new set of items. Puck put his hand to his chin, explaining that they needed a new set of items for the Archmage. The secretary adjusted his glasses, wondering if there was such a need. He still had very decent equipment. The guy looked away, answering that it was for the sake of content. The young man looked around, running away in the flames. The director reasoned that playing alone, he creates unique content. The Archmage shows unusual skills and the powerful power of fire. A new continent was shown. When he added that, nevertheless, now he is on a new land, it will be difficult to play alone. Puck raised his palm, saying that there was no need to go far to find proof. The Archmage had recently proposed to hold a joint event with the Gloom Guild, and was hunting survivors with the guild. Kim was surprised to hear that such content can be found by other streamers. You need to knock out an advantage for him. Park looked to the side, saying that there were two opposing forces on the new continent. The men stood with their arms crossed. He explained that on one side Asmo and his set was Eitre's footprint, and on the other Merlin and his crimson T-Rex skin. The question arose as to whose set was better. The guy put 2 fingers to his head, saying that they had a good opportunity. Puck smiled, saying that the Archmage could try out 2 sets at once. He could ask them to give him these sets so that he could compare them and tell him which one was better. The secretary put his hand to his ear, asking if they would really give away expensive sets so easily. Puck raised his hand to the side, asking if he really thought that people like Asmo and Merlin were the first people who thought about money. It was much more important for them to be known as people of their word, who could be trusted. They would have no choice but to give these sets. The system announced that they had destroyed tyrannosaurs. Silver was standing on the head of the dinosaur when the tired guy noticed that some of them were too strong. There was a question about how it took him as long as 14 minutes to finish off one. The young man closed his eyes, saying that he knew so that the tasks on the new continent were many times more difficult. The torch hung on the wall. The guy was thinking about what he thought. With grief in half, he would clean up this dungeon. He would need to immediately prepare the equipment. Hen put his hand to his head, telling him that he would probably have to lay out all his savings and sell his soul to level up. He raised his head to the gate, saying that the boss was behind those doors. The guy turned around, asking if he was ready. Gold raised his fist, answering that they were always ready. The hero was frightened, asking the keeper what he had there. Gold looked at his master in surprise as he listened to the first rank of loyalty. A duel card with a description appeared. The door opened ajar. The system announced that he had entered the last chambers. A monster stood in front of the guys. He asked his comrades if everyone remembered the plan. There was a message that the Dragon Knight had spotted him. The monster looked away. He was holding a huge sword in his hands. The assistants tensed, answering that they remembered. The young man clarified with the guys that they should cause him at least half of the damage. The guy waved his hand, saying that at this time he would be distracting. It was said that he had destroyed the Dragon Knight. The protagonist's face was swollen when he told me that he got much more from him than he expected, and yet. Hen turned, saying that Gold now had a new look and the first rank of loyalty. A card against the rules appeared with its description. He added that thanks to this battle, they now have a new guard skill. Hen looked into the pouch, saying that now he only had to update the item sets. So not everything is sad, except for the fact that he has to spend a considerable fortune on it. The door opened slightly after the words of apology. The system announced that they had entered the dungeon of the Great Mage. The main character looked at the book, realizing that it was the same as the first one. The young man touched the book, reasoning that while he was studying the power of a forgotten deity, he had figured out how to extract power from some objects and transfer it to others, creating a cube that fused several powers into one. The guy had read that with the help of this cube, he was learning how to extract and combine power from the monsters of the new continent. It was said that he discovered a mysterious egg capable of absorbing the power of a forgotten deity when he extracted the power from the mysterious egg and combined it with other powers. A Dragon Knight was shown, and it was said that he was born. An artifact stood next to the open book, telling that the power of the cube was weakening. He could no longer do it. The main character looked at the cube in surprise, realizing that something was about to happen. There is information about the cube of the great magician with its description. Jackpot tilted his head as he listened to whether they were joking, thinking it was so easy to get hold of these sets. A sign on the building, exclamations were heard that there was nothing here. The guy was flipping through the tape, exclaiming about the prices they had charged. This is disgusting. The young man looked down, wondering what to do. He sat drooping on the sofa, saying that in addition to the set he had now, he needed 2 new ones. The guy was upset, looking at his smartphone, said that he knew that he himself created this Archmage syndrome, but it was somehow too cruel. The hero opened his eyes wide. He held his hands up, shouting about the boss, and knew he could be relied on. The young man looked at the list of items on his phone, remembering that he needed to send a recording from the Great Mage's dungeon. There was a comment about what had begun. Vrek put his hand on his belt to greet everyone, introduced himself as the guild leader of the survivors. The commentators wanted to see the Archmage. A notification appeared that Asmo had donated money. The man smiled as he wrote a comment that he had a showdown with Merlin today, asking if the others could leave the stream for a while. Merlin looked at the screen, having donated a large amount, wrote that since he called it a showdown, let it be so. The question arose whose set would be better. The main character appeared in the frame, greeting everyone, thanked Vrek for inviting him to his stream. The guy held the cube in his hand, asking about the fact that the men had a showdown here. The silhouette of the chapters was shown. The hero spoke about what was at the very beginning of the passage of a new continent, and whose set for level 300 players was better. The cube shone with multicolored magic, wondering if it was the Eye-Tree Footprint set or the Crimson Skin Tyrannosaurus Rex set. Hen smiled, answering that it was either. He put his hands forward, offering to show them the best set of objects. The player abruptly rushed towards the monster. Gritting his teeth, he said that the Archmage had the last blow to attack. Holding the sphere in his hands, the hero replied that this was not what he was counting on. There were reports that he had combined 2 sets at once. Well, what would he show them now? Wow, they are very expensive. Frowning, he thought that it seemed like it was too early to end the stream, then he would continue. The protagonist struck the ground sharply, and the viewer asked what and how much damage he had just caused. Smirking, he said that he didn't want to show what the new items were capable of yet. It wouldn't be interesting if he revealed all the cards now. The monster stood still, and words were heard that it would be better for him to show them Gold's new look. Holding the weapon in his hands, the creature said that for its sake he would grind everyone to powder. He silently stared ahead. Comments appeared that it was a Dragon Knight, shuddering in front of the majestic Gold. Smiling, MC said that he still had so much to show them. The warrior stood behind him, and he added that the wielder of incredible strength, the Thunder Spirit Knight, had received a message that he had even summoned him. As the ship flew forward, words were heard about how amazing. Standing in front of the man, Hen heard that who would have thought that this great mage would conduct his research in such a place, to which he replied that it was the first time he had seen anyone study dragons himself. A white sail appeared, and someone said that it was surprising. The ship was moving straight, and it was said that these creatures were very dangerous, so few people were trying to study them. Grinning, the man said that he was one of them. After all, thanks to him they had saved the captain. The hero raised his eyebrows when he heard the words that he would give him a reward on behalf of the royal family in gratitude, to which he thought that finally, there was a notification that he had completed the quest. Reaching out for the book, he thought that here it was, a book of legendarily epic skills. Stretching out his hand forward, the man said that he would have one more request for him, to which the protagonist asked what a request. Looking ahead, he said that somewhere in these parts there was a dragon. He was born by the same great magician. The liquid was poured into a bottle. A phrase flashed by that he should bring him his blood. A message appeared that a new quest was available to him on the quest panel of the main scenario. A view of the mountains opened up. It was said that access to the unconquerable mountain was open. A misty forest appeared. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was another task. Looking at the island, he thought about the fact that he needed to team up with the Survivors Guild again. He was already sick at the very thought of having to share experience points. Clothes appeared, and the MC added that he had just acquired new items. A skill card appeared, and the thought appeared in his head that he still had an ice storm in store. This was his reward for leveling up. Holding the book in his hands, he thought that if he improved this skill with the book he had just obtained, he would be able to play the game alone again. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him. Hen looked surprised to hear that it was him, to which he asked. A contact card appeared. The words about what he had heard were heard. A new task was revealed to him. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that he knew that he had eyes and ears everywhere, and then thought that he was going to get it from him. Looking at the blue window, he heard that the Gloom Guild had proposed a competition to see who could finish the hunt on the unconquerable mountain faster. The protagonist raised his eyebrows when he heard that they also demanded that he play alone, without a guild of survivors, to which he replied that it was understandable. He had promised earlier that they would have a joint event. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that they require him to play alone. Apparently they are very annoyed by this situation. He did not really want to unite with the guild survivors. Lowering his gaze, MC added that the help makes him too self-confident. He can cope with the current leveling on his own. Looking away, he thought that the truth would not hurt the boss. Looking up, Hen said that it was fine, but he would like to ask for a raise if he had restrictions, and then he wondered if the company could make more money that way, too. The notification hung in the air. Words were heard that he understood it. A view of a high-rise building opened up, and someone said that they replied that he agreed to go through the quest alone. Holding the tablet in his hands, the guy said that in exchange for a large reward, to which the girl asked that he agreed so easily. Frowning, she added that considering he had to team up with the Survivors Guild last time, this quest should be even more difficult. Her gaze froze in place. The thought flashed through her mind that he was checking on them. Looking ahead, Emma mused that it was completely impossible to complete the quest alone. He was thinking of refusing the offer no matter what, even if they raised the reward for it. Smiling broadly, she added that maybe she should offer him something he couldn't refuse, and if he still refused, it would be announced that he was afraid of the Guild of Darkness. The young man looked at him in surprise when he heard the words that he should tell them that he would be rewarded with a skill card, the Dragon's Flame. The creature's eyes lit up, and the thought arose that the most powerful skill for a 300-level player was the Dragon's Flame. A view of the foggy forest opened up. Comments were made that even if they just look at the fog, it would not be surprised if someone really died here. Then this is an unconquerable mountain. Raising his hand up, the guy greeted and introduced himself, and then said that right now they were on the unconquerable mountain, and the viewers wrote that they started streaming as soon as access to the mountain opened. Pointing to the squad, he added that the fog was very thick, but they should try their best to reach the victorious one, so. The creature was breathing heavily. Raising his eyebrows, Salmon said that here was their monster, just in time. Suddenly he opened his eyes in fright. The monster stood in front of them. A cry was heard that this was not a dinosaur, it was a chimera. The hero put his hand behind his head and said that thanks for their warm wishes. He is also glad that he is playing alone again. Very soon they will start a competition with the Guild of Darkness, who will be the fastest to kill the main boss of this quest. Particles were flying in the air, and he added that the rules were very simple. The first to kill the boss before they started wins. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was thinking of organizing an event where they could participate. Flames appeared. Ice appeared. Lightning flew in the air. Holding the orb in his hands, the MC said that when the audience chose one of the three elements, he would hunt only with it. He looked surprised when he heard the words that he came up with a great idea. He also does on his streams. Moreover, he wants to see gold, to which he replied that there is no such option. The monster raised its head up, and words were heard that this one was ready. The young man looked at his watch, heard the question how much it took to do it, to which he replied that it took 6 minutes. The knight frowned and said that it would take them 6 minutes to kill one such creature. They had to try to fit in 4. Looking at him, the fighter said that then they would be able to kill 3 or 4 monsters at once, to which he asked how the Archmage was doing. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it looked like one Chimerasaur had also been killed on the Archmage's side, in 10 minutes. The man looked at me angrily and said that he was even slower than them. Then why was he so gloomy? The beast stood still, and it was said that Gold had killed that monster in 10 minutes, alone. Smiling broadly, the hero said that unexpectedly. Well then. The beast looked to the side, hearing the appeal, to which he responded. Pointing to the monster, the protagonist said that he should deal with it, to which he replied that he would destroy it in an instant. The creature jumped up sharply. Words were heard that the regime was without restrictions. It flew swiftly through the air. The beast stared furiously upon hearing about the use of the skill. Flames appeared around the monster. A notification appeared that all the stats of the Guardian had increased significantly. The dinosaur raised his head up. Comments poured in that this would somehow help him defeat the monster. He would bring it down alone. Suddenly his eyes widened. Crossing his arms, MC said that of course, we should not forget about the boss of this mission, for whom they had gathered here. The beast waved his hand, and it was said that in addition to his excellent physical abilities, thanks to the unlimited mode, Gold could use the Dragon Knight's skills several times. The Guardian deftly dodged the attacks. The creature looked at him furiously, saying that although he didn't need this sword because he was a mage, it was perfect for him. Raising his eyebrows, Hen thought that he liked the mood in the chat. Looking at the notification, he added that he could go bring down the boss for the time being. A view of the forest opened up. A question was heard that only Gold had 10 minutes. Sitting on the monster's tail, the man said that damn, he hadn't revealed all the trump cards that this bastard had gotten these items and skills from. Gritting his teeth, he added that since he had spent so much, it seemed like a lot of money. Looking to the side, the captain shouted that let everyone get ready, their reputation was over if they lost this time too. The heroes stood behind the tree, listening to the talk that they would find the boss before the Archmage. Let them not let him pass, attack on the sly, all means were good now. Smiling, he said that they had found the boss, and now, frowning, Rel said that they would kill him later. A view of the modern building opened up. The thought flashed through my mind that given the power of the Archmage's fire this time, looking at the laptop, the guy thought that most likely he would kill the boss himself, and the Guild of Mist, knowing this, would do everything to stop him. Putting his fingers to his head, he added that they had set themselves up by forcing the Archmage to play alone. Now they were ready to do anything to stop the Archmage. The president of the company began typing. Images of people appeared. The thought flashed through my mind that the Abyss Guild would not miss the chance that came up. Probably they had another ace up their sleeve. They promised such a reward for a reason. A view of the mountains opened up. Pressing the key, the man said that they would also have to use their trump card. The squad stood still, and he added that the guild had survived. Frowning, the captain said that it was time to move out. A tree trunk appeared. The monster wrapped its paw around him. The hero looked frightened and asked what they all saw. Well, this dragon has strength. There were comments that he had already found the boss. Maybe it was time for him to rename himself. Looking to the side, he said that since they had been waiting so long for their duel with the Guild of Darkness, he would not back down, but would give it his all. Then the protagonist peeked out from behind the bushes. There were comments that this is the lone mage they know, single players have nothing to fear. The dragon stared at him silently. Frowning, the MC thought that the longer he fights with him, the stronger he becomes. He needs to be defeated very quickly. Taking a step forward, he asked what could impose another restriction on himself. Smirking, Hen said that this time they would kill the boss in 10 minutes. Lucky suddenly transformed into a human form. Looking ahead, the pets heard that they should prepare for battle, to which they replied that it will be fulfilled. The golems froze upon hearing the appeal. The ice creature's eyes lit up. The fire knights stared forward in silence. Lightning flew around the night. The hero smiled when he heard comments that he should confess before it's too late. It's unrealistic to defeat the boss in 10 minutes. At least he has enough mana. Holding the fire sphere in his hands, he used his skills. Frowning, the protagonist said that now the show begins. The number of spectators began to increase rapidly. The fighters rushed forward sharply. The dragon stared at them silently. Reports appeared of how he had frozen it. There was snow on his body. Smiling broadly, the MC said that they would attack all together as soon as they immobilized him. Suddenly they started attacking the boss, and the audience said, "Wow, this is what he is attacking. How many minutes have passed? Someone has timed it." Holding the sphere with the lightning bolts in his hands, Hen said that there was no need to time. Even 10 minutes was too long. He would defeat the boss faster, in 5 minutes. A view of the misty forest opened up. Words were heard that faster. The Archmage was already fighting the boss. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they were close. It took 5 minutes to walk to them. To which the captain replied that it was good. The fight with the boss usually took 30 minutes. They still had time in reserve. Frowning, he added that they would intervene at the very end, to which he was answered approvingly. The man gritted his teeth when he heard the appeal, to which he asked what was wrong, why he was so distorted. He looked frightened when he heard that the Archmage had just announced that he would defeat the boss in 5 minutes, to which he asked that it was so fast. Rushing forward, the knight asked that he would finish hunting the boss in 5 minutes. Frowning, he thought that it was even possible. But nothing was impossible for an Archmage. Running towards the forest, the players shouted that he needed to advance as quickly as possible, to which he was answered with approval. Looking ahead, the guy asked where they were in such a hurry. Standing in front of the guild, he added that they should not say that they were trying to prevent the Archmage from defeating the boss. Leaning against the shield, the captain asked that he was right. Looking down, he added that they would not move until the Archmage had killed the boss. Rel looked at him angrily, and asked if he thought someone like him would be able to stop them. Standing in front of him, the soldier replied that at least he would be able to detain him. Clenching his fist, the man asked what he thought the Archmage would continue to help him. He would forget him as soon as he moved to the next level. Frowning, the swordsman replied that he didn't care, as long as he stopped him here and now. The man looked at him furiously and shouted that since he wanted to die so much, he would gladly grant his wish to attack. The soldiers rushed forward sharply. Suddenly they froze in surprise. The leader opened his eyes in fright. Suddenly his gaze froze in place. Looking at the dragon, he said that it was a Chimerasaurus. The fog spread over the forest. The swordsman looked to the side when he heard the question of what they were doing here. Frowning, the hero said that everyone is kind of tense. Just don't say that they are going to fight. The knight froze in bewilderment. The man opened his eyes in fright and asked again. Sitting on the ground, the soldier thought that he should have understood even then. Looking away, Rel thought that he would not be able to compete with the Archmage. He could not believe that the Chimerasaur was Silver's new incarnation. Gritting his teeth, the MC said that how many times to say that they should not fight, and they are again for the old. Frowning, he added that an agreement was an agreement, they would live amicably. The man closed his eyes when he heard the words that how much longer they would behave like this. Nothing good would come of it. Only spoil their reputation, to which he thought that he was worse than the devil himself. Closing his eyes, he added that yes, it was better to end it right now, there was no other way left. The man put his hand down. Holding it out, he said that he would forgive him for all he had done. Looking down, the captain thought that at last, after so many hardships, on a new continent. They shook hands, the thought flashed through their mind that they had found the long-awaited freedom. Raising his hands up, the young man shouted that long live the Archmage. A view of the dark sky opened up, words were heard that from now on they should try not to quarrel. Hoping that their guild would now go uphill, the great solitary Archmage, hurrah, would consider it a compliment. The ship flew forward, and it was said that he had managed to get what he asked for. Holding the bottle in his hands, the man said that it was indeed the blood of a dragon. Standing in front of the hero, he added that it seemed that the great magician had obtained blood from the egg, thinking this object. Holding out the scroll, the man said that it would be useful to him. Lowering his gaze, the hero asked what it was. Crossing his arms, the man replied that it was a map. Looking at the map, the protagonist heard the protagonist say that he had found it when he was exploring the ruins for records of him. Raising his eyebrows, the MC asked where this lair was. Gritting his teeth, he said that this was not even a problem, at best. The way to the lair appeared, the question was heard that he would not have to go through the giant's tomb, so. Hen opened his eyes in surprise and asked how hard this quest was, a damn game. Pursing his lips, the player said that someone was suffering and hunting in the guild. Looking to the side, he added that someone gets a dragon alone after hunting. Gritting her teeth, Emma said that as a bonus, he had obtained the dragon flame skill. Leaning against the sofa, the guy said that they had fallen for the Archmage's hook again, they would never win at this rate. Frowning, he added that it was time to change strategy, and then asked what ideas she had. Looking at him, the girl replied that the guild that manages to catch the Archmage will be allowed to enter the top 10 of the top. She furrowed her brows and added that the Abyss Guild would support this right, and then asked what she would say. Looking to the side, the young man asked what he was saying. It was time to declare war. Looking at him, the lady replied that she would have to, she had already prepared something. A tombstone appeared, words were heard that at the next location, the Tomb of the Giant, the Archmage would be waiting for two leading guilds of giants, much stronger than the Guild of Darkness. The creatures stood still, it was said that they had already prepared a trap. The man took a step forward, a notification appeared that he had entered the dragon's lair. Closing his eyes, the hero said that while they got here, they killed so many Chimerasaurs, but they were able to pump the level up a lot. As he walked forward, he added that it would have taken them much longer if they had followed the map, even though they were lucky enough to find a shortcut thanks to the snow. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what was realistic to complete this quest. Looking to the side, he exclaimed. Standing in front of the creature's bones, the MC asked what it was. Black particles flew around the skull. A notification appeared that the egg had absorbed power. Black particles rushed towards the hero. It was said that the dragon was awakening. Gritting his teeth tightly, Hen said that he was frightened. These messages pop up unexpectedly every time, and then asked that now he just had to complete the next quest. The skull of a monster appeared. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Smiling, he turned to the pet, and then said that he should prepare for a new look. A view of a high-rise building opened up. A question was heard that the Archmage had already passed the tomb of the giant. Closing her eyes, Emma replied that yes. Looking at her, the young man asked what about the red-haired guilds and the jellyfish. Crossing her arms, the girl said that they hadn't even crossed paths, to which he asked that someone had leaked information about the ambush to him. Holding the figures in her hands, the lady said that the best guilds join forces. He is not an idiot, he sees everything perfectly, no matter how they hide it, everything has its limits. The figures fell on the map. Sitting in front of it, the player said that then, instead of playing catch-up with him, he could change tactics. Holding up a finger, he added that instead of setting traps, as they had done before, they would make him come to them himself. The protagonist rushed towards the gift. It was heard that this way he would have no choice but to get hooked. Frowning, the officer asked if they had such a hook. Smirking, the guy replied that there would be, for example, a dragon slayer sword. Black smoke flew upwards, the words that the abyss had told him how to get this sword. Sitting near the fire, the man said that among the top guilds, they choose the best players and form their team. Closing his eyes, the knight said that a maximum of 100 people could join the quest, so they chose the top 100. Sitting in front of him, the magician asked what he planned to do next with all this. A man was walking through the desert. Words were heard that as he knew, the Archmage announced that he would be conducting a quest in the Black Desert. Gritting her teeth, she added that alone, he did not even have fights planned. Holding the meat in his hands, the captain replied that he knew it was just bait. They needed to become masters of the situation. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked again. Closing his eyes, Gord said that they would deliberately leak the Archmage how to get the Dragon Slayer's sword, but they would be the first to find the sword. The meat fell to the ground, and the question was heard what they were up to. Smoke was emitting from him, and someone said that of course this was not all. The battle promised to be long. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he had heard that it would take about 2 weeks to complete the quest. The meat was lying on the ground, and he added that if they completed the quest before the Archmage, the game would turn into a competition. The creature raised its head up. A phrase flashed through that, and when all eyes were on them, they would be the first to get their hands on the Dragon Slayer's sword. Holding the staff in her hands, the priest asked what they would do if he did not buy. Frowning, the soldier replied that it was impossible. He jumped up abruptly and added that the Abyss Guild had already leaked all the information about the quest. The knight's eyes lit up and he said that even if he didn't need the Dragon Slayer's sword, he would still announce it to everyone by impersonating it. The point of the weapon appeared. Rays from the attack appeared in the air. Words were heard that the rest was already beyond the internet space. Smiling, the girl said that then he would become an enemy of the Archmage, and then asked what he knew about the quest. The monster stood in the midst of the flames. A phrase flashed by that he needed to find mahogany in the Black Desert. The location of the tree was random. Looking to the side, the guy said that he needed to avoid the curse of the Black Desert and be ready for an ambush. Looking at him, the mage said that it would be difficult to act quickly in the cursed lands, as well as the Archmage. Standing in front of the mahogany, the hero said that the further the game goes, the more shameless the developers are. Frowning, he added that he had only escaped the cursed lands and ambush thanks to his snake vision. If it hadn't been for it, it would have taken him 3 or 4 days to complete. The branches of the trees began to move. The roots suddenly crawled out of the ground. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and said that it was a legendarily epic skill book. Picking up the book, he added that it was clear why they gave 2 at once. If they had a conscience, they would give more. Suddenly the MC shuddered in surprise. Standing in front of him, the monster asked who he was, the wanderer who had found him, to which he asked again that the tree had spoken. Looking at him, the creature said that they would make a deal. If he lifted the curse from him, he would tell him how to get to the tomb. The hero's eyes lit up and he answered approvingly, and then asked what he needed to do for this. He crossed his arms when he heard that he had been cursed in the temple. Let him destroy it. A notification appeared that a new quest had appeared on the taskbar. Opening his eyes wide, Hen thought that that is, we were talking about the tomb of the Dragon Slayer who had the same sword from the legends. Gritting his teeth, he added that you should not underestimate the complexity of the quest. You need to level up well. Then the hero clenched his fist tightly. Raising his hand up, he thought that before he took on this quest, he would have reached the 320th level. Standing in front of a tree, the protagonist asked where exactly that temple was located. He opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that he didn't know this. Then the MC looked away. Smiling, he said that it was okay. A view of the desert of red sands opened up. Hyun was sitting on the creature's tail. A message appeared that he had moved to a new level. Putting his hand on his head, he said that he didn't think he needed to stream here. He couldn't show how he was searching for and destroying the temple. A phrase flashed by that he had reached a level of 320. Frowning, the hero said that if he completes the quest, which should take 3 days and 3 nights, in 3 hours, using his super eyesight, a dragon's wing appeared, and he added that later they would say that it was all staged. But if you hunt like everyone else, it is easier to immediately lean back. Lowering his head down, the protagonist said that then cards appeared in front of his hand. A notification appeared that the dragon warrior was offering him a new skill. With his eyes wide open, he said that he would see what he got, and then asked that attack from a distance. They have such a skill. Holding the card in his hands, the MC said that he could attack no further than 300 meters. Smiling, he added that wait, and if he used a legendary epic card, there was a message that he had opened the skill book. Standing still, Hen exclaimed in surprise. A phrase flashed by that at that very moment the familiar world of mages collapsed like a house of cards. Turning around, the girl asked what was going on all of a sudden. It was difficult to find it, to which the guy replied that it was a bait. Raising his finger up, he added that they didn't know if the Archmage was completing the Dragon Slayer quest yet. Frowning, the priest asked that since the information had been leaked, it was not logical that he would not advertise it. Putting his hand to his face, the knight replied that it was difficult to say when he did not know for sure. Although their plan was to use the expectations of the public and make sure that it reached the end, they had too little information. Smiling broadly, he continued that it was now their turn to act. A sign appeared. The words were heard that this is a new streaming channel. Looking at the phone, the young man asked that all the TV stars come on. Watching the broadcast, he added that wow, this is indeed the channel of the top all-star guild. Raising his hand up, Gord said that he was glad to see them all. He hadn't broadcast for a long time. The old man frowned when he heard the words that their guild was now going through the Dragon's Slayer sword quest. Pointing to the tree, the soldier said that after talking to this tree, they would make significant progress in the passage. Frowning, he added that, by the way, they had a proposal to the Archmage. Holding the phone in his hands, the man heard that if he defeated them in battle, they would reveal the location of the mahogany to him. He opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that if he lost, they would have the right to hold an eventful match. People froze when they heard that. Of course, if they were not satisfied with the conditions, they could go through this quest together. The thought flashed through their heads that both options did not fit in their heads. The broadcast had 100 million viewers. A view of the building opened. The thought appeared that all TV stars already have 100 million subscribers since the beginning of the broadcast. A notification about the quest appeared. People were standing in the middle of the desert. Putting his hand to his head, the archer exclaimed. Suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, the archer shouted that he had found a mahogany over there. Holding the shield in his hands, the knight replied that he could not believe that it had taken 4 days to find him. Standing in front of the tree, he added that it was a damn game. Stretching her hand forward, the magician said well, to which the guy asked her to stop. Frowning, he told her not to go near the tree until it was too early to wake him up. Putting his fingers to his head, the young man thought that they had specially held a stream for the Archmage. Throwing one leg over the other, he thought about how they had first used the Dragon's Slayer sword to attract spectators, and then twisted everything to deal with the Archmage. The players looked at each other angrily. A phrase flashed by that whatever he chose, continue to play alone, but fight them. The mage held the hero on a rope, and Puck thought that he should either join them and play by their rules. Putting his hand to his face, he added that they would take the Archmage by the throat anyway, because otherwise they would not be able to defeat him. The Abyss Guild must have prepared thoroughly. Holding the tablet in his hands, the director thought that this could only be avoided if a message appeared that he could not accept the offer. A notification has been received that because he has already completed the mahogany quest and is now going through the next one. Smiling, the president of the company said that he knew so. The doors to the office opened ajar. After adjusting his glasses, the employee asked what he was going to do. Raising his hand, the young man replied that he was just in time, and then thought that the Archmage needed time. Then, raising his eyebrows, he said that he had just received a letter from the Archmage. It wasn't entirely clear yet, but as he understood, he would most likely join the all-star team. Frowning, the man said that then they were witnessing the birth of a new powerful guild capable of fighting the top 10. The thought flashed through his mind that he had deliberately started a rumor that would become the most discussed topic. Cutting the meat, the man said that information had come from the Rising Star. Closing his eyes, he added that they claimed that the Archmage had expressed a desire to join the all-star team. Frowning, Emma said that it was unexpected. Holding the glass in her hands, she added that apparently the Archmage had seen through their intentions, otherwise even if the audience criticized him. Sitting in front of the player, the lady said that he would have decided that it would be best to give up the Dragon Slayer sword, so he wouldn't have to deal with all the TV stars, to which he asked why he wanted to agree. Looking straight ahead, she replied that because this quest is part of the main scenario. Wine was poured on the walls of the glass. Words were heard that it was necessary to make sure that the Archmage had no time to think. It was necessary to put pressure on all the TV stars. With a smirk, Emma said that they would announce that the team that first obtained the Dragon Slayer sword would have a unique opportunity to go head-to-head with the Abyss Guild. A fiery blow flew to the ground. A notification appeared that he had destroyed the temple and fulfilled all the conditions of the quest. Raising his eyebrows up, the hero said that something was coming out of there. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the creature said that at last, after so many years, the curse of the gods had been lifted from him. Looking ahead, he added that he had kept his word. A message about a new quest appeared. Footprints lit up on the ground. A path through the desert appeared. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what they were talking about. Turning his head, the monster said that he would see these footprints until he reached the tomb. MC stopped after hearing the words that it looked like it was here, to which he said that this ability is always useful. Lowering his gaze, he added that they would see. Reaching for the weapon, Hen said he would pull it out first. He abruptly raised his sword up and said that he had pulled it out. A notification appeared that he had completed the quest. A new quest appeared in the quest panel of the main scenario. Looking at the weapon, the hero asked what the two-headed dragon would appear when he pierced the stone statue with his sword. Closing his eyes, he added that then he would not have to wait for the respawn time, he could stream right now. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that the Archmage would announce important news on his stream. People looked at me in surprise and asked again. The man took the remote control in his hand. The TV screen began to turn on. Smiling, the young man said that it seemed that he had indeed joined the all-star team. The best stream of all time was about to begin, and there was a message that the Archmage had started a live broadcast. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist introduced himself and greeted him, to which the viewer wrote that they already know that he is joining the all-star team, congratulating. Finally he will get rid of the worthless owner. Smiling broadly, the MC asked that well, maybe it's too early for him to get rid of him. There was a comment that what is wrong with him, embarrassed, like a girl in marriage. Sitting near the tree, the knight heard an appeal. Smiling, the young man said that the Archmage would now make a statement. Walking towards him, Gord replied that it was true. He had heard that he was positively considering all the stars joining the team, to which he said that everyone was almost certain that he would join them. Frowning, the players shouted that everyone should get ready for the broadcast. The archer smiled when he heard the words that as soon as the Archmage expressed his intention to join the team, they would immediately start a stream. Everything was ready. Sitting on the ground, Hen greeted him. Closing his eyes, he said that there was such a thing. He was already going through the quest Dragon Slayer Sword. Looking at the screen, the players heard the words that they had already found the mahogany, which the all-star team was talking about. The knight opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that therefore, much to his regret, they would not work with them, to which he asked that he had already found him. Frowning, the girl said that this was the worst of the scenarios. He had found him earlier than they thought, to which the guy replied that all was not lost. Let him contact the all-star team. Standing in front of the screen, he added that there were still about 40 hours before the revival of the two-headed dragon, so he should demand to start a battle. Looking up, Hen said that but he would summon him right now. People gritted their teeth and asked again. The hero began to draw his sword. The statue began to tremble. The head of the statue appeared. The dragon's eyes lit up red, and the viewer asked what it was, why it suddenly appeared from the stone. Holding the orb in his hands, the protagonist said that they would start hunting. Flames flared up around the monster's mouth. Suddenly he let it go in the direction of the hero. Gold looked at him angrily and said that he would not fall a hair from his master's head. He covered it with a wing. MC waved his hand. Stretching his arm forward, he used the skill. The flames rushed towards the enemy. Smiling broadly, Hen thought that such an attack should be visible even from 500 meters. It was time to show a new skill. The dragon raised his hand up. His hand rushed sharply towards the hero. Jumping up, he turned to the pets. A bright glow appeared around the creatures. Rushing to the side, the protagonist said that he was leaving him on them. There was a comment that the Archmage was running away. Looking ahead, he mused that maybe it looked like that now, but he needed to strike from a long distance. MC ran swiftly forward. There were reports that the master was giving a fight, did not know that the Archmage had retrained as a ninja. Fiery spheres appeared from the monster's mouth. Suddenly, the dragon attacked, and the viewer said that it was much more interesting to watch their battle. Looking ahead, the creature said to attack. Spinning around the enemy, he added that he would tear his throat open and prove his loyalty to his master. The boss's eyes lit up. The words were heard that for sure, he had another head. The pet looked to the side. There were comments that it looked like Silver had been injured because his master had escaped. Then if he got hurt, he would sue this Archmage. The fiery sphere rushed forward. She hit the enemy directly. A creature appeared in the distance. The golem rose sharply. There was a question from the viewer that since he attacks from a distance, it turns out that he has improved the skill of attacking from a distance. Smirking, Hen asked if he had guessed if he had it too. The dragons stood in front of each other, and the viewer wrote that he had heard about this. He could not hide anything from him. Stretching his hands forward, the hero said that since he saw through it, it was useless to hide it any longer. Swinging the orb, he added that he had recently gained the long-range attack skill, which is an improved version of the long-range attack skill. Throwing the sphere forward, the protagonist said that now it was his turn, a fireball. The attacks rushed forward. There were reports that, and how much time had passed, he was already in the second phase. The blows flew directly at the opponent, and the audience said that it looked like he would also finish it quickly. He would really bring down this dragon in 10 minutes. Grinning, the MC said that let him stall for time, take on a human form. Frowning, Lucky replied that he could rely on him. Then he took a fighting stance. The words were heard that he had something hidden away that would help end the fight right now. Suddenly he rushed forward. Grinning, the MC said that it was his turn again. A crushing explosion thundered. The monster's eyes lit up. There were comments that he was talking about it. Goosebumps. He should definitely die after this. Smiling, Hen said that he would now reveal all his cards. An axe appeared. The dragon flew through the air, and there was a comment that there was only one type of magic left. The creature suddenly let go of the hero. He swung his weapon abruptly. A notification appeared that he had destroyed the boss. The monster raised its heads. Then he fell to the ground, to which the viewer said that it was cool. He finished him off with the help of physical magic. Nothing could be seen because of the sand. Standing among the smoke, the hero smirked. A message appeared that he had completed the quest and moved on to the 5th level. Raising the weapon up, he said that let everyone look, this is the Dragon Slayer sword. A message about the donation appeared. A glow appeared around the sword, and a question was heard that he was its new owner. Smiling broadly, the protagonist replied that yes, from now on he was the owner of this sword, to which he was told that he would now use it for physical magic. Looking at the chat, the MC said that the new owner was talking nonsense. Opening his eyes wide, he asked who the Archmage was talking to now. There were comments that the Archmage went crazy, he was haunted there or something. Weapons appeared. Words were heard that let him see. He is the great slayer of dragons. He is the one who will pass on the teachings of Balmon. Let him answer whether he will become a student of the great master. Hen froze in bewilderment and asked again, and then thought that wait. But this voice was not from the donation chat. A notification appeared that a new quest was available to him on the taskbar. He smirked when he heard the question of what and who he was talking to which he replied that it was here. The sword spoke to him. The monster hovered in the air. A phrase flashed by that it was the first time he had such a thing. He himself was shocked. Looking to the side, the hero said that because he got it in another way. Raising his eyebrows, he added that apparently this was due to the passage of the quest of the main scenario, to which the audience said that it was the quest of the main scenario. They had another mastodon. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he would now talk to the sword and tell everything, and then asked what kind of teachings he had. Yellow particles flew around the sword, and it was said that he must first make sure that he was worthy to become a disciple of the great Balmon. For this he would pass the test. Frowning, the MC asked. Sitting in front of the sword, he heard that he should go to the White Desert and exterminate the mutated crocuses. Hen gritted his teeth when he was asked what he was saying was something important, to which he replied that it looked like a new field was coming soon. A white desert, he asked to kill the mutated crocuses. A view of the sky opened up. A white desert appeared. The monster looked out from the ground. A phrase flashed by that, but he had to kill every single mutated crocus. He would be generous and give him 100 hours to complete this task. The creature peeked out from under the sand, and there were comments that the Archmage had rediscovered a new field. Closing his eyes, the hero said that then he had to go to the White Desert right now, before he finished the stream, and then turned to the pet. Looking at him, the dragon replied that he was listening to him, to which the protagonist said that it was too early, but let him show his new appearance. Sitting near the tree, the knight said that it was a complete failure. Frowning, the mage said that he had bought himself time by spreading rumors that he would join their team. They fell for it as they wanted. Gritting his teeth tightly, the player said that damn, they were expecting this. Did he really deceive them? Now it's their turn to act. Crossing her arms, the girl asked what she thought of threatening him, to which he replied that almost, they would give him an impossible condition, and if he refused. Gord looked at him angrily and said that they would be the first to exterminate the mutated crocuses in the White Desert. He closed his eyes when he heard that they didn't know how many of them they needed to kill to complete the mission, to which he replied that what if they detained him in the spawn area and he didn't have time to kill a single one. Smirking, the guy said that then he would not complete the task, and he would not be able to go further than the quest of the main scenario. Looking at the notification, the hero said that come on, all the stars really came from the team. Holding the phone to his ear, the man said that yes, in exchange for cooperation, they demand that he join their team. Gritting his teeth, he added that he had given a legendary item to each of the 99 players, just those two terms. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that when completing this task, the more people the better. He wanted to accept almost any conditions if they were offered by someone like all the stars, and then said that he would give them 100 legendary items. The director of the company smirked when he heard who would pay for the items if he agreed, to which he replied that in that case, the rising star would take care of all the costs. Standing in the middle of the desert, the MC asked if it would be too costly, to which he was told that it was part of their duties. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was not fair. This time the demands of all the stars went beyond the limits. Looking up, Hen added that they would ignore their offer. It would be different. They would cross paths with them personally. But because of them, he was forced to kill the two-headed dragon earlier than planned. Since it turned out that way, it would be better to publish an announcement for everyone. A white desert appeared, and it was said that the guild that killed the most mutated crocuses in the White Desert would receive a reward from them. Pointing to himself, the hero said that let them publish an announcement on his behalf. Closing his eyes, he thought that in any case, this task could not be done alone. If he made a call, many would come to the White Desert to kill crocuses. Smiling, the young man thought that there was anger that the Archmage had done everything alone. Sitting at the table, he added that since they had opened fire first, they should retaliate, and then said that they would post an announcement right away. A sign appeared. There was a view of the entrance to the building, and someone said that let them take a look. With his eyes wide open, the young man said that this was going on. Let the rising star check the channel. Holding the phone in his hands, he added that the Archmage promises a reward to the team that kills the most crocuses in the White Desert. Looking at him, the guy asked how much he would pay. Raising his eyebrows, he replied that the ad did not say, to which the player asked if he really would pay a lot. The protagonist shuddered when he heard the words that, given that we are talking about an Archmage, then at least 100 million. Gritting his teeth, he thought that damn it, forgetting to specify the amount, a hard mistake. Wide-eyed, the man said that they would definitely be surprised, the Archmage reward they had just been talking about. MC looked away in surprise when he heard that he would be paying Asmo. Looking at the phone, he thought that it was true that a letter had come from a rising star, and more. The reward appeared, and Hen thought that the reward was 7,770,000. Frowning, he added that whether he could also receive the award if he took first place. Nowhere did it say that he could not participate. A view of the White Desert opened up. Holding the spear in his hands, the player said that the task turned out to be more difficult than he thought. Looking to the side, he added that the monsters merged with the landscape. They were not visible at all. In the vicinity of the desert it was empty. Suddenly, the eyes of the creature appeared from under the ground. He opened his mouth wide. Turning around, the guy exclaimed. Stretching his hand forward, the mage used the skill. The ice arrow rushed forward sharply. She froze the monster. Rushing forward, the man said that he should move away quickly. Suddenly he jumped up. As he struck, the knight shouted for a crushing force. The archer smiled when he heard the question that the skunk guild, why would the opponents help them? To which he replied that because they had a lucrative offer to him, he also wanted to win. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked what the suggestion was, to which he replied that right now the Archmage was exterminating the mutated crocuses. Gritting his teeth, the shooter asked that he knew the rules. The team that collected the most white crocus skin would receive a monetary reward. Images of players appeared, words were heard that at such a pace they would never beat the Archmage and the team of all stars. Wouldn't it be better for them to unite? Smiling broadly, the fighter said that it was not a bad idea. Since they were talking about it, they should also invite the Arrow Guild. Frowning, he added that now the All-Stars Guild would exterminate all the mutated crocuses in the White Desert. Looking ahead, the player said that they would cooperate with other guilds, even giving them some of the loot if necessary. The creatures stood still. Words were heard that their goal was not to get a win, but to prevent the Archmage from completing this quest. Going forward, he said that they would all be exterminated in this way. Rushing forward, the warrior thought that in order to complete the quest, the Archmage needed to kill a certain number of monsters, so he made an event out of a threat. Looking to the side, he added that no one should interfere with him. The mage summoned a huge typhoon. The thought flashed through his mind that it was not profitable when he was not alone in an event where he needed to kill as many enemies as possible, but the Archmage had miscalculated in some places. The fighters rushed forward. It was said that he wanted everyone to start competing with each other, but in reality, the guilds rallied to win. The monsters released flames on the ground. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. The thought arose that this is why he is whipping expensive potions and giving his best. He wants to win. The creature opened its mouth wide, and there was a comment that the Archmage was now seriously fighting. Frowning, the protagonist thought that now his gap with the first place is about 200 monsters. The dragons looked ahead, and he added that even when Silver turned into a two-headed man, he rushed forward with money in mind. MC looked at him angrily and thought that he had to win. A card appeared. A notification appeared that he had moved to a new level. He had reached the level of 330. The martial dragon was granting him a new opportunity. Raising his hand up, Hen said that he should be silent. There was no time for cards now. Looking to the side, he added that they were moving on to the next one. Rushing forward, the pets responded approvingly. A bright glow appeared around the monster. Words were heard that it must come out on top at any cost. Messages appeared that 10,000 mutated crocuses had been destroyed. All mutated crocuses in the White Desert had been destroyed. The hero froze in bewilderment when he heard this. He opened his eyes wide and thought that his money for the potions was his 7 million. Grinning, the guy said that he had lost. Looking straight ahead, he added that Gord did know how to surprise. Sitting at the table, the young man said that if it were not for this case, the top 10 guilds would have been closed by a guild of a large family. To which the girl replied that it was possible. Closing her eyes, she added that, however, he had very average abilities, and he had only become the head of the guild because of his resourcefulness. Walking forward, the knight said that they would even give them some of the loot if necessary. Their goal was not to get a win, but to prevent the Archmage from completing this quest. Sitting in front of her, the player said that who would have thought that he would refuse rewards and trophies just to annoy the Archmage, to which Emma replied that anyway. Taking the cheese with her fork, she added that she thought it would be better to let Gord get even with the Archmage. Closing her eyes, the lady said that even though the Archmage had not completed this quest, he was still very dangerous. Looking at her, the guy replied that it was a great idea, and then asked what he could make him happy. On his knees, the protagonist thought about what his money for potions was, his winnings. He closed his eyes when he heard that he should not be upset, and there would soon be a holiday on his street, to which he thanked the viewer. Wiping away his tears, the MC said that since he had completed this quest, it was time to proceed to the next one. Looking at the phone, Merlin asked that he had completed the quest. Cards appeared, notifications flashed that he had ended the broadcast. The warlike dragon was granting him a new opportunity. Smiling, Hen said that he finally had a new skill. Closing his eyes, he added that the two weakest points of the enemy were what if he updated the map to a legendarily epic. Looking to the side, the hero said that exactly, then he would see not 2, but as many as 3 weak points. Flying up, the sword said that he thought he was just a half-witted person. He turned out to be very capable. He hovered in midair, saying that since he had completed his mission, he would reveal to him the invaluable knowledge of the dragon's slayer. Frowning, the protagonist thanked him, to which the spirit replied that let him do what he says. Looking at the glow, he thought that it looked like he wanted him to go there. The glass smashed to the ground. Putting his hand to his face, the guy asked that the next quest was. He wanted to say, he planned everything from the very beginning. Impossible. He was definitely bluffing. Closing her eyes, Emma replied that she was only making her guesses. But the Archmage was clearly not one to bluff so clumsily. She raised her eyebrows and added that now they knew that he had completed the quest after all. Holding the glass in her hands, the girl said that now the one who was most upset by this news was Gord. It can be considered that he was deceived. Besides, he himself refused money and trophies. Looking ahead, she added that she had said before, Gord was in his place because of his talent for leading people. In other words, the current situation had hurt him greatly. He thought someone like him would so easily forget that he had been fooled in front of everyone, and would let the Archmage continue playing. Sitting on the ground, the man said that he had outwitted them. Gritting his teeth tightly, the knight said that who knew that the condition of the quest was to destroy all the monsters in the White Desert. Frowning, the priest said that it turns out that the Archmage has completed the quest with the help of this money. He looked at him angrily and replied that he was a damn Archmage. He would have to pay dearly for that. A view of the sky opened up. A cry was heard that he had made a fool of himself. Rays emanated from the sun. MC was standing in the middle of a white desert. He raised his eyebrows when he heard that it was here, and then asked what he was talking about that tree. Looking ahead, Hen heard that he saw a piece of skin hanging from him. This was what was left of the dragon's skin that had defeated the god himself. Looking at the skin, he thought that wow, but why was it so small? Taking the skin in his hands, the hero added that this would not even be enough for a hat. But it was not for nothing that he was given dragon skin. Probably one way or another he would be able to make some kind of object out of it. Smiling, he asked what it should be. It must be some kind of high-quality leather. It probably has some special properties, such as protection. Yes, to which the sword said that he answered his own question. As he hung in the air, he added that no matter how powerful his sword was, it would be incredibly difficult to leave any trace on that skin. MC froze when he heard the words that no matter how powerful his sword was, it would be incredibly difficult to leave any trace on that skin, and he wanted to try to make a weapon out of such leather. Frowning, he thought that he shouldn't have received some object, and what do they want from it? On his knees, Hen said that since it was dragon skin, he thought it was a weapon material. An image of a monster appeared. Words were heard that he teaches how to kill them. He must be strong and be able to pierce the skin. Looking up, the hero asked what and how he should do it, if even a sword is useless here. Looking at him, the weapon replied that there was only one way: let him increase his strength. A notification appeared that a new quest was available in the quest panel of the main scenario. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist thought that this was an opportunity to upgrade his weapons. Bowing, he said that he would do this. Let him tell him about the teachings of Bamung. MC froze in bewilderment when he heard that he should first kill 8,912 crocuses in the Black Desert. He thought that would be enough. Raising his eyebrows, he asked again. Smirking, Hen said that he was too low. I see. His eyes lit up red. Marks appeared on the monster. Words were heard that now he sees his weak points. Thanks to these miracle eyes, anywhere and anytime, he will be able to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. Suddenly, a blow flew to him. There was a message that he had destroyed the crocus and moved to a new level. The hero fell to the ground. Closing his eyes, he said that the level was 339. Finally, the protagonist shuddered in surprise when he heard that well done, and now he would initiate him into all the mysteries of Bamung's teachings, to which he asked that right now, quickly, however. He looked at the sword when he heard that there was one area where the dominant element changed every 24 hours, and the thought appeared in his head that the elements were changing, so he was talking about the extreme region, the next place. The weapon hung in the air. A phrase flashed by that he should find an icy and burning heart there. Looking ahead, MC wondered what to find. Just turning his head, he added that it was easy. Grinning, Hen thought that he would now write to the boss, that he was finally leaving the desert, and moving to the extreme region. He would need to write more. Let him organize some kind of event match. A view of the sky opened up. A high-rise building appeared. Holding the phone in his hands, the man thought that finally the time had come. They would go to war against the All-Star team. Until that time they had to shake out as much money as possible. He closed his eyes and turned to him, to which the officer responded. Turning his head, the guy said that he should contact the Immortal Guild, to which the man asked what was going on with whom. Taking a step forward, he replied that with the guild are immortals, their people are now in the extreme region, so he wants to talk to them, to which the assistant said that it was good, understood him. Looking ahead, the young man said that if they wanted to earn more, they should strengthen the competitive spirit. The hero stood in front of the monster. It was said that the extreme region is the land at the very edge of the map, where the elements replace each other every 24 hours. Hanging in the air, the dragon said that he would not lay a finger on his master. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that thank God, today the dominant element is ice. Watching the battle, he added that at this rate, he would find hearts very quickly. There were notifications that he had destroyed the ice troll. He had moved to a new level. Cards appeared in the air. Sitting on the ground, MC asked that it was time to pick a map again. Holding it in his hands, he added that it was interesting what would fall this time. It had become more difficult to predict because lately he had come across skills that he had not heard of before. Looking at the map, Hen said that he knew so. Something that he had never heard of had fallen out again. Grinning, he asked what if he upgraded this skill as well. A black flame skill card appeared. Stretching out his hand to the side, the hero said that come on, this is the same fire technique as from the manhwa about ninjas. Holding his staff in his hands, he added that at last a new weapon. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist said that his stats were serious. He was many times cooler than an old staff. Looking at him, the sword spirit said that there was too much noise about him. Although he deserved praise for getting 2 hearts so quickly, he was overreacting. MC looked at him in fright and asked him that he was still here, to which he asked again. A yellow glow appeared around the dragon, and he said that from now on he would live in this weapon and instruct it to the very end. Such was Bamon's will. Clutching his head, Hen thought that he would have to continue to listen to him. Lowering his head, the dragon said that now they would move on to the most important thing, to destroy the skin. The skin hung on the tree, and the thought flashed through my mind that it should work out from this distance. A fiery sphere appeared, and the hero thought that now he had access to the skill of success. Swinging, he added what he represents. The protagonist abruptly released a fireball. Frowning, he asked what the mark was on his skin. A red circle appeared on the skin. It was heard that it was again. The flames hit directly at the target. 2 circles appeared, to which the protagonist asked that there were now 2 of them. The ice ball flew at the target. 4 circles appeared. Striking the shot, MC said that it looked like a target, then he would hit the very center. A blue target appeared. Notifications appeared that the success skill was activated. The next attack would increase the damage dealt by 333%. With his eyes wide open, Hen said that if he hit the same spot 5 times in a row, the power of the next attack would increase. It pierced the skin sharply. The hero smirked when he heard that he had done it, and now it was time for the final test. Looking ahead, he asked what the fallen spirit lord was. Did they really mean by the lord? A view of the winter forest opened up. The thought flashed through my mind that the fallen spirit lord, if he was called a lord, then he had his own team. The creature's eyes lit up, and the protagonist thought that originally the boss of the extreme region was called a fallen guardian. But now the boss is a fallen spirit lord. The chances are very high that another boss was added because of the event, then. Frowning, MC asked if he would have to fight 2 bosses at once. Sitting on the ground, he thought that this would not work. The task was too difficult to go through alone, but not that he would ask anyone for help. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, Hen asked what it was. A view of the snow-covered trees opened up. A question was heard about the Staff of Power. Looking up, the hero heard that yes, they received a request for a duel from the All-Star team, offering a Staff of Strength as payment. Looking to the side, he wondered that when it came to weapons, he already had a staff, and it was much better. The protagonist was lying on a deck chair. The thought flashed through his mind that he could better sell the Staff of Power and grab pocket money for himself. A system notification appeared. Words were heard that, but there was one condition: the Staff of Power had never been exchanged before. Looking at the laptop, the guy said that this is why none of them are currently available for sale, as well as there is no set price. Lowering his gaze, he added that was why all the stars had imposed a ban on selling, even if he got his hands on the staff, and then thought that otherwise those who had it would come to an agreement among themselves, and the price of it would skyrocket. With his eyes wide open, the MC thought that wait, if he couldn't even sell it, then he didn't need it at all. Putting his hand to his face, he added what he should do then. Lowering his hand, Hen thought that instead of an item that he couldn't even sell, he should choose something more useful, and then asked that the All-Star team was so eager to fight him that they were willing to sacrifice a very valuable item. Standing on one knee, he heard that it looked like they were even willing to give him the Staff of Power, to which the hero replied that well, if he didn't like their offer, he couldn't accept it. Smirking, he added that but he was willing to grant their wish, if they fulfilled it in return, he didn't even need a staff. Putting his fingers on the keyboard, Puck thought that come on, wish. Looking down, he added that he was already surprised that he had rejected his offer. This time they had to finish things with the All-Star team. The man held the flag in his hands, and the thought arose that the next enemy of the Archmage would be the 10 strongest guilds. The flags of the teams appeared. A phrase flashed by that the obligation to the Archmage would limit the team, all stars, they would be under pressure, and their next enemies would be at a distance. The man was bound in chains, and the director thought that this move would be a trump card for them in many ways. The crowd stood in front of the player, and he added that as for all the stars, they wouldn't be able to repay them with anything more, so they would agree. Frowning, the guy thought that he had thought through this whole multi-move so quickly. He really was something. A power pole appeared, and someone asked what he heard. Stretching out his hand to the side, the man said that the Archmage and the team of all stars would clash with each other, to which he was told that everyone had already heard. Looking to the side, the young man said that the Archmage had given up the Staff of Power and demanded that one wish be fulfilled in return, to which the young man replied that he probably didn't need any items if he was so rich. Turning his head, he asked that they were now hunting the boss, to which the guy replied that not really, but the task was not inferior in terms of difficulty. The monster's eyes lit up. Words were heard that this was the first competition in history where you need to kill a spirit. He occasionally appears in a completely random place on the playing field, when the main element of the extreme region changes. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that wow, then this spirit monster is almost as strong as a boss. Smiling broadly, the interlocutor replied that yes, probably so, let him just look at the level of difficulty. Holding the phone in his hands, he said that soon, it would begin. Crossing her arms, Emma said that it would start soon. In 5 minutes the main element would change. Looking at the screen, Merlin replied that all the stars could not lose this time. A view of the forest opened up, and he added that it usually takes several hours just to find 2 or 3 such creatures, in a vast area of the extreme region. The player looked to the side, and it was heard that it was all over the region. The fighter rushed forward. A phrase flashed by that the guild scouts had already been scattered. The man put his hands on his side. The words sounded that they would immediately report when the spirit of the monster appeared. Smirking, the young man said that no matter how lucky the Archmage was, it would take him more than half an hour. Closing her eyes, Emma replied that by then the hunt would be over. Sitting on the chair, he said that there was a minute left, to which she asked that they could see what the Archmage was doing. On his knees, the hero said that he should make the spirit monster appear right in front of him. Closing his eyes, he thought that of course he would appear in this place. Since it was a live broadcast, maybe it would be worth playing a small performance. A view of snow-covered trees opened. There were comments that prayer is the best means when it comes to randomness in the game. Soon everything will become known anyway. A blue glow appeared in the air. The beast opened its mouth. A huge wolf stood in front of the hero. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked what they had seen, and he appeared right in front of him. People froze in bewilderment. Grinning, the MC said that since this was the first duel with the All-Star team, he had to give it his all. Frowning, he added that he would show them 2 new skills. The creatures stared at him furiously, saying that since he was a spirit monster of stone, he could not be defeated in hand-to-hand combat, but he was weak against magic. The pets rushed towards the enemies when they heard that they were forward, the others behind them. Putting his hand to his head, Hen said that let them look carefully. It was time to remove the seal from the black flame. There were comments that what was wrong with him suddenly. Apparently he was completely crazy. Suddenly he used hellfire. A blow flew to the ground, and the hero said that this flame cannot be extinguished, to which the viewer asked that this is how hellfire reduces the enemy's defense level while it is burning, right? Monster stood in the midst of the flames. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that the second skill, the black flame dragon, as well. Stretching out his arms to his sides, he added that he, the Dark Master, was ordering him. A pentagram appeared above him, and the words were heard that he should wake up. The creature's eyes lit up purple. A black flame flew out of his mouth. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that to the west, the monster spirit had been found 5 minutes away, to which the knight replied that great, they had already found one in 5 minutes. Turning around, he added that no matter how, the Archmage would no longer be able to get ahead of them. Closing his eyes, the young man said that they had news from the Archmage. They reported that he was already in the 3rd stage of the battle. Turning his head, the player asked what was possible at all. Cracks appeared on the stones. Notifications about donations appeared. Putting his hand behind his head, the MC said that who knew he would appear right in front of him. He was very lucky. Raising his finger up, he asked that now he was entitled to one wish. So, putting his hands on his hips, Hen read the comments that the audience didn't know what kind of fallen spirit lord he was. He had never heard of such a thing before. It didn't look like he was an ordinary monster once he used his wish. Smiling, he revealed that the fallen spirit lord is a boss that appears in the quest of the main scenario. He imagined various clumps of mana and emphasized that it could be summoned using all 4 elements: ice, flame, earth, and lightning. People began to print comments where they said that it would not take several months to collect them. Usually they can only be obtained by top guilds. Usually it is very difficult to do. The protagonist patted Lucky and replied that they were right. It was hard to get. He would try to talk to the All-Stars Guild. Looking at the warriors, he noted in his mind that no one would have thought that they would meet like this. The guy with a serious look thought that at first he tried to oppose Hen, and now they will attack the boss together as one team. He is sure that the streamer just wants to humiliate them as long as they are one team. Looking at the MC, he noted that this is the battle that the Archmage wants, and the more he wants it, the more sophisticated they will be. Raising his hand, the protagonist waved at them. Frowning, the stranger emphasized the fact that he would show him that a flower pot can be much brighter than the flower itself. Smiling, the Archmage greeted the guys. Watching him, the guy thought that Hen was so carefree. Even after everything that had happened, he still knew that the streamer was looking down on him. A dumbfounded MC wondered if he had done something wrong, and if it was because he had won purely out of luck while they were hunting the spirit monsters. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that they hunt together for a while to get used to each other. The warrior shook his hand, saying that everyone had heard that the Archmage wanted to test the skills of all the stars. He noted with a satisfied look that they would show everything they were capable of. Frightened, Hen wondered if his interlocutor was going to demonstrate the guild's skills. The knight with a satisfied look asked just to stand and watch. In the cafe, the guys discussed that the best guilds would also take part in the hunt for the fallen spirit lord. Surprised, Heck noted that he had heard that they were eligible to participate on the condition that they provide 4 key elements for free. Holding the phone in front of him, he added that the Archmage and the All-Stars team were streaming right now, after which the guys asked how the Archmage reacted. Sitting on the ground, MC wondered if he was really being provided with such VIP service, noting that he still had 349th level. He closed his eyes. Streamer remembered Gord standing in front of him and talking. That he needed elements to summon the boss. It just so happened that he asked the top guilds and they said that they would provide them for free if they were allowed to join the hunt for the fallen spirit lord. Holding his chin, the protagonist emphasized that not only are they ready to help him, he will also get elements for free. He originally planned that they would come to him with sweat and blood, but everything turned out to be much easier. Clenching his hand into a fist, The guy noted that during the hunt he had to show at least something. Gord stood in front of the slain monsters. A bright aura enveloped MC. A map appeared in his hands. The guy said with a satisfied look that he knew that Hen would not be able to do anything. It would be very difficult for the Archmage to do it this time. MC looked at the map with a surprised look as the audience wrote that they had only come in because they had heard that he was not doing anything there. Watching him, Gord asked in his mind to just keep up the good work. Smiling, Hen walked over to the warrior and offered to finish for today and go after the fallen spirit lord tomorrow. He added with a satisfied look that he could do it even now. A bright aura surrounded the young man, who thanked his comrades for joining the march against the fallen spirit lord. Looking at him, the guys thought that MC is just a beast. He gave them only a day to prepare for the hike, about which nothing is known. He wants them to fail. The young man said with a satisfied look that this was the first time he had seen the members of the best guilds up close, and then he thought that the plan was still in force. The girl held a clot of flame in her hand and said that they could start. Various energies surrounded the area, after which the system said that a fallen spirit lord had appeared. Chaos was approaching the extreme region. The guys were surprised that the west of the forest had turned into an icy biome, the south was ablaze, and the east was frozen in stone. Their gaze fell on the guardian of each element. A notification popped up with information about the fallen spirit lord's guard. The guy rushed forward, saying that it was time to take their places. Their target was the guards of the fallen lord. Surprised, MC said that in the best guilds, everything is really different, but if this continues, there is nothing left for him to do at all. The knights fled into battle. Furrowing his brows, the young man said that the guilds dealing with the guards should immediately join the attack on the spirit lord. The girl turned. Sitting on the ground, the streamer said that he had nothing to do, so he could take care of the earth guard. Touching her ear, she guessed in her mind that the Archmage was hungry for battle. Shifting her gaze, she stated that their guild would immediately go after the spirit lord. The trees were covered with snow. The dumbfounded girl wondered if this was the Lord of Spirits. The knights were standing in front of a huge monster. She approached the guy and clarified how things were, to which she received the answer that there was nothing wrong except that he used an air bomb every 3 minutes. Turning around, he added that the monster's strength was serious, but even so, they had a chance. The boss attacked with a shock spear. The dumbfounded guys read that they were immobilized for 2 minutes. The monster's eyes shone brightly. The stones fell to the ground. Smiling, the streamer said that there was a lot of noise from the air bomb. The girl was shocked. The monster formed a huge sphere of fire above its head. With a smirk on his face, he wished them dead. A powerful flood of energy hit the battlefield, after which messages and deaths of people popped out. The protagonist was moving towards the epicenter of the battle. Shifting his gaze, he asked if Robin had died during the battle. Watching the boss's attack, he thought that he wanted to help, but he needed to hide his miracle eyes, because he could not tell about the abilities of the Spirit Lord. He sat down on the ground. The guy with a puzzled look said that if he joined in the heat of battle and was afraid that the problem would become more serious, because their formation and preparation were impeccable. Looking away, the guy said that he only knew how to defeat the boss if those who were currently fighting the boss allowed him. The knights restrained the guards. The sorcerers fired projectiles at the ice golem. The fiery spirit fought against the warriors. Smiling, Hen noted that of course he would show them the skill of Zeus lightning. Crossing his arms, he read the commentary, where he was asked if he was sure he could kill the boss and gave the answer that he could. He imagined the pieces on the chessboard and told him that the magic zone of the boss's attack covers 400 meters, such as him, not killed at close range, tankers, healers, and other players combined. He closed his eyes. Smiling, MC added that in this case, there was one way out, to fight him one-on-one. His gaze fell on the rocks. Warming up, the guy thought that, to be honest, there was a chance that he would not be able to cope alone, but it would be strange just to watch when they were dealt such damage, and then asked if the players agreed. The dumbfounded guys wondered if the Archmage would kill this monster alone. The warrior was standing in the flames and heard Robin's voice, who noted that he was contacting them that way because he couldn't do it in the game itself. Frowning, the guy listened to the fact that they must leave the Lord of Spirits to the Archmage, because it is impossible to defeat the monster alone. MC said with a satisfied look that he had been contacted and told that they would give him a chance. Continuing the warm-up, he said that he would attack right now. He rushed into battle. The guy with a serious look asked his comrades to leave the zone behind him and prepare a scene for him. His comrades fled to the sides. Stopping in the forest, the streamer said that defeating the boss would be easy. Observing the creature, he noted that he would use a strategy to attack and flee. He began to run away from the boss. The fireball hit the monster. Stopping, the protagonist turned around. The Spirit Lord followed him. He swung his blade. Dodging the blade, Hen released another fireball. The attack hit the monster's face. There was a smile on the guy's face. The Archmage continued to throw at the enemy. The monster was standing in the middle of the burning forest. His face was furious. A blue aura enveloped MC. He began to dodge the currents of electricity. Standing in the gorge, the protagonist said that it was a great job. His comrades created a good scene. He closed his eyes. Creating a cloud of energy in his hand, he noted that if he continued to run away, then all the viewers would get bored. Standing in front of the monster, he stated that he would show those who had not yet seen Zeus lightning. There was a smile on his face. A powerful flow of energy was directed at the monster. The beam struck the creature. His hands were cut off. The guy furrowed his brows. He fired lightning into the opponent's body, after which the system said that the streamer had destroyed the fallen spirit lord. As he surveyed the area, he read comments that he had single-handedly killed him. Wiping the sweat from his face, Hen heard a voice that said that it was amazing. He had indeed killed the fallen spirit lord himself. Looking at the creature, the young man listened that now he needed to take the dragon's heart. It was from the fallen spirit lord. Inspecting the corpse, the protagonist said that he would see what this boss had dropped. Dark energy was drawn to him. MC fell to the ground, saying that he was scared. Notifications about donations began to arrive. The dumbfounded protagonist noted that it was not an item. Looking at the screen, he announced that he had obtained a new ability. It is called Fusion of Magic. Sitting on the ground, Hen said that he was also facing this for the first time and did not know how to use it. The guy was staring at the image of the map. Stunned, MC read what would happen if you merged the blizzard and inferno. He waved his hand, saying that such a thing was hardly possible. His eyes fell on a comment from Asmo, who asked to test the spell. Stretching out his hands to the map, the protagonist thought that he could try, since they did not know anything. A yellow sphere appeared in his hands. Looking at the sphere, he read that the dragon's power had been activated. He needed to cast the spells he wanted to connect. Streams of mana hovered around him, after which he voiced that he wanted to combine Hellfire and Blizzard. Looking at the bright flashes, the protagonist wondered if it really worked. Looking at the red mana ball, he received a notification that the magic fusion had not worked. He did not have enough mana. Smiling, Hen noticed that he had been writing to him that it didn't work, and that he didn't have enough mana. He knew he just wouldn't anyway. He was taken aback by Asmo's message that since he writes that there is not enough mana, then the guy can only do it when there is enough of it. MC thoughtfully that this was true. He had about 50% mana now, so he did. Stretching out his finger, he said that in this case he would try another combination. Sitting in front of the orb, he stated that he wanted to merge the Hellfire and the Flaming Golem, after which a notification popped up that he did not have enough mana. He tried to merge the Inferno and the Flaming Golem again. Looking at the monster, the guy read that he had summoned a Hell Golem. A black monster appeared behind him. There was a pink energy around him. The Golem released a beam. The land was destroyed. The Golem disappeared, after which Hen thought that he had only summoned it and ordered it to attack only once, and he had already run out of all his mana. He looked at his hand. Getting to his feet, he suggested that the audience would only be more upset now, after which he clarified whether they were interested in what Gold's new uniform was. Glancing at the cane, he asked where the body of the fallen spirit lord had gone, to which he was told that the creature only lived thanks to the mana of the dragon's heart. The spirit watched him and said that since his heart had been taken away from him, it was natural that the being nourished by him would disappear. The dumbfounded MC thought that this would go crazy. Everyone was against him. He shifted his gaze. Placing his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that they could turn the Thunder Guard into a new body for gold, and out of the Fallen Lord's Guard into a new body for silver. As he looked around the building, Asmo asked if it was too much. He added with a serious look that he was talking about the incredible height of the Archmage. The prince asked with a thoughtful look to imagine that he was sharing a hunting ground with such a player. Not only was it unpleasant, it was simply stupid. He imagined the guy standing in front of the warrior and reported that now the Archmage was no longer a strong beginner. He already had the same level as the top 10 guilds. Watching from the sidelines, no one would have thought he was terrifying to top-level players. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the knight. The warrior's face was frightened, after which Asmo noted that they realized only when they saw him in person that the Archmage's success surpassed the bounds of what was allowed. Furrowing his brows, the prince stated that it was now clear why he had spoken of his ability to mix magic now. The guy looked down and asked if Asmo was saying that he had announced it on purpose now. Standing up from his chair, the prince replied that it was because from now on he would go to war against them. The Archmage had declared war on those who would inevitably have to face him in the future. The guy was watching him and listening to the fact that the top 10 guilds would have to pick up a calculator after today's stream. It also affected them. Shifting his gaze, the prince ordered to find all the items, information, and skills that would help the Archmagus in some way. With his hands behind his back, Asmo added that no matter how much it costs, they prioritize items related to mana or skills. The protagonist ended up in his apartment. With a frightened look, he thought that he remembered that a few days ago the items were for sale. Now they are gone. Looking at his phone, Hen noted in his mind that no item or skill related to mana was for sale. The guy was sitting opposite and asked if something had happened and what it was. He was all gloomy. Smiling, he replied to his brother that it was nothing, something was not working. Hiren sat at the table and clarified why there were no chicken legs in the box. Looking at the bones, the puzzled MC replied that he had thought about it and ate it and apologized for it. Closing her eyes, the girl said that then she would just take the wings. If there were no chicken legs, she could just eat the wings. The protagonist was surprised. Looking up at the sky, he thanked her, and then listened to her promise that he would share chicken legs next time. Gold took the form of a golem. Puzzled, Puck said that it was not a man-related item, but a swordsman class. A notification about the quest Endless Labyrinth appeared. Crossing her arms, Emma reported that the Archmage had already passed the extreme region and entered the Endless Labyrinth. She turned to Merlin, who said that his speed of passage never ceased to amaze, and replied that at this rate, he would also quickly complete the Endless Maze. Closing his eyes, the guy stressed that since we were talking about an Archmage, he could easily break through the labyrinth. He didn't even need help. Looking at him, the girl noticed that when talking about help, they needed time. Emma sat down on the couch and added that it would take time to build a front, after which she listened to the question of whether he planned to merge with the other 10 guilds. Looking at him, she replied that she and the Archmage had only one platform left to clash. They would have to unite and start building a front together. Shifting his gaze, Merlin wondered if they had to go that far. The girl with a serious look emphasized that if they were not with them, then they would join the Archmage. A multitude of hands reached out to Hen. Looking around the room, Emma stated that there was only one way to make someone waste time in the Endless Labyrinth. They would slip the Archmage a treasure map. We were shown an Endless Labyrinth. The man was moving along it until we were told that it was insanely big, so big that there was no end in sight and was changing lanes right before our eyes. The labyrinth began to change. The monster met a man. The soldiers continued to walk along it. Their faces were emaciated. They stopped in front of the wall and said that there was a dead end in front of them again. Turning around, the guy noted that they could not break her, because they did not know what was behind her. Frowning, the girl said that only members of the best guilds could break down the walls and go further. Swinging his fist, the stranger shouted that this was very annoying. He struck the wall and noticed that they would break through. He broke through the wall. The warrior was frightened. A huge minotaur appeared in front of them. The protagonist was sitting on the floor. He asked with a puzzled look if he was dreaming. Looking at the armor, MC said that it was a helmet with a unicorn horn, hydra skin armor, argo gloves, and a goblin club. A notification popped up with a description of the weapon. Examining the object, the guy asked if they had been sent so many items. Hen got to his feet and stressed that he knew he had asked for them himself, but that they would send him such a thing. Holding his chin, the protagonist noted that this means that during the stream he needs to show results that pay off their investment in it. Closing his eyes, he said that since his comrades were so impatient, they could clear the way for him. The golems rushed into battle, saying that they would do whatever they were told. Looking up, Hen thought that if he had a lot of views from the Endless Maze, nothing compares to searching the field of events. The monster lurked around the corner. His face was puzzled. Gold and silver rushed at the goblin. They swung their fists and shouted that the monster stood in the way of the master. His face was dumbfounded. An explosion rang out behind the protagonist as he reasoned that if he found this field of events too quickly thanks to his supervision, people would become suspicious. With glowing eyes, he emphasized the fact that there was only one way to get through the main quest. Analyzing the objects in the maze, MC noted that he would pretend that he had accidentally found this event himself. Standing in front of the screen, he indicated that he would start streaming. Holding the back of his head, he greeted the audience. Raising his hand, he revealed that he had just entered an endless labyrinth. Smiling, Hen added that they would see for themselves. Pointing his hand at the person, he stated that he was facing a non-player character from the quest of the main scenario. The audience looked at the stranger. Smiling, the protagonist said that the concept of today's stream is a quest for the main script. The girl took off her hood. She walked over to MC and noted that she had one request for him. Folding his hands, Hen began to ask in his mind that she would allow him to show something worthwhile. He would not lose it. He wanted it to be something difficult, then it would seem more likely, even if some event happened. With a calm look, she said that her name was Iria. She was there, chasing the enemy threatening the wooden village. The embarrassed protagonist replied that he had come for this too, after which he wondered if she was also there because of some unknown creature. Standing in front of her, Hen said that if she didn't believe him, he could show what he was capable of. Iria held out the box and asked him to take this object out of the endless labyrinth and give it to Zuga's teacher in the wooden village. A description of the quest called The Wanderer from the Endless Labyrinth has appeared. Looking at the object, MC wondered if he just needed to take him out of the maze. Putting his hand on his chest, he agreed and asked what the first task would be. The warriors were fighting a huge monster. The embarrassed guy thought that he was the only player who was getting a VIP favor from the Explorers Guild again. The girl covered him with her body, after which Hen emphasized the fact that it is surprising that they found him in this huge maze, and even more surprising that they also know exactly where the event with the NPC takes place. Smiling, MC added that many people complain about them, but they are indeed very capable. Stretching his back, he said that of all the dangerous monsters, unicorns are the hardest to deal with. It would be boring if everything was so easy. He closed his eyes. Stretching his hands forward, the guy noted that the monsters in the endless labyrinth are extremely difficult to defeat, but such a great opportunity for streaming should not be missed. Looking up, he said that Merlin, his beloved viewer, had given him a valuable opportunity. They would see each other very soon on the stream. The guy was furious. His face was veined with anger. Holding on to the back of his head, he suggested that Mago break down the wall. Turning around, the girl said that their people were already in position. If they thoughtlessly destroyed the walls, it could threaten their comrades, so she asked not to do it. Watching the Archmage, she added that he was forbidden to throw anything away until they were there. Holding his chin, the streamer thought that there were still 5 fights left, although standing on the sidelines and doing nothing was also too good. Smiling, Mago thought that he was really angry. They would be walking in circles and wasting his precious time. The guy grabbed his forehead. Watching the battle, the protagonist thought that if he had enough mana, he would kill this unicorn in 5 minutes with his new skill. He would easily go through the endless maze, and maybe then he would have a good excuse to leave, and he wouldn't need a VIP favor. He wouldn't have to receive this handout from the Explorers Guild. A lot of cards appeared in front of him for reaching level 360. He took the card with a frustrated look and said that it was time to choose a card, and then stressed that he needed to increase his mana somehow. He glanced at the map he had chosen. The guy was shocked. His gaze fell on the dragon's chill ability, which stated that his spell speed would be greatly reduced for a period of time, but his mana cost would also be greatly reduced. The Archmage stood quietly after he began broadcasting. He greeted the audience with a calm look, adding that he had something to say before killing the unicorn. Merlin watched him closely. He was taken aback by the fact that Hyun thought he would have to turn down Merlin's assignment. Opening his mouth, MC said that he would explain the reason after the hunt. Going around the corner, he noted that a non-player character had just appeared there. In 5 minutes he would tell everything. Aurelia stretched out her hand and asked him to stop, because there was a terrible unicorn monster roaming there. A notification popped up about the unicorn hunt quest. She was taken aback by the words that the protagonist knew this. He was there to kill this unicorn. She pointed to the passage with her hand and asked in this case to follow this road. Monsters came out of the portals. The MC warriors rushed into battle. The unicorn was walking through the labyrinth. Watching the creature, the guy said that he would have fun with this comrade for now. The monster's face was embittered. The protagonist formed a red sphere in his hands. The unicorn began to run at him. Frowning, the young man noted that he had used Dragon Cold. A blue aura emanated from MC. The monster rushed past with a shake of its head. The streamer fired volleys of magic after him. Streams of mana appeared in front of him. There was a powerful explosion. Stretching out his arms, the Archmage began a magical fusion. The outline of the monster could be seen from behind a cloud of dust. He began to get closer to the enemy. There was a smile on the guy's face. Using snake eyes, he chained the unicorn. He began the magical fusion again. Smoke rose on the battlefield. MC's eyes began to glow. A fiery aura surrounded him. There was a powerful explosion. Smiling, the guy said, as the audience saw for themselves, killing scary monsters is not particularly interesting. Pointing his hand forward, he added that he was ashamed to say, but he would have to abandon Merlin's task. He would simply break a path through the endless maze. His eyes fell on the cave. A notification popped up. Lepo transferred $1 million. The stranger with a satisfied look offered to work together. While he went through the endless labyrinth, he happened to discover one secret place, but it was difficult to figure it out alone. Stunned, Hen thought that he didn't care about the money. Lepo only asked for his help after he refused to complete Merlin's mission. Closing his eyes, he assumed that the place was really very difficult to pass. Since he offered to work together, Lepo saw everything himself. If the task was too easy, there was no point in them cooperating. The wall began to crumble. The debris fell to the ground and raised dust. The guys were standing in front of a hole in the wall. We were transported to the building of the Rising Star. Sitting at the table, Puck reported that Lepo had already received an offer from the Abyss Guild. Fortunately, he had decided to bet on the Archmage, and in a situation where the slightest possibility of cooperation seemed impossible, the Archmage did not hesitate to make a very bold decision. He imagined the image of Hen and added that he could not have done such a thing himself. The president began to tap his finger on the table, saying that the Archmage planned to establish a clear hierarchy on the playing field because he had actually conquered the endless labyrinth. He said with a satisfied look that there were still many variables in the Dark Continent. Instead of holding them back, it would be wiser to even the scores in the maze. Then it was time to prepare everything. The guys ran into battle. Hen said with a satisfied look that they were the guys from the Immortal Guild. The guy stopped. Lepo said with a satisfied look that it was great to see the Archmage live. The warriors looked angry and thought that cooperating with the Archmage meant that they would burn bridges with the rest of the hostile guilds. Frowning, the girl emphasized the fact that she needed to be on her guard, especially with this mage whose train of thought could not be predicted. Lepo approached the streamer with the words that he thought there was no point in introducing themselves to them. Lucky and Smarty began to wag their tails. Turning around, the guy offered to go straight to the point. If he approached there, he would receive a notification. The protagonist followed him. A notice about a secret door popped up. A projection with a description of the task appeared in front of him. The dumbfounded MC noted that it was very good. Lepo sat on the hill with the dog and thought that he had always been lucky. He stretched out his hand to the gold coins and added that he had obtained a lot of things without a single effort, only by luck, money, connections, and a place in the top 10 guilds. Lepo imagined many banners and added that even luck has a limit. In one moment everything can evaporate like a dream. The Abyss Guild showed him this perfectly. He imagined how the girl held out her hand to him, and thought that if he joined the Abyss, further comfort was guaranteed for him. Standing in front of the MC, the guy said that if he teamed up with the Archmage, he would climb to the very top. No one knew what it was, a revolution or treason. He added with a calm look that if he didn't show him the spirit, it would mean that his confidence was justified. Watching Hen, Lepo thought that it was unpleasant, but then their cooperation would end there. Dropping his hands, he asked what the streamer wanted. Looking away, the protagonist thought that the exclusive legendary epic divine beast skill card. He could not tell him about the additional reward for killing the boss. But he also could not miss this chance. Standing in front of him, MC asked if Lepo had called him because he needed his help. Pointing at himself, he said that in this case he would take him for a ride on the Lucky Express. They would be on the front line, and the Immortals Guild would stand behind them. If anything happened to him, they would continue the passage. The puzzled guy noticed in his mind that they were, of course, the weakest of the 10, but he rubbed them that he would only lead them with Lucky. He was completely crazy. Closing his eyes, Hen stressed that he did not know what level of difficulty, and if there were traps, he came because Lepo said it would be difficult. Smiling, Lepo replied that in this case, they would proceed, after which he thought that it was difficult to find someone even more arrogant than the Archmage. Standing in front of the gate, the guy said that he was giving himself into his hands and would gladly ride the Lucky Express. Standing in front of the gate, the streamer began the broadcast. He showed Lepo in the frame. Looking at the gate, he read a comment on why there were so few people there, and said that it was because only those who had subdued the divine beast could enter this secret door. Standing in front of the dog, MC said that now, especially for the sake of their honorary donation, Sir Lepo, he would lead the Luck Express. They went through the doors. The dog began to move his ears. The wolf sat in front of them with glowing eyes. The protagonist began to scan him. As he examined the creature, he read that it was a wolf of trials. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked if there was only one monster, and if Lucky was ready. Holding out his hand, he announced that the Lucky Express was leaving right away. The dog's face was furious. The armor of peace appeared on the battlefield. The monster's body began to transform. He turned into a man. The warrior watched the boss closely. The warrior was carrying a club in his hands. A bright aura emanated from him. Armored Lucky rushed into battle. He made a crushing blow to the ground. The monster was suddenly taken aback. The warrior looked at him. He made a powerful attack. The boss flew aside. Waving his hand, the enthusiastic protagonist said that Lucky should use a flash of lightning, because it was time to finish. The energy around Lucky increased. He rushed at the boss. A lot of books appeared before MC. The guys took them with the words that this is a legendary book of exclusive skills. The puzzled guy noted that now it was time for him. Since he was the only one to receive the legendary epic skill book as an additional reward, he needed to finish quickly before anyone noticed. Smiling, the protagonist hid the book behind his back and said that since they had killed the boss, he would end the stream after gold changed shape. With a dumbfounded look, he saw the comments that it was necessary to show the award and said that he received the same. The man took the figurine in his hand. He placed it next to the figure of the protagonist, stating that the Immortal Guild had dropped out. Merlin leaned back in his chair, saying that there should be no problems, even if the weakest of the 10 guilds was not with them. There were figures in a row of characters. Emma replied that they were already cooperating with 3 guilds, including the Explorers Guild, and negotiations were also underway with another guild. The girl closed her eyes, adding that the Archmage would also continue to keep in touch with the 10 guilds. The guy stared intently at the interlocutor, asking if she wanted to say that some other guild would side with the Archmage. The guys were sitting opposite each other when the lady said that was why she had worn the swordsman. Emma looked at him seriously, stating that it was time to repay for helping him retrieve the Dragon's Slayer sword. The viewer called the hero an arch-cunning, suspecting that he was hiding something from them. The young man closed his eyes, asking what it meant. A notification appeared that Sasaki Kohiro had transferred money. The protagonist scratched his head, thinking that they really realized that he was the only one who received a book of epic skills. The guy smiled when Sasaki wrote that he was forced to declare war on him. He asked what a boss hunt on a dark continent, or a fight to the death, the choice between these two. Hen held up a finger, wondering what it was. He slammed his fist into the palm of his hand, realizing that since it seemed that he was in trouble now, he shifted the topic to a larger event. The hero put his palms to his face, thanking the swordsman, and since he had thrown such a thing out and offered a fight to the death, there must be something unclean. The young man threw his hand to the side, saying that he was choosing to hunt the boss, and he himself was already looking forward to the fight. The question arose whether the loser would fulfill the winner's wish as a reward. The viewer transferred a large sum of money, agreeing with him. The headmaster sat at the table, wondering that Sasaki, or the swordsman, why the main player of the guild needs a sword, the second strongest abyss after the guild, chasing away in his thoughts that even the Archmage would not be able to withstand the guild's sword. He put his hand to his face, thinking that they had done nothing to them, so he had declared war on them. A statue of a knight was shown. The man added that it was done at the behest of the Abyss Guild. The battle of the warriors flared up at the stairs. The director understood that the Sword Guild, which could have been the best if it had dealt with the Abyss Guild, would not blindly follow someone else's orders. The knight's figure was chained. The man reasoned that since they had done so, There must be a good reason for it, so good that it could pacify the Sword Guild. Puck put his fingers to his head, concluding that knowing this, the Archmage had agreed to hunt the boss. A helicopter with people arrived. The director said that, moreover, he demanded the fulfillment of a wish in case of victory. The guys were surprised. Looking in front of them, the man said that those who do not take risks do not drink champagne. It is extremely bold to ask the guild for this. He touched his chin, reasoning that among the possible bets, there was not a single safe one, and this was interesting. The secretary looked at the tablet, declaring that the VIP had arrived. The guest looked away as the director wondered what Asmo would bet. The man sprawled back in his chair at the table, questioning that he didn't need to explain why he was there. Wasn't it what Park assumed was to come to an agreement before making a bet? Asmo smiled as he heard that the Archmage, or the Abyss Guild, should bet on one person, and then told him that he knew him well and that he would give him some information for making the right choice. The figures of the characters stood face to face as the guest said that the Abyss Guild had defeated 3 guilds, including the Explorers Guild, had heard that they were in a hurry to establish contact with the remaining guilds from the top 10, and for now, he had bought 2 of the top 10 guilds. Asmo picked up the statuettes, adding that maybe the guy already knows, but he can't make a deal just because they're close. The guest stretched out his hand, throwing the figures on the table, asked to prove that the Archmage was better than the Abyss Guild. The president picked up his glass, assuming that he was saying that the hero must defeat the guild's sword. Asmo touched his chin, saying that that was enough. Bare trees stood in the dark. It was a dark continent. Monsters stood on a rock. It was said that this was the place where the ogre army lived. The creatures stood in anticipation of the enemy. It was said that they had scouts and sentries, as well as the main squads with crushing power. A crowd of ogres stood one after another. It was said that there were from 2 to 4 of them in the party. The mere fact that they were also resurrected in groups was enough to take players by surprise. So naturally, only the best guilds were able to survive in the dark continent. The young man smiled when it was said that the streamer Archmage was the last 10 and could be the last to set foot on the dark continent. The system said that he had completed the quest. The guys walked through the dark forest. The hero wondered if he was finally here. The road took him time. He had to take a detour so as not to collide with ogres. There was information about a new quest teacher, Zuga. The guy understood that judging by the quest, he would soon find the Forge of Ogres. Hen stared at the house in the dark, wondering if it was here. The old man opened the door, asking who was there. The candle burned out in the lantern. The young man said that he was there at the request of Iria, and she asked. Grandfather looked at the chest in surprise, asking if he had brought it here. It was a very dangerous object. The characters were sitting at a table when the blacksmith asked if anyone was following him. A dark hand reached for the chest. The old man said that someone wanted to get this item. It was he who destroyed the wooden village and tried to tear apart the kingdom of Tonga. The blacksmith was serious, saying that it was necessary to destroy it, but in order to do it, they needed golden coal, which is only available on the dark continent. The main character smiled when he heard the request if he could get it, replied that he would do it without any problems. A notification popped up that he had completed the quest. A new quest was available to him on the quest panel. The card contained a new quest from the quest. The young man, dreaming, clenched his hands, chasing away thoughts in his head that he could improve his equipment. The goblin looked at the golden stone. The blacksmith said that it would not be easy. He would be able to find the golden coal only with the help of the goblin's senses. The old man stretched out his hand, explaining that when the ogre search party found the gold coal, he could quickly take it, and the guy hurried, answering that he understood and would be back soon. The young man's eyes lit up with magic. He reasoned that he could see where he was lying thanks to his eyesight. Smoke was coming out of the chimney of the house. Hen threw the stones on the table, exclaiming that he had found only 12 bars. There was information about gold coal with a description. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that 10 ingots would be spent on improving equipment. 1 would go to complete the quest, and another 1 would remain just in case. The old man held the ore in his hand, saying that this was some kind of miracle. Thanks to the hero, he could immediately start working. Grandfather pointed his finger at the stone, saying that he could use 1 bar for only 1 object. The guy asked to start it with a raincoat. A day later, a cloak was shown. The system notified about the masterpiece of the Zaga Algamas. The blacksmith stretched out his hands, declaring that the masterpiece was ready. The question arose how he wanted to improve the object now. The main character was very surprised by what he saw in front of him. The guy thought about the fact that level 389 was required. The young man was sitting on his knees. A dark continent. An explosion was visible in the forest nearby. The armored ogre screamed furiously. Hen put his hands behind his back, asking Lucky and Gold to finish here. The dogs obeyed their master. The assistants looked menacingly at the enemies. There were marks from the swings of weapons. It was said that they had destroyed an ogre scout. The system has notified that the level has been raised. The main character stretched his shoulder, saying that it took so long to rise only 2 levels. The question arose how long it would take him 10 levels. A message popped up that the warlike dragon would grant him a new opportunity, whether he would take advantage of it. The young man was focused, reasoning that if he had a good skill, he would be able to hunt faster. The guy grabbed the card, exclaiming that at least he would get something normal. The fire dynamite card was shown, The hero understood that the skill was good, but one unique skill was not enough. Hen closed his eyes, saying that he had no choice, did not want to ask for help again. The pet looked with happy eyes when the owner offered to go meet a friend. A rising star. Kim reported that they had received a letter from the Archmage. The president read it by touching his chin. The secretary said that he had already contacted the Immortal Guild. Puck called the guy via video call, saying that he had seen the letter, about the team game with the Archmage on the Dark Continent. He looked at the laptop, answering that there should be no problems on their part. They did not mind conducting it, but the director looked at the monitor, listening to how they would justify this game. If they gathered like last time, then there was no point in it. The young man looked down, clarifying that it should be something feasible, maybe hunting monsters on an even larger scale. The president explained that there was no point in a routine hunt. Puck touched his chin, saying that he was right. There was no point in hunting, they had to come up with something else. The man lowered his eyes, reasoning that this must be something that was only possible with the cooperation of the Archmage and the Immortal Guild. He looked ahead, thinking. The president sat at the table, wondering why he should level up so quickly, when he was putting his life on the line because he needed to level up faster than anyone else. The guy listened attentively when he turned to him, saying, although monster hunting is the most popular content to broadcast together, the Archmage's viewers will not be particularly happy. The main character raised his finger up. The director added that for them it was something self-evident for a young man, but if during the hunt, the man smiled, adding that they would show how quickly the Archmage leveled up, the audience would be shocked. Lepo looked at his laptop, answering that then he would have to reveal what level he was at. The president clarified what level the Archmage was at now. The man took up the mug, listening to the fact that if his level was revealed, it would be a sensation, confirmed that it would be something. The guy drank coffee, adding that then there was no need to do a joint game. The question arose, you just need to help him level, right? Puck closed his eyes, answering that yes, let them stick together, but there is no need to arrange a joint event. The main character will remain a loner. The dogs ran forward. The orc was ready to attack. The audience was discussing what level the Archmage was at. The guys looked ahead, exclaiming to their pets about the lightning strike. The dogs shone with magical light, leaving the defeated enemy. Users continued to discuss the level of the hero. The monster blew the instrument. A huge ogre on a boar moved forward. The guys were in a good mood when the young man noted that the main forces were in place. Lepo said that if they threw lightning on the Dark Continent, they would quickly notice it. The guy landed nearby, saying to Lepo that these amateurs were on him. The warrior turned, exclaiming that the attackers should go to the front line to hold off the line for the Archmage. The mages raised their spears above their heads, after the command to get ready. A huge monster spewed a powerful beam of energy from its mouth. Commentators claimed that such a scenario could not have been imagined. From the side, the calls of a blizzard and dragon flames could be heard. A huge whirlwind swirled the enemy. Hen smiled as he told them to get off properly. The monster stood face to face with the heroes. The system notified that he had increased the level. The main character was happy, exclaiming that he finally had level 380, which meant it was time to choose a skill. A message popped up that the warlike dragon was granting him a new opportunity. Cards appeared. The audience discussed that it was interesting, what he would get, whether it was some legendary skill. The young man took up the card, made a choice, wondered what would happen this time. The new window talked about Earthquake as a new skill. The guy was surprised. He was furious, thinking that Earthquake, that skill had never been used by God Wars players, exclaiming that this skill really existed. The hero felt bad. He consoled himself with thoughts that he should calm down, because now he is watched by 300 million. The guy raised his head, realizing that now any of his words, any of his actions are recorded, and he cannot show joy too much. He needs to react more calmly. Hen closed his eyes, talking about what he already felt like a legendary skill. The young man turned over the card, wondering if he had really got it. The guy raised his hand above himself, stating that this time he had come across an earthquake. The guy was surprised to read the comments that he was not telling the truth. He opened his eyes wide. The audience claimed that he was just looking for attention. The hero was disappointed, realizing that no one believed him. Hen put his hand on his belt, noting that they could not be fooled, and he had never tried so hard before. The young man smiled, saying that he had actually acquired a unique skill of fire dynamite. The guys were watching carefully, reasoning that this was incredible. He was getting stronger every time. At this rate, he would soon reach level 400. People stood in front of the screen, wondering if it turned out that he would get 2 more skills. If he got a legendary skill, then this was no longer a joke. The president held the mug in his hands, hearing that then he would be able to fight against the swordsman. Wasn't that he expected anything else from the Archmage. Everything was planned for him. Puck stared ahead with concentration, chasing the thought that they could do it now. Most likely, the members of the Immortal Guild had also gained confidence. Hyun and Lepo were shown as he mused at the confidence that if they were on the Archmage's side, they would be able to surpass the Sword Guild. The director looked forward, realizing that now he needed to continue in the same vein. Ogre Forge. The hero took a step forward. The system said that he had donned the armor of Master Zagi. The new armor shone. Hen raised his hand to the side, exclaiming that he understood the upgrade in this way. A message popped up that the option to install the item was activated. The main character was happy, saying that he had finally improved all the inventory, except for weapons. The guy showed off, asking if he was cool. The young man closed his eyes, talking about how his stats had improved. It seemed that even more than with the help of the Immortals Guild, there could be no competition between them when it came to mutual assistance, realizing that in other words, it meant that he no longer needed to play with them as a team. Hen smiled, thinking that the boss would be very surprised if he told him that he would soon be able to play alone. The guy looked up, thinking that when the blacksmith finished his weapon, the power of his attacks would increase significantly, so he couldn't wait to see how much the power of his fire attacks would grow. Smoke was coming out of the chimney. The guy is a hero about the fact that it's time to meet the boss while work on the weapon is underway. The next day, the young man put his hand on his belt, greeting the boss. He was smiling, saying that he was just about to call, but he beat him to it. A bell window was shown. The man said that he was calling him about the hunt for the boss from the Sword Guild. The guy looked out the system window, listening to what had gone before. A message appeared in front of him when the man clarified that Asmo had requested a single-player game during the hunt with the Sword Guild. He had even given them a small gift. The hero looked at the gift sent, thinking that single-player is not a big deal. If he gets his staff, he even has the earthquake skill. The young man closed his eyes, realizing that it was better not to rejoice too much, while no one knew about the skill or the staff. The boss looked at the monitor, where the guy replied that it was nice. The president touched his chin, not knowing if it was sarcasm or what. He agreed to it too easily. The blacksmith peeked out, saying that he was done with the staff. The young man turned around, realizing that here was the weapon. He rather wanted to test the power of the fire. Hen closed his eyes, replaying in his head that he had to stay calm, said that if that was all, then he would pass out. A system window was shown, from where the boss said that he would convey to the Guild Immortals that there was no need for team play. The guy ran into the house, asking to thank them from him. The main character raised his palm, adding that it was not good to say that, but he no longer needed their help. The old man took the staff in his hand. He put it in front of the guy, saying that he had finished the work. The young man was grateful. He looked at his weapon, glad to have it in his hands at last. The young man knelt down, raising his staff above him, exclaimed for everyone to look at this beauty. He opened his eyes wide, surprised. A message appeared describing the Manga staff. The hero almost dropped it from his hands, asking himself that the strength of the staff is 900, combined with other stats. The sum of points is above 2,500. He would click on the system window, saying that if it had that power, it seemed to be available towards the end of the game. A notification appears stating that he is below the required level and cannot use the item. The guy was surprised, asking if it was a bug. He unpressed the screen furiously. The system window displayed the same information. The hero opened his eyes wide when memories of recent events flashed by. A few days later, someone reported breaking news. The young man put his elbow on the sofa, specifying that this time. The guy was excited, exclaiming that the Archmage would be playing alone on the Dark Continent. The young man turned, asking what it was about a single player playing alone. The interlocutor raised his finger, saying that there was a rumor that since the Archmage was a single player, he would fight the Sword Guild alone. The guys were shocked, asking if the Immortals were without the help of the guild. A day earlier, a Dark Continent. The young man said that he had heard that he now has a hard time killing monsters he hunts, because he has no other choice. The main character sat surrounded by assistants, saying how tired he was. Hen closed his eyes, saying that he had already disheveled everything that would go after the boss alone. Now you can't back down, and ask for a team game. A tree nearby, someone was watching as the young man added that if he had known that this would happen, he would have stayed in the Immortal Guild and reached level 391. The mage was standing behind the tree. Asmo Manor. There was a man on the screen who said that he had given the Archmage Asmo's terms, and this is what he said. The sheik was surprised to hear that the hero could cope alone. The president tapped his fingers on his head, confirming that he had said so. The headmaster looked ahead with concentration, imagining the heroes, thought that for the Archmage, a single-player game is a matter of ego and pride. He would not stand aside if Asmo encroached on it. Now it was his turn, said that he was sure he had already watched the video sent. Puck looked at the monitor, adding that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to start hunting the boss, let alone defeat the Sword Guild. Asmo put his fist to his face, having heard that if he took into account all these factors, they would not forget it, replied that he would think about it. Emma drank coffee. She closed her eyes, saying that she would fight alone against the Sword Guild and win. Merlin smiled as he said that if the conversation between both Asmo and Puck that they had overheard was true, Asmo had hurt the Archmage's pride. The man crossed his arms complimenting, so he has to prepare for a solo game. Let him forget about the tyrant then, he won't even be able to withstand the main forces of the ogres. The lady lowered her head, saying that it was necessary to spread this rumor, then he would have no choice but to play alone. Merlin looked away, confirming, then they would apply their items, and of course, the main character would not agree under any circumstances. Smoke was coming out of the chimney. The blacksmith reached for the box, saying that he was going to destroy it with gold coal, but in the end he failed. The old man looked at the young man, saying that in order to destroy this thing, they need a forge, which is located in the territory of the Ogre King, the tyrant, who replied that he would help him without any problem. A notification popped up that access to a new quest was open on the quest panel. The Stone Age card was shown. The protagonist thought that he had finally reached level 391 and received a skill card. Who would have thought that it would be dropped? This is another card that falls for the first time in this game. Hen turned around, saying that now it was time to do what the audience was waiting for. A message about a tyrant appeared. The young man lowered his hands, greeting the audience. He looked down, talking about how Merlin, Asmo, and some other people in the audience had recently offered an extra reward that was too good for him. Men was shown when the guy clarified that if he beat the Sword Guild alone, Merlin would grant access to the secret dungeon, and Asmo promised to give a wish coupon. Hen bowed, saying that he wanted to apologize to the swordsman first. A notification appeared that Sasaki transferred money, asking if he had anything for. The guy looked ahead, saying, if he beats the Sword Guild alone, he will be uncomfortable. The spectator asked that he alone would defeat the tyrant, alone against them. The young man put his hand on his belt, confirming that he would do it alone. The couple was sitting at dinner. The man clarified that he would do it alone. It was laughter, and nothing more. He closed his eyes, saying that judging by the Archmage single-player videos that they had secretly obtained, the tyrant could be forgotten about, as it would be difficult for him to hold out even against the main forces of the ogres. Emma held the glass in her hands, saying that he was just bluffing. He had another ace up his sleeve. A huge monster was shown when she added that even if they failed the hunt, and would be killed, if they were so unlucky then. The girl looked at her interlocutor, noting that of course, if the Archmage wanted to interfere with them in any way, they would lose. Merlin was holding a fork and knife, stating that then they had to make sure that he couldn't interfere with them. They needed to add another rule. Viewers discussed in the comments that the stream had begun. The main character shook hands with the warrior, saying that it was the first time they were communicating in person, and not through correspondence. Introducing himself, the swordsman replied that it was the first time he had spoken to him for free. Asmo transferred the donation. The man smiled, wondering if he could become a host then. The heroes raised their heads to the notification window, where the sheik clarified that whoever first kills the boss wins. The warrior looked in front of him, noting that no matter how they killed him, they had no rules. Merlin transferred the money. Hen looked around when he saw the message that if he went ahead without any rules, the duel would not be fair. The man smiled, looking at the monitor, offered to do so. The figures of the orcs and the monster were shown. He said that in any case they needed to reduce the tyrant's army before facing him face to face. Each side would have an hour to do so, simply but effectively. Merlin smiled, saying that the side that killed the most ogres would get to the tyrant faster. He looked down, thinking that in this way the Archmage would not be able to interfere with the swordsman. The guy covered his face with his hands, reasoning that he was grateful to him for not being able to inadvertently harm the swordsman, and asked who was going first. The warrior stood with the knights, exclaiming that they were. Evil monsters were at the ready. The character rushed into the attack. He reached for his weapon, heading forward. A crowd of ogres watched. The swordsman's eyes lit up as he thought that thanks to Merlin's rule, the protagonist would not be able to cheat. The fighter brandished his sword, cutting his opponents into pieces, thinking that the one who killed the tyrant first still won, which meant that he needed to save his strength. Behind the warrior were the knights, whom he ordered to take them. The soldiers raised their weapons, accepting the order. The swordsman looked ahead as the audience discussed how many they had already killed. The hero and the guys stood aside, asking to stand for a while. He was warming up, saying that they knew he wasn't playing alone, so it wasn't cool, was it? The guy frowned, causing the dragon's heat. An energy ball grew in his hand when he summoned an inferno and a blizzard, familiars, the Stone Age, an earthquake. Viewers wondered if he had a cool new skill. The young man was blazing with magic, saying that he would show who the real tyrant was here. A crack crept along the ground. Sharp stones were coming out of the ground. It was said that something unprecedented had happened that day in the game God Wars. The swordsman looked ahead, realizing that he had of course hidden an ace up his sleeve. Asmo smiled, saying that this was fun. Merlin gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that he had deliberately pretended to hunt in order to outwit them. Hen stood among the rifts, wondering if he looked like a tyrant. The president saw the guy on the monitor, saying that he knew he was going to put on a show. The guys were sitting at the computer, saying that the Archmage had single-handedly killed 324 ogres, yet the Sword Guild had killed 30 more. Past flashbacks were shown, when it was said that the protagonist knew that he was being followed. Someone was watching him. It was thought that all his choice to play or not to play alone was a farce. The president smiled, thinking that even Merlin would have thought that the Archmage had something up his sleeve, but he couldn't imagine such a thing either. The ground around him was falling apart. The man reasoned that even if he killed less, he did it alone. The girl called out to the boss, looking at the monitor, told him that the Sword Guild had missed a scout. The ogre ran forward, clenching his teeth. She added that he was heading towards the tyrant. Lucky was alarmed. Hen stroked the dog, asking if he was bored. Once they dealt with the monsters and awakened the tyrant, there would be a big battle. Let him wait a little. The system announced that the tyrant was awakening. The young man turned back abruptly, not believing his ears. A message popped up that the tyrant stood at the head of the army. The knight raised his sword, surprised that it was huge. The evil monster clenched his teeth. The ogre stood in front of the swordsman, who noticed that it could not be. The tyrant's army began to form. The audience was discussing the fact that they had about 1,002 soldiers. Hen hurried, calling out to the swordsman. The warrior looked at the main character, apologizing. It seemed that someone from their side did not overlook, and now the tyrant woke up earlier than expected. The young man offered to discuss it later. He looked away, wondering if he could hold out for 20 minutes against the tyrant's army. The guys were standing in front of the main monster when the swordsman asked what he was talking about. If he wanted to continue hunting, he replied that if he bought him some time, he would try to kill the tyrant. The fighter looked at the guy, wondering if this was even possible. The swordsman took up his weapon, agreeing because they had nothing to lose. The enraged orcs waited for battle. The knights watched in silence, listening to the order that they must hold out by time. The protagonist put his hand on his belt, telling Lucky that it was time for them to start too, causing a fight to the death. The man held out the weapon in front of him, talking about the secret weapon he had received from Asmo, the dagger of the king of assassins. A systematic message has surfaced that Lucky is expressing a desire to engage in a battle to the death against the tyrant. The monster clenched his teeth. The viewer commented that the tyrant moved. He was angry. The creature swung its weapon. The commentators lost Lucky, discussing that he could die. The man moved forward at great speed. The knight stood in front of the orcs and the tyrant, asking this to be the ogre king. The warrior was dissatisfied, looking up, reasoning that they needed to continue hunting this monster. The creature towered high above the trees. He knew that they were unlikely to defeat such a thing, even if the Archmage was with them. A notification has appeared that the tyrant wants to fight them. The enemy was looking forward. The man was furious as he shouted that he was the best tanker of the Sword Guild anyway. The knight exclaimed that he would hold out for 10 or 20 minutes. The warrior was stunned, flashing with magic, received a notification that the tyrant had become his sworn enemy. It was said that all his stats had decreased by 50%. The monster stood, towering over the blazing forest. He flew to attack the enemy. The knight clenched his teeth in fear, whispering what kind of sworn enemy it was. The man didn't understand how his stats had dropped by 50%. The monster swung both arms, at the moment when the warrior decided to defend himself, realizing how fast he was. A huge fist flew at the knight, who said that he would not have time to dodge. The fighter gritted his teeth, saying that he would have to block the blow. A blast wave rose over the forest. Blood spurted from the knight's mouth. As he lay on the ground, wondering if he was alive or what had happened, the thought in his head was that before he passed out, he remembered that someone had blocked the blow right in front of him. The pet brandished a dagger. He screamed intensely when the guy exclaimed a fight to the death. The knight lay on the ground, realizing that Lucky had saved him. The warrior stood up, holding his chest, reasoning about how he was the best tanker of the Sword Guild. Lasted only 10 seconds. The boy was wounded, thinking that even the Archmage would not be able to stand up to this monster alone. The knight looked up, knowing that if he could restrain the tyrant a little more. He opened his eyes wide, asking himself again. The warrior watched the attack on the tyrant from the sidelines, wondering if it was possible at all. He could not believe his eyes. A monster was hunting a monster. The main character stretched out his hand forward, conjuring. A blue and lilac beam of energy rushed upwards. The knight held his stomach, chasing away the information in his head that he did not even know which of them was really a tyrant. A notification appeared that he had destroyed the tyrant. The main character smiled when the question arose what he was, the Archmage. A card about the tyrant with a description appeared. Smoke was coming from the chimneys. Tyrant's forge. The old man spread his arms to his sides, reasoning that he had indeed defeated the tyrant, and thanks to him, the forge was his again. Grandfather held out a book that he found in the smithy. The blacksmith went to the stove, saying that now it was time to get to work. The hero told that he relied on him. A large fire surrounded the chest in the stove. The guy was surprised when he saw that the box opened. The old man looked at what the young man was doing, exclaimed that it was dangerous. Hen wondered if he thought he was doing it for the first time. This time it wouldn't surprise him. A message popped up that the dragon egg had absorbed the power of the nameless god. The young man looked at his hands in surprise. The system said that he had gained the powers of a dragon. A card appeared. The hero paid attention, lowering his head. The message talked about the abilities of the dragon. The guy was holding a card in his hands, wondering if he needed time to recover. This is a cool skill. A message popped up that a new quest was available in the quest panel of the main scenario. Hen raised his hand up, rejoicing at the god level, added that now they would play. The old man looked at the protagonist, asking if he had a dragon egg with him. Grandfather looked at him, telling him that this egg was affecting him. If it continued like this, his life would be in danger. There is information about the quest awakening the egg. Hen lowered his head, saying that it was now clear why they were generous with cool skills. The guy looked away, noting that after the battle with the tyrant, Silver had a new body, and the way to the tomb of the god was now open. Hyun looked ahead, talking about going to the tomb of the god. The man took the cookie in his hand. Puck held a mug with a drink, asking if it was delicious. The liver is called laham, with coffee perfect. Asmo stared at the package, wondering if he thought he hadn't heard of those cheap cookies. The president opened a package of sweets, saying that he did not think he would like these cheap cookies. The men were sitting at the same table. The sheik noticed that he had shares in Lotus, as well as shares in other large confectionery companies. The director noticed that he had put his paw everywhere. Asmo smiled as he looked at him, hoping that he wasn't, that there was something he hadn't been able to achieve, that he didn't have any shares in companies that deal with virtual reality. The guy was sitting in a chair, completely immersed in the game. He talked about how the whole world was going crazy from just one game. He could not even imagine what would begin when another game appeared. The man crossed his arms, knowing that this had always been the case when a new era began and the old order collapsed. The hero put his hand on his belt when it was said that a new one was being created. Now they see how a new era is being born. Puck ate the cookies, saying that the Archmage had only one goal, to complete the game. Asmo sat across from him, listening intently about how to complete the game and take possession of God Wars. The president slammed his fist on the table, adding that if anything stood in his way, he would destroy the obstacle no matter what. The biscuits in the package were broken. The headmaster added that even if it was the Abyss Guild itself, he showed his fist, assuring them that they should also be ready for this. The Dark Continent, the entrance to the tomb of the god. The guys were sitting on a fallen tree, talking about who would have thought that they would enter the tomb like this. The second did not suspect that they would enter through the gate opened by someone else. The warriors looked at the large green gate. It was heard from the reasoning that there would be a lot of talk about it, obviously all sorts of nasty things. They would say that they were brought here by the Archmage. The warrior clutched his head, replying that not only that, even Asmo and the boys from the Abyss had died here, and it seemed that they had no other choice. The guys looked away when it was said that it wasn't just the top 10 guilds that had gathered here. The knight looked in the direction of the lady. It was said that the strongest players. The soldier looked away in surprise when he saw him. The guys with the hero walked forward. The guy called him the culprit of all their problems. The soldier looked away, realizing that he was angry. The second noticed that, of course, they all wanted to follow the unauthorized path that the Archmage had discovered. The young man was inspired, looking to the side when the guys noticed that he was smiling. Looking ahead, the players thought that the hero had a too pleased smile, adding that he was definitely up to something. Turning around, Han asked that the group wanted to go to the tomb of the deity. One of the guys thought that, of course, the mage would not let them in, and added that he was apparently trying to say something. Putting his hands to his face, the brunette asked that the group could only get there because of the guild or him, adding that in such a case, he had a requirement. Frowning, the player thought about what the requirement was, and began to list the options. Smiling, the protagonist explained that the best solution was not to fight, but to try to complete the task in the tomb in a month. Sweat ran down the faces of the participants, and they thought that this was a truce. The team froze. Brown Eyes opened his mouth, realizing that the mage would prepare in a month and destroy the Abyss Guild, and added that the guy was aiming for a small battle, instead of a war. Waving his arms, Han explained that, of course, he was not forcing anyone. Putting his hands together, the brunette said that it was a request. The player began to speculate that the top 10 guilds would also end up in the tomb, so the starting area would turn into a place for leisurely hunting. Frowning, the brown-eyed man wondered that the mage had just hinted that he would kill those who refused. The portal exuded magic, and the protagonist said that he would enter first. Raising the cup to her mouth, the gray-haired woman announced that the brunette had entered the tomb. Opening his mouth, Merlin asked what was wrong with that message. The lady replied that she had already asked the Explorers Guild to pass it on. Closing her eyes, Emma said that they had made a bet during the Titan hunt and had failed it, the strongest God Wars Guild, and added that now they had to uncover the location of the secret dungeon. The trio was in a cave. Looking ahead, the long-haired man offered to keep the information about the keeper of the gate a secret for the time being. The girl agreed, saying that it was worth waiting for the Archmage stream first, and only then give him the data. The trio walked out of the portal. Raising his head, the guy greeted him and explained that he was in the tomb of the deity. Viewers wrote that he finally got there. The brunette turned around. A man in armor held out a letter saying that it was a message from the Abyss Guild. One of the spectators wrote that this was the best player of the Explorers Guild. Taking the letter, the hero said that it was surprising that it himself had come to greet him, and the guy reflected that he had been promised to reveal the location of the dungeon as a reward. Han opened the papers, thinking that he didn't have time for that, and the notification that appeared warned him that it was 185 hours and 42 minutes before the invasion. Arrows flew out of the letter, and the audience wrote that this was really the same dungeon. A blue light could be seen in the distance. The protagonist thought that the glow was in the same direction as the main task. Then there was no reason to refuse. Smiling, the guy said that it was time for him. The commentator wrote a question that the Archmage would leave without preparation, adding that he knew that he would not even think. Opening the system window, Wood said that he would personally accompany the guy, and said that he had made a request. Looking ahead, Han asked that they would go together, saying that it was part of the content. Frowning, the man said that he had no idea what kind of monsters he might meet. The gray mass moves, and the brown-eyed one says that, for example, Nanamedes easily changes form, so it is impossible to choose a battle strategy. Hyun waves his hands, and it explains that you need to know who you have to fight in order to choose the right strategy. Putting his hand on his chin, the brunette asked that it would not help here. Brown-eyed looked ahead. Notifications about the presence of monsters appeared in the area, and the protagonist thought that Nanamita were really hiding here. Standing in the middle of the office, the director said that he was surprised that the Explorers Guild was the first to offer a cooperative passage. Looking at the screen, the blonde man said that although everyone knew that guild was on the other side, the man added that if the guy refused, they would definitely ask for a reason. Closing his eyes, the brunette pondered. Hen apologized to the player. Frowning, the interlocutor asked that he refused to play, adding that the guy had recently played in the team. Smiling, the hero replied that this is why he refuses, explaining that his viewers have already missed single-player games. Brown-eyed turned around, and the lookouts were delighted with the guy's decision. Hen went on. The group moved deeper, and more commentators appeared on the stream. The protagonist began to receive donations, and the arrows showed the way to the place. The Archmage approached the building, and the audience commented on everything that was happening. Hen stopped in the hall. The viewer transferred a large amount. Asmo commented on the stream that while everything is quiet and there are no monsters, the viewer also noticed that there are no no-names. The guy has changed in face. Opening his mouth, the protagonist agreed and asked where the monsters were. The hero thought that, of course, there were no creatures, he had avoided them on purpose. Pointing his finger forward, the Archmage said that there was something at the entrance. The giant was standing at the gate. A system window appeared saying that it was a level 400 gatekeeper. A notification warned that the damage caused to it was reset every 5 minutes, and viewers wrote comments. Opening his mouth, the blonde man said that he would see how the Magus coped with the task, adding that even the Abyss Guild had not been able to get inside after several days. Looking ahead, Hen thought that the damage was refreshed every 5 minutes. An ordinary player would be terrified by this. The guy took out some kind of liquid. The hero opened the bottle, thinking that the guild could not defeat the guard out of fear. The brunette warned that there would be a big explosion soon. The watchers wrote comments non-stop. The brown-eyed man drank the contents of the bottle. Empty bottles lay on the floor. He unwiped his mouth with his hand, and the commentators were surprised at how much the Archmage had drunk. Magic began to emanate from the guy. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that the potion had worked, so it was time to start dragon heat and dragon power. Throwing his hand back, the hero said the name of the attack, the Big Bang. The fire headed forward. A ball called a Big Bang appeared in the guy's hand. Attacks flew into the guard, and the commentator noted that the hero immediately repeats spells. Hen looked ahead. The orb sparkled in the mage's hand, and he repeated the name of the spell over and over again. The trio watched the battle. A system window appeared, informing that the protagonist had destroyed the keeper of the gate. The winner held the bottle in his hands, and the watchers wondered what had happened. Looking ahead, Hen said that it was easier than he thought. A column propped up the ceiling of the cave. The young man, walking through the corridors of the cave, thought that no one would think that such a monster lived here, and he killed it with very brutal methods. He smiled and said that he had never heard of him before. The guy was walking on the stone floor, and the viewer asked if he was ashamed that he finished off the monster so quickly, because he could show even more. The character was standing in front of a huge gate, and the viewer stated that the Abyss Guild was stuck here, and wondered how the Archmage managed to get through, and the window of the system said that they had come to the tomb of an unknown Archmage. The chief warrior was confidently looking ahead. The soldier saluted and noted to himself that he was even smiling after easily finishing off a monster that the Abyss Guild couldn't handle, and said that it wouldn't work because it was too dangerous. The main character gave a thumbs up and added that this was the end of today's stream, and also explained that next time they would complete this dungeon together, and the warrior proclaimed that he had a feeling that the Abyss Guild would not just leave it like that. The young man looked at his chest, and the system window announced that the quest was completed, and explained that the local energy balances the power of the egg. The hero, sighing with relief, thought that a stone had fallen from his soul, and that everything was over faster than he thought, and the system window said that a new quest was available on the quest panel. The guy, looking at the notice, thought that omnipotence is serious. His comrade sat at his laptop and thought that he knew that something bad would happen. After all, since he had defeated the gatekeeper so easily, he closed his eyes and decided that now the Abyss Guild knew the Archmage strategy and would not give up. The soldier frowned and concluded that they would try to prevent him in any way they could, and also thought that they must have already done something now that the top 10 guilds had begun to act. The subordinate adjusted his glasses and asked why he had been summoned and why he looked so serious. The warrior was sitting at the table and ordered to make an appointment with the Archmage. The next day, an image of a human figure appeared in the frame, and the warrior greeted him as a streamer Archmage. The man was typing on the keyboard. The guide, looking ahead, said that he would get straight to the point, and added that the Abyss Guild was actively pulling the strongest guilds to its side. The character stared dumbfounded at the screen, and the warrior explained that at this rate, she would gain tremendous invincible strength. The guy was standing in front of the screen. As the protagonist looked ahead, Wharton asked if they were building up their strength to complete a difficult quest, and thought their strategy was obvious, and wondered why the guide was telling him all this. The young man gave a thumbs up. He opened his eyes wide and thought that after his provocation, The Abyss Guild was trying to keep him in line. The guy raised his head and stated that he shouldn't worry, and proclaimed that let all 10 guilds unite. Why not? The character pressed his finger to his temple and explained that he also had a plan, and added that if he completed this quest, he would receive the Omnipotent skill book. The guide was sitting at the table and thought that he initially knew how it would end, and agreeing, said that they would create a team and stick to the hero's plan. The warrior looked ahead and said that their guilds would unite and make it easier to pass. Vartan smirked and remarked that the hero wanted them to form a larger team so that the Abyss Guild would act more confidently, and then he would bring them back from heaven to earth and attack them head-on. And the system window reported that everyone had entered the tomb of the unknown Archmage. The column stood in a cave. The man who entered the tomb said that it was great, and added that the stream would now start because without a stream, the day was so long. The guy was walking around the hall, and the audience asked where he was going today. The guy looked ahead, and the viewer noticed that even the Abyss Guild was stuck at the entrance, and also added that now the Archmage was definitely guaranteed the title of the best God Wars player, and clarified that there was a hole in the ceiling. The character raised his head, and the viewer expressed fear that something would come out of there, and this is strange. The young man, looking into the hole, asked what was in the hole. Items in the frame were displayed with icons, and the system window reported that several unidentified monsters of level 435 had been detected, and notified that the defense mode of the Tomb of the Unknown Archmage was enabled. Black water dripped from the ceiling. The drops flew down rapidly. The drop fell to the floor, and the viewer said that it was an unidentified monster. A drop splashed on the floor, and the viewer asked what he would turn into, and assumed that he must have turned into an orc. Red eyes sparkled on the creature's head. Drops flew to the ground, and the viewer exclaimed that there were more and more of them, and shouted that it was a rain of monsters, and also the system window said that they had to survive for 10 minutes. The warrior was surrounded, and the hero realized that he needed to hold out for 10 minutes, and thought that there would be more monsters, and concluded that then he would go all in. The young man, activating his skill, shouted that he was summoning the power of the dragon. The minions stood next to the character, and the viewer exclaimed that the guy had more minions than summoners. The soldier, looking to the side, indicated that he was watching the battle on the sidelines, and the person watching the stream asked if the hero had decided to sign up for the support team today. The servants, fighting, shouted what kind of master he was, and the spectator asked if it was okay that the man had even summoned the spirit of war. The monster attacked his opponents, and the man added that he was probably many times stronger than him. The fire flew at the enemy, and the viewer noticed that the hero smashes monsters only by force, without any strategy, and said that it was amazing, but corrected himself that everyone here is amazing, except for the guy, and added that he does nothing, and all glory to him. The monster was blazing in the flames, and the man thought that this was an abuse of authority. The character looked ahead in puzzlement, and concluded that he only needed to summon everyone, and also thought that he didn't think it would take so much mana. The young man, putting his hands at his sides, thought that he would not have enough mana for magic as well, but added that even so, the result was excellent, and noted that he did not see anyone else. The head warrior looked at the battle and proclaimed that it was great, and the quest was over, and stated that it was easy. He waved his hand on the stream screen. The girl looked ahead dumbfounded. 6 years ago. The building was under a cloudy sky, and Hona thought that when she was still working in the finance department of Alpha, she had learned something. She walked around the ward and thought that Kim Minso had imposed the rights to everything he had achieved in God Wars, and concluded that the very fact of doing so would already have serious consequences once it became known, and thought that she did not expect such a reaction from Kim Minso. The guy turned to the girl and told her to forget about the non-proliferation treaty, and the woman asked if she could really dispose of this data as she wanted. Kim, smiling, said that it would be fun, and offered to try, and also added that he allowed. Hona, looking at the screen, thought that since then she had set out to find out how God Wars would end, and concluded that she thought that Kim Minso had just accidentally let it slip, but assumed that he already knew how things could turn out. She was sitting at the table and added that she herself had told the leaders of the best guilds about it. The woman looked up and concluded that whoever was the first to complete the game would be Kim Minso's successor. The soldier rubbed his shoulder and thought that he didn't think it would be so bad, and that he barely had enough mana, and that although things would have been different if he had used magic, the system window had reported that he had passed the test. The character, seeing the door, asked what it was. Hen turned his head to the servants, told them to wait here, and added that there didn't seem to be much space inside, so he would be back soon. The guy narrowed his eyes and noticed that the reward was at the very end, and exclaimed that it was omnipotence. The ghostly staircase glowed with a blue light. The young man, making his way through the narrow room, thought that it was more crowded than he had thought, and that it was a good thing that he had left everyone outside. The warrior, looking at the reward, shouted that this is it, omnipotence. He put his hand on the artifact and thought that it was strange to open the coffin of someone whose name he did not even know. The hero, surprised to open the coffin, asked what it was, and asked why this was the only thing here. The guy took the book and asked where the unknown Archmage was, and thought that there was no one in the coffin, and that it was creepy. Yun approached the guy from behind and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and Hyun shouted in a frightened voice who it was and asked if it was Yun from the beginning's village. The man smiled and proclaimed that he was glad that the hero remembered his name. The main character, his eyes bulging, thought about how the village chief ended up here, to which Yun stated that he had come all this way chasing a stranger. They walked forward, and the warrior asked who the stranger was, to which the old man said that it was someone who was looking for the treasure of the nameless god, and suggested that the hero must have seen him too. A dark figure appeared in the frame behind the man, and the man indicated that he was there, and the system window reported that the guy had received the title of the one who learned the truth about the god's tomb. The mustachioed warrior looked ahead and asked himself if this meant that the nameless god would be resurrected. He opened the lid of the coffin and indicated that they had to stop him, and shouted that it was too late. The black-cloaked character floated past and the man added that the resurrection could no longer be stopped, and the hero screamed in surprise, asking what it meant, and the soldier added that it was a powerful Archmage who could even interpret the power of the nameless god. The man clutched his head, and the warrior added that in his attempts to gain this power, he eventually lost even his name, and became a follower of the nameless god. A dark figure showed a face, and the man claimed that his name was Mersu. The young man looked at the Archmage and asked if the stranger was an unknown Archmage, and Yun confirmed that he was thinking correctly. Yun looked at his old comrade and said that this was why he was here, and added that although the resurrection could not be stopped, he could still kill the god who would be reborn here. A burning egg appeared behind the character's back, and the system window reported the process of hatching from the dragon's egg, and Yun also proclaimed that with the help of the dragon, it was possible to stop the resurrection. A notification about the quest appeared in the frame. Yun, pointing out to Hyun, stated that the hero needed to complete the task at all costs for the dragon to hatch, and added that he should go to the sealed region that Yun had shown, and the guy asked what he needed to do. Yun, frowning, indicated that he could only say that Mirsu would certainly stand in his way. The young man, scratching his temple nervously, thought that something was unclean, and Yun continued to say that therefore, while the hero was passing the test, the others should hold back the forces that Mirsu had sent. The character, indignantly opening his mouth, mentally shouted, "How can you ask a single player for such a thing?" The warrior's eyes whirled, and Hen thought that right now, when he had a greater with the Abyss Guild. The man scratched his chin and asked if he had said something wrong. The tomb of the god is a secret sanctuary. The soldier stood in the center of the hall and proclaimed that everyone was assembled. Merlin, looking ahead, thought that it was the first time she was appearing in person, and declared that anyway, everyone was here. The dark-haired hero, sitting not far away, said that if they hadn't come, perhaps they would never have smiled again. The warrior turned his head and indicated that only the sword and immortals guilds were missing, and Merlin, realizing the situation, thought that she had to wait. The guy looked ahead and said that this was the last bet, and that given the profits, they had to take the risks themselves. Merlin crossed her arms and proclaimed that she would get straight to the point, and asked how they could kill the Archmage streamer. The young man opened his mouth and said that they would take the easy way. The warrior closed his eyes and added that they would not hunt the main monster or anything like that, because they no longer needed to protect their faces. The man stuck out his fingers and asked if he just wanted to kill him, because they needed to prepare two things for that. The warrior was shrouded in flames and added that it was necessary to establish teamwork and level up, because so far they believed that the maximum level in this game was 450. The soldier squeezed the character figure and explained that if they reached the level of 440, the Archmage would not be able to defeat them no matter what he did. Columns stood under the ceiling, and the window of the system reported that an unknown force had begun to destroy the tomb of the god. The three heroes were standing in the center of the room, and the warrior said that it seemed that the Archmage had begun to act, and the system voice shouted that the monsters were rampaging and added that they were controlled by a stranger. The red-eyed creatures crawled forward, and the system window reported that the experience points gained had increased by 300%, and the probability of obtaining the item had increased by 300%. Merlin, assessing the situation with her own eyes, thought that they were lucky. A yellow shadow crept along the ceiling, and the hero decided for himself that it had already begun. The character lowered his head and thought that he had no one to stop the horde of monsters. A tear dripped from his eyes, and the guy wondered what to do, and also thought that it was cheating to start right away. A bell sign appeared in front of the young man's face, and the character said that he would forgive him for calling like this. The man on the screen stirred and said that the situation was a bit strange and added that Bob should take a look at it, and the warrior asked if it was Merlin. The heroes fought, and the guy said that there were also the heads of the top 10 guilds, and asked if they were fighting monsters there. The character, looking at the screen, proclaimed that in addition to the Sword and Immortals guilds, the top 8 guilds are now leveling up. Hen smiled and indicated that he was keeping his fingers crossed for them, and added that it was fine. The man bent down tensely and said what to provoke, and added that although they could not be stopped, he would have a reaction, and said that he understood. The head warrior held the book in his hand and thought that he didn't know why, but the strongest guilds were fighting monsters, and concluded that this chance should not be missed. The young man, leafing through the book, indicated that first he needed to open the book of skills, and asked what he would get from omnipotence. The system window showed the scene. A card appeared in the frame, and the system window said that the skill type was omnipotence, and he summoned a meteor. The guy looked at the map and proclaimed that it was a meteor. He closed his eyes and thought that he wouldn't know until he tried it, and also stated that he was taking a deep breath. The warrior rushed forward and shouted that he was summoning a meteor, and the system window said that the hero did not have enough mana. The guy looked forward menacingly. Raising his head, the warrior said that he was summoning the dragon's cold and was trying to summon the meteor again, but the system window repeated again that the hero did not have enough mana. The guy stared hopelessly ahead. The young man, throwing up his hands indignantly, shouted, asking how it was even after the dragon's cold, and shouted what you would order him to do if he did not have enough mana. He dropped his hands and thought that he would probably have to wait. The warrior walked on the floor and asked if he should go on a quest now. He rested on the restriction sign, and the system window said that the level was too low for the hero to pass. An explosion occurs. The armored man turns around and reveals that Merlin's magic is indeed very powerful. The blonde man walks against the background of the corpses of monsters. The man adds that he does not even know if the monsters went off the rails or if the blonde did it. Red Eye furrows his brows. The warrior adds that he is leveling up at an incredible rate. Long-haired adjusts his hair. A window pops up that the level is raised. He says that he did not think that the day would come when it would be so easy to level up, then adds that everything he went through now seems like nothing to him. A lot of expensive cards appear. A window pops up in which a warlike dragon offers a new opportunity. Merlin agrees to accept the reward. He looks at the golden object in his hands, thinking that he was ready to do absolutely anything to bypass the Archmage. The man holds the Earthquake Earth skill in his palm with the words that it is as if the heavens themselves smiled at him. Lee looks at the blonde man and asks what is wrong. The blonde turns around with a smile and reveals that he has dropped a legendary skill, then adds that the guilds are explorers and hovering too. The girl opens her mouth against the background of the image of Hen. Merlin asks if there is any news about the Archmage, to which she refuses. The man looks at the brunette, who compliments that not only from the scene, but in principle. Red Eye frowns and asks himself what the hero is up to, then adds that he should have already begun to act. A dim sky is shown, and a notification pops up that the protagonist has entered the sealed area. The guy makes a sad face and complains that he was lucky enough not to participate in an event where his level rises 3 times faster. He walks through the black earth and resents the fact that he will have to complete a quest in this dark fog. The body of the young man is surrounded by the wind. He says that he has barely leveled up to level 400, but notes that the main quest is much more important than this. A teardrop comes from the mage's eye, who says that he is sad, although he knows that he has no other choice, then asks Lucky to confirm his words. He turns around in surprise. The Archmage looks at the empty space and calls out to Fenrir. Hen looks around and wonders where gold, silver, and jackpot have gone. A notification pops up about a new scenario. The hero looks out of the blue window and says that the test means that he must pass it alone. The protagonist turns his head back and asks who is there. A red dot burns at the dark copy of the guy. A notification pops up that the test of loneliness begins. The young man smiles and says that he will have to fight himself, then adds that this is really a battle with loneliness. A pillar of fire is shown. The stone falls. The mage wearily wipes his mouth. A message is shown that he has defeated the lone caretaker. He says that he finished faster than he thought, because he only copied his techniques. A flash of light appears. A notification pops up that the Archmage has passed the test. The sun illuminates the white pillars. Hen stands in front of a Greek building and declares that he is finally in a sealed shrine. He raises his head with a smile, and says that it turns out that the heritage is inside. The hero stands in front of the statue against the background of snow-white light. He looks at the stone heart of the nameless god and claims to have found it. The protagonist holds out his hand with the words that this new power will be the key to the meteor. Dark energy is drawn to the hand of the guy, who claims that, after all, only a dragon can defeat the nameless god. Black and red tentacles head towards the young man. Messages pop up that the egg is absorbing divine power, as well as that he has completed the quest. The upland navel covers a mage who wants to test the new power, and a notification is shown that a new quest is available in the quest panel of the main scenario. The Archmage waves his hand in front of the blue table and demands to show the new ability first, and only then the mission. A description of the quest to resurrect an unnamed god is shown. Hyun is surprised that it happened so quickly. Messages pop up that the rebirth is beginning. The hero makes a discouraged face and wonders if this will affect the rest of the players, then asks what the text of the quest means. The lizards open their mouths, and a notification appears that all monsters have gained divine power. The Cyclops raises his head furiously. The goblins make furious grimaces. The protagonist scratches his cheek awkwardly and says that no matter how asshole the developers are, they wouldn't throw another stupid event. The boy's face expresses shock at the notification that if the player dies during the event, he will not be able to connect until the end of the event. The young man states to himself that he is in the ass. Clouds are flying over the mountains. The warrior stands in front of huge monsters and wonders why they have become so strong. The man with the axe looks up and says that the Archmage has done something again. A column of dust rises in the middle of the forest. The warrior swears. The brunette takes off her glasses in the capsule and declares that it's a stupid game. A man in a gray shirt approaches him and asks if he was kicked out of the game after losing, to which he agrees and adds that he cannot enter. The player looks back at his friend and asks who will pay for the damage, to which his interlocutor replies that they say that they cannot go back until the event is over. They walk past people. A man in a hoodie declares that even if it's about the Archmage, this time the developers have crossed the line, then adds that the public is not very well disposed anyway, then asks what they are trying to achieve. Hen sits on the couch thinking that it did happen. He looks up and talks to himself about infinite mana. A description of the dragon's heart is shown. People walk behind the hero, who is thinking about a new skill, which if they find out, it will be all over. The protagonist puts his hands to his lips, thinking that no one will dare to fight him, knowing his skill, then adds that as soon as this happens, the popularity and support of subscribers will immediately disappear, then adds that the good news is that he only needs to kill the final boss. Cracks cover the egg. The guy mentally notes that the dragon is 98% ready to hatch, after which it will definitely come out. Hen makes a thoughtful look and notes to himself that everything has an end, then adds that he must be powerful, and it is time for him to truly face the Abyss Guild. The man looks discouraged and wonders if he has confused anything in the description of the stream. Heck jumps up to the hero and asks why he sat down. The protagonist frowns and replies that he scared him, then asks what is wrong, to which his friend replies that Asmo's stream will begin soon. Heck points to a monitor with a picture of a black player greeting spectators. Goldeneye strains his face and says that he wants to make an important statement today. Hyun stands up abruptly, and Asmo states that from now on, he will become the shield of the Archmage streamer. The hero's team crosses the abyss. A window is shown that says that Asmo has started the broadcast. He says that even he is nervous now. Hyun with a bird on his shoulder approaches a dark-skinned man. Commentators note the streamer's worries. Asmo smiles and says that they have met the Archmage. The hero makes a strange face. Subscribers note it. The protagonist asks himself if this is true. The guy stands opposite Asimov and greets him, and silently asks why he becomes his bodyguard. The black man raises his hand and says that they have something to tell each other, because this is from the first meeting, but adds that today it is not so important. They shake hands. Asmo asks what important announcement the mage wanted to make, who states to himself that he came for it, and started the stream. Emma and Merlin watch the broadcast on a laptop. Longhair notes that Asmo and the Archmage have finally met. The girl says that they are apparently provoking them to cooperate. Hen happily raises his finger on the screen and reveals that he has an important announcement. The blonde and blonde smile. The hero says that in this event he plans to oppose the Abyss Guild. Merlin says that this makes no sense, and they do not need to dance to the tune of the protagonist. Red Eye smirks and reveals that they have already prepared everything they need and now they have their own rules. Asmo looks at the boy in surprise and wonders what will happen if the Abyss refuses to fight, to which he replies that it's not a problem. Emma raises a glass with Merlin's reflection on it. She reveals that the team that first receives the Dragon Slayer sword will be given a chance to challenge the guild to a duel at any time and on any terms. The young man claps his hands with a smile and says that they said so Merlin cannot get away. The blonde and the white-haired woman make shocked faces. Asmo laughs and asks if they really said so, then adds that the Abyss Guild is on Hen's hook. The hero makes a satisfied face in front of the blue window and invites the interlocutor to discuss the details of the battle later. The dark-skinned man and the protagonist form yellow spheres, and Asmo reports that someone is coming and wondering who is there. The bare-chested Yoon frowns and says that this is where they are, then declares that it is not the time to beat the drums. A message pops up about a new quest for the birth of a dragon. The Tomb of the God, a secret sanctuary. The protagonist and his bodyguard stand in front of a circle of people on chairs. The magician and Asmo look straight ahead. The second is surprised that all the big players have gathered in one place, then claims that he did not think to see this. Merlin opens his mouth and says that here they are. The blonde man raises his head and addresses the Archmage and the dark-skinned man. Hyun smiles and greets the blonde man and states that it is an honor for him to meet him. Red Eye looks directly and asks what the hero's conditions are, to which he says that all that remains is to defeat the final boss. The protagonist raises a finger. The commentators are surprised that even this game has an end. The guy smirks and says that if he defeats the boss, then he wins and the game ends. However, if the Abyss Guild interferes with him, then the victory is theirs. The young man looks at Merlin and asks what he will say. The magician makes a surprised face at the blonde's refusal. The blonde man smirks and clarifies the Archmage's words, then claims that it would be a different matter if they tried to defeat him altogether. Emma sits across from the blonde man and reveals that if it comes to this, the red-eyed man needs to ask Hen to fight together against the final boss, then adds that when the hero is busy fighting, they will attack him in the back. Merlin points a finger at himself and asks if the girl wants him to hand over the protagonist. The white-haired woman frowns and replies that the blonde should have had at least a drop of pride left. The mage looks shocked and asks what the red-eyed man is talking about. A shadow falls on the expression of the Archmage's face, who notes to himself that he will not be able to launch a meteor then. 3 silhouettes are thrown back by an explosion. Hen mentally notes that in this case he will hit not only enemies, but also allies, then adds that he can protect himself from the attack with the shield of Aegis. The hero lowers his eyes, thinking that he will not be able to force the others to retreat. The protagonist touches his chin and states that he has one condition. Merlin wants to know what it is. The guy raises his finger and claims that since the blonde is going to help, Then from now on he must unquestioningly obey his instructions. The young man frowns on his face, thinking that this is the only way he will make them retreat and launch a meteor without any problems. The blond man smirks and says to himself that he was going to betray the mage anyway, so he can just pretend to follow orders, and agrees out loud. Hen declares that this is great and offers to defeat the boss. A description of a follower of the nameless god pops up. Black silhouettes are shown against a background of clouds. Commentators note the tense atmosphere and the fact that everything will begin soon. A huge number of monsters stand behind the man in white. The subscriber is surprised that he gives birth to monsters with his every step. Merlin makes an excited look and declares that this is the final boss. A huge army runs at the players. Commentators say that all the monsters there seem to be bosses. The blonde orders to get ready for battle. He opens his mouth wide and states that this is the final battle in God Wars. Subscribers wonder if they can win. Hyun stands on the head of a huge golem and greets everyone, then reveals that everyone has been waiting for this for a long time. The blonde shoots fire at the monster. Subscribers are interested in where the hero was. The protagonist makes an awkward smile and replies that he could not do otherwise, because it takes 10 minutes to launch a meteor. The audience writes shocked comments. The guy watches the fight from a height. One of the spectators asks to admit that he was just hugging the girl. Another notes that the presence of a woman in the magician is even more absurd. Hyun makes a strange face and declares that he is not so bad yet. The commentators write that he is right. The hero forms a yellow sphere in his hand and reveals that he has finished the spell to summon the meteor, and adds that it is time to start acting instead of words. The warrior defends himself with a shield from the monster's attack. The protagonist loudly orders the guilds to leave the field. Merlin looks back and silently declares that he will not listen to the guy, because he can lie to make them retreat. The mage puts his hands to his mouth and shouts that it's true and the meteor is already flying. Blonde thinks that he wants to take the final boss right from under their noses. Red Eye looks up, thinking that the Archmage is afraid that they will betray him, but adds that it is too late. Hyun opens his mouth wide and loudly asks him to leave. Merlin thinks that as soon as he descends to the battlefield, he will blow off his head. The blonde man spreads his hands under the spurs in the sky and orders to prepare for battle. The soldiers agree with him. The blonde man turns around. Someone warns him that something is upstairs. A huge stone falls down. Red Eye and the warrior next to him make shocked faces. The body of the hero and the golem is covered in a blue glow. A notification pops up that he is guarded by the shield of the Aegis. He states that he has already talked about it. A huge stone monster stands in front of the crater. The protagonist adds that a meteor is flying. The meteorite flies down, and the watchers were shocked by it. The gambler's mouth dropped. Putting his hand forward, Hen said that he had warned him. The system window that appeared was telling him that the guy was guarded by the Aegis shield. The guy, standing by the fire, said that a meteor was flying. The blonde's weapon trembled. Looking ahead, Merlin asked where this skill came from. Opening her mouth, the lady told the guy to calm down and added that the boss was still alive, so they still had a chance. Sweat was dripping from the red-eyed man's face. The blonde asked that he was alive even after this. Magic emanated from the boss. Frowning, the protagonist said that he knew that the final boss would survive, and messages from subscribers appeared. Hen mused that the creature's health points had halved after the meteor, and added that there was one more hit left to win. The boss was looking up. Opening his mouth, the main character ordered to buy him time. The group rushed forward, saying that they were listening to the master. Dust rose. The heroes were striving for the enemy. Lucky was close to the boss. The creature attacked. The opponent swung. The man opened his mouth. The final boss put his hand forward. Gold opened his mouth and screamed. The fighter swung. Hitting the ground, the hero said the name of the attack, Zeus Lightning. Lightning struck the man. Holding the orb in his hand, Hen asked the group to hold out a little longer, adding that he was summoning a meteor. There was a fierce struggle, and everyone watching the stream commented. A notification appeared saying that the spell was ready. Looking at the magic, the guy said that with this blow he would end everything. The brunette exhaled. The hero stands still. Hen stood up, thinking to himself that just one stroke and this ball would end the whole game. Brown-eyed raised his leg. The protagonist swung, and the audience commented on what was happening. The attack flew to the target. The ball flies at the enemy. Magic was very close to the boss. The explosion lit everything up, and a notification appeared saying that the hero had defeated Marcia. The guy looked ahead, thinking that was it. The man stood near the cliff, and the audience rejoiced. The protagonist thought that this was a long way. Now it was time to see the finale. The red mist rushed forward. Hen raised his head, and the system window reported that the dragon egg was absorbing the power of the nameless god. Light began to emit from the mage's amulet, and a notification said that the dragon was hatching from an egg. Magic rushed upwards. There were reports that the nameless god had disappeared once and for all. The Archmage had completed the quest. The dragon was looking at the guy, and the system window said that the god was watching the protagonist, Midas, the savior of the world. The notification said that the creature was calling the guy to it. Opening his mouth, and asked what his name was. Looking around, the brunette asked questions about where he was. An unknown person called the guy. He turned around. The man was looking ahead, and the main character was asking if Minsu was in front of him. Holding out his hand, the brown-eyed man said that the magician had apparently heard of him, and asked that maybe the guy would introduce himself, confirming that he was Minsu, the creator of the game. Opening his mouth, the brunette gave his nickname, the interlocutor asked for his real name, the protagonist gave his name. Looking at the magician, the brown-haired man said that it was clear that the hero was worried and this could be understood, and added that from that moment his will came into force. Spreading his hands to the sides, Hen asked what kind of will. The interlocutor clarified that it was a privilege for the one who was the first to complete the quest of the main scenario. A notification flashed that the Archmage would soon be thrown out of the game. Coming closer, the brown-eyed man asked that everything was already done, and congratulated the guy on completing the game, adding that the player should use his gift wisely. Steam came out of the capsule. Looking at his hand, Hen asked what the creator was talking about. Holding his chin with his hand, the guy said that he had no idea what the man was talking about. The friend shouted that something interesting was being written on social networks. Turning around, the brunette asked that his friend was not tired of making a fuss, and he replied that not this time, and said that the streamer Archmage had become the owner of God Wars. The sun was shining on the building, and the rich man was saying that the world that had been frozen after Mince's death would finally come to life. The guy said that the protagonist still managed to do it. Looking at the screen, Asmo said that the world is ruled by 3 types of people. The man closed his eyes. Smiling, the blonde man said that they were talented, rich, and lucky, and added that a magician had all 3 of these qualities. Adjusting his glasses, the secretary asked the director that he was flying to South Korea. Turning around, the blonde asked what the brunette was so interested in. He replied that of course. Opening his mouth, the bespectacled man asked that Wharton was going to the Archmage, who replied how his interlocutor knew this. Smiling, the director said that he was just being sent to Korea, but it would be interesting to see the protagonist. The car door slammed shut. Looking out the window, the man said that he would tell if he met the main character. The glass is on the table. Hen is lying on the table. Sweat was running down his face, and the brunette was talking to himself that suddenly something would go wrong during the meeting with the boss. Moving a chair, Wharton asked that it was the Archmage. Holding out his hand, the blonde man said that he was Wharton, but in real life he was the director. The protagonist smiled. After shaking hands, the hero said that he was an Archmage, and in real life Puck.